Tongling City. A deep gray mist lingered over the cemetery named Yongxing Hall. Vaguely, it seemed as if figures of people drifted along the broad cemetery avenue. But upon closer inspection, there was no one. Everything appeared lively, peaceful, and serene. Deep in the cemetery, it was desolate. Under the setting sun, a few withered willows swayed. However, as time passed, the mist grew thicker, and the scene in the cemetery abruptly changed. A mysterious force seemed to split time and space into two sides. On one side, the desolate cemetery avenue remained. On the other, the sky turned a eerie blood red, and the entire Yongxing Hall cemetery became as exquisite and splendid as a celestial palace in that world. At the core of the cemetery palace, on a tombstone covered with cracked and decaying textures, there were lines of writing, "Victim of the Millennium 001 Anomalous Incident. Lin Huai's grave." The originally neat and forceful characters appeared somewhat ferocious and eerie due to the cracks and decay on the tombstone's surface. There was no photo on the tombstone. Cobwebs wrapped around the monument swayed in the wind, revealing a sense of the passage of time. But upon closer look, one could see that the strands of cobweb seemed to be writhing as if they were human meridians growing out from the tombstone. Extremely bizarre. Suddenly, the characters on the tombstone visibly twisted, emitting a terrifying blood-red glow. Then a hand abruptly thrust out from the cold, pitch-black soil beneath the tombstone. No, it was less a hand and more a tentacle. A transparent, flawless tentacle exuding a sinister, eerie aura. Woo! The transparent tentacle kept waving. With a casual flick, the entire cemetery was instantly swept by fierce winds, and the earth trembled violently. In the void, the deep gray mist seemed ready to burst forth with thick, sticky blood turning a blood-red hue. Countless faceless faces flickered faintly within the crimson mist. They showed expressions of panic and pain. Yet the tentacle seemed oblivious to the commotion it caused. It kept twisting and writhing as if trying to spread like 5 fingers. But after wriggling for a while, it discovered it simply couldn't open. So the tentacle grew angry. What the hell? Where's my hand? Damn, I've turned into a tentacle. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from either the tentacle or the tombstone. None of the eerie beings in Yongxing Hall, big or small, could understand what the voice was saying, but they all trembled in fear. Because they knew this was the whisper of an old one. Their ancient ruler had awakened. Damn, is this my tombstone? I wake up and am buried. And what the hell is this transparent tentacle I've become? At this moment, Lin Huai's mind was in turmoil. As a fresh graduate and overworked office drone, he had been working overtime at the company only to take a nap and wake up in this damned form, staring at the cracked tombstone bearing his own name. Lin Huai was completely shattered. What the hell was this? Wait, though I've become a tiny transparent tentacle, I don't seem weak. In fact, I feel quite powerful. Suddenly his mind stirred. He swept his consciousness casually and found himself in a place like a cemetery. Except this cemetery was as vast as the Forbidden City. Not only huge, but also magnificent, exuding a thick aura of antiquity. Coupled with the ethereal mist, it resembled a celestial palace of jade towers. However, the style of this celestial palace seemed a bit off. On the seemingly exquisite carved beams and painted rafters of the pavilions, there were grotesque depictions. Immortals with eyes all over their faces, gods with dense tentacles, Buddhas with beautiful female faces on their torsos. And behind the other tombstones in the cemetery, monsters with indescribable appearances wandered. Some were like human centipedes, some like human-headed balloons, some were just lumps of ulcerated skinless flesh. Lin Huai took one look and almost peed himself in fear. But soon he noticed, those bizarre, indescribable monsters seemed terrified of him too. Watching those eerie monsters tremble, even prostrating themselves in worship, Lin Huai felt a strange sensation. So what exactly is this transparent little tentacle I've become? What world am I in? My head. Something seems to be flooding into my mind. Suddenly Lin Huai cried out in pain. The moment he cried out, the entire Yongxing Hall cemetery shook even more violently, as if about to collapse. And the eerie beings cowering behind their tombstones trembled even more violently. Some weaker ones could barely maintain their forms. But Lin Huai's cry of pain came and went quickly. When the pain in his mind faded, Lin Huai was surprised to find that he had gained some memories of this world. At the same time, he had awakened a peculiar talent ability. Arcane whisper shrank a sigh by the ear. Life and death on both sides. Those with weak will instantly mutate into eerie beings under my control. Mutation. Eerie beings. The world I'm in now seems to be a parallel world of horror resurgence. And the cemetery I'm in is called Yongxing Hall. But this is not reality. It's an eerie inner world derived from the real Yongxing Hall. The so-called eerie inner world is a derivative space similar to but different from reality. In the inner world, monsters roam, each extremely terrifying. And in this world, every place that can spawn an inner world is a significant location. So that's it. The transparent little tentacle I've become is essentially an existence called eerie. And if I want to leave this inner world, it seems I just need to push open the door. Lin Huai's mind stirred. He glanced thoughtfully at the tombstone bearing his name. Then with a gentle push of his tentacle, whoosh, the tombstone transformed into a blood-red door, slowly opening. Seeing this, Lin Huai felt a surge of joy. I wonder if he'll return to human form after leaving this eerie inner world and entering reality. Let me see. In reality, Yongxing Hall Cemetery remained desolate, since the concentration of eerie radiation in the air hadn't reached the standard. It was designated as a restricted zone by the Tongling City government's Anomaly Investigation Bureau. The anomaly level of the restricted zone was 3 stars, indicating that the eerie beings that could appear here ranged from Frank at the lowest to Crank at the highest. And Frank Eerie can kill. A Crank Eerie has the power to destroy an entire street block. This Yongxing Hall hasn't produced any Eerie for 3 months, and the Eerie radiation concentration is very close to the standard. It would be unsealed in a week or 2 and the land would be used to build a school. But suddenly the Eerie radiation concentration spiked, spawning a new Eerie. What could be the reason? Amidst the dust, a jeep sped over. As the door opened, 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women, jumped out. The voice belonged to a young man about high school age wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that lent him a refined, studious air. In his hand, he held a tablet computer, yet disturbingly 2 blood-soaked veins extended out from the tablet and burrowed straight into his brain. As those veins writhed rhythmically, a mysterious crimson light spread through the boy's eyes. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and the tablet's screen mirrored everything around them. Yet the scene within the tablet was drenched in blood red, saturated with a chilling, sinister aura. The originally bright and sunny sky above was transformed in that display into something ominous. From that sky and the tablet, fine strands of blood rain were falling, utterly horrifying. The concentration of anomalous radiation has exceeded the standard by 10 points. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? A girl beside him glanced over, and her expression changed at once. At this level of anomalous radiation, there's a real chance a class anomaly could be born. As the girl exclaimed, she lifted her slender jade-like hand. Her nails were beautifully manicured, crystal clear, and adorned with delicately painted petals like tiny works of art. Yet in that instant the manicure turned a deep blood red. The petals upon her nails seemed to blossom open, releasing a rich, sweet scent of blood that gradually condensed into the alluring face of a beautiful woman. That beautiful visage glanced left and right, blood-red eyes swirling restlessly, as if observing something unseen. After a few seconds, the woman's face floated free of the nails and drifted close to the girl's ear, whispering softly about what it had discovered. The girl's originally bright and lovely features clouded with melancholy. What should we do? My smile-blossom countenance tells me there is the aura of a suspected class, perhaps even above-class anomaly here. Don't worry, Lu Xiaoxiao, the bespectacled boy said calmly. Since the school chose this place as the site for our graduation exam, they must have guaranteed that nothing excessively dangerous will appear here. Besides, our school is City No. 1 high school, the best in Tongling City, and it has close cooperation with the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. I heard that for this exam, a veteran containment officer from the Bureau will be serving as our proctor. With such a powerful veteran containment officer here, what's there to be afraid of? Another boy strode over. He was tall and slender, with fair skin, dressed in a well-fitted casual suit that gave him the air of a young aristocrat. Yet on closer inspection, the shadow behind this tall, thin boy was stretched absurdly long in the sunlight, radiating an unsettling sense of disproportion, like a gaunt, ghostly silhouette that followed him unhurriedly wherever he went. It sent a chill down the spine, and that eerie shadow lent the boy himself a bone-deep coldness that made him hard to approach. And besides, the tall boy's gaze drifted toward a graceful figure not far away, a flicker of fervor flashing briefly in his eyes as he smiled. Our temporarily assigned graduation exam squad happens to include a very important figure, the famed campus beauty, the young lady cherished by Tongling City's Mayor Lin Huai. I heard that our campus bell recently contained a rare class anomaly, the netherflame ghost-faced butterfly, and even succeeded in controlling it. With the young lady here, even if a class anomaly really shows up, what's there to fear? What? She not only contained a class anomaly, but even brought it under control. Lu Xiaoxiao stared at the distant figure in shock. Even the gold-rimmed glasses boy, who had been fixated on the tablet and monitoring the ambient anomalous radiation, could not help but lift his head, a strange light flickering through his eyes. Lin Huai wore her hair in a neat ponytail, dressed in a plain white t-shirt and jeans. Her whole appearance was clean and simple, yet even such unadorned attire could not conceal her devastatingly beautiful face or her striking curvaceous figure. Nonetheless, Lin Huai herself was exceedingly aloof, like a cold moon hanging in the night sky, casting down pale lunar light that drew countless gazes upward, yet forever remaining beyond reach. She paid no heed to the tall boy's words. Her beautiful eyes were sweeping over the long-abandoned Eternal Life Hall Cemetery. Her originally dark pupils slowly took on faint threads of crimson. At the same time, wisps and strands of anomalous aura appeared within her field of vision. This was one of the abilities branded into her soul since becoming a containment officer, the anomalous eye. In this world, each time one successfully contains an anomaly, there is a chance to obtain an anomalous emblem. If one can brand it into the soul, one can gain all manner of inconceivable powers. With sufficient luck and special rituals, one might even obtain the right to control the corresponding anomaly. Through the anomalous eye, those viscous wisps of anomalous aura did not appear as they usually did, violent and chaotic, but instead were neatly ordered, even one might say docile. This peculiarity filled Lin Huai with a profound sense of unease. The higher the anomalous radiation concentration, the more rampant the anomalous aura in the air should be. But now, why is it the opposite? Lin Huai could not find an answer. Suddenly, the crimson light of the anomalous eye in her gaze shifted faintly. She turned toward an inconspicuous spot. There, amidst a tangle of wild weeds, the dried and cracked earth abruptly heaved upward. Then with a soft duong, a small transparent tentacle poked its way out from the soil. Huh! Lin Huai blinked in astonishment. Is this an anomaly? But why is it so small? And it even looks a bit cute. For a moment her eyes brightened. No one knew that beneath Lin Huai's frosty campus bell exterior, she harbored a highly unusual little fetish. She liked tentacles. Yes, this deeply embarrassing preference was buried in the very deepest corner of her heart, a secret unknown even to her closest parents. This transparent little tentacle, so dazed, so adorable. The more I look, the cuter it seems. Lin Huai's breathing unconsciously quickened, a blush tinting her cheeks as excitement surged in her heart. Anomalies this small were usually very weak, often not even reaching class. Containing such a feeble anomaly almost never yielded an anomalous emblem and held little research value. It would even require the expenditure of a containment sphere worth 10,000 yuan. Yet in this world, some peculiar weak anomalies fit perfectly with the aesthetic tastes and special fetishes of a small group of people. Those people delighted in spending large sums to collect such strange little anomalies, and Lin Huai was unmistakably one of them. With a soft flick of her slender pale fingers, bloodlight flowed, and a sphere appeared in her palm, seemingly forged of flesh and blood, constantly writhing, its surface etched with circuit-like patterns. This was a containment sphere, a special technological artifact developed by the National Science Division through decades of research into anomalous creatures. This technology was utterly different from the mechanical science popular a century ago. It had been given a name, fleshcraft technology. Weak anomalies are usually highly vigilant. The graduation exam will officially begin any moment. I have to contain this little transparent tentacle before the proctor arrives, while no one's looking, then take it home to play with after the exam. No one would ever imagine that on the face of this ice-cold campus belle at this very moment, there was a sly, impish glint, a mischievous expression utterly at odds with her usual frosty demeanor. Lin Huai stealthily drew near to that translucent little tentacle. At the same time, Lin Huai, having pushed open the blood-soaked door within the eerie world of Yongxing Hall and emerged into the real world, found himself utterly displeased to discover that he had, much to his chagrin, once again crawled out of the dirt. What irked him even more was this. Motherfucker. Why the hell was he still stuck in the form of a translucent little tentacle? Damn, he couldn't possibly spend the rest of his days wandering the world as a tentacle, could he? That was just too absurd. Wait, I mean, he'll grow up eventually, right? Then what will I become when I grow up? Whom could it be? A massive tentacle monster. At this thought, especially when he imagined himself as a gigantic tentacle beast surrounded by a bevy of beauties in a rather wicked scenario, he felt even more disgusted. After all, he harbored no such peculiar perversions. Forget it, it'll take it one step at a time. The world is vast, let's go take a look first. Just as Lin Huai stopped thinking, deciding to wander around first and observe his surroundings. Suddenly, swish, a meaty blood-red sphere smacked into his head. Well, for lack of a better term, his head. This startled Lin Huai, then angered him. Damn, who has no sense of public decency? Littering from a height. Don't you know that littering from a height is against the law? Then came a thud sound. The bloody sphere bounced like a springy beef ball. Though it didn't hurt Lin Huai, it infuriated him greatly. He spun around abruptly and launched into a torrent of curses at whatever was behind him. My advanced containment sphere didn't work. Lin Huai was taken aback when her thrown containment sphere showed no reaction. And what surprised her even more was that translucent little tentacle touched by the containment sphere not only didn't flee in fright, but turned around, hopping incessantly, making chattering sounds at her, as if trying to say something. This sight left Lin Huai momentarily stunned. Then her beautiful eyes sparkled even brighter. Wow, this is just too adorable. Meanwhile, after cursing profusely, Lin Huai suddenly felt something was off. He then realized a giant stood before him. Oh no, rather a female giant. Holy crap. Attack on Titan. Wait, maybe because I'm just a translucent little tentacle, everything looks huge. So is this a native human of this world? She's quite pretty, a real beauty with dazzling headlights. But why does she look at me like some fangirl? Lin Huai was appreciating the beauty when he noticed the gorgeous woman had a look of intense excitement in her eyes. Even the corners of her mouth seemed to be drooling as if she were salivating. Lin Huai couldn't help but sweat. Sister Feiyue, what are you doing? The invigilator from the Paranormal Investigation Bureau has arrived and is calling us to gather. Just then, Lu Xiaoxiao approached. Seeing Lin Feiyue standing in a patch of overgrown weeds apparently doing something, she couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm observing the flow of paranormal energy around us. You know, observing the flow of paranormal energy helps us locate anomalies faster and more accurately, which will prepare us for the upcoming exam task. Lin Feiyue quickly turned around and used her body to block the translucent little tentacle behind her. Then with a composed expression, she said to Lu Xiaoxiao, "Oh, I see. I heard that you have the brank ability Sinister Eye, which allows you to see the flow of paranormal energy invisible to ordinary containers." Lin Feiyue quickly turned around and used her body to block the translucent little tentacle behind her. Then with a composed expression, she said to Lu Xiaoxiao, "Oh, I see. I heard that you have the brank ability Sinister Eye, which allows you to see the flow of paranormal energy invisible." Lin Feiyue said, "Okay, sure." After confirming that Lu Xiaoxiao had disappeared from sight, Lin Feiyue quickly turned around. Seeing that the adorable translucent little tentacle was still there, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then a gleeful smile spread across her face. "Well, even though I don't know what went wrong with the containment sphere for a little cutie like you who's too naive to even flee containment, doesn't matter. I'll just take you in my arms." With that, Lin Feiyue, disregarding decorum, lunged forward. Caught off guard, she scooped the translucent little tentacle into her embrace. In Lin Huai's eyes, all he saw was a pair of headlights shining wildly at him, almost blinding his titanium alloy dog eyes. Lin Huai was instantly flabbergasted. What the hell? 4 graduating students from Tongling City know. 1 high school, don't underestimate this Yongxing Hall Cemetery, even though it's only a 3-star paranormal restricted zone. It has a significant history. It is said that this place is the burial site of the first victim of the paranormal incident at the dawn of this era, and also the first national martyr who sacrificed his life to warn the people and resist the rampant anomalies. At this moment, at Yongxing Hall Cemetery, a man dressed as an instructor wearing sunglasses was speaking eloquently before Lin Feiyue and the other 3. Notably, on his left shoulder near the neck, the trapezius muscle was visibly swollen much larger than the right side, giving him an extremely disproportionate and bizarre appearance. And even stranger, this swollen trapezius muscle was covered in green veins writhing like earthworms. A crack resembling a bloodstain lay in the very center. At first glance, it looked like a tightly shut giant eye. Oh, national martyrs are buried here. That can't be right. Shouldn't great martyrs and ancestors be in Longdu? How could they be in our small Tongling City in a long-abandoned little cemetery? The bespectacled male student Zhuang Shuyu asked in confusion. That's why it's just a rumor, Zhuang Shuyu. After all, it's been centuries since the beginning of the paranormal era and many events have turned into legends. No one knows the truth anymore, like the famous Jinxiao 13 red-clad paranormal incident. The tall, lean male student Chun Wei said with a smile. Oh, Zhuang Shuyu nodded thoughtfully. All right, now let me explain the key points of the exam. Although this is an exam, you can also think of it as a trial mission assigned by the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. In this mission, you need to investigate the root cause of the sudden surge in paranormal radiation at Yongxing Hall Cemetery, and then either exorcise or contain it. During this process, I will observe your actions from the shadows and grade you based on your performance. The man in sunglasses said. His gaze swept over each of the 4 examinees. When it finally landed on Lin Feiyue, a smile crept onto his face. Of course, I know that your abilities vary, but the exam tests not only individual capability, but also teamwork. What is the most important thing for us humans to fight against anomalies? It is our unity as a community of shared destiny. Only through cooperation, merging into one, can we become the strongest rope climbing toward higher skies. Yes, the 4 examinees felt a surge of excitement. Even the usually aloof Lin Feiyue. A serious expression appeared on her delicate face. However, at this moment, what occupied Lin Feiyue's mind the most was not the upcoming exam task, but that adorable translucent little tentacle she had tucked into her chest, pressed tightly against her bosom. Hee little cutie, you're still wriggling so naughty. They'll teach you a lesson when we get home. Lin Feiyue felt the tiny tentacle in her arms twisting and wriggling. It made her feel a tingling numbness. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. She tightened her grip, slightly pressing the restless little tentacle closer to her bosom. At this moment, Lin Huai, trapped in the warm softness, felt an urge to howl at the heavens. Oh my God! Is this something I can experience for free? So suffocating. But I love this suffocation. To be honest, he hadn't been too happy about being suddenly hugged by a random crazy woman. But soon he changed his mind. Speaking of which, this girl who grabbed me is called Lin Feiyue. She's currently taking some graduation exam. Since a paradise of warmth had fallen from the sky, Lin Huai, holding the principle of not missing a bargain, was determined not to leave. He decided to stay on this beautiful woman named Lin Feiyue for now. Enjoy it to the fullest. And through her investigate whether there was any special way in this world to restore his human body. After all, being a transparent little tentacle forever wasn't ideal, right? While Lin Huai was pondering, suddenly he felt a buzzing in his mind, and then he was surprised to find that he had inexplicably awakened a new ability. Spiritual ghost ice glass. Under its gaze all anomalies shall be laid bare. Earlier, I awakened an class ability Mysterious Whisper, and now another one. For people in this world, having a class ability is already impressive, but for me, class abilities come like free cabbages one after another. Lin Huai couldn't figure out what was going on with him. He had to admit the awakening of his class ability was indeed capricious. Lin Huai has a class ability Ghost Eye, but my spiritual ghost eye is class obviously far more powerful. All anomalies laid bare. Let me try it out. With a thought, Lin Huai's transparent little tentacle body suddenly emitted a faint blue glow. Vaguely the blue light swirled into the shape of an eye. At the moment that ghostly blue eye appeared, a line of information surfaced in Lin Huai's mind. He couldn't help but exclaim. Under the gaze of the spiritual ghost eye, all anomalies were laid bare. And at this moment the closest to Lin Huai was undoubtedly Lin Huai, who held him in her arms. So the spiritual ghost eye reacted first to her. Speaking of which, in this world humans become containers, and while containing anomalies and gaining various anomalous abilities, they themselves become similar to anomalies. Therefore the spiritual ghost eye also detects all containers around. But strangely, when the spiritual ghost eye looked at Lin Huai, I inexplicably felt a sense of affinity towards her. What is this? Vaguely Lin Huai seemed to see within Lin Huai, or rather deep within her soul, a faint magnificent rosy glow drifting. This glow was layered, dreamlike, both illusory and real elusive. But in a daze, Lin Huai vaguely saw a peculiar seed-like thing within it. He activated the spiritual ghost eye to examine it closely, but suddenly everything vanished. This made Lin Huai a bit puzzled. What the hell? Just then several lines of text appeared in Lin Huai's mind, displaying all information about Lin Huai as a container. Lin Huai Senior, container level quasi 3, container levels from low to high 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Special anomalous abilities: Ghost Eye class, Dark Flame class, Phantom Shadow class, Corrupted Claw class, Dream Charm class. Controlled anomalies: Dark Flame, Ghost Butterfly class, Dream Eater class. Special physique: Ghost Immortal Body, 9 Heavens Mysterious. Maiden Rare, Ghost Immortal Body Mysterious Source, Spirit Rare. Above the 9 heavens all are specters, beneath the mysterious source, great compassion and supremacy. The mysterious source spirit is the essence of myriad ghostly energies gathering the mysterious source chi to intimidate countless anomalies. It is also the soul of myriad ghostly energies using the mysterious source chi as a guide to mold a ghost immortal body. Special physique: Ghost Immortal Body Mysterious Source Spirit. Perhaps the strange sight deep in Lin Huai's soul and the inexplicable affinity I felt come from this rare special physique. Lin Huai's gaze focused on the term Ghost Immortal. For a moment, he thought of an image depicted on the exquisite carved beams of the buildings in the Eternal Life Hall's anomalous inner world. A celestial being whose face was covered with densely packed eyeballs, eerie and spine-chilling. It seems that this world also has myths of gods and immortals, but their appearances might be somewhat grotesque. These unnameable gods and immortals are probably called ghost immortals. Lost in thought, Lin Huai became somewhat interested in these ghost immortals. He studied Lin Huai's special physique carefully. Under the gaze of the spiritual ghost eye, detailed information about the Ghost Immortal Body Mysterious Source Spirit was fully displayed in Lin Huai's mind. It was a lengthy text of tens of thousands of words detailing the method of activation, usage, and several derived anomalous abilities. At this moment, Lin Huai, though possessing a special physique, had not yet fully awakened it. It remained in a latent inactive state. However, through the spiritual ghost eye, Lin Huai could first understand it. And the more he understood, the brighter his eyes became. Using the mysterious source chi as a guide, one can mold a ghost immortal body. In plain terms, Lin Huai's special physique can produce a special energy called mysterious source chi. Through a specific ritual, using this mysterious source chi as a guide, one can create an additional physical body known as ghost immortal body. Seeing this, Lin Huai immediately smiled. Truly, when the mountains and rivers are doubtful and there seems no way, another village appears in the dark. Since he was now a transparent little tentacle and couldn't transform back into a human, why not create an additional body for himself? Well, this ghost immortal body sounds intimidating, but in reality, it can be shaped however one imagines, very flexible. I can naturally mold it into my original handsome appearance. But, besides using the mysterious source chi as a guide, creating a body also requires other materials, such as a head, limbs, torso, organs, etc. These different body parts can be freely taken from various creatures, even the unnameable anomalies. But one thing is crucial: they must be powerful. Only then will the final ghost immortal body be perfect. Thinking of this, Lin Huai's heart stirred. Currently, in this world's class, anomalies seem to be the most formidable existence in the eyes of human containers. Since he needed powerful body parts, why not hunt class anomalies? That idea is feasible, but the urgent task is to first activate Lin Feiyu's special physique, ghost, immortal body, mysterious source spirit. Thinking of the activation method, Lin Huai couldn't help but feel a sense of strangeness. To be honest, this activation method was quite extreme in taste. The sound of flesh being sliced open suddenly echoed in a corner of the Yongshengtang cemetery. Crimson blood spread out, staining a shattered tombstone. Tisk, I must say, truly delicious. As expected of a Kwasa Level 2 senior containment officer, his whole body has been marinated with anomalous qi to perfection. This liver, this brain, oh ho, truly an exquisite delicacy. If only I could eat such delicacies every day. A creature covered in pus-filled blisters. Extremely hideous. A monster like mud, lying on a man's corpse, sucking and gnawing with utter abandon. Its writhing body surface was covered with eyes one after another, and skull-like patterns densely permeated from within its body. At first glance, it seemed as if hundreds of thousands of skulls were buried inside the monster, extremely terrifying to behold. After a short while, the torso of the man's corpse was devoured completely. Only a head remained, being toyed with by the monster. The head's eyes were wide open, filled with ferocity and resentment, obviously dying with eternal regret. And upon closer inspection, although most of the head's facial skin had been corroded, yet it could still be vaguely discerned. He was actually the senior containment officer and invigilator from the Bureau of Anomaly Investigation, who had been speaking eloquently in front of the 4 examinees, including Lin Feiyue, not long ago. Not enough to eat. Truly not enough. The monster's purple tongue covered in sores licked the head back and forth as if reluctant to swallow the last delicacy, wanting to savor it thoroughly. But in the end, it still swallowed the head. All the densely packed eyeballs on its body showed a look of unsatisfied desire. Suddenly, the monster's mud-like body convulsed and writhed frantically. The eyeballs all over its body emitted an eerie light, accompanied by the distortion of its form. In the blink of an eye, it had actually transformed into the appearance of that invigilator from the Bureau of Anomaly Investigation. But fortunately, there are still several delicious desserts waiting for me after the meal, especially that female student named Lin Feiyue. She seems particularly delicious. Oh, I smell an intoxicating scent from her. I can't wait to savor her properly. A long purple tongue extended from the invigilator's mouth. He licked his lips. A sinister and terrifying smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he took a step. Shua. His entire body merged into the ground and disappeared. You guys, where do you think that invigilator from the Bureau of Anomaly Investigation is hiding to observe us? I always feel a creepy sensation, as if something malicious is watching me. By the way, that invigilator wouldn't be peeping at me while I pee, would he? Yongshengtang Cemetery. On the internal road covered with fallen leaves, the tall and thin male student Chun Wei looked at the 3 beside him. Couldn't help muttering quietly. I say, classmate Chun Wei, you have no morals, but that doesn't mean others have none. Besides, who would care about your little toothpick? Lu Xiaoxiao gave Chun Wei a speechless glare. You? Classmate Lu Xiaoxiao, I'm telling you, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. You little steamed bun, believe me, he'll dip you in vinegar and eat you directly. Tu. You pervert, will kill you within 3 days. Come on, let's hurt each other. Ignoring the 2 goofballs, the gold-rimmed glasses male student Zhuang Xiyu held a tablet in his hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings, meticulously observing every corner. At this moment, the tablet not only had blood vessels connecting to his brain, but also extended a long tail-like spike that pierced into the back of his neck at the spine. With a wriggle, images flashed across the tablet. Zhuang Xiyu looked at these images and couldn't help but ponder. Meanwhile, Lin Feiyue maximized her anomaly eye. Streaks of scarlet anomalous qi floated past her vision, indistinct and illusory. The deeper she walked into the Yongshengtang cemetery, the more docile these anomalous qi became, leaving Lin Feiyue increasingly puzzled. Everyone pay attention. In this Yongshengtang cemetery, for some unknown reason, an anomaly extremely adept at hiding itself has been born. Lin Feiyue's clear and cold voice rang out. Adept at hiding. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Wei stopped their horseplay. Looking at Lin Feiyue. Since it's good at hiding, why don't we lure it out, said the tall and thin male student Chun Wei. As he spoke, the long-stretched shadow behind him suddenly twisted and contracted, and the next moment it eerily disappeared. At the same time, the surrounding air suddenly turned cold and eerie. On Chun Wei's shoulder, a substantial, slender, humanoid black shadow appeared like a ghost. The slender, humanoid black shadow raised its head, revealing that it had no mouth, nose, or other facial features. Instead, it had only a pair of blood-red eyes. Chun Wei patted the head of the slender, humanoid black shadow, as if petting a pet. He smiled at Lin Feiyue and the others, saying, the clever anomaly I control, the slender ghost, is most skilled at luring. Zhuang Xiyu, the bespectacled boy, stared at the tablet in his hands, which reflected the Eternal Life Hall Cemetery, now transformed into a blood-soaked world, so thick it nearly overflowed the screen. A look of sheer horror immediately crossed his face. Saying so, Chun Wei glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao beside him and gave a bright smile. Classmate Lu Xiaoxiao, I heard you recently acquired a new anomaly ability, Blood Mantu. As long as you feed this Blood Mantu to an anomaly, it can greatly enhance its abilities in a short time. Tisk, this ability is quite impressive. Now it's time for you to show your true skills. Shameless, who's your wise helper? Lu Xiaoxiao glared at Chen Wei. However, needless to say, she would still use this ability. Although her ability was only clever, it was a rare auxiliary enhancement ability, very useful in team cooperation. Hua. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her slender hand, accompanied by swirling blood light. From her jade-like palm, the outline of a grayish-white mantu faintly appeared. This grayish-white mantu at first glance seemed very inconspicuous, dirty, and unappealing, not arousing any appetite. But upon closer inspection, one could see strands of translucent blood threads emerging like new sprouts. And like creeping ivy, they gradually spread over the surface of the grayish-white mantu, eventually exuding an eerie, sweet fragrance. Smelling this sweet fragrance, this slender ghost that had been lazily lying on Chen Wei's shoulder suddenly perked up. It stretched its neck, its blood-red eyes sparkling, looking very excited. And even the human Chen Wei and the gold-rimmed glasses male student Zhuang Shiyu also felt a jolt of energy. An eerie appetite welled up from their stomachs. They couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Only Lin Huai glanced at the blood mantu indifferently, then turned her head away unconcernedly. Tisk, as expected of blood mantu, this rich, sweet fragrance makes me want to feast on it myself. Chen Wei stuck out his tongue, couldn't help licking his lips. This blood bun not only enhances bizarre abilities, but also harbors alluring powers that can draw out the dirt and greed within a person's heart. The filthier and greedier the person is, the more they will be attracted to the blood bun. Once consumed, this blood bun transforms into poison, specifically targeting those with various vile thoughts. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Wei with a cold sneer. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei was unfazed. Instead, he smiled broadly, saying, He is humans who doesn't harbor a hint of filth and greed in their hearts. It was then that the bespectacled boy Zhuang Shiyu froze momentarily. He then lowered his gaze to the tablet in his hands, momentarily silent. Since you classmate Lu Xiaoxiao possessed this alluring blood bond that attracts the bizarre, combined with Chen Wei's slender ghost shadow ability to entice, there's a high chance we can lure out the hidden bizarre lurking in this eternal life hall cemetery. Lin Huai pondered for a moment. With a thought, she extended her delicate arm. Suddenly a flicker of ethereal light appeared on her arm, and strands of blue flames swiftly flowed out, transforming into a ghostly blue butterfly in an instant. The butterfly was as large as an adult's palm, with shimmering patterns on its wings, strikingly beautiful. Yet strangely, if the patterns were connected, they formed a twisted, ghostly face. As the wings fluttered, this distorted face seemed to writhe, contorting into various grotesque expressions, creating an extremely horrifying sight. This was the brank bizarre controlled by Lin Huai, the ghost flame demon face butterfly. The butterfly circled around the crowd, and with each flap of its wings, glimmering blue powder could be seen softly cascading down. As these blue powders touched the soil beneath, they suddenly ignited with ghostly blue flames, startling Lu Xiaoxiao and the others. However, Lin Huai remained unfazed. With a flick of her jade finger, the ghostly flames were instantly extinguished. Yet beneath the muddy ground, strange blue lights flickered, eventually forming an intricate and profound geometric pattern before falling silent. However, I suspect that this bizarre adept at hiding possesses considerable strength. Although we have the proctor teacher secretly protecting us, we cannot be careless. I have already set up a ghost flame barrier using the ghost flame demon face butterfly, which combines both trapping and attacking capabilities. Lin Huai spoke coldly to Lu Xiaoxiao and the others. Barrier. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were taken aback. It is known that such powerful abilities as barriers can only be learned after completing multiple dangerous tasks and becoming nationally recognized senior containment specialists. Could it be that Lin Huai, who has yet to graduate, has already become a senior containment specialist? This. Indeed, people can be infuriating. Nonetheless, the three were glad to have an expert guide them. Lin Huai not only possessed a brank bazaar, but was also a senior containment specialist. With the secret protection from the proctor teacher from the Bizarre Investigation Bureau, this graduation exam task seemed entirely devoid of danger. Slender, go ahead and eat this blood bun. Chen Wei patted the slender ghost shadow resting on his shoulder and handed over a blood bun exuding a bizarrely sweet aroma. The slender ghost shadow's blood-red eyes instantly lit up. It was unclear how this bizarre entity consumed food. It remained motionless on his shoulder, resembling a sloth. But in the blink of an eye, a piece of the blood bun had mysteriously vanished, then another, and another. Until the blood bun completely disappeared from Chen Wei's palm, the slender ghost shadow's eyes had turned blood-red, oozing a sinister aura that caused the surrounding temperature to drop even further. Seeing this, Chen Wei couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He patted the head of the slender ghost shadow. Go on, bring out that hidden bazaar. The slender ghost shadow imperceptibly nodded, and then vanished in a flash. At the same time, the shadow behind Chen Wei reappeared. However, at that moment, the shadow clearly revealed a pair of blood-red eyes. The shadow continuously writhed and elongated, spreading like a spider's web in all directions. Even in the shadowy areas, the traces of this shadow's movement could be seen, which was exceedingly eerie. As the shadow spread, faint figures of slender men gradually emerged throughout the Eternal Life Hall cemetery. These male figures had no faces but were dressed in suits appearing refined. From them emanated an incomprehensible voice akin to a call that could stir endless curiosity and desire within one's heart, compelling one to approach those slender male figures. Chun Wei flashed a grin at Lu Xiaoxiao, saying, "Classmate Lu Xiaoxiao, your blood bond is truly excellent. It has directly enhanced the ability of my slender ghost shadow by 30. It's just a pity that if only someone had a bit more substance to their bond." Lu Xiaoxiao naturally caught the innuendo. She shot an exasperated glance at the chatty fellow. Just as she was about to scold him, her pupils suddenly contracted as she looked behind Chun Wei, shuddering. "Chun Wei, be careful." "Who?" However, before she could finish her warning, a purple long tongue covered in sores suddenly pierced through Chun Wei's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, splattering Lu Xiaoxiao's face. "What?" Chun Wei had no time to react. By the time he did, he felt an extremely foul odor fill his nostrils. His vision blackened, as if something had enveloped him entirely. Immediately it felt as though countless sharp teeth were stabbing into him, beginning to gnaw at his flesh. The excruciating pain hit him, and Chun Wei was unable to let out a scream before losing consciousness entirely. Ugh! In Lu Xiaoxiao's view, the ground behind Chun Wei bizarrely began to seep out thick, foul-smelling substances resembling rotten mud. These repulsive substances writhed and rolled, revealing glimmers of eyeballs wrapped within dense and exceedingly disgusting. Immediately it felt as though countless sharp teeth were stabbing into him, beginning to gnaw at his flesh. The excruciating pain hit him, and Chun Wei was unable to let out a scream before losing consciousness, transformed into a giant abyssal mouth lined with sharp teeth, swallowing Chun Wei whole in the blink of an eye. Crunch, crunch. As it chewed, a thick, bloody stench instantly permeated the surroundings, with the grotesque creature's surface still prominently displaying the shape of Chun Wei's horrified face. With the air thick with the heavy scent of blood, Lu Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back the turmoil in her stomach and vomited. As an apprentice containment specialist, she had seen her share of bloody scenes. But she was ultimately just a student, having only faced minor bizarre entities in practical training with teachers and seniors protecting her by her side. How could she withstand such a visceral and bloody impact? Moreover, a familiar classmate, dying right before her eyes. This is bad. The radiation concentration of this bazaar. It's an rank bazaar. Instantly, a strange blood-red hue filled the air. Thick, visible blood rain swirled between heaven and earth, and the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with chaotic, bizarre energy. Zhuang Shiyu, the bespectacled boy, stared at the tablet in his hands, which reflected the Eternal Life Hall cemetery, now transformed into a blood-soaked world, so thick it nearly overflowed the screen. A look of sheer horror immediately crossed his face. A great aberration. What did this mean? A great aberration could destroy an entire street. A great aberration could effortlessly annihilate a small town. But in a great aberration, when its full power erupted, it could obliterate a medium-sized city. This was far beyond what these still ungraduated students could handle. When Zhuang Shiyu came to his senses, he happened to witness the tall, thin male student Chun Wei being swallowed and chewed by the mud-like monster, and his face turned ashen instantly. At the same time, the tablet in his hand blazed with a fierce, bloody light. Not only was the blood rain on the screen thick and dense, but a mournful wailing sound also emanated from it. It seemed as if countless ghosts were about to crawl out from within. The blood vessels connecting to Zhuang Shiyu's brain, as if unable to withstand such intense concentration of aberrant radiation, twitched and convulsed incessantly, as if in extreme agony. Seeing this, Zhuang Shiyu's expression shifted drastically as he tried to retract and shut down the tablet. But suddenly the blood vessels, as if no longer able to bear the immense pressure, twisted and deformed in an eerie manner, then burst with a loud bang. In that instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The tablet in his hand, having lost its connection to the blood vessels, underwent a bizarre transformation from its metallic luster into a piece of flesh covered in sores and holes oozing with dripping blood. Before long, it decayed into a sticky lump of pulp, slipping through Zhuang Shiyu's fingers and emitting a foul stench. Zhuang Shiyu's face grew even paler. My great aberration, sinful flesh lump, actually died just like that. This great aberration originated from a great aberration known as the sinful ghost. Though low in rank, it was a fundamental material essential for the current popular flesh technology, which could be crafted into various aberration-based tech products for use by containment operatives. It was a common, easily controllable, and affordable aberration. But now this tablet made from the sinful flesh lump couldn't withstand the concentration of aberrant radiation emitted by a great aberration. It simply rotted away. Zhuang Shiyu's heart sank, a sense of extreme foreboding rising within him. He quickly fumbled in his pants pocket and pulled out a smartphone. Yet at this moment, under the terrifying concentration of aberrant radiation that had nearly turned into tangible bloody rain, this smartphone also began to writhe and convulse. Then amidst a mournful wail, it transformed into a festering, rotting piece of flesh oozing bloody fluid, and soon turned into pulp in his hand. The bespectacled male student Zhuang Shiyu's expression turned grim to the extreme. No good at this rate, I can't even call for outside help. Lin Huai, however, had no intention of calling for help at all. Although she carried a more advanced flesh technology communication device that wouldn't decay under such high aberrant radiation, and a great aberration, a being of such power naturally generated a shielding barrier that could isolate all signals in a short time. Blindly seeking help was nothing but a desperate struggle. It was better to stall for time first. After all, besides them, the examinees, there was also a proctor from the Aberration Investigation Bureau present. That proctor should be a quasi-level 2 senior containment operative. While a quasi-level 2 senior containment operative couldn't yet control a great aberration for combat, they should have mastered 1 or 2 great abilities, and their controlled aberrations should be cultivated to the grade peak. With my help, we might stand a fighting chance. The moment the mud monster swallowed Chunwei Lin Huai sensed the anomaly and calmly formulated a countermeasure. She raised her slender jade-like finger. The ghost flame butterfly which had been circling around her let out a soft chirp and fluttered its wings. The ghostly face formed by the gorgeous patterns on its wings eerily transformed into a smiling face, faintly transmitting a woman's eerie laughter. The next moment, the ghost flame butterfly burst into crystalline streams of light and dissipated. At the same time, after devouring Chun Wei, the mud monster felt unsatisfied. It licked its lips with its purple tongue, then all its eyes moved in unison, casting a malicious gaze at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was vomiting. But just as it prepared to open its abyssal maw again, the crayed aberration lanky shadow, now masterless and dazed after Chun Wei's death, suddenly had its crimson eyes flash with light. Upon its body, ghostly blue flames swirled, forming a ghostly face with a sinister smile. Giggle. The lanky shadow let out a woman's tittering laugh. Originally resembling a tall, slender gentleman in a suit, it suddenly became even more slender, transforming into a tall, thin lady wearing ghostly blue high heels, a veiled mask over her face, and an aristocratic hat on her head. The tall lady adjusted her hat and began to dance gracefully. She took a step, and in an instant her figure vanished. The next moment she reappeared above the mud monster's head, her ghostly blue high heels burning with gorgeous flames, stomping down fiercely. Squelch. The mud monster's head was stomped to pieces along with its writhing, eye-covered body splattering in all directions. But mid-splash, the monster's remnants began to writhe madly, suddenly retracting in midair. Shush! 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 Each piece of the mud monster's remains seemed to have an independent life, cackling as they clung like bone-eating maggots to the tall lattice slender legs, writhing incessantly, even trying to burrow inside. The tall lady was instantly trapped. Her originally graceful dance steps became stiff and labored. Seeing this, Lin Huai's expression turned grave. She quickly approached Lu Xiaoxiao, standing guard in front of her, then raised her jade-like finger again and uttered a single word, as if reciting an ancient incantation. Phantom. A hum resonated through the void as the aberrant qi suddenly vibrated. It seemed that the words spoken by Lin Huai held some mysterious power. A vast amount of aberrant qi rapidly gathered and surged into the tall lattice body. The moment it flowed in, the tall lady let out a piercing shriek. The next instant, her slender form split apart. Breaking free from the mud's restraint, she transformed into 2 tall, slender phantoms. These 2 phantoms quickly materialized from virtual to solid, and upon them ghostly blue flames swirled, each evolving into a lifelike ghostly face. However, one ghostly face bore a look of towering rage, while the other was filled with deep sorrow. The rage-filled phantom's body writhed, its tall, slender form instantly becoming extremely muscular, covered in demonic sinews, its face turning green with fangs exuding intense hatred. The sorrowful phantom, on the other hand, twisted eerily, flickering faintly, and amidst a series of sighs vanished in an uncanny manner. The next moment, around the reforming, writhing mud monster, a hazy mist began to swirl. This mist, both virtual and real, transmitted waves of sighs. One after another, the continuous sighs intertwined with strands of aberrant qi, forming an invisible cage that completely enveloped the mud monster's body. This caused the monster's constantly writhing, slimy body to suddenly become stiff, as if stuck with glue. Just then, the rage-filled phantom raised a fist as big as a sandbag, blazing with fierce, ghostly blue flames and a dazzling, oppressive light, and slammed it viciously onto the mud monster. This time the sighing mist wrapped around it like an invisible cocoon. The mud monster's body did not burst outward. The eyeballs hidden within its form with the descent of the fist all exploded, oozing pus like blood, faintly accompanied by shrill cries, as if the monster was wailing in agony. This rank anomaly must have just been born, so its abilities haven't fully matured yet. Lin Huai observed a flicker of joy rising within her. She turned her head looking at Lu Xiaoxiao, who had finally regained her composure, and spoke rapidly. Lu Xiaoxiao, give me one no two blood mantu. Oh, okay. Seeing that Lin Huai could even contend with an rank anomaly, the gloom on Lu Xiaoxiao's face instantly dissipated. Hope for survival surged from within her heart. She suppressed the churning nausea in her stomach. With a raise of her palm accompanied by a flash of blood-red light, 2 blood-stained gray-white steamed buns materialized in an instant. Damn it. I never expected that this 3-star restricted area, the Yongsheng Cemetery, would birth an rank anomaly. This is going to be troublesome. But classmates, rest assured, I've already notified the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and someone will come to rescue us soon. Just then a man's voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Lu Xiaoxiao's face immediately lit up with ecstatic joy. Although Lin Huai still maintained an aloof expression, there was a clear sign of relief on her face. This senior containment officer from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau had finally arrived just in time. Though the anomaly before them had reached a rank, it must have been newly born, so its abilities were not yet strong. Thus, they should be safe from here on. At that moment, Lin Huai, who was on Lin Huai, sensed something unusual about the newcomer. With a single thought, he transmitted his message to Lin Huai. Suddenly, an extremely ominous feeling surged within her heart. She instinctively activated her sinister eye. For some reason at this very moment, she felt her sinister eye undergo an inexplicable transformation, granting her an incredible sensation as if she could see through all anomalies in the world. Acting on an impulse, she lifted her gaze, looking at the proctor who had appeared behind them, accompanied by a flash of blue light. Swoosh! Lin Huai's face instantly turned as pale as paper. This was no proctor at all. His eyes were bloodshot, his body covered in pustules, and his mouth was filled with fine sharp teeth. He was clearly an anomaly in human skin. Lu Xiaoxiao, watch out! Lin Huai was about to shout, but at that moment, a bloody hand burst through Lu Xiaoxiao's chest, clutching at Tinder's still beating heart. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she stared at the hand protruding from her chest, and the still pulsing crimson heart. She couldn't believe it. Was she dead just like that? The bloody hand writhed, transforming into a mouth full of sharp teeth, and began to chomp and devour Lu Xiaoxiao's heart. Simultaneously, a large amount of mud-like foul substance spread out, covering Lu Xiaoxiao's corpse, completely engulfing and consuming it, leaving not a single trace behind. The man, who looked like a proctor while savoring his delicious meal, fixed a sinister grin on Lin Huai. He said with interest, "Tisk tisk, I was planning to eat you in a sneak attack, but I didn't expect you to see through my transformation. Interesting. According to the memories of the man I devoured, you should only have a brank ability called Sinister Eye, and that ability shouldn't be able to see through me." Seeing another classmate die, Lin Huai's face turned grim and slightly pale. This was terrible. It seemed that the proctor from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau had already fallen victim long ago. To kill a Quasa Level 2 senior containment officer silently, this anomaly was clearly also a rank, and even among a ranks, it was likely one of the more powerful ones. What should she do now? But come to think of it, indeed the disguise of a powerful rank anomaly should have been impossible to see through with just her brank Sinister Eye. So why did she suddenly have an intuitive sense of something wrong and see through its disguise at once? Could it be that the Sinister Eye had mutated? At this thought, Lin Huai couldn't help but focus her mind and activate the Sinister Eye's ability again. As she did so, with a faint flash of blue light at the corner of her eye, Lin Huai was instantly stunned. A strange and bewildered expression crept onto her cool, beautiful face. Because the moment she activated the Sinister Eye, 3 words eerily floated out from above the head of this powerful rank anomaly. Edible. Eatable. Lin Huai was dumbfounded. What the hell? She wondered if she was hallucinating, so she fixed her gaze on the rank anomaly again. This time, not only did the words edible float above its head, but also another 3 words, so fragrant. There was even an exclamation mark. This made Lin Huai feel as if she had seen a ghost. What on earth was going on? What was wrong with her Sinister Eye? How had it suddenly become so perverse? Was an anomaly something you could eat? And even if it were edible, she would never eat it. Lin Huai felt a profound revulsion in her heart. She, Lin Huai, would rather starve to death, die outside, or jump off from here than ever eat such a disgusting thing as an anomaly. After finishing Lu Xiaoxiao's corpse, the proctor-like man revealed a look of lingering satisfaction. He raised his hand, and it instantly transformed into a mud-like shape, writhing continuously. The mud monster that had been fighting the 2 slender phantoms suddenly contracted and rushed over, merging directly with this hand. Now how could Lin Huai not see it? These 2 anomalies were originally one entity. After the proctor-like man merged with his split form, his gaze roamed over Lin Huai's entire body, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. He seemed to be pondering how to best savor this highly anticipated dessert. But suddenly this powerful rank anomaly let out a soft exclamation of surprise, followed by a cold sneer. Humph. Seeking death. Do you think you can escape? Shh. Lin Huai also noticed the situation. She saw the gold-rimmed glasses-wearing male student Zhuang Xiyu holding 2 fleshy spherical objects in his hands. Each was about the size of a fist, covered in irregular grooves like a brain with pale, intricate textures. But what was most striking was a constantly writhing eye on the surface of these spheres. The eye had no pupil, only a field of white covered in fine bloodshot veins that surged like waterweed, as if suppressing some restless entity within. Heavenly Ghost demonic eye bombs. Lin Huai's expression changed. Flesh technology didn't just create tools, naturally, it also created weapons. These Heavenly Ghost demonic eye bombs were a type of high-explosive flesh bomb. But this stuff was strictly prohibited. Unless one was a level 3 or above senior containment officer, the state simply did not permit possession. If caught, it would definitely lead to imprisonment. Zhuang Shiyu had these, and he had taken out 2 at once. As if realizing something, Lin Huai's expression shifted slightly, and she immediately shouted, Zhuang Shiyu, these Heavenly Ghost demonic eye bombs might not be able to kill in a rank anomaly, but at your level, detonating them without any protection will release a massive amount of anomalous radiation that will definitely cause you to mutate. Don't act rashly. Come to me quickly. Of course I don't expect to kill this rank anomaly. I just want to escape. I don't want to die with you. And I can't die now. Seeing the rank anomaly charging toward him, Zhuang Shiyu's face grew even paler. He cast a cold glance at Lin Huai. Without any hesitation, he threw and detonated both Heavenly Ghost demonic eye bombs in his hands. At the same time, he turned around and frantically ran toward the exit of the Yongshengtang cemetery. With a whip-like crack, the 2 sky demon eye bombs drifted lightly, like balloons swaying in the wind, seemingly nothing like high-yield explosives. Yet abruptly they halted midair. The bloodshot eyes on their surface writhed, and suddenly revealed a ghostly green vertical pupil. With a splash, the pupil burst into dazzling radiance, and the 2 bombs expanded violently, swelling with the release of light. The furrowed texture on their surface, akin to brain folds, convulsed wildly, and from them sprouted a dense, horrifying mass of fleshy tentacles that spread like a spiderweb across the void. At first glance, they resembled 2 enormous, eerie eyes rooted in the void, coldly glaring down at everyone below. The sight was utterly chilling. The man resembling an exam invigilator paused, then smirked coldly, preparing to force his way through. But at that moment, a ghostly green light flickered in the void behind him. Then fleshy tentacles eerily emerged, instantly coiling around his body and dragging him toward one of the giant eyes. And that was not all. The other eye also extended a dense web of fleshy tentacles. In an instant, they mercilessly wrapped around the aggrayed anomaly's body as well. As the 2 eyes vied for the prize with a violent tear, they ripped the anomaly clean in 2. The next moment, having captured their prey and fulfilled their purpose, the 2 enormous eyes erupted with blinding light, their fleshy tentacles cocooning the severed remains, and exploded with a thunderous boom. In that instant, the already elevated concentration of anomalous radiation in the air surged even higher. A torrential downpour suddenly descended. It was a dense leaden rain of blood, reeking of a pungent stench. Lin Huai, quick of hand and eye, had already directed her ghost flame butterfly to encircle her, her slender fingers tracing complex patterns like a magician's wand, conjuring a defensive barrier of flickering blue flames. Hail-like drops of blood rain crashed against it, crackling like lightning. The ghostly flames, which had traced the intricate patterns, flickered wildly like a candle in the wind. Clearly the barrier could not hold for long. Zhuang Shiyu, who had been frantically fleeing, had no means of defense. He was instantly drenched by the downpour, and the thick, syrupy blood rain sizzled upon contact with his skin. The leaden, stinking blood rain possessed a terrifying corrosive power. Not only that, as the surface of his skin was largely corroded, revealing tender flesh beneath, the blood rain seemed to come alive, splitting into red threads like tapeworms, their tips splitting open to reveal tiny teeth writhing their way into the flesh and causing it to rot and fester instantly. With a scream, Zhuang Shiyu was disfigured in the blink of an eye. His once smooth skin was now covered in festering sores and tumors, oozing turbid pus. His limbs twisted, his head deformed, becoming grotesque and irregular, as if he were transforming into a monstrous aberration. The excruciating pain made him shriek in agony. Yet when he turned back to see the aggrayed anomaly torn apart, despite his twisted, pained expression, a glimmer of joy shone in his eyes. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace. He scrambled frantically toward the gates of the Eternal Life Cemetery. Just a little more. I must survive. But at that moment, a mound of foul mud-like substance erupted from the ground before him, writhing and twisting quickly, taking the form of the exam invigilator. Hey, you really thought those 2 puny flesh bombs could harm me? The man's sneering face split open, revealing a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. A purple tongue covered in sores slithered out, lashing against Zhuang Shiyu's despairing face, laced with blood rain and mucus. Then with a crunch, it bit down. Zhuang Shiyu's headless body collapsed into the blood rain with a splash, soon submerged. Aside from the brain in the skull, the body and organs have been thoroughly polluted by this anomalous radiation-imbued blood rain. They've lost their original delicious flavor. What a pity. The aggrayed anomaly did not bother to feed on Zhuang Shiyu's corpse further. Though it was an anomaly, anything contaminated by anomalous radiation could not be considered its food. It preferred fresh, juicy prey. But fortunately, I still have one last most exquisite dessert. The scent of that Lin Huai is truly sweet. She must be absolutely delectable. The monster shed its disguise and great masses of foul mud-like substance oozed up from the ground. They writhed and merged into its body, causing it to swell in the blink of an eye to the size of a 3-story building. Covered in pus-filled tumors, it held hundreds of eyes buried within, all glowing with an eerie light fixed on Lin Huai with undisguised greed. This great anomaly doesn't just have one split form, and each split form is equivalent to a newly ascended grade anomaly. Fused together, this thing must be at the peak of a grade, just one step away from the most terrifying grade. Lin Huai's beautiful face grew ever more grim as the stench of blood and rot assailed her. She could not understand why a peak grade anomaly had silently emerged in this eternal life cemetery, a 3-star anomalous forbidden zone. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau should have thoroughly inspected every exam site before the graduation exam. Am I going to die here? Lin Huai thought bitterly. There was no help for it. A peak grade anomaly was simply too despairing. Suddenly Lin Huai felt the little transparent tentacle she had tucked into her warm embrace wriggling restlessly. It sent a tingling, numbing sensation through her, and her body grew hot. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Just as she was puzzled with a soft pop, the little transparent tentacle emerged from the collar of her clothes, facing the colossal grade anomaly, wagging its tip as if in great excitement. Tisk tisk, the students in this world really have it rough. Graduation exams are like life or death trials. So intense. Lin Huai looked at the world of blood rain around him like a horror movie and sighed inwardly. Luckily, he had been reincarnated on the anomaly side and seemed to have quite a background. Otherwise, surviving in this world would be an immense pressure. But now that the bystanders are all dead, I can finally get down to some heavy stuff with Lin Huai. With that thought, Lin Huai couldn't help but reveal a wicked grin. Just moments ago, Lin Huai, who had been nestled in warmth and softness, enjoying the pinnacle of life, awakened another Scrade ability. Ghostly Puppet Scrade, using spiritual essence as threads and the soul as a guide, select one existence to become your puppet form. The puppet form will perfectly inherit the abilities of the deceased without distortion or mutation, allowing for active control through attachment or remote autonomous operation via commands. This ability was exceedingly domineering. Anomalies below Scrade or human containment specialists below the special grade could be forcibly transformed into puppet forms under his control. Even Scrade anomalies and special grade containment specialists could, with enough time, be converted into puppets. However, for Lin Huai, this ability primarily served another purpose. It allowed him to manipulate Lin Huai's body at will. Usually, to turn someone into a puppet, one must extinguish their soul, transforming it into puppet threads under one's command. In simpler terms, the target must die first. But perhaps due to Lin Huai's special constitution, Lin Huai made a peculiar discovery. Without any effort on his part, Lin Huai's soul automatically threaded into strands under the influence of the ghostly puppet ability, merging with his like water and milk, as if their souls were one. This left Lin Huai marveling. Ever since the spiritual insight ability awakened, he had sensed an inexplicable affinity emanating from the depths of Lin Huai's soul. It seemed this aloof campus belle was closely connected to him. Speaking of which, my surname is Lin, and so is Lin Huai's. And on the tombstone in the Eternal Life Hall Cemetery's Anomaly World, it read Victim of Anomaly Event 00, one of the Millennium Year, clearly indicating my identity in this world. Could it be? In this world, I am Lin Huai's ancestor. A speculation arose in Lin Huai's mind. He did not know the current year, but judging by the Eternal Life Hall's appearance in the inner world, the cemetery was ancient, possibly built centuries ago. However, Lin Huai did not dwell on it. The most important task now was to take the first step in activating Lin Huai's special constitution. At that moment, Lin Huai noticed a small transparent tentacle emerging from her collar, feeling a hint of surprise. She naturally did not believe such a weak little anomaly could affect the current situation. She merely recalled something. Ordinarily, the intensity of anomalous radiation from an grade peak anomaly was enough to distort ordinary non-containers into monsters. Weak anomalies below a certain level would also collapse and rot under such pressure. Just like the various flesh deck products Zhuang Xiyu had created from the grade anomaly's sinful flesh mass, which would decompose and stink when unable to withstand the pressure. Yet this small transparent tentacle she had stumbled upon and casually captured facing the pressure of an grade peak anomaly not only remained unaffected, but even seemed vibrant. What was going on? Could it be that this small tentacle, seemingly weak, was actually extraordinary? Just then Lin Huai noticed the tentacle had vanished from her collar. It had not retracted, for the sensation of it being nestled in her warmth pressed against her skin like a jelly-like touch was also gone. It was as if the tentacle had simply evaporated. Lin Huai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this weak little tentacle had finally succumbed to the pressure and dissipated? But before she could lament, a strange dreamlike sensation surged within her. Lin Huai felt as if she had fallen into an illusory dream. The dense rain of blood before her vanished, replaced by countless shifting, layered, mottled patches of vibrant color. These colors interwove into a figure gazing at her from afar, filling her with a sense of warmth. Who are you? A question rose instinctively in her mind. Then suddenly, everything faded. When she came to, she found herself back in reality. But now, though she could perceive everything, she was shocked to discover that she could no longer control her own body. A wave of terror washed over her. So this is what it feels like to be a woman, eh? So soft like water. No wonder people say women are made of water. Opening his eyes, he touched here, pinched there, and rubbed all over, savoring the delicate sensation of his own body like a curious child full of amusement. Lin Huai, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. She felt her body moving involuntarily, especially her hands, which turned into a man's wandering paws, groping her shamelessly. Though she couldn't control it, she could clearly feel the tingling, stimulating sensations. A strange feeling stirred within her, making her flush with embarrassment. Yet she couldn't make a sound, only inwardly seething with indignation. All right, my boat is adapted enough. Time for business. Fortunately, Lin Huai didn't go too far. He raised Lin Huai's cold, jade-like face and looked ahead. Suddenly, with a crack, the basic defensive barrier that had been flickering with ghostly flames finally reached its breaking point and collapsed with a mournful sound. The grade anomaly Lin Huai controlled, the ghost flame butterfly, fluttered down like a falling leaf. Clearly under the oppressive aura of the grade peak anomaly, this grade anomaly was nearly incapacitated. Lin Huai's mind stirred. Now that Lin Huai's body was possessed by him as a ghostly puppet, he naturally gained access to all her abilities, including the two anomalies she had tamed. Raising his hand with a blue gleam in his eyes from the spiritual insight ability, Lin Huai used Lin Huai's slender fingers to lightly tap through the air at the descending ghost flame butterfly. Instantly, a wisp of blue flame erupted from his fingertip. In the moment it ignited, it bloomed like a lotus. Upon closer inspection, each petal of this ghost flame lotus was composed of intricate patterns, forming a barrier. One petal, one barrier. 20 petals in total. 20 barriers perfectly combined on a tiny ghost flame lotus. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring aura burst forth. This is the combination of barriers, a domain. How is that possible? My body automatically unleashed such a heaven-defying ability as domain. Witnessing this, Lin Huai's consciousness was so shocked she could barely speak. Oh, a domain. Lin Huai could naturally hear Lin Huai's inner exclamation. He couldn't help but grow intrigued. He merely used this spiritual sight of anomalies to comprehend all the traits of the class anomaly, the netherflame ghost butterfly, and then with a flash of inspiration, he unleashed a class ability that Lin Huai herself possessed, netherflame. This netherflame ability evidently originated from the anomaly emblem, obtained when containing the netherflame ghost butterfly. However, Lin Huai clearly had not mastered this ability. Yet when Lin Huai wielded this netherflame, instinctively, he transformed it into a netherflame lotus. Little did he expect that this thing would be what Lin Huai referred to as a domain, and it seemed far from ordinary. I never thought that a mere flash of inspiration would conjure a fingertip domain. Fascinating. Then let it be called Netherflame Demon Lotus. Let me see its might. This fingertip domain, the Netherflame Demon Lotus, was not an offensive domain, but rather one of the most unique, hardest to comprehend, and most welcomed by allies, a buff-type domain. With a flick of his finger, the delicate and exquisite Netherflame Demon Lotus drifted away. It precisely touched the weakened Netherflame ghost butterfly, which was plummeting from midair. Whooshed! In an instant, a blazing netherfire light burst forth like a blazing sun. At that moment, the class anomaly, resembling a mass of mud, had fully merged, all its dispersed fragments scattered throughout the Eternal Life Hall cemetery. Its already massive form rose to another level. At first glance, it resembled a writhing mountain of flesh blotting out half the sky. The oppressive aura it exuded was extremely intense. It was about to lunge at Lin Huai, but suddenly, an immense aura of anomaly spread out and a netherfire sun bloomed with dazzling radiance, even evaporating the torrential blood rain formed by the materialized anomaly radiation around. This sudden scene startled the class anomaly, which had been eager to feast. What was happening? The mud monster's entire body writhed with eyeballs. Each one flickered with eerie light. They all fixed their gaze on Lin Huai's direction. Just then, it saw Lin Huai raise her eyes and gaze back at it. Her pupils shimmered with a deep blue light swirling like whirlpools, exuding both mystery and eeriness. For some reason, though Lin Huai before, it was still Lin Huai. Upon seeing those flickering deep blue eyes, the mud monster's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of foreboding surged from within. At that moment, the brilliant radiance receded, the blood rain ceased, but the blood-red sky grew even denser. Between heaven and earth, a series of cryptic whispers suddenly arose, like celestial chants from above, yet also like demonic murmurs from the underworld. Amid a patch of pure crystalline netherfire glow, a lotus bloomed with flickering dark light, and from within extended a fair, delicate foot. The next moment, a pair of butterfly wings covered in resplendent patterns and standing as tall as a person oozing with glistening slime stretched out lazily from the blooming lotus. Upon closer inspection, the patterns on the butterfly wings appeared intricate and exquisitely beautiful. Yet upon careful discernment, as these textures combined, they formed one lifelike, ghostly face after another. The ghostly faces either wept, laughed, pouted, or raged. Some were charming and lovely, some full of resentment, some utterly malevolent or pitifully endearing, as if they embodied the myriad facets of human life. A pair of butterfly wings became a tableau of sentient beings. Finally, the netherfire lotus fully bloomed, yet did not vanish. Upon it stood a half-naked maiden, her body covered in ghostly patterns like tattoos, yet without any sense of clutter. Instead, one glance made it feel like admiring a work of art. Exceedingly elegant. This is the evolved form of the netherflame ghost butterfly. The A-class anomaly, netherflame maiden. What's happening? My netherflame ghost butterfly, upon touching that lotus-shaped domain, evolved from class to a class. Lin Huai's consciousness was already stunned to the point of near paralysis. A domain could actually cause a contained anomaly to evolve. Could this be the legendary, extremely hard to comprehend, an incredibly rare buff-type domain? Heavens! This domain that allows anomalies to evolve even among the already rare buff-type domains must be a rarity, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, right? Lin Huai was completely dumbfounded, because this incredibly rare buff-type domain which could evolve anomalies was just casually conjured by her own body. Naturally, Lin Huai wasn't the only one shocked. The colossal mud monster, seeing a mere class anomaly it had utterly ignored suddenly evolve to a class, was so startled that all its densely packed eyeballs stared in disbelief. But after all, it was in a class peak anomaly, just one step away from reaching class. What was a mere newly evolved class anomaly? The mud monster hesitated no longer. Vaguely sensing something amiss, it decided to act swiftly and eliminate the strangely transformed Lin Huai before it. Shushishu. Numerous slender, discovered purple tongues shot out like arrows from the mud monster's entire body. In the blink of an eye, they reached Lin Huai, aiming to pierce her into a sieve. But just then a series of cryptic chants sounded. A slender jade finger descended, silently burning with crystalline nether fire, and waved languidly at the dense mass of slender purple tongues. At the same time, a maiden's voice, as if chanting an ancient incantation, rang out. Disturb his slumber. Before Lin Huai's body, the void trembled. In an instant, inch after inch of crystalline light flowed forth, seemingly transforming into a multifaceted prism reflecting countless beams of light, drawing those countless slender purple tongues to touch it involuntarily. At the moment of contact, a dreamlike luster emanated, turning into tendrils of writhing flames that burned away. In an instant, the dense mass of purple tongues was consumed to ashes. Seeing this, the mud monster's eyeballs all showed a gloomy expression. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in these eyeballs, and they writhed madly, flying up one by one to merge in midair. In no time, they formed 1, 2, 3. A full 10 massive eyeballs encircling the mud monster's body. Anomaly abilities. You think I don't have any? The mud monster revealed a sneer. As its lips parted, a tone filled with sinister malevolence was spewed forth. Festering tumors. Putrid sores. As the words were uttered, the 10 massive eyeballs spun around their pupils, splitting open like blooming flowers. The next moment, with a squelching sound, a human figure emerged from each one. These figures, male and female, with different faces, were all drenched in blood, covered in festering tumors and putrid sores. Among them were unmistakably Chunwei, Lu Xiaoxiao, and Zhuang Xiu, who had been devoured earlier. The figures cackled eerily, and the moment they emerged from the eyeballs, they charged recklessly toward Lin Huai, covered in tumors and sores, with astonishing speed like lightning. And just as they approached, bang, they suddenly self-destructed. The anomalous fluids hidden within the tumors and sores splattered wildly with the explosion. In an instant, the air was filled with an intensely nauseating stench. This bizarre creature is probably the embodiment of all things filthy and ugly. It is not enough for it to be vile itself, it seeks to pollute others, turning them into something repugnant, much like the most venomous tumor. Lin Huai saw through the true form of this bizarre entity. It was clearly a tumor that everyone wished to eradicate. He let out a cold smile. With a thought, the A-grade spectral enchantress butterfly appeared silently before Lin Huai. Stepping on a lotus flower, her expression blank, as she gazed at the toxic fluid raining down from the sky, a glimmer of ghostly light flashing across her cold cheeks. Alongside her appeared a slender, ghostly figure. Having lost its master, this slender ghost was rendered useless, especially after being possessed by the spectral flame ghost butterfly earlier. At this moment, its form flickered faintly. It seemed on the verge of completely vanishing from the world. But with a point of the spectral enchantress butterfly's fingertip, the dim eyes of the slender ghost suddenly brightened, and amidst the intertwining blood red and ghostly blue light, mysterious flames ignited all over its body. Bathed in these flames, the slender ghost let out a sharp scream as its form abruptly turned to ash, merging with the flames. At the same time, an incredibly cold aura suddenly spread out. A flame resembling gray mist and exuding an intensely frigid presence floated up as if it could freeze a person's very soul. The spectral enchantress butterfly gently cradled this gray mist flame in her jade hand. In her gaze there flickered a hint of compassion. She then aimed the cold flame at the void, letting out a delicate cry, speaking in an extremely cold tone of ancient words. Embrace its elegance. The gray mist flame surged suddenly, creating a chilling whirlwind in the void. The toxic fluid splattering down was instantly swept away, forming chunks of pitch-black purplish ice crystals, which then shattered under a tremendous force, completely obliterated. The mud monster's entire being shrank in response. From within this extremely cold gray mist flame, it sensed an immense threat. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its abyssal maw wide, spewing forth a foul-smelling blackish-purple mist. At first glance, it seemed thick as ink, with distorted faces writhing within, continuously emitting pitiful howls that made one's scalp prickle. Meanwhile, the 10 massive eyes surrounding its body suddenly expanded again. In contrast, the mud monster itself shrank suddenly. A look of weakness appeared on its face. However, excitement and malice shone in the multitude of eyes on its body. After letting out a weird, cackling laugh, it opened its writhing lips, revealing sharp teeth, and directed a vicious curse at Lin Huai and the spectral enchantress butterfly. Filthy tumor. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 massive eyes erupted like a spell unleashed. Countless hairy flesh chunks and foul black blood burst forth, colliding with the bizarre blackish-purple mist as if water was suddenly splashed into a boiling oil pot. In an instant, a terrifying sound erupted as if the very heavens and earth were shattering. Waves of thick ink-like blackish-purple mist boiled and spread wildly. In the blink of an eye, it obscured the sky, enveloping the entire Eternal Life Hall cemetery, creating what appeared to be a massive barrier. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Meanwhile, within this enormous barrier, sounds as if something was trying to break free suddenly rang out. On the ground, a strange substance had already covered the area, appearing both like blackened fresh blood and rotting flesh mush. These bizarre substances writhed incessantly, twisting and reshaping, quickly growing into numerous dark, purple, unknown tumor-like entities. An extremely vile and filthy aura emanated from them. Even Lin Huai couldn't help but feel a shiver run through him. Tisk, so it has revealed its own tumor body. But that's just right, all of this is essence. It saves me the trouble of peeling away the useless outer layer later. Lin Huai's gaze flashed momentarily. He then extended his tongue, licking his lips, a bizarre smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Huai's consciousness had already been completely stunned by the surrounding events. Few bizarre entities could utilize barriers, but once they did, their power was nearly on par with that of advanced seasoned containment specialists. However, what troubled Lin Huai the most was that just now she felt her body seemingly extend, its tongue licking her lips, as if she was about to indulge in a feast. This made her heart sink. Suddenly, a chilling thought arose involuntarily in her mind, one that caused all her cells to resist intensely. Wait, my body won't intend to do that kind of thing, will it? At this moment, Lin Huai, situated within the tumor barrier created by the mud monster, remained calm and unhurried. With a thought, the spectral enchantress butterfly instantly lifted the gray mist flame high, accompanied by the radiant glow of the ghost flame magic lotus blooming beneath them, an extreme chill suddenly spreading out. Crack, crack. The tumors, writhing and growing densely around them, were about to explode, attempting to corrode and pollute Lin Huai with their endless cursed filth. But in the blink of an eye, a layer of icy frost climbed over their surface, with gray mist swirling above as the ghostly faces on the butterfly wings of the spectral enchantress butterfly flickered. The ice gradually thickened, quickly encasing each of the grotesque tumors that were about to explode. Oomph! You cannot seal me. The mud monster's rumbling roar echoed. Annoying. Lin Huai let out a cold smile. He raised Lin Huai's delicate jade hand. Amidst the swirling dark shadows, a figure emerged, barely visible. This figure had a pair of dreamlike, shimmering eyes radiating circles of dazzling light that could easily lull one into a drowsy state, sinking them into dreams. However, at this moment, as those crystal eyes turned and seeing the surrounding scene, astonishment immediately filled its expression and its body began to tremble violently. Crouched beside Lin Huai's body, a deep sense of sorrow filled its eyes. This was the second bizarre entity that Lin Huai had subdued, Dream Eater. With a mere grade level facing the peak, a grade mud monster, and the A-grade spectral enchantress butterfly, it was naturally terrified to the point of nearly losing its soul, let alone engaging in battle. However, Lin Huai smiled slightly. A ghost flame magic lotus swiftly formed at his fingertips. Go! This ghost flame magic lotus soon floated onto the Dream Eater. Upon realizing this, the Dream Eater was momentarily stunned. The next moment, feeling the powerful enhancing force contained within the ghost flame magic lotus, its eyes immediately revealed a look of wild joy. Without hesitation, it fused with the ghost flame magic lotus. Wow! In an instant of brilliant light, yet the spectacle was not as grand as when the flame ghost butterfly had evolved into the gloomy charm butterfly lady. After all, the Dream Eater was merely a class anomaly. With the enhancement of the blazing flame demon lotus domain, the Dream Eater instantly advanced to class peak. However, aside from having grown slightly larger, and its eyes shining with a more intense crystalline radiance, its overall form remained unchanged. Still the same, sly ghost-like Dream Eater. Clearly not all anomalies undergo such drastic transformations as the gloomy charm butterfly lady with each advancement. After advancing to class peak, this Dream Eater had grown considerably bolder. It sneakily glanced at the gloomy charm butterfly lady, seeming to finally recognize her as the former little butterfly of Lin Huai, and a look of sudden realization dawned on its face. A faint blush inexplicably crept onto its cheeks. However, when the gloomy charm butterfly lady cast a cold glance at it, and then turned her eyes away without expression, the blush on the Dream Eater's cheeks abruptly faded. Its expression turned to one of melancholy and frustration. It immediately leaped up, transforming into a beam of light, and flew into the air, pointing accusingly at the mud monster below with its hands on its hips, as if venting its frustration. It chattered incomprehensibly, its crystalline eyes flickering like two undying stars. Whether the mud monster understood or not, it suddenly changed color in fury. But the next moment, a glint of cunning flashed across the Dream Eater's ghostly face. The crystalline dazzle in its eyes blazed forth. From mere stars, they became as bright as a blazing sun. A dreamy, intoxicating sensation instantly descended upon the mud monster's mind, causing its already amorphous body to become even softer and more disheveled. It involuntarily fell into a drowsy state, and even the frozen pustules that had been struggling to burst forth began to grow limp. But the mud monster was after all a powerful class peak anomaly. It quickly regained its composure and mustered its spirit to try to stay alert. Even so, it could not shake off the state of mental fatigue for the time being. At that moment, Lin Huai, controlling Lin Huai's body, stepped closer to a frozen half-human-tall, black-purple pustule. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "What are you doing?" Two voices cried out simultaneously. The voices belonged to the mud monster and Lin Huai's consciousness. Lin Huai's consciousness in particular watched in horror as her own body approached the pustule, pulled it out of the ground with a crack, slowly brought her face closer, and even opened her mouth. She was on the verge of tears. "No. Please no. Don't do something so repulsive." Yet with a crunch, someone took a big bite of the pustule and began to chew. Lin Huai's spirit was utterly crushed. But Lin Huai, who was manipulating Lin Huai's body and eating the anomalous pustule, looked surprised instead. It's crunchy and tastes like chicken. Not bad. Another. In an instant, Lin Huai completely withdrew into herself. Time passed. How long, no one knew. When night fell and a crescent moon rose, the entire Yongsheng Hall cemetery was eerily still. The blood rain that had been swirling due to the sudden spike in anomalous radiation had completely dissipated. The sticky, writhing, foul-smelling substances on the ground had also vanished. Moonlight spilled onto the ancient cemetery paths, casting a cold sheen. The whole cemetery was desolate. Suddenly, a strange crunching sound broke the silence. In a shadowy corner untouched by moonlight, a girl's face emerged, cold, ethereally beautiful, as the shadows writhed. The girl's cherry lips moved as if chewing something. In her delicate hand, she held a writhing black-purple mass. Upon closer inspection, it was a pustule covered in fine fleshy tendrils studded with sores and bumps, utterly repulsive and hair-raising. Yet the girl's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she gazed at the writhing black-purple tumor. Finally, only this last essence remains. I must say, eating this stuff is quite a workout. This tumor, through continuous infection, division, and propagation, can form many offshoots. An ordinary person, even without touching the tumor itself, would be infected by its juices and mutate into a monster. But fortunately, Lin Huai's rare special constitution is powerful enough to absorb the essence of this class anomaly and use it to activate her special constitution. Lin Huai toyed with the last tumor essence in his hand while sensing the changes in Lin Huai's special constitution. Indeed, to activate the ghost immortal body Xianpin spirit, one must devour powerful anomalies. In this world, most anomalies are not only bizarre, but also ugly and disgusting in their own ways. Humanoid, beautiful forms like the gloomy charm butterfly lady are rarer than glass anomalies, truly a diamond in the rough. Therefore, asking Lin Huai, a delicate, aloof school beauty, to willingly eat such repulsive things would be a dead end. So Lin Huai, without a word, used his glass ability, Ghost Servant Puppet, to forcibly control the cold school bowtie's body and make her complete this shameful yet arduous task. However, after finally sensing the changes in Lin Huai's special constitution, Lin Huai's expression turned strange. Devouring a class peak anomaly isn't enough to activate it. I need to devour more. Unexpectedly, even a powerful A-class peak anomaly wasn't enough to activate Lin Feiyu's special constitution. Could it be that one must first devour an S-class anomaly to activate it at once? Realizing this, Lin Huai was utterly speechless. He wondered what kind of lineage the ghost immortal body Shimpin spirit had that it required devouring an S-class anomaly just for initial activation. In terms of quantity, the activation energy from 5 A-class peak anomalies would roughly equal that of 1 S-class anomaly. So he'll need Lin Feiyue to devour 4 more A-class peak anomalies. It seems a long road lies ahead. I can only take it slowly. Lin Huai was not in a hurry. After all, even if he activated Lin Feiyu's special constitution, to forge the ghost immortal body, he would still need to gather various body parts, head, limbs, torso, organs, and each must be extremely powerful. Lin Huai looked at the last tumor essence in his hand. The black-purple tumor essence twisted its flesh, suddenly forming the shape of a face. The face was hideously ugly. Its thick purple lips opened and closed, emitting a sharp, pleading voice. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. I only have this last bit of essence left, and my strength has fallen to class. Am no threat to you, sir. This tiny bit of essence would be tasteless and unsatisfying. Why not spare me, and I'll tell you a secret. A secret? About Lin Feiyue. This malignant tumor had finally sensed Lin Huai's presence from Lin Feiyue. It was one thing not to sense it, but upon careful sensing it nearly scared it out of its wits. Its ugly face full of wrinkles and flesh hung low as it anxiously pleaded, unable to meet Lin Huai's gaze. Oh, a secret regarding Lin Feiyue. Lin Huai had no intention of engaging with this creature. However, upon hearing Lin Feiyu's name, his heart stirred, and he halted the motion of tossing this malignant tumor into his mouth like a snack. Speak, what is the secret? At this very moment, Lin Feiyu's consciousness had long since fainted due to the overpowering taste, while Lin Huai was indulging in her delicate body, rendering her unable to hear the conversation between the two. After all, the flavor Lin Huai experienced was that of devouring anomalous energy. As for Lin Feiyue, she was quite pitiful. After all, her body was her own. She could fully sense that physical layer of intoxicating flavor. It was likely that after this ordeal, this girl would remain reclusive for quite some time, harboring psychological trauma towards all food. Seeing Lin Huai stop eating at the malignant tumor was immediately overjoyed. It quickly said, in fact, the reason I appeared in this Eternal Life Hall cemetery is that someone specifically released me. That person instructed me to kill Lin Feiyue. As long as I kill Lin Feiyue, they will grant me my freedom and will no longer confine me to the anomalous containment center. Mentioning the anomalous containment center, the malignant tumor seemed to recall something dreadful. It couldn't help but shiver. It seemed that the anomalous containment center was an extremely terrifying and taboo place. Someone wants to kill Lin Feiyue. Is it a human containment agent? Lin Huai furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Yes, it is a human containment agent. That is a special containment agent. More terrifying than scrayed anomalies. To become a special containment agent, the primary requirement is to independently contain and control an scrayed anomaly. Two simply cannot go against them. In fact, I cannot even catch a glimpse of their appearance. All I know is that they are exceedingly terrifying. Just standing in front of them nearly drives me to madness. The malignant tumor trembled as it spoke with a sharp voice. A special containment agent. Lin Huai pondered. Through the spirit-connecting anomalous eye reflecting Lin Feiyue, he naturally understood the level classification among human containment agents. However, he only now learned that to become a special containment agent, one must independently contain and control an scrayed anomaly. A special containment agent would actually resort to such underhanded means to kill a mere quasi-grade 3 containment agent like Lin Feiyue. Why, an enemy? Or is there some special reason? As Lin Huai pondered this, the malignant tumor's eyes spun cautiously as it asked, Master, I have revealed the secret now, can you let me go? Of course. Lin Huai nodded, and then relaxed his hand. Feeling this, the malignant tumor was overjoyed. After a writhing motion, it transformed into a strange moth-like creature covered in sores and flew off into the night. But at that instant, swish, a transparent tentacle shimmering under the cool moonlight silently wrapped around the body of this flesh moth. Then with a sudden jerk it pulled back. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the Eternal Life Hall cemetery. I promised to let you go, but I never agreed not to catch you again. Lin Huai opened and closed Lin Feiyu's cherry lips, as if savoring something delectable. He even licked his jade-like fingers, looking quite indulgent. Suddenly Lin Huai's eyes shifted. He opened his mouth, skillfully extending his tongue, and saw a crystal-clear orb rolling on Lin Feiyu's fragrant tongue. This orb was pure white, resembling a pearl. Under the glow of the moonlight, it shimmered with a faint rainbow hue, looking extraordinarily mystical. Oh! Lin Huai couldn't help but exclaim softly, and then his blue eyes sparkled clearly, employing the spirit-connecting anomalous eye. A line of information surfaced in his mind. Anomalous item purification orb. Source: in a grade peak anomaly contaminated malignant tumor. After devouring countless lives, expelled this soul purification crystal due to being unable to absorb the noble personalities of countless beings. It contains the residual good intentions of the deceased and can cleanse all filth and corruption. Birth probability 0.05. Effect: wearing it can purify the soul and eliminate myriad impurities that can also be combined with other special materials to create anomalous equipment with various incredible functions. Oh, this anomalous being covered in filth and malignancy could actually give birth to a purification orb that can purify the soul and eliminate countless impurities. Is this what they mean by out of the mire and untainted? Quite interesting. Lin Huai played with the purification orb with great interest. In just a short while, under the cleansing effect of the purification orb, Lin Huai, who had been disheveled and even bloody due to Lin Huai's constant meddling, unexpectedly became extraordinarily clean in an instant. She even exuded a faint body fragrance. Under the moonlight, it was as if a fairy had descended. Lin Huai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Goodness, with this divine artifact, wouldn't there be no need for baths in the future, especially in winter? It was simply a blessing for the lazy. Of course, the most important function of this purification orb as an anomalous item was still to create various incredible anomalous equipment. One could say having anomalous equipment on a containment agent is entirely a different concept from not having it. If Lin Huai possessed even a single piece of anomalous equipment, she would not have been completely powerless under the oppressive presence of the grade peak anomaly contaminated malignant tumor. In fact, if the equipment were sharp enough or countered the opponent while easily defeating this anomaly, would be no issue. It's a pity that every piece of anomalous equipment is strictly controlled by the state. This is a technological contraband that has evolved to its peak under today's flesh and blood technology, akin to the nuclear weapons of the past mechanical technology era. It cannot simply be acquired with money. Tisk, a piece of anomalous item that has only a 0.05 chance of being born from an grade peak anomaly is clearly extremely rare. I wonder how powerful it would be once made into anomalous equipment. Just as he was pondering this, Lin Huai's eyes shifted. He revealed a cold smile on his face. With a flick of his finger, he inserted the crystal-clear purification orb into Lin Huai's soft and fragrant flesh along that unfathomable abyss. Then, with a grasp of his hand, an invisible servant thread drifted out from his fingertips, connecting to a hidden corner in the void of the Eternal Life Hall Cemetery. With a pull of his fingers, this hidden corner of the void suddenly twisted and flickered, as if an invisible curtain was being drawn down. In the next moment, a strange scene unfolded. A transparent space actually imprinted the outlines of two faces and gradually sketched out two figures. Ultimately, as if surfacing from the water, the true forms of the two figures emerged. They were two tall men wearing sunglasses and long trench coats. Their trench coats were double-breasted, exuding a retro-Victorian style. One was pure black, while the other was coffee-colored. This in itself was unremarkable. But curiously, despite the absence of wind, their trench coats were still flapping about. One could even say they were writhing restlessly, as if the coats they wore were not mere clothing, but living entities with living characteristics. Oh, this is an anomalous equipment called Lost Garment. Lin Huai's blue eyes shimmered as he quickly discerned some details about these two men under the operation of the spirit-connecting anomalous eye, becoming very intrigued. However, his gaze soon hardened. He looked curiously at the lost garment on the two men, muttering to himself, This lost garment seems incomplete. It appears to be a mass-produced imitation. Just then the two men forced out of the void wore expressions of suspicion. Before he could finish, the man in the pure black coat waved his hand, stirring the void, and suddenly an extraordinarily anomalous aura erupted, revealing an eye within the void. This eye was as transparent as crystal, radiating a brilliance reminiscent of the cosmic starry river. Before he could finish, the man in the pure black coat waved his hand, stirring the void, and suddenly an extraordinarily anomalous aura erupted, revealing an eye within the void. This eye was as transparent as crystal, radiating a brilliance reminiscent of the cosmic starry river, looking exceedingly magnificent. Yet upon closer inspection, it contained an abyss within, as if it could instantly suck in a person's soul. After releasing this peculiar eye, the man in the pure black coat's expression turned even more severe, filled with killing intent, as he gazed at Lin Huai, clearly about to make a move. This eye of the void is merely a fragment, but its ability is already extremely close to great anomalies. If I were you, I would definitely choose to accept my fate rather than foolishly resist. This way you might suffer less pain. The man in the coffee-colored coat also spoke, but the voice that came out was unexpectedly that of a woman. At the same time, his palm began to squirm, and his 5 fingers transformed into 5 eyeballs, while a woman's red lips emerged from the split in his palm. Oh, the fragment of the eye of the void. Its power is extremely close to Scrade. So weak, yet it dares to claim the title of Scrade. Lin Huai glanced at the eye in the void, clear as crystal, and instantly rolled his eyes. His face showed disdain. You. What? The man in the pure black coat snorted coldly at Lin Huai's words about to take action. But suddenly his expression changed. Before him the eye of the void fragment suddenly began to tremble violently, countless blood vessels bursting forth from the eyeball, oozing ghastly blood, and swelling uncontrollably. Ultimately with a loud bang, this eye exploded. Thick viscous blood splattered all over the man in the pure black coat, leaving him dumbfounded. Not good. This aura is. It's a great anomaly. The man in the coffee-colored coat felt the aura emanating from Lin Huai, and suddenly sensed his sanity slipping away. It was as if the next moment he would completely distort and go mad. At once he realized something, and the woman's red lips on his right hand screamed, while the 5 eyeballs trembled wildly. Without hesitation he turned to flee. But just then, sigh. A mysterious sigh echoed in the ear. A sigh echoed in the air, bridging the realms of life and death. This eerie whisper felt like a judgment of death descending from the ancient past. The moment it entered their ears, both individuals became momentarily dazed, their bodies involuntarily stiffening. In the next instant, their faces melted like wax candles. First their eyes, then their noses, and finally their mouths, distorting and dissolving inch by inch, even falling away from their faces. A minute later Lin Huai gazed at the 2 grotesque forms wrapped in the garment of loss, which had clearly lost their human shape, and couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. Eerie investigators. Has such a coincidental appearance, I suspect they are here to surveil, perhaps sent by that special containment individual intending to kill Lin Huai. At this moment, under the effect of the shrank ability eerie whisper, they had completely lost their original human rationality, morphing into eerie monsters under Lin Huai's control. After taking control, Lin Huai naturally acquired the relevant memories from their minds. He learned that these 2 had indeed come specifically to monitor Lin Huai. Moreover, the rank pinnacle Eerie was also placed in the Eternal Life Hall Cemetery by these 2, referred to as the corruption tumor. Interestingly, this Eerie was actually a product of human experimentation. A product of human experimentation. It seems humanity in this world has already mastered the technology to artificially create Eries. Lin Huai's eyes flashed. He was preparing to search the memories. However, at that moment, he was taken aback, sensing a strangely familiar aura deep within the memories of the 2. Furthermore, this familiar aura bore a resemblance to the peculiar seed-like substance residing deep within Lin Huai's soul. Interesting. Lin Huai stroked his chin. Clearly the memories of these 2 eerie investigators have been tampered with by some existence, and this existence is the source of that familiar aura. Is it the mysterious special containment individual wanting to kill Lin Huai? Tisk, things seem to be getting increasingly intriguing. That mysterious special containment individual who wants to kill Lin Huai surprisingly possesses an aura that feels familiar to me. Who exactly are they? Let me investigate thoroughly. In his mind, Lin Huai began to turn the pages of the 2's memories as if reading a book. Suddenly, a mysterious aura erupted from deep within the memories, unleashing overwhelming pressure. It felt as if he could hear something shattering with a clang. In the next moment, 2 points of light suddenly flew out. Moi. Lin Huai narrowed his eyes. He then let out a cold snort. 2 invisible threads flickered in the void. As the 2 points of light attempted to slip into the night and vanish, they suddenly hesitated, as if tightly bound by an invisible thread, unable to escape despite their struggles. At that moment, Lin Huai opened his mouth and gently inhaled the 2 points of light. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 points were drawn into him like being caught in an invisible vortex, and in the blink of an eye, they had entered Lin Huai's mouth. Meanwhile, a mysterious light subtly flickered across Lin Huai's transparent little tentacle, causing his originally small body to grow in that instant. Immediately Lin Huai's gaze brightened. These peculiar points of light seem to be of great use to me. But what exactly are they? Lin Huai was overwhelmingly curious. At the same time as the 2 points of light were consumed, the memories of the 2 eerie investigators were also completely absorbed by Lin Huai. His eyes flickered continuously. His face shifted from curiosity and excitement to an expressionless demeanor, eventually even becoming somewhat grim. It seems that the mysterious special containment individual is indeed quite cautious. These 2 eerie investigators only knew this person as that esteemed one, yet had no idea who they truly were or why they wanted to kill Lin Huai. As for those 2 mysterious points of light, they are actually 2 extremely small worms, but their exact nature remains unknown. Lin Huai savored the taste of the 2 mysterious worms. His instincts told him that this thing was of great importance to him. Clearly this item originated from that mysterious special containment individual, but the identity information of that individual was utterly unknowable, which was indeed frustrating. However, there is still some useful information to be gleaned. Lin Huai opened his mouth slightly. Instantly, a minuscule, almost dust-like transparent worm shell was ejected. After the 2 worms were consumed, they each left behind a transparent shell soft to the touch. Lin Huai activated spiritual eye, delving his vision into the shell. He immediately discovered that a peculiar mark was imprinted on the worm shell, which at first glance resembled a woman's head. Is this beneficial worm related to this mark? Lin Huai contemplated this. After examining the worm shell several times, he swallowed it again, saving it for further study later. Simultaneously, he began to ponder the other clues he had gleaned from the memories. The one who directly assigned tasks to these two was not actually that esteemed one, but rather a special department within the Erie Investigation Bureau known as WELL. This department is extremely mysterious, even operating independently from the upper echelons of the Erie Investigation Bureau, possessing special privileges and functions. It appears and disappears unpredictably, and no one knows when they might suddenly receive a secret summons from WELL and be granted special assignments. According to their memories, this department, named WELL, is exceedingly domineering. Sometimes the tasks assigned completely overstep the regulations established by the human alliance formed by the 5 nations. It is as if they are lawless marauders. Yet it is ironically part of the official organization of the Erie Investigation Bureau. And that special containment individual wanting to kill Lin Huai is likely intertwined with this secret department named WELL. Thus they assigned the special task to eliminate Lin Huai through this secret department. It seems that this mysterious special containment individual is very likely deeply connected to Lin Huai. Are they a close acquaintance of Lin Huai? And their secret mission to kill Lin Huai should be aimed at stealthily obtaining something from her right. It appears that I must frequently conduct a comprehensive thorough inspection of Lin Huai's body, preferably while she is asleep and unaware. Next, with a thought, Lin Huai caused the 2 distorted figures of the Erie investigators to collapse into a mass of rotting flesh, melting into the muddy ground of the Eternal Life Hall Cemetery. Subsequently, as a faint light flickered, a servant line connecting to Lin Huai silently manifested. Lin Huai tugged on this servant line, causing Lin Huai's figure to move, and she suddenly vanished from sight. An hour later, a shiny gentleman's leather shoe stepped onto the deserted path of the Eternal Life Hall Cemetery. I didn't expect that a mere 3-star Erie Forbidden Zone would manifest an eerie fluctuation that even sends chills down my soul. What on earth has happened here? This was a middle-aged man. He wore a gray overcoat, a gray scarf, gray suit pants, and understated dark gray shoes. He appeared like a wisp of gray mist moving between darkness and light. Suddenly, the middle-aged man halted. A fleeting glint of sharpness flashed in his hollow gray eyes. The scent in the air. And the shrank Erie. No, it seems even more dangerous than in shrank Erie. What could it be? The middle-aged man's expression revealed a hint of surprise. But soon he lowered his brows, returning to a neutral expression. Forget it, this headache-inducing matter is better left to those esteemed special containment individuals. As for me, I shall focus on my duties and clock in on time every day. The middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand, pulling out a seemingly limp cigarette from his pocket. At the same time, he produced an old lighter, flicked it open with a click, and lit the cigarette. He took a long drag. A look of desolation suddenly appeared on the man's face as he exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head gently. My. Just then the middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something. A hint of surprise flashed in his hollow gray eyes, and then a smile of delight appeared at the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect them to have such fortune. I wonder what mysterious factors influenced this event. Otherwise, such a rare occurrence would be impossible. The middle-aged man's figure moved. Whoosh. He vanished in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already before Lin Huai and the others at the site of the battle against the rank pinnacle Erie, the corruption tumor. The middle-aged man lowered his head. There lay a headless corpse at his feet, its flesh having morphed into an indescribable form, yet one could still see its limbs struggling to crawl forward, as if unwilling to die, striving to escape from hell, to break free of the boundaries of life and death. This headless corpse was none other than Zhuang Shuyu. To others, Zhuang Shuyu had long since died beyond any hope of revival. Yet in the eyes of the middle-aged man, he could see that from the rotten and deformed flesh at the neck, where Zhuang Shuyu's head had been severed, fresh flesh buds were stubbornly sprouting, as if attempting to grow a head once more. Such a powerful will to survive, the middle-aged man exclaimed, visibly moved. This tenacious will to live allowed him to retain a sliver of reason hidden beneath madness and mutation, even in death. His lingering soul still yearned for life, merging with his corpse. Influenced by some mysterious force, a strange transformation occurred, granting him a genuine chance to revive. This scene stirred a distant memory in the middle-aged man. He fell silent for a moment. Oh, what the hell? Since fate has brought us together, let me lend you a hand. From now on, though you shall suffer endless agony, you will also be reborn, transformed beyond. This scene stirred a distant memory in the middle-aged man. He fell silent for a moment. Oh, what the hell? Since fate has brought us together, let me lend you a hand. From now on, though you shall suffer endless agony, you will also be reborn, transformed beyond recognition. I am curious, what is the obsession that drives you? And to what heights will this obsession elevate your rebirth? A glint of sharp light flickered in the man's gray eyes. Muttering to himself, he flicked his finger. Instantly, the burning cigarette in his hand fell upon Zhuang Shuyu's corpse. Writhing strangely, it merged into the body. In that very moment, the headless corpse began to convulse and twitch. The next moment, the grotesque, mutated flesh visibly began to heal. The struggling tendrils on his neck, like grass caressed by a spring breeze, started to grow wildly, at an almost impossible speed. Soon the outline of a head took shape on the neck. But the middle-aged man did not stop. He raised a calloused hand and grasped the empty air. Whooshed! A gale erupted as streams of eerie energy intertwined. Before long, the energy coalesced into a ghastly blood-red hue, revealing two faint, blurry silhouettes. One male, one female. They were Lin Huai and Lu Xiaoxiao, who had been devoured by the filth tumor. You two are quite special. One of you hides an ancient, strange seed in your soul. Though impure, likely from an illegitimate bloodline, it connects you to those old fogies from the sacred ground dragon capital. From now on, you can't be human, but you can become a containment agent, albeit as a strange entity. As for the other, TSK. Her physical constitution is ordinary, but her soul is a rare, pure, strange maiden physique. This is one of the best physiques for reincarnating as a strange entity. Once she transforms, she will inevitably become its class anomaly. I recall an old geezer in Dragon Capital is looking for an inheritor with this physique. Both your souls and bodies were devoured by the anomaly. Though your soul forms are unique, normally you couldn't survive. Yet influenced by some mysterious factor, you retained fragments of your souls, earning a chance at rebirth. Consider yourselves fortunate. As the middle-aged man clicked his tongue in wonder, a hint of strangeness crept onto his face. What was this mysterious factor that had influenced these three students, granting them a chance at rebirth? Could it be related to that presence? I sensed one more dangerous than its class anomaly. The man's gray eyes darted rapidly, but soon he sighed and abandoned the thought. Forget it. I just need to report this. Let those above deal with the headaches. Thinking this, the man reached into the pocket of his gray overcoat and pulled out a small bottle. It seemed to be made of wood, but its surface was pitted and slick like the skin of a toad. He uncorked the bottle. Instantly, the remnant souls of Lin Huai and Lu Xiaoxiao were sucked inside. After pocketing the strange bottle, the man continued to survey the Yongxing cemetery. The more he looked, the more he felt this place was unusual, so he decided to investigate further, searching for any peculiarities. Zhuang Shuyu's corpse followed behind him, a growing head taking shape on its neck. One man, one corpse. They walked on the entire scene, deeply eerie. But they hadn't walked for more than a few minutes. Suddenly, the middle-aged man let out a soft gasp, a look of surprise on his face. Another class anomaly. Its aura is unstable, but it seems powerful. He waved his hand. As the sleeve of his coat brushed past Zhuang Shuyu's corpse, the body vanished, as if by magic. At the same time, the man stepped forward in his leather shoes. With a whoosh, he disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was in a secluded corner of the Yongxing cemetery. There, lying against the wall, was an unconscious girl. His gaze swept over her face. A flicker of surprise passed through the man's gray eyes. But his pupils quickly contracted as his attention focused on a figure before the unconscious girl. A spectral young woman, half-naked, covered in ghostly patterns, with butterfly wings on her back, and a phantom lotus beneath her jade feet. This is a class anomaly, the phantom butterfly maiden. The surprise in the man's gray eyes deepened. But then, as if realizing something, a look of understanding dawned on his face. I see. She just evolved from the class anomaly flame phantom butterfly. No wonder her aura is unstable. But where does this overwhelming power come from? Ordinarily, especially for a newly evolved one, the phantom butterfly maiden's aura shouldn't be this strong. The blazing phantom lotus domain had long since perfectly merged with the phantom butterfly maiden, revealing nothing even under deep scrutiny. The middle-aged man could only sense that her aura was abnormally powerful. Try as he might to find the reason, even his incredibly keen sense of smell could detect nothing. His face grew more puzzled. But perhaps it's precisely because this phantom butterfly maiden's aura is extraordinary that she managed to survive against the Pika-class anomaly filth tumor, or even exorcise and kill it. And this change might also be due to that unknown mysterious factor. As he pondered, the man suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Yet instead of acting, he simply pulled another limp cigarette from his coat pocket, lit it, and smoked in silence. Before long, a sudden gale stirred in the void, gathering a mass of eerie energy like a spring breeze. In the next moment, it materialized into tangible green leaves, weaving together to form a graceful silhouette. I didn't expect you to be drawn here too, Investigator Mark. As the leaves scattered, a woman emerged. Her figure was devilishly alluring, yet her face was as pure as an angel's. However, she wore glasses and a somewhat stern professional teacher's outfit, slightly veiling her radiance. Teacher Faina. The middle-aged man smiled politely. Nothing much, I just happened to pass by and conducted a casual investigation. How is the investigation going? I just received notification that the life tablets of 3 graduating examinees shattered one after another, and even the invigilator sent by the investigation bureau did not escape. The female teacher did not engage in pleasantries, ready to inquire directly. But suddenly her eyes contracted sharply. She stared fixedly at the ghostly butterfly woman not far away. An A-level anomaly. Wait, something seems off. The female teacher seemed to have noticed something, squinting her eyes with suspicion. Her gaze swept over the ghostly butterfly woman and seeing that it showed no signs of violent aggression, she felt slightly relieved. Then she shifted her gaze past the ghostly butterfly woman to the unconscious girl behind it. Fei Yue. The female teacher's beautiful eyes flickered as if she recalled something, and then her heart trembled. I remember that Fei Yue seemed to have contained a level anomaly, the ghost flame-faced butterfly. Could it be that this level ghostly butterfly woman evolved from that ghost flame-faced butterfly? Exactly. The middle-aged man took a light drag of his cigarette, nodded, and said with a meaningful expression, moreover, according to my investigation, an A-level anomalous incident must have occurred here, and that A-level anomaly was most likely exorcised and killed by this student Lin Fei Yue. What a... The female teacher was even more shocked upon hearing this, but then burst into ecstasy. A student who hasn't even graduated yet, exorcised and killed in A-level anomaly. This is an unparalleled genius. Moi. Where am I? The cold moonlight spilled onto Lin Fei Yue's delicate face, illuminating her hazy eyes, as if she had just awakened from a dream. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Lin Fei Yue's expression changed. She abruptly looked up, scanning her surroundings. At this moment the moon was like frost. A few lonely winds rustled the fallen leaves, producing intermittent dragging sounds in this eerie and silent night. Everything seemed exceptionally desolate. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei Yue couldn't help but be startled. She vaguely remembered that this place seemed to be a temporary containment supply station not far from the Yangshengtang Cemetery. Earlier she had set out from here with Lu Xiaoxiao and others to go to the Yangshengtang Cemetery for the graduation exam. The moment she thought of the Yangshengtang Cemetery, a flood of chaotic memories suddenly surged into her mind, allowing Lin Fei Yue to gradually recall everything that had happened. What's going on? Why did I suddenly end up here? Where is that peak level anomaly? No. I remember I seemed to lose control of my body, and then my body actually started eating that peak level anomaly. The dead memories suddenly attacked Lin Fei Yue and dealt a fatal blow to her. Recalling the ecstatic sensation in her mouth like chewing the foul mud of a sewer, she instantly felt terrible. Ugh! Lin Fei Yue immediately vomited. Just as she was vomiting, several figures seemed to hear the commotion and quickly ran over from various parts of the supply station. They immediately saw Lin Fei Yue's ecstatic scene of violent vomiting, and their expressions turned strange as they exchanged glances. At that moment, a jeep drove over. In the car sat the female teacher Fai Na and the investigator named Ma Ku. Student Lin Fei Yue, please send my regards to your father, Mayor Lin. In a couple of days I still need to discuss with your father some matters regarding strengthening protection against anomalous incursions. Lately he seems quite busy, probably studying some special flesh technology again. After getting into the jeep, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle slowly drove out of the supply station gate. In the driver's seat, Ma Ku, dressed in a gray coat, glanced at Lin Fei Yue in the back seat, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and said with a smile, yes, he has been busy lately. Whenever she talked about her mayor father, Lin Fei Yue couldn't help but sigh. Her father was perfect in every way except that he was extremely obsessed with researching flesh technology. Indeed, her father was more of a scientist than a politician. It wasn't unusual for him to stay in the basement for 10 consecutive days and nights. Many times Lin Fei Yue couldn't help but wonder how her unreliable father managed to become the mayor of Tongling City. Could he have made some shady backroom deals? Fei Yue, there's something I want to talk to you about. Just then the female teacher Fai Na, sitting beside Lin Fei Yue, pushed up her glasses and said with a mysterious smile, "Oh, what is it?" Lin Fei Yue felt a bitter smile inside. Actually, from beginning to end, she had never directly admitted to exorcising that peak level malignant anomaly. But this anomalous investigator, for some reason, after simply asking her a brief account of the incident, had completely concluded that she had exorcised an A-level anomaly. He didn't even ask her what the A-level anomaly was. This left Lin Fei Yue quite puzzled. However, to some extent what he said was not wrong. Although during the battle her body had inexplicably moved on its own. But when she was knocked unconscious by that strange ecstatic odor, she vaguely sensed that indeed that peak level malignant anomaly had been completely eliminated by her, or rather digested, would be a more accurate term. As Lin Fei Yue's mind wandered, the teacher Fai Na, beside her at some point, had a document in her hand. She smiled and said, "Fei Yue, and now that you have the strength to exorcise an A-level anomaly, I'll speak frankly. I want to ask you, would you be willing to represent our Tongling City in the Mystic Domain Containment Genius Battle that will be held in 2 months at the Holy Land Longdu?" Holy Land Longdu. Mystic Domain Containment Genius Battle. Lin Fei Yue was taken aback. As the core of the Human Alliance, the 5 major nations each had a capital that was a holy land where containment officers yearned to flock. Longdu was one of them. To put it bluntly, even if Tongling City were 10 times more prosperous, it would not compare to a 10th of Longdu. That place was the true origin of human containment civilization, and even the holy land capitals of other nations would be slightly inferior compared to Longdu. Of course I'm willing. Lin Fei Yue nodded without hesitation. Then Fei Yue signed this document. Once you sign this agreement, you will be directly recommended by our Tongling City Anomaly Investigation Bureau to one of the 10 5-star high-level academies in the Holy Land Longdu, the Luoho Anomaly School. Each of these 10 5-star high-level academies is equivalent to a 5-star anomalous restricted zone. Although there are special grade containment officers stationed there studying, and living there won't be easy. You might lose your life if you're not careful. Teacher Fiona handed the document to Lin Huai, and at the same time, she laughed with a hint of mischievousness. What? Equivalent to a 5-star anomalous restricted zone. That would mean that within the high-level academy Luoho Anomaly School, there would be many level anomalies rampant. Lin Huai's delicate hand trembled slightly, but soon a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. She signed her name on the document without hesitation. Very good. Fiona watched Lin Huai sign her name, and her smile broadened. Then Huai, after you register at the Investigation Bureau, you can go home. The next time we meet will be 2 months later. I'll personally come to take you to the Holy Land Longdu. Lin Huai nodded. 2 months. That meant she had to use this time to train herself to become stronger. After all, exorcising in a level anomaly was merely the minimum standard for being recommended into the Holy Land Longdu. Next, Lin Huai and her group arrived at the Tongling City Anomaly Investigation Bureau, where they went through a series of complicated procedures before this matter was temporarily concluded. Finally, it's over. At this moment, night had already fallen. Lin Huai walked through the bustling commercial district of Tongling City at night, but for a moment her silhouette seemed particularly lonely. Speaking of which, I feel like something is missing. That little transparent tentacle. Alas, a weak little anomaly. It should have been caught in the battle at Yangshengtang Cemetery earlier, and just as she was thinking dismally, suddenly Lin Huai was startled. She saw a small tentacle head pop out from the collar of her clothes. Wasn't it that cute little transparent tentacle? Lin Huai was instantly overjoyed. She immediately picked up the transparent little tentacle. You're not dead. Facing Lin Huai's question, Lin Huai simply rolled his eyes, showing no interest in responding. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the flourishing commercial district of Tongling City, looking quite intrigued. Tisk, so this is Tongling City. Not bad, quite prosperous. And from the conversation between Lin Huai and those two earlier, they said that in 2 months they will be heading to the even more bustling and talent-filled Holy Land Longdu. He found it interesting and was increasingly looking forward to it. Phew. Finally back home, I can take a nice bath and wash away all those disgusting things on me. Lying in the bathtub, she took a deep breath. Rose petals were scattered in the bath, and Lin Huai played with her delicate little feet while carefully scrubbing her body with fragrant bubbles. Although she didn't know why, she who should have been covered in blood inexplicably became completely clean. In fact, she even emanated a faint fragrance that she found surprisingly pleasant. But if she didn't take a bath, she would feel uncomfortable. Thus, as soon as she returned home, she rushed into the bathroom in a hurry, eager to dive into the bathtub and let the warm water cleanse her mind of impurities. Did I forget something? While applying bubbles on her fair and delicate arms, she suddenly seemed to recall something. A mischievous glint appeared on her charming face, as if she was about to do something naughty. In the next moment, her lively, beautiful eyes twinkled. She suddenly reached out her hand, grabbing something from the clothes nearby. In an instant, a transparent little tentacle was caught off guard and pulled into her embrace. Almost forgot about you, little cutie. Come and take a bath with me. Don't struggle to be good, and let me wash you clean, or I might just dislike you. Lin Huai smiled gently, then, without hesitation, began to rub the transparent little tentacle, immediately covering its jelly-like body with fragrant bubbles. What the heck? Lin Huai was stunned. He had been napping in Lin Huai's warm and soft embrace. After all, he had just used several strength abilities not long ago, which was quite exhausting. But he never expected. As soon as he woke up, he was unexpectedly pulled into the bathtub by Lin Huai and had to take a bath with her. Damn it. Lin Huai was furious. Why didn't you wake me up sooner for such a good thing? Taking a bath. I love bathing. An hour later, Lin Huai, looking like a sage with a pink towel on his head, was leisurely floating on the surface of the bathtub, while the transparent tentacle's body gleamed exceptionally bright. Lin Huai was also soaking in the bathtub. At this moment, she had recovered her usual cool demeanor. With her beautiful eyes closed, she breathed steadily and slowly, seemingly engaged in meditation. In this world, every recipient must maintain their rationality in a stable state every day. The strange mark imprinted on the soul, while granting recipients various incredible abilities, would also invisibly continuously consume their rationality. When using abilities or manipulating the strange, this consumption would increase geometrically. Therefore, recipients must learn to constantly adjust and replenish their rationality. Meditation is the most common method for restoring one's rationality. This woman is too terrifying. Lin Huai glanced at Lin Huai. Recalling how he had just been crazily rubbed by this woman, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He didn't know whether bathing with Lin Huai was a benefit for him or for her. And more importantly, we've been soaking for a whole hour. That's insane. Aren't you afraid of ruining your skin? Lin Huai thought wildly. At that moment Lin Huai opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes sparkled slightly, her gaze lingered on Lin Huai, momentarily silent, as if she were contemplating something. Suddenly, she leaned, her slightly flushed face warmed by the steam, closer to Lin Huai, frowning slightly as she said, "By the way, do you think the strange occurrences in the Eternal Life Hall Cemetery earlier were caused by you little guy? No matter how hard I try to think, I cannot fathom why my body would move on its own and even showcase the ability of domain, unless some other powerful being forcibly controlled my body." Lin Huai, upon hearing this, glanced at Lin Huai. Goodness, this girl finally realized it. He thought Lin Huai would be like those naive, sweet female protagonists, only whining and never thinking about why such strange things happened to her. Lin Huai naturally didn't mind Lin Huai, and knowing his unique abilities. After all, he had the ability of strange spirit servant, which allowed him to forcibly control Lin Huai's body at critical moments. Even if Lin Huai was unwilling, it would be futile. She could only be at his mercy. On the contrary, he was a bit eager. If Lin Huai discovered that this seemingly weak and delicate transparent little tentacle was actually in strength strange being, he wondered what kind of expression she would show. With that thought, Lin Huai didn't bother to hide anything anymore. The tail of the little tentacle raised high, striking a pose like a big boss. "Oh, I understand. It must be that I am exceptionally gifted, hiding something powerful within me. I once overheard my dad talking in his sleep, saying that I am an extraordinary existence. In the past I disregarded this completely, thinking my dad just loved to boast, but after tonight's events I have to believe it." Suddenly Lin Huai's beautiful eyes sparkled with a flash of brilliance as she reached a very confident conclusion, and Lin Huai almost choked on the water. What the hell? Lin Huai looked at Lin Huai, who was brimming with confidence, feeling both amused and helpless. Well, in some cases her speculation was indeed correct. She was hiding something within her and possessed the special constitution of strange immortal body, mysterious in spirit. She was coveted by a mysterious special level recipient. In a novel, she would undoubtedly be a legitimate wind Aotion. However, while Lin Huai is indeed gifted, she is still too weak at this moment. She cannot even deal with an rank strange being on her own. It's truly too inadequate, Lin Huai thought disdainfully. Although with him around, Lin Huai's safety was temporarily not a concern. As time went on, unexpected changes could arise. And that mysterious special level recipient, since they were intent on killing Lin Huai, would definitely not give up easily. Moreover, the familiar aura about the opponent greatly intrigued him. Especially the mysterious worm that would be greatly beneficial to him. He must find information about this worm. Therefore, he needed to find a method or channel quickly to gather information and begin investigating this matter. Besides, before Lin Huai's special constitution was smoothly activated, he needed to find a way to help her raise her strength at least to the level where she could contend with the rank strange beings on her own and even defeat them. Otherwise, if Lin Huai were to find herself lacking in strength one day and was caught off guard and killed, his plan would be ruined. I wonder if there are places in this world where I can freely search for secret information and also train Lin Huai to some extent. Just as Lin Huai was thinking, suddenly a strange phone ringing echoed. Gaga. Phone. Gaga. Su Mingxin is calling. Ah. Lin Huai was utterly speechless. Suddenly, a mechanical tentacle resembling Dr. Octopus appendages shot out from nowhere. However, this was no mere machinery. Amid the metallic glint of its parts, intricate pathways woven from flesh and blood lined the crevices. As it swayed, a wet, slithering sound of bone and muscle echoed, sending a chill down one's spine. But this was not the most astonishing part. The most astonishing was that as the tentacle darted before Lin Huai, its three foremost tendrils split open like a mouth, revealing rows of dense, sharp teeth, and it emitted a woman's voice. What kind of bizarre, hellish technology is this? Is this thing a phone? Why would a phone look like a tentacle? Lin Huai ranted inwardly. Damn. It startled him. By the way, he suddenly thought, the technology of this world seemed to be flesh and blood technology crafted from all sorts of eerie materials, making it half cryptic in a way. That meant perhaps he could use the abilities of spirit-seeing gaze and cryptic puppet to interact with these things. With this thought, a blue glint flashed in Lin Huai's eyes, and his gaze pierced through the wall, landing on a bizarrely shaped computer in Lin Huai's bedroom. Huai, I heard you exorcised in a grade cryptic in today's graduation exam. Wow, you're just too amazing. I knew you were strong, but I never imagined you were this strong. You've kept me in the dark for so long. The three tendrils of the mechanical tentacle opened and closed like lips. A slightly coquettish woman's voice emerged. It began chatting intimately with Lin Huai. Lin Huai's ears perked up. Just from the voice, he knew the woman on the other end of the line was no ordinary person. I was just lucky to survive. As the topic came up, Lin Huai couldn't help but recall that terrifying grade peak cryptic. And the three classmates who had perished in its belly. It seemed their deaths had caused little stir, likely known only to the students, teachers, and their families, while others remained utterly oblivious. This was only natural. To avoid societal panic, the Cryptic Investigation Bureau suppressed news of the gruesome deaths caused by cryptics whenever possible, and when they couldn't, they used various media tactics to minimize the impact. After all, widespread human fear could greatly amplify the power of cryptics, even giving rise to terrifyingly formidable entities. In the star-crossed nation, one of the 5 great powers, a horrifying mass panic had once spawned a dreadful grade cryptic, the blood-plagued demon. Lin Huai didn't dwell on the topic. The woman on the phone was Su Mingxin, a close friend of hers. The word close was relative, as Lin Huai was usually aloof and solitary, interacting little with both boys and girls. Su Mingxin's personality was the opposite. She had a circle of male and female friends, and the term social butterfly suited her well. During high school, Su Mingxin had clung to Lin Huai like a piece of sticky candy. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Huai reluctantly accepted Su Mingxin as her best friend. Mingxin, just tell me what you want. Lin Huai knew Su Mingxin never called without a reason. Huai, you're like a worm in my stomach. You always know what I'm thinking. Su Mingxin chuckled twice, then said in a carefree tone, you know about the Cryptic Investigation Bureau director's son, Yi Tiandu, right? This young master Yi is a prominent figure at our Tongling City now. One high school matching your fame. You're the school beauty, he's the school heartthrob. Countless students ship you too. Su Mingxin, get to the point. Lin Huai frowned slightly, speaking coldly. She was all too familiar with this Yi Tiandu, though they had barely exchanged words. Once he had made a grand confession of love, but she was busy with her assessment to advance from apprentice containment officer to senior containment officer, and paid him no mind. Hearing Lin Huai's icy tones, Su Mingxin paused, then gave an awkward laugh, continuing nonchalantly. Hey, race the thing, young master. Yi Tiandu wants to host a graduation party, inviting the students he considers the school's elite. But that's not the key point. Yi Tiandu plans to hold this party in a 2-star cryptic forbidden zone. And the most exciting part is he intends to publicly conduct a containment ritual for an A-grade cryptic during the party. An A-grade cryptic. I wouldn't even dare to face a grade 1 yet. Young Master Yi is already containing an A-grade. He's incredible. But that's still not the most crucial part. The most crucial part is Yi Tiandu's containment ritual for this A-grade cryptic is a wedding. Oh, a wedding. Lin Huai was initially unimpressed by Su Mingxin's chatter, even tempted to hang up. But the keywords A-grade cryptic, containment ritual, and wedding piqued her interest. Simply containing a cryptic and conducting a containment ritual were 2 entirely different concepts. The former merely involved capturing the cryptic and sending it to a city's cryptic containment center for official handling. A containment ritual, however, meant making the cryptic submit completely and come under one's control. The difficulty was exponentially greater. A wedding. Mingxin, are you sure? Containment rituals come in many forms, but a wedding. That's one of the 10 forbidden containment rituals requiring the highest authorization from the Cryptic Investigation Bureau. It's far more dangerous than ordinary rituals, with a high risk of being devoured by the cryptic, especially when containing an A-grade 1. Though intrigued, Lin Huai frowned. Of course I'm sure. If anyone else dared to use a 10 forbidden containment ritual on a cryptic, let alone an A-grade 1, I'd call it suicide. But this is young Master Yi Tiandu. His father is the director of our Tongling City Cryptic Investigation Bureau. With that backing, there's no danger. I've been to plenty of ordinary weddings, but a wedding with an A-grade cryptic is a rare sight. And so romantic. A love story between human and ghost. I have to go see it for myself. As Su Mingxin spoke, her voice carried a hint of longing. Lin Huai, overhearing everything, felt a stir of interest. Oh, a wedding with an A-grade cryptic? Lin Huai became intrigued. Interesting. I didn't realize humans had become so creative. Truly a love story between human and ghost. I wonder if that A-grade cryptic tastes good. A glimmer flickered in Lin Huai's beautiful eyes. For some reason, she felt something odd about the whole affair. But she couldn't deny being tempted by the chance to attend this rare cryptic wedding. Such events were scarce, and few containment officers dared to attempt them. Missed this chance, and it might never come again. Alright, I'll attend this special graduation party. Mingxin, please tell me the time and place. Sure. The time is 4:44 a.m. 2 days from now, and the location is an abandoned villa called Golden Knight Manor, a 2-star weird forbidden zone. The strangeness there poses no threat to someone of our level. Okay, I'll be there on time. After hanging up the phone, Lin Huai pondered for a moment. Golden Knight Manor. For some reason, it inexplicably reminded her of the Golden Knight 13 Red Cloak incident mentioned by the deceased Chen Wei. Of course, although both have Golden Knight in their names, the levels of the two are vastly different. A 2-star weird forbidden zone. It indicates the appearance of anomalies ranging from level to level. Level anomalies are something that students graduating from Tongling City know. One high school usually handle, and they often possess at least one of them, with even level anomalies being quite common. The Golden Knight 13 Red Cloak incident is rumored to be an SS-level anomaly capable of shaking the whole world. It has already become a legend, and should have no connection to a mere 2-star weird forbidden zone. Lin Huai shook her head, casting aside unnecessary worries. At that moment, Lin Huai was also searching online for what he wanted. He had no clues about the mysterious special containment agent, but surprisingly, he found the emblem from the mysterious writhing shell left behind. Which organization? The emblem resembling a woman's head is indeed the trademark of this which organization. This organization seems extremely mysterious, specializing in underground gray market businesses such as information gathering, trafficking of special flesh technologies, crafting of weird equipment, and even bloody arenas. Upon seeing this, Lin Huai's eyes lit up. This place, isn't it exactly what he needs? Tisk, it seems I must pay a visit to this witch organization. Lin Huai's eyes rolled as he began to ponder some mischievous schemes. After a while, Lin Huai finally finished her bath. She stretched and walked out of the bath. However, just as she reached for her clothes, she couldn't help but let out a soft huh, seemingly having discovered something. In the next moment, her delicate fingers gently pinched. From her clothes, she pulled out a small, translucent, and flawless sphere. What is this? Upon seeing this, Lin Huai's pretty face revealed a hint of confusion. But soon a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. Lin Huai's breath suddenly quickened. Wait a minute. Could this be? Without a moment's hesitation, a faint blush of crimson light suddenly glimmered in Lin Huai's eyes, giving her beautiful gaze an enchanting allure. This was her level ability, Weird Eye. Under the illumination of the weird eye, she saw that the small crystal-clear sphere was entangled with strands of dense and rich weird energy, continuously emanating a strong dreamlike sense of illusion. In an instant, Lin Huai felt that what she held between her fingers was not merely a sphere, but a collection of countless lingering souls. They resembled numerous fireflies gathering in one place, forming a crystal. Despite being strange, they radiated ripples that seemed capable of cleansing inner filth, making one feel as if returning to a state of fetal tranquility with a heart full of peace. The weird energy is constantly flowing, yet it is neither violent nor chaotic. The aura appears weird, but it lacks the characteristics of being alive. Indeed, this should be a weird item that has a very low chance of dropping after an anomaly's death. A weird object. Lin Huai immediately became excited. Weird objects are extremely rare. Upon returning home, Lin Huai rushed into the bath to wash up, but she didn't do nothing else. She first made sure to find out what the level peak anomaly that attacked her earlier was. According to various records, that a level peak anomaly should be called filth tumor. This filth tumor was not naturally born in the wild, but originated from an anomaly experiment conducted by one of the 5 major nations, the Lighthouse Nation. Using an abandoned city that was invaded by anomalies and collapsed as an experimental base, they collected all the negative emotions emitted by the remaining survivors within this abandoned city, all the filthy acts they committed, and all the toxins that emerged in an attempt to artificially create a large number of controllable level anomalies through a forbidden ritual. However, they failed. Controllable level anomalies were not born, only this level peak filth tumor, which is not completely controllable. Subsequently, the Lighthouse Nation was severely condemned by the Human Alliance and the other 4 empires, and the experimental project was completely shut down. Yet unexpectedly, a filth tumor has actually flowed into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Remembering this information, Lin Huai couldn't help but sigh. The ambition to create a large number of controllable level anomalies has always been the ultimate goal of some exceedingly ambitious containment agents. After all, although anomalies are terrifying, they are undoubtedly excellent weapons for warfare, and such occurrences have been frequent throughout history, especially during the chaotic years before the establishment of the Human Alliance. And now it has been 28 years of Alliance history. Such heinous acts have become significantly rarer. As an level peak anomaly, the filth tumor has a relatively high probability of producing some weird objects upon death. What drops is uncertain, as the dropped items can vary based on the individual characteristics of the filth tumor. When a filth tumor dies, if it drops items, there is a high probability it will drop a highly toxic weird item named Weird Tumor with a drop rate of 15. And this small crystal clear sphere in front of me. According to a piece of obscure information, I found it has a chance of being a weird item called Purification Pearl with a drop rate of 0.05. Undoubtedly, the lower the drop rate of a weird item, the more incredible its functionality will be. Once crafted into a weird piece of equipment, it will be even more powerful. Just thinking about the transparent small sphere in her hand, which could possibly be a purification pearl with a drop rate of only 0.05, Lin Huai found herself somewhat breathless. Excited to the point of breathlessness. This girl is indeed overjoyed. Lin Huai, who was surfing the web, saw Lin Huai with a flushed face, looking as if she had done something indescribable, and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Look at how happy this girl is. She's almost going to break down. This purification pearl was naturally something he deliberately left for Lin Huai. After all, he was somewhat inconvenient to act right now, and if he wanted to investigate the witch organization, he had to let Lin Huai go on her own. This thing is definitely stolen goods. It's not easy to handle through normal channels. Therefore, as long as he guides her a bit, Lin Huai will definitely fall into his trap. Haha. After being excited for a while, Lin Huai took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She quickly dried herself off. Then she put on her pajamas, carefully cradling the shimmering purification pearl, and went to her bedroom, sitting at the computer desk. No, I must remain calm. This suspected purification pearl weird item is highly likely to have dropped from the filth tumor that I inexplicably eliminated. Generally speaking, possessing weird items is legal, but it only requires registering at the Weird Containment Center. However, my plan is to turn it into a piece of weird equipment. In that case, I cannot go to the Weird Containment Center, and since the appearance of the filth tumor was unclear, if the Containment Center figures out that the sphere in my hand might be a purification pearl, they might directly confiscate it, and that would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Lin Huai's beautiful eyes narrowed, flashing with a glint of shrewdness. It seems I can only use some underhanded methods to craft myself a piece of weird equipment, but with the current underground equipment market being full of both good and bad, where would be the most appropriate place to go? Just as she was deep in thought, suddenly Lin Huai's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the computer screen in front of her. She saw that a line of text had appeared on the search interface. Angel Company, which organization? Angel Pharmaceutical Company. This was an international enterprise dedicated to the research and production of flesh technology pharmaceuticals. Its most renowned achievement was the development of a drug called blood spirit essence, which could not only remove the radiation curses and contamination that people acquired from encounters with anomalies, but also restore and even temporarily enhance the sanity of the containers. It must be understood that whether engaging in combat with anomalies, imprinting an anomaly emblem upon the soul, or performing containment rituals on anomalies, all these activities consumed a significant amount of the container's sanity. Although through daily meditation training and prolonged exposure to various anomalous monsters, each container's sanity far exceeded that of ordinary people. Yet there were always moments when sanity was nearly depleted at critical junctures. If at such a crucial moment one had a bottle of blood spirit essence to consume, it would almost be equivalent to saving one's own life. Of course, given such miraculous effects, the price of blood spirit essence was naturally not cheap. Even the diluted civilian version after extreme dilution was sold for 100 yuan per small bottle in major pharmacies. As for the complete undiluted blood spirit essence, the standard price was 100,000 yuan per bottle. And for the containers whose sanity was already formidable, only the undiluted complete blood spirit essence was effective. Otherwise, drinking the diluted version was merely a futile gesture. Therefore, not every container could afford this blood spirit essence. Even if one reluctantly spent the money to buy a bottle, it would be hoarded away, and only at the most critical moments would one deign to take a sip. At this moment, Lin Huai's delicate jade-like hand was toying with a bottle of century-aged blood spirit essence, worth 1,000,000 yuan. Looking closely within this transparent, crystal-clear, classical bottle crafted to resemble a miniature pagoda of about 100 milliliters of fluid substance, like golden blood shimmering with radiant light, was darting back and forth, as if alive. It seemed that this so-called century-aged blood spirit essence was not an inanimate object, but rather a living entity with certain characteristics. Interesting, Lin Huai mused, inwardly marveling at the sight. However, on the surface, she maintained an air of serene indifference. She turned her gaze to a figure before her. The figure was dressed in classic women's business attire, a fitted blazer pencil skirt and black silk stockings with high heels, and stood respectfully before her with a polite demeanor. Lin Huai spoke to her without changing her expression. This so-called century-aged, surely it doesn't mean that this blood spirit essence was actually brewed for 100 years before being produced. Of course not. Our Angel Pharmaceutical Company's blood spirit essence has only been in existence for 5 years and 38 days in total. How could there be a product that has been brewed for 100 years? The term century-aged is actually a descriptive metaphor. However, even so, this premium blood spirit essence worth 1,000,000 yuan once consumed truly possesses the essence of a century of cultivation. It is equivalent to the user suddenly gaining the accumulated sanity of an erudite ancient sage who has spent 100 years in quiet meditation. The feminine figure let out a melodious chuckle. Yet, upon closer inspection, her face was utterly featureless, a blank expanse. The only thing present was a spiral-shaped mass of flesh that coiled upon it, presenting a horrifying sight. Lin Huai showed little reaction to this face of mere flesh, without features, for she had long grown accustomed to it. Such a thing was called a flesh puppet, a special type of biomimetic android derived from flesh technology. Unlike the electronic biorobots of mechanical technology, this flesh puppet was a pure flesh product capable of a wide variety of forms. In its usual state, it appeared as faceless to distinguish it from ordinary humans, while its behavior and speech were entirely controlled by the flesh hive mind, with a collective consciousness. When needed, a human consciousness could attach itself to the flesh puppet, taking over this fleshy body, and the face would then morph into the likeness of the operator. Furthermore, this flesh puppet could also enter a combat form, with its entire flesh transforming into various high-powered cold weapons or heavy firearms. In emergencies, it could serve as a guard to deal with sudden anomalous crises. This thing could be used as a temporary body. Lin Huai, nestled within Lin Huai's warm, soft embrace, activated his spiritual anomaly pupil to scrutinize the information of this so-called flesh puppet. To some extent, this could also be considered a type of anomaly, albeit a man-made one. The spiritual anomaly pupil could indeed affect it. The more Lin Huai observed, the more intrigued he became. Relying on this girl Lin Huai to eventually forge a formidable, anomaly immortal body seemed like a distant prospect. Before that, perhaps he could acquire a high-quality top-tier flesh puppet to serve as a temporary body. Speaking of which, this girl Lin Huai seems to treat me completely as a little pet. She even carries me around. And in this world, raising weak, harmless anomalies as pets is a common occurrence. Truly a strange era. Lin Huai curled his lips. After a brief internal complaint, he continued to recline in the warmth of Lin Huai's soft embrace for a short rest. Although he possessed multiple Shrank abilities, certainly placing him at the Shrank anomaly level curiously. Whether viewed by the naked eye or through professional instrument scanning, he was still registered as a weak anomaly that hadn't even reached Frank. It was truly a remarkable phenomenon, saving Lin Huai from a series of troubles he had originally anticipated. Miss Lin, after purchasing this century-aged blood spirit essence, you have become an angel member of Angel Pharmaceutical Company. Your current angel member level is 2 wing. You will have the privilege of being recommended by our company to enter the witch organization. The flesh puppet before her spoke. Suddenly, the spiral-shaped flesh on its featureless face began to writhe. The next moment, a pair of exquisitely arched eyebrows, beautiful eyes with long lashes, a delicate nose, a small cherry-red mouth with lipstick, and a pair of fair, delicate ears materialized. In an instant, this flesh puppet transformed into an elegant, knowledgeable beauty with a full, mature, professional aura. Greetings, esteemed 2-wing angel member. For a distinguished client like you, Angel Pharmaceutical Company will assign a dedicated personal assistant. You may call me AI Lequi. May I ask, would you like to proceed into the witch organization now? AI Lequi said with a smile. Of course, Lin Huai replied without hesitation. This witch organization was precisely the main goal of her visit. Very well, please follow me, AI Lequi said, tilting her head with a graceful intellectual air as she made a polite gesture toward Lin Huai. At that moment, the pristine white walls of the VIP room where Lin Huai stood suddenly flushed with a blood-like hue, revealing textures of flesh, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into slabs of meat. The meat walls emitted wet, viscous, slithering sounds. Like petals contracting, they curled in upon themselves, then braided and unfurled, stretching outward, until in an instant they formed an arched bridge that extended for kilometers. As the flesh patterns dissipated, the bridge's surface became sheathed in metallic brilliance. The archway born of flesh shortly shimmered with a resplendent metal glow and took on the appearance of a grand metallic span, its radiant golden light interlaced, imparting an inexplicable sense of sanctity from afar. The VIP chamber where Lin Huai had stood had become a smooth, immaculate metal platform. Turning her gaze, she saw that 2 enormous 12-winged angel statues had suddenly appeared on either side. The angels held their hands in an embracing posture. They seemed to be praying with solemn devotion. Looking upward, one could see an immense dome 100 meters high looming overhead. It glowed with light and bore mural-like paintings across its breadth. The murals depicted angel after angel soaring through a heavenly realm, wings pure white, unclothed, sipping fine wine, and cavorting in blissful play. The scene so beautiful it invited longing and intoxication. Lin Huai watched with surprise and curiosity, but felt little else. But when Lin Huai's small head poked out from Lin Huai's collar, and his eyes fell upon the angelic murals, he paused in evident puzzlement. A strange expression crossed his face. In his sight, those pristine white-winged angels took on an altogether different aspect. Their wings were tattered, jagged, bony spines piercing through the shredded feathers entwined with flesh and sinew, a horrifying sight. Far worse, those once beautiful and holy angels had become gaunt and skeletal, their necks grotesquely elongated, faces ravaged by putrid sores and warped tumors, and their eyes burned a crimson bloodshot light. It would be better to call them bathed in a pool of blood, severed limbs, organs, and skeletal remains, tasting the blood and chewing the flesh. The 2 towering 12-winged angel statues on either side had likewise transformed into bizarre, unidentifiable creatures. They still bore 12 wings on their backs and remained largely white, but a glaring metallic edge shimmered about them. A huge inverted skull formed their torso, and the skull's eyes stared down coldly and impassively at Lin Huai, standing upon the platform. This scene has a strange kinship with the eerie inner worlds inside the Eternal Hall burial grounds, Lin Huai murmured. These so-called angels look like high-level anomalies. I wonder if they are fostered by that Tianshi Pharmaceutical Company. Lin Huai took another careful look and found that these strange angels showed no overt aggression. He did not provoke them. Instead, with the amused curiosity of one observing a peculiar monkey, he studied the oddly formed angelic figures a moment longer before slipping back into Lin Huai's collar to resume his rest. At that time, Lin Huai, accompanied by the dedicated attendant AI Lequi, crossed the metallic arch and arrived at the opposite side. Before them stood an elevator platform. As Lin Huai set foot upon it, azure lights rose around her, knitting into intricate arcane patterns that crystallized into translucent blue energy walls. This is Lin Feiyue's eyes brightened. A teleportation barrier. More precisely, AI Lequi replied with a soft smile. This is the quantum orbital transmission conduit. When peculiar barrier forces are fused with technology, they yield many astonishing applications. This is a specially crafted transport barrier by Tianshi Pharmaceutical Company. In mere seconds, it can carry people or objects across distances of tens of millions of miles, though naturally the consumption is tremendous. A single translocation like this costs tens of thousands. However, for our esteemed double-winged angel members, this service is complimentary. Lin Feiyue clicked her tongue in admiration. So lavish, and yet so satisfying, it would seem the million she had spent was not wasted. She had to remember that her unreliable father, obsessed with researching flesh and blood technology, had spent vast sums, and so her pocket money was almost non-existent. The 1 million had been earned from her accumulated rewards performing tasks for the anomalous containment center. Even so, parting with such a fortune still stung painfully. Miss Lin, there is one thing I must remind you, AI Lequi said softly. Oh, what is it? Lin Feiyue asked. AI Lequi explained, at Tianshi Pharmaceutical Company, we protect everything that belongs to you as a double-winged angel member. But regarding the Mond Institution, our role is only to recommend and vouch for your entry. That place is rife with rogues and cannot be trusted to safeguard a guest's privacy, so we advise that you enter under an alias and adopt a disguise. I understand. Lin Feiyue nodded. She had prepared for this eventuality. Her unreliable father had once devised a little flesh tech called the witch mask, capable of a one-click disguise. Without hesitation, she retrieved it from storage and activated it. As for an alias, Lin Feiyue's eyes gleamed, and she offered a faint smile. AI Lequi, from now on you may call me Bayonetta. Very well. AI Lequi inclined her head in a genteel, cultured smile. Miss Bayonetta, it is my honor to serve you. The Mond Institution, for those who are contained, is essentially a kind of anomalous containment center, only with a recognized dark streak. Here there are no rigid protocols or bureaucratic rules. Everything prized here can be summed in 2 words: freedom. Free trade, free extravagance, free indulgence, free combat, and even free killing. It was said that within the Mond Institution, whether it be cutting-edge flesh tech, forbidden anomalous equipment, or rare oddities, emblems, and drugs, one could obtain them through trade or special channels. Even formidable anomalies themselves could be exchanged. If an anomaly you captured was not desired by the anomalous containment center, you could sell it to the Mond Institution for a price several times higher than normal. Of course, anything carries a cost. High payment naturally denotes high risk. After receiving payment, the Mond Institution makes no promises about protecting or withholding personal information which could invite unwanted attention. Handing an anomaly to a legitimate containment center yields less reward, but far greater safety, along with containment points that raise one's civic rank and unlock better social benefits. Those civic ranks were indispensable for passing future assessments and advancing a containment level. Lin Feiyue let those thoughts pass through her mind as she placed a black mask, carved from a wood-like material, with concentric earring patterns and an oddly unreal quality, over her face. At that moment, the 4 blue energy walls around them abruptly dimmed, and the intricate patterns faded. As they fully vanished, an immense skyscraper, as if forged from the stars themselves, unfolded before Lin Feiyue. Only it was upside down. Gazing at this inverted skyscraper, Lin Feiyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Within her contracting, trembling pupils, at this moment, there was clearly reflected a bottomless skyscraper. Indeed, not towering into the clouds, but plunging into an abyss. The entire skyscraper hung silently beneath her feet, like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water. Though it was close enough to touch, it exuded an ethereal quality, like a mirage that could be admired from afar, but never approached, permeated with a mysterious and deeply eerie aura. Yet this was not the most astonishing part. What shocked Lin Feiyue the most was, at this moment, she seemed to have arrived in the midst of the stars. Apart from the inverted skyscraper beneath her feet, the surrounding environment appeared to have neither sky nor earth, only a radiant starry expanse like the Milky Way encircling her. And she felt an uncanny sensation of treading on emptiness beneath her feet, as if she were not standing on solid ground, but floating midair. Miss Bayonetta, customer service agent Ellie, was accustomed to the shock on Lin Feiyue's face. She smiled slightly and said, "Welcome to the Witch Organization. As you can see, the Witch Organization resides in an extremely unique realm. The surrounding starry sky is not an illusion or barrier, but a real scene. Yet at the same time, we are not truly in outer space, but still on Blue Star. You may call this place Witch Spacetime. And the building beneath our feet is one of the 9 main towers of the Witch Organization, the Abyss Tower." Abyss Tower. Lin Feiyue was slightly taken aback. Towering structures are usually called skyscrapers, but this building was inverted, bottomless, as if it plunged straight into an abyss. In that case, calling it the Abyss Tower was indeed quite fitting. Interesting. This so-called Witch Spacetime seems like an alternate dimension carved out of some eerie inner world. Lin Huai poked his little head out from Lin Feiyue's collar, curiously glanced around, and inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer thought, it somewhat resembled the eerie inner world of the Yongsheng Hall Cemetery. However, unlike that inner world which was vibrant and lively, although he knew there must be many people inside the Abyss Tower, in Lin Huai's perception everything he saw was shrouded in deathly silence. As if the entire world had died and withered away. Even if this isn't an eerie inner world, it must be closely related to one. But that's none of my damn business. Lin Huai took another glance. Promptly found it boring. Yet he didn't want to go back to sleep. So, his translucent tentacle body wriggled winding around Lin Feiyu's swan-like pale neck, and in a flash darted into her cascade of jet black hair. Ah, this glossy black hair, so fragrant, so soft. Smooth as Dove chocolate. Fun. Lin Huai reveled in Lin Feiyu's hair. For a moment, it was like discovering a new continent. He wriggled about joyfully. Lin Feiyu felt a tingling, numbing itch on her neck, as if something slippery had glided past. To her surprise, the translucent tentacle she had been holding in her bosom had now slithered into her hair, perched on her head, and was writhing incessantly. For a moment, she was both amused and exasperated. This little one is quite mischievous. Since the translucent tentacle was as light as a feather and weightless, Lin Feiyu didn't mind. Under the guidance of customer service agent Ellie, she stepped forward toward the Abyss Tower, suspended in the starry sky. Though she appeared to float in midair as she took each step, transparent grid-like footprints imprinted beneath her feet, radiating ripples of energy. A truly wondrous sight. Lin Feiyu gazed curiously at this phenomenon while following Ellie to the entrance of the Abyss Tower. The entrance resembled a mysteriously constructed light gate. But the moment she approached, with a sudden whoosh, it instantly transformed into a massive maw. Yet it did not look ferocious. For this colossal mouth was that of a woman's, crimson lip-parted lips like an alluring gate slowly opening. A seductive crimson glow emanated from within like a nimble tongue extending faintly, outlining graceful figures dancing provocatively, a sight that could captivate the soul. Even Lin Feiyu, a woman, at this sight, could not help but feel her lips go dry, swallowing secretly as her heart stirred strangely. But just then, a deep blue glint swirled in Lin Feiyu's eyes, faintly forming the shape of a pupil that blinked slightly. Instantly Lin Feiyu's heart leaped. A cooling sensation cleansed her body and mind, snapping her back to clarity. At the same time, the seductive figures within the crimson lips began to twist and convulse eerily, as if stuttering or lagging. In her eyes they transformed into grotesque shadows with no mouths, noses, or ears, but covered in countless tiny eyeballs. Class anomaly, hundred-eyed witch. Lin Feiyu gasped. And over a dozen of them. Their combined strength is no less than that of a class anomaly. Seeing Lin Feiyu see through the true form of the hundred-eyed witch in an instant, customer service agent Ellie's eyes flickered with surprise. A trace of strangeness glinted in her gaze. Yet her expression remained unchanged, still that composed, slightly smiling demeanor. She said, "Miss Bayonetta, don't worry. These hundred-eyed witches are the greeter girls specially trained by the witch organization to welcome guests. You need not fear any safety issues from them." Greeter girls. Lin Feiyu heard this. A sense of oddness rose in her heart. After all, class anomalies were not something every seasoned collector could possess. She had previously managed to obtain a flame ghost-faced butterfly only after tremendous effort, vast time, energy, and financial cost. With exceptional luck, she barely succeeded in a dangerous and complex containment ritual to subdue the creature. And now at this witch organization, class anomalies were used as greeter girls. And over a dozen of them appeared. The witch organization is truly terrifyingly powerful. No wonder it can snatch business from the Anomaly Containment Center without fear of being banned by the state. Lin Feiyu was inwardly shocked. However, on her face, she still maintained a calm and indifferent expression. After stepping through the strange door, transformed from a woman's red lips, the hundred-eyed strange women, who had been dancing seductively, suddenly vanished. At the same time, amidst a strange giggle laughter, the huge woman's red lips abruptly closed shut. From a distance, it seemed as if Lin Feiyu and her customer service agent Eliki had been taken into the mouth. But in Lin Feiyu's perception, the scene suddenly opened up, and she found herself unexpectedly inside a huge elevator seemingly made of flesh and blood. Rows of eyeballs flashing with strange light were embedded in the fleshy walls of the elevator. Distorted numbers appeared on them, from 1 to 108. After 108, there were obviously higher numbers, but the eyeballs bearing those numbers were tightly shut, as if asleep. Miss Bayonetta, according to your current Angel membership level, our Angel Pharmaceutical Company can recommend and guarantee your entry into the first 108 floors of the Witch Organization's Abyss building. If you wish to enter deeper floors, you will have to strive on your own within the Witch Organization. Of course, if you can become a higher-level member of our Angel Pharmaceutical Company, we can also guarantee your entry into deeper floors. Additionally, when making any purchases within the Witch Organization, a higher Angel membership level can bring you certain discounts and benefits. Even some extremely rare items can only be known and purchased by higher-level members. Eliki said to Lin Feiyu with a smile and politeness. She had actually started to promote the various benefits of higher-level angel memberships. This made Lin Huai inwardly bitter. Higher-level angel membership. She no longer had the money for that. As far as she knew, the level above 2-wing angel member was 4-wing angel member, and upgrading from 2 wings to 4 wings required a consumption of 10 million. With her current wealth, even if she drained her blood, she couldn't afford it. So in response to Aliki's various tempting promotions, she casually said, "Oh," and remained silent with a cold expression. Customer service agent Aliki didn't mind. After finishing her routine sales pitch, she continued with a smile, as if nothing had happened. "Miss Biunida, as your exclusive membership customer service agent, I will accompany you throughout your journey in the witch organization, guiding your purchases and avoiding unnecessary troubles. Of course, if you prefer solitude, you can also choose to explore this abyss building alone." The entire abyss building was extremely deep and vast. Just one floor alone would probably take a day to fully explore. Although Lin Huai had checked a lot of information before entering the witch organization, it was impossible to know everything. For example, she had never heard that this abyss building and the entire witch organization had 9 main buildings. Therefore, having a guide or not made a huge difference. Moreover, the witch organization was a chaotic mixture of all kinds of people, and it highly advocated various freedoms. Even murder, as long as it didn't harm the interests of the witch organization, would not be strictly controlled. Naturally, Lin Huai didn't want to fall into such trouble for no reason. A flicker of light passed through her eyes. She rarely smiled and said to customer service agent Aliki, "I'm new here and not very familiar with many places. It'll trouble you to guide me, Aliki." "No problem." Aliki nodded with a smile, then asked, "So Miss Biunida, what business would you like to handle in the witch organization?" "I want to craft anomalous equipment," Lin Huai said calmly. Such a matter was absolutely taboo elsewhere, but in the witch organization it was quite common. Aliki's expression remained unchanged. She said very professionally, "To craft anomalous equipment, you can generally find relevant services on floors 5, 35, 56, 78, A, and 106 of the Abyss building. However, the details differ in terms of business personnel, handling methods, operation channels, and the number and level of contracted craftsmen of anomalies. Miss Biunida, may I ask if you know any familiar craftsmen of anomalies? If not, do you need me to introduce one? What level of craftsmen do you require?" Craftsmen of anomalies were professionals who crafted anomalous equipment. According to professional level from low to high, they were apprentice, initiate, fine master, ghostly divine, and artisan god. The higher the level, the higher the price. Lin Huai had already made up her mind. She said, "The whereabouts and identities of craftsmen of anomalies are mysterious and elusive. The information available outside is scarce, so naturally, I don't know them well. Aliki, please introduce one for me." The level only needs to be at the fine level. Craftsmen of the fine level are already capable of handling anomalous items like the purification pearl. Of course, higher-level craftsmen could craft higher quality and more powerful anomalous equipment. But Lin Huai knew she was short on funds, and hiring a master-level craftsman would drain her dry, so she could only reluctantly settle for a fine-level craftsman. Lin Huai paused, then said, "As for which floor? I need to first identify an anomalous item I have. Aliki, please recommend a reliable place." "Okay." Aliki nodded. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly extended a slender jade-like finger. With a schwa sound, the finger stretched out eerily, becoming like a tentacle, and lightly tapped on an eyeball, displaying the number 78. Instantly, the eyeball began to roll. Strange red light emanated from the pupil, exuding an indescribable weirdness. Then Aliki looked at Lin Huai and revealed a peculiar smile. "Miss Biunida, the anomalous equipment business office on the 78th floor has the best anomalous item appraisers in the entire Abyss building. Moreover, in terms of price and quality for crafting anomalous equipment, they are relatively more cost-effective. Additionally, it is a safer and more reliable place, one of the few in the Abyss building known for its credibility and not easily leaking client privacy. However, their business premises are a bit special and might make you slightly uncomfortable." "Oh, the premises are a bit special." Lin Huai was momentarily stunned, then dismissed it. She was only here to craft anomalous equipment. As long as it was handled properly without any trouble, she didn't care where the place was, even if it were a bloody slaughterhouse. Ding! The 78th floor of the Abyss seemed deep. But in reality, it arrived in the blink of an eye. As the elevator stopped and the doors slowly opened, a strange pink light shone out, dyeing her eyes. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flickered in Lin Huai's beautiful eyes. Curiosity arose in her heart. She lifted her foot and stepped out of the elevator door. The instant her foot stepped out of the elevator, Lin Huai had no time to survey her surroundings, when inexplicably the witch mask affixed to her face suddenly began to writhe. Yet it did not dissolve into nameless grotesque flesh, as ordinary biotech constructs might, but after a brief undulation burst outward with a soft shh, instantly unfurling into millions of jet-black strands of hair. These strands coiled and clung to Lin Huai's body like living things, intertwining ceaselessly, until in moments they wove themselves into a sleek, alluring black leather ensemble. Even the casual sneakers she wore on her feet were infiltrated strand by strand, their form pulsed shifted and seamlessly transmuted into the same inky black filaments. As the dense black strands enveloped her feet and wove themselves into perfect anatomical contours, towering stiletto boots, glossy impossibly high and utterly black, materialized in an instant, settling firmly upon the floor. This attire accentuated Lin Huai's already statuesque, graceful figure with breathtaking immediacy. Moi. The surreal transformation jolted her into momentary stillness. With a flick of her fingers, she conjured a compact mirror, the kind every woman carries, and held it before her face. There, reflected in the glass, her mask had vanished, replaced instead by a pair of obsidian-hued glasses etched with shifting arcane sigils. These glasses seemed imbued with a phantasmal barrier worn upon her face. They subtly reshaped her visage into one markedly distinct from her own. Her youthful innocence softened, replaced by an aura of poised allure and quiet magnetism, as if she had donned an entirely new face. Even a leak whose expression had remained unflinching until now betrayed a flicker of genuine surprise. With an intrigued smile, she remarked, "Miss Bayonetta, your mask is most intriguing. It appears to employ a rare high-tier biotech technique, phantom realm illusion. Such technology is notoriously intricate and volatile. Few biotech scientists dare wield it. Even within the Witch Agency, artifacts incorporating phantom realm illusion are exceedingly scarce. Were this item listed at the agency's exchange, it would undoubtedly command a formidable price." Oh, so this seemingly haphazard witch mask casually forged by her unreliable father bore such a distinguished lineage. Lin Huai's pulse quickened inwardly. Her father's cluttered workshop overflowed with similar biotech curiosities, witch masks among them. She'd once dismissed them as bizarre, often defective relics, unstable, unpredictable, unworthy of attention. Yet now a quiet suspicion stirred. Perhaps hidden among them lay treasures far more valuable than she'd ever imagined. Outwardly, however, Lin Huai betrayed no trace of thought. Beyond altering her attire and countenance, the witch mask had also conjured a cascade of raven black hair, long enough to sweep the floor. Yet it posed no inconvenience. Faintly she sensed she could command it, not through touch, but through sheer will. With a gentle lift of her palm, the silken strands flowed like sentient silk, spiraling effortlessly around her fingertips with preternatural grace and precision. Curious, this witch mask seems to have activated a deeper layer of its disguise function, likely triggered by some external stimulus. Such responses typically manifest only under imminent danger. Has the mask detected peril in our vicinity? As Lin Huai idly twisted the glossy strands between her fingers, her gaze swept across the chamber, only to freeze. Bodies, male and female, were embedded into every surface, the floor, the walls, even the ceiling above. Not merely placed, fused with eerie geometric exactitude. They lay supine and prone, interlocked in flawless tessellation, forming the very architecture of the floor, walls, ceiling, and winding labyrinthine corridors that spiraled into impossible complexity. Their eyes remained tightly shut. Across each pale sculpted torso bloomed delicate pink floral patterns, crack-like yet luminous, radiating soft pulsing neon halos. Together they cast the 78th floor in an atmosphere both mystically ethereal and unervingly artistic. What is this? Though Lin Huai's expression stayed impassive, her spine prickled with primal dread. These are flesh puppets, came a leak's voice, calm matter of fact. Indeed, the primary function of the 78th floor is the sale of flesh puppets. These maze-like flesh corridors fill the entire level, crafted from precisely 9,999,000 meticulously engineered flesh puppets. Each puppet bears a unique face, like fragments of humanity itself. Hence this corridor is known as the Corridor of All Beings. The Corridor of All Beings. Intriguing. Perched atop Lin Huai's head, Lin Huai activated his spirit-communing spectral eyes, scanning the puppets, and instantly discerning within each a writhing, malformed shadow, strange, ancient, deeply unsettling. His interest flared. Beneath its aesthetic veneer, the Corridor of All Beings was in truth a colossal confluence, an amalgamation of countless low-tier anomalies and cursed artifacts fused through esoteric means into a single, unimaginably vast, anomalous artifact. Yes, this Corridor of All Beings was in essence a singular, gargantuan, anomalous artifact. Lin Huai, of course, perceived none of this subterranean truth. Upon hearing a leak's explanation, her visceral unease subsided, replaced unexpectedly by fascination. She reached up and pinched the nose of a handsome male flesh puppet embedded in the wall, then murmured appreciatively, "Remarkable texture, supple, smooth, uncannily lifelike. Delightful." Its craftsmanship surpassed standard market offerings by orders of magnitude. 9,999,000 such puppets, employed for a single floor. The Witch Agency truly operated on a scale of staggering audacity. And this was merely the 78th floor. What other floors concealed wonders, or horrors, of comparable magnitude? A quiet curiosity kindled within Lin Huai. "Miss Bayonetta, Alik said, the corridor of all beings is treacherous for newcomers. One may easily lose oneself within its turns. Please follow me closely. I shall escort you to the floor's anomaly appraiser. Very well, Lin Huai replied, nodding. She stepped forward, following Alik deep into the heart of the corridor. Unaware that the moment she vanished from view, the very puppet she had touched twitched its eyelid, turned its gaze toward her retreating figure, and curled its lips into a chilling, knowing smile. Is this where the best appraiser resides, eh? 5 minutes later, when Lin Huai emerged from the corridor of all beings and entered a spacious room, a peculiar expression crept onto her face. The room was adorned with a scattered arrangement of small, colorful, circular platforms. Upon these small circular platforms were placed lifelike flesh puppets. Gazing from afar, they resembled an array of exquisitely detailed figurines. However, these figurines were unmistakably of an adult nature. Some were seductive and alluring, others pure and moving, some mature and elegant, and still others soft and adorable like a lowly. Even there were dashing male puppets, some domineering sows, others ascetic cold men, some puppy-like boys and sunny youths. A veritable feast of variety, dazzling the eye. Lin Huai's face flushed instantly. Could this place really be so stimulating? AI Liqui flashed a knowing smile and said to Lin Huai, Miss Bayonetta, as you can see, this is a special service room dedicated to selling companion puppets. If you are interested with your Angel Wings membership, you can enjoy a 1-hour free trial. Special service. Even though Lin Huai was usually aloof and composed, at this moment her pretty face turned as red as an apple. She quickly shook her head. No need to him. After clearing her throat, Lin Huai barely regained some composure. Like a startled deer, she instantly averted her gaze from those adult-themed companion puppets and asked AI Liqui, are you sure the best appraiser is in such a place? Yes. AI Liqui nodded with a smile. That appraiser has a peculiar fondness for companion puppets. In fact, this very shop is run by that appraiser. I'm all right. Upon hearing this, Lin Huai felt somewhat speechless. Miss Bayonetta, I have already notified the appraiser. He should arrive shortly. Please first try this shop's exclusive Ghost Whisper Blossom tea. AI Liqui handed a delicate teacup to Lin Huai. The cup was filled with an amber liquid, exuding a fragrant aroma. The mere scent invigorated Lin Huai's spirit. AI Liqui smiled. This Ghost Whisper Blossom tea is made by grinding an frank anomaly called tea ghost into powder, then brewing it with a peculiar artifact known as the ghostly tea furnace for 3 days and 3 nights, resulting in a unique essence of the anomalous. This essence contains no corrupting elements and can be safely absorbed by containers, greatly benefiting the cultivation of rational values. Oh, such a wonder. Intrigued, Lin Huai took a sip, as the amber tea liquid moistened her tongue and filled her mouth. Instantly, Lin Huai felt as if a cascade of ghostly whispers echoed in her ears, some laughing, some giggling, some angry, some cursing, yet they did not vex her heart. Instead, those sounds of laughter, anger, sorrow, and joy, like the bittersweet flavors of human life, reverberated in her heart, allowing her to savor a unique taste of existence. Her state of mind even experienced a subtle elevation, nurturing her rationality, making it more steadfast. Excellent tea. Lin Huai could not help but praise. Moi. At that moment, a flicker passed through AI Liqui's eyes as if she had received some information. She then smiled at Lin Huai. Miss Bayonetta, the appraiser has arrived. Arrived? Where? Lin Huai was taken aback. She turned her head to look around, but within the dimly lit room adorned with those lifelike companion puppets, there was no other figure in sight. Could it be that the appraiser intended to meet her through possessing one of those adult-themed companion puppets? Oh, this. At the thought, a chill ran down Lin Huai's spine. Right before you. Just then a man's voice emanated from AI Liqui's mouth. The next moment, AI Liqui's face twisted grotesquely, her features writhing incessantly, until in the blink of an eye it transformed into a refined young man, with deep-set eyes, pale gray, pupils shimmering, and a pair of small mustaches. His clothing also writhed, shifting from the original women's suit pencil skirt and stockings with high heels into a double-breasted overcoat, tailored trousers, and a pair of gleaming polished pointed leather boots. As he placed a top hat which appeared as if by magic upon his head, the man elegantly extended his pale hand, placing it over his chest. He addressed Lin Huai in a rich, cultured voice. Greetings, beautiful Miss Bayonetta. I am the owner of this establishment and the finest appraiser you seek. You may call me AI Liqui. AI Liqui. Though the scene before her startled Lin Huai, she was not overly astonished. A flesh puppet could indeed be possessed by different consciousnesses, provided the previous one logged off. However, this man before her, named AI Liqui. Why did it sound so similar to the AI Liqui from earlier? Lin Huai asked with a peculiar expression. What relation do you have with Miss AI Liqui from the Angel Pharmaceutical Company? Hey, you mean AI Liqui? She's my little sister. Your sister? Hey, why are you cursing me? Seeing the man's expression suddenly turn stern, Lin Huai was taken aback. But the very next second, His face broke into a grin, a playful look on his face. Miss Bayonetta, just a little joke. AI Laqui is indeed my sister. Since we meet by fate, and you are my sister's guest, we are now friends. Friends should have a blast. As he spoke, AI Laqui snapped his fingers. Snap. Let's have some music. Suddenly the previously quiet room erupted with explosive, fiery metal music. At first listen it sounded like countless anomalies screeching and wailing, disturbing the peace, but upon closer attention it revealed a unique melodic charm, highly addictive, making one irresistibly want to sway along. Even Lin Huai, who usually listened only to soothing lyrical music, found herself getting hooked. Miss Bayonetta, I specially acquired this music from an anomaly composer. Every sound in the piece is produced by anomalies with the negative factors removed, extracting only the most addictive essence of rhythm. This single piece can cultivate one's temperament, allowing the spirit to feel as if massaged by countless hands, and it greatly benefits the growth of rational values. AI Laqui said this with pride, then lounged like a lazy cat on the soft leather sofa opposite Lin Huai, crossing his right leg over his left knee, revealing his gleaming, pointed leather boots. He then looked at Lin Huai with eager eyes. All right, Miss Bayonetta, what fine item do you wish to appraise? Bring it out, and let me have a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Huai was in no hurry to produce the item. She gently pressed her crimson lips against the rim of the teacup in her hand, savoring the fragrant ghost tongue flower tea sip by sip until it was fully consumed. Only then did she set the cup back onto the glass table before her. A flash of light shimmered. Within the teacup, a crystalline orb had appeared. Eric let out a soft exclamation of surprise. With a wave of his hand, a translucent phantom like a thin veil of gray mist suddenly materialized from his palm. It roiled, and then transformed into two bizarre serpents with grotesque, fiendish faces. They flanked the crystalline orb, carrying it to Eric on either side. A rank anomaly, netherworld phantom mist. Lin Huai's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the mist-like phantom. She knew that this seemingly insignificant gray mist was actually an rank anomaly known as netherworld phantom mist. Though not exceptionally rare, its strength ranked among the lowest within the rank anomaly hierarchy. Yet it was still a high-tier rank anomaly. Lin Huai had never anticipated that this anomaly appraiser before her was also a containment specialist of considerable strength. Typically, only level 2 or higher senior containment specialists could contain and tame an rank anomaly. Someone like her, a quasi-level 3 containment specialist who hadn't even officially reached level 3, was merely at the intermediate tier. Of course, if one were to disregard the power she gained from her bodily mutation. Just as Lin Huai's mind was reeling, Eric, who had initially appeared languid and indifferent, scrutinized the crystalline orb before him. As if struck by a sudden realization, an expression of profound shock spread across his face. Could this be the purification orb? The purification orb with only a 0.05 chance of spawning from the peak, a rank anomaly filth tumor. Heavens, I never thought I'd live to see such a thing. You know, ever since that bunch of bastards from Lighthouse Nation artificially created the filth tumor, the Human Alliance has almost completely eradicated them. Even if some remain, they're locked away in the most secure containment centers, never to see the light of day again. Madame Bayonetta, how did you come by this purification orb? Eric abruptly turned to Lin Huai, his face a mixture of shock and excitement. How did I get it? Upon hearing this, Lin Huai's lips curled into a faint smile. She gazed at Eric before her, remaining silent. Clearly she had no intention of revealing the source. Eric was taken aback for a moment, then a sheepish grin spread across his face. Haha, my apologies. I was too forward. How could you possibly divulge such a thing? Otherwise you wouldn't have come to the witch organization to get this item, appraised Madame Bayonetta. To be honest, although Lin Huai had initially suspected the orb was the purification orb, it was merely a guess, and she wasn't entirely certain. Only upon hearing Eric's words and witnessing his excitement did she finally feel reassured. What a treasure. A true treasure. Eric held the purification orb in his hand, fondling it with obvious reluctance to let go, his voice filled with unending praise. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Lin Huai naturally noticed this greed. However, she paid it no mind. She had already inscribed a special functional barrier called the ownership barrier onto the purification orb. This barrier was etched with her blood, and once successfully set, it allowed her to control the bonded object at will. Even from 1,000 miles away, she could retrieve it with a mere thought. If anyone attempted to forcibly break the ownership barrier, she would sense it instantly and recall the item to her side, making it exceptionally convenient. Of course, this ownership barrier was not omnipotent. It could only be applied to inanimate objects. If the target possessed living characteristics, the barrier could not be successfully set. Given Eric's experience, he could naturally see that the orb was already protected by a barrier. He quickly suppressed the greed in his eyes, toyed with it for a moment longer, and then flicked his finger. The rank anomaly netherworld phantom mist churned violently, transforming into a black lotus. It carried the purification orb and drifted gracefully back to Lin Huai. Eric, having resumed his refined and languid demeanor, a flicker of light passing through his deep gray eyes, smiled, and said, Madame Bayonetta, you wish to forge this purification orb into an anomalous equipment, don't you? Yes, Lin Huai nodded. Madame Bayonetta, allow me to offer you a suggestion, Eric said. If you choose not to forge this purification orb, but instead sell it to me, I can offer you this figure. With that, Eric raised his hand and held up 5 fingers. 50 million. Lin Huai's expression remained cool and unruffled, but within a monetary figure surged with slight excitement. Just then, Eric's voice continued. 500 million. Lin Huai nearly spat out the tea she had just swallowed. Holy shit. To be fair, although her family was wealthy, her unreliable father spent exorbitant sums on researching blood and flesh technology. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, Lin Huai had never seen such a vast sum of money at home. Everything she owned had been slowly accumulated since becoming a containment specialist. Now, hearing that the purification orb could fetch a staggering price of 500 million, Lin Huai was stunned. She knew the purification orb was valuable, but she never imagined it was this valuable. In an instant, despite her efforts to maintain composure, her breathing quickened. With such a fortune, she could even purchase anomalous equipment of decent quality. Seeing Lin Huai's reaction, Eric wore a satisfied expression. He chuckled, although it's just 500 million Chinese yuan, not the containment coins issued by the Human Alliance exclusively for containment specialists. Forged with special blood and flesh technology, more valuable and universally accepted, the price is still quite good. So, Miss Bayonetta, are you interested in a deal? Chinese yuan was the currency exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom. The exchange rate with containment coins was generally 1 containment coin to 100 Chinese yuan. However, under normal circumstances, containment specialists would only exchange more Chinese yuan for a single containment coin, never the reverse. Because containment coins were no longer just a currency. Strictly speaking, they could even be considered a special type of anomalous item. For containment specialists, if they accumulated enough of them, they could produce various miraculous effects, potentially even saving lives in critical moments. Lin Huai hesitated. The channels for obtaining containment coins were extremely limited. Since becoming a containment specialist, she had amassed fewer than 100 coins in total. Yet Chinese yuan was not easy to accumulate either. This was 500 million. How should she choose? Mr. Eliki, I must say your proposal is quite tempting. Her mind raced swiftly. Lin Huai quickly settled on a decision within her heart. The corners of her lips curled slightly as she spoke to Eliki. However, for a rare object like the purification pearl, I would much rather forge it into a convenient, aberrant artifact. After all, as we both know, for a containment agent who constantly treads the edge of life and death, no matter how much wealth one possesses, if it cannot be turned into the power to kill enemies, it is useless. And precisely for me, a well-suited aberrant artifact is the most urgent necessity at the moment. She was not lying about this. Lin Huai truly needed a convenient aberrant artifact to enhance her own strength. Though with a fortune of 500 million in hand, she could purchase some aberrant artifacts of decent quality even within the witch organization. The circulation of aberrant artifacts was limited, let alone finding one suited to her among this scarce number. However, if she brought an aberrant item to a weird artisan for a custom creation, she would most likely obtain the most suitable aberrant artifact. Moreover, since Mr. Eliki had quoted a price of 500 million Chinese yuan, it clearly indicated that the true value of the purification pearl was certainly higher than that. Lin Huai was not entirely certain of the astronomical true value of the purification pearl. But she was not foolish. Naturally, she would not let herself be fleeced for no reason and then count money for others. It was better to forge the purification pearl into an aberrant artifact and keep it in her own hands. No matter what, she would not come out at a loss. I see. What a pity. Eliki sighed regretfully, then smiled. In that case, Miss Bayonetta, please rest here for a moment. They'll go contact the weird artisans currently available among my subordinates. By the way, according to my sister Eliki, you need a premium tier weird artisan, correct? Yes. Lin Huai nodded. A faint glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes. It seemed that Eliki was not only an aberrant item appraiser and a high-level senior containment agent of at least level 2, but also a key person in charge of the aberrant artifact crafting service on the 78th floor of the Abyss Tower. Even out of interest, he ran a shop specializing in selling companion dolls. One had to admit his business scope was indeed extensive. Alright, the premium tier weird artisans, and above, are all elusive. They'll have to step out and contact them using a special method. With that, Eliki stood up, politely bowed, and walked out of the room. Seeing Eliki leave, Lin Huai's tense face relaxed slightly. To be honest, she was quite surprised that he had not increased his offer to continue purchasing the purification pearl from her. After all, the greed that had flashed in Elika's eyes earlier was not feigned. Clearly, he had some need for the purification pearl. However, Lin Huai did not dwell on the reason. Instead, she heightened her vigilance inwardly. Although her dedicated customer service agent Eliki had said that the aberrant artifact crafting service on the 78th floor had a good reputation and generally did not leak clients' privacy, one could not be too cautious. Moreover, Eliki and Eliki were siblings. Who knew if the siblings would conspire to devour her a fat sheep? With that thought, Lin Huai raised her slender jade-like finger. Whoosh! A blue flame suddenly ignited from her fingertip, flickering without wind. With a flick of her finger, the azure flame abruptly turned into specks of fireflies, dissolving into the surrounding void. At the same time, a shadowy maiden's figure silently drifted through Lin Huai's shadow, vanishing in an instant. Shall die if you sense any anomaly, inform me promptly. Yes, master. As Lin Huai's mind shifted, an ethereal, pleasant maiden's voice echoed in her mind. This voice belonged to the Agrade Aberrant, evolved from the ghost-faced flame butterfly. The ghostly butterfly maiden, her greatest asset for venturing alone into the witch organization. In truth, strictly speaking, the ghostly butterfly maiden was still in a pseudo-Agrade state. Because no matter how wondrous the Netherflame Lotus domain was, it was ultimately just a buff-type domain, equivalent to a temporary enhancement. Once the domain's energy dissipated and collapsed, the ghostly butterfly maiden would regress back to its original grade, Aberrant, the ghost-faced flame butterfly. However, the Netherflame Lotus domain enveloping the ghostly butterfly maiden had not yet vanished. Moreover, from Lin Huai's observation, the domain's energy seemed to persist for a long while yet. This naturally filled her with delight. If the ghostly butterfly maiden could maintain this state for an extended period, it might gradually comprehend the essence of advancement, and even after the domain's energy dissipated, it could permanently remain at the Agrade level. Thus 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, and Lin Huai's brow began to furrow slightly. After 30 minutes, Eliki still showed no sign of any message. Lin Huai finally grew restless. What's going on? Where is he? She was about to rise when suddenly the door of the room slid open with a bang and a woman's figure burst in. Seeing this woman, Lin Huai was taken aback. This was a strikingly tall woman with silver-white hair, cascading like a magnificent galaxy, almost touching the ground. Her dress was as red as blood, an extremely luxurious and elegant evening gown that accentuated her devilishly perfect figure to the fullest. However, what was most arresting was the woman's breathtakingly beautiful face. She was like a descending angel, not only beautiful but also immensely sacred. Yet her eyes were as bewitching as a demon's. She was a fusion of angel and demon, half holy, half eerie, radiating an infinite mysterious charm that made one irresistibly captivated. Even Lin Huai as a woman was instinctively deeply attracted upon seeing this mysterious woman as tall as a supermodel. You are the one who possesses the purification pearl. But the next moment, the woman's clear, icy voice snapped Lin Huai back to reality, and a surge of intense vigilance rose in her heart. Lin Huai narrowed her beautiful eyes. Sitting on the soft leather sofa, she crossed her long straight legs, gazing at the red-clad woman before her, and replied in an equally cold tone, "Yes, the purification pearl is in my hands. What do you have, any advice?" "What advice do I have?" The mysterious woman in the red evening dress heard Lin Huai's cool voice, and a sharp glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. She gave Lin Huai a deep look. Suddenly she smiled radiantly. As her thick red lips curled slightly, an endless charm radiated from her, instantly exuding a thick, seductive aura. She did not reply immediately. Instead, she walked with light cat-like steps, her jade feet in a pair of sky-high red heels click-clacking, over to Lin Huai. Then she sat down on the soft leather sofa beneath her. As her graceful figure sank into the sofa, her fair right leg extended from the high slit of her skirt, crossing over her left knee. At the same time, as if by magic, a cigarette appeared between her fingers. Without any visible flame, the tip inexplicably began to burn. As wisps of smoke rose, the woman in the red evening dress took a light drag, then exhaled a plume of white smoke, saying leisurely, "Sorry, I was being presumptuous. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jean Dark. Currently, I am one of the 3 master-level strange craftsmen on the 78th floor of this abyss tower." "What? Strange craftsman? Master level?" Lin Huai was stunned upon hearing this. Wait, hadn't she asked Eric to find her a premium-level strange craftsman? Why had a master-level one come instead? Although Lin Huai very much hoped for a master-level strange craftsman to forge her strange equipment, the price of a master was naturally incomparable to that of the premium tier. Given how tight her funds were, she simply couldn't afford the final payment. "Madame Bayonetta, I know you wanted that fellow Eric to find you a premium-level strange craftsman." Jean Dark exhaled another puff of smoke before saying, "Don't worry, I've already sent that fellow Eric packing. That guy has a poor head on his shoulders, actually trying to find a premium-level craftsman to handle an extreme treasure like the purification orb. Even if you requested it as a professional in charge of strange equipment business, he should have refused, or else it would have been his dereliction of duty." "Of course." Jean Dark said, a cold smile suddenly curling at the corner of her mouth. "If that fellow Eric had some other ulterior motive, that would be a different story, huh?" Lin Huai's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. What did she mean by that? Did Eric have other intentions? Anyway, regardless, as I said, I've already sent that fellow Eric packing. From now on, this will be our transaction," Jean Dark said. A look of anticipation appeared in her beautiful eyes as she looked into Lin Huai's eyes. Madame Bayonetta, you wish to have this strange item, the purification orb, forged into a strange piece of equipment suitable for you, correct? Although she didn't know what had happened between Eric and the woman named Jean d'Arc, as long as the matter was handled, Lin Huai didn't mind changing her transaction partner. She nodded calmly. That's right, I do want the purification orb forged into a strange piece of equipment. Madame Jean d'Arc, may I ask how you intend to conduct this transaction? Or rather, what price do you want me to pay? She naturally couldn't afford a master-level strange craftsman's price. However, it seemed this woman named Jean d'Arc was particularly interested in the purification orb. If so, there might be a turning point. What price? In that short time, Jean d'Arc had already finished a cigarette. She stubbed out the cigarette, grinding it into powder with her fingers. Then she smiled slightly and said, free. Free. This left Lin Huai stunned. But she quickly seemed to realize something, a gleam flashing in her eyes as she said, I see. So Madame Jean d'Arc, you want to borrow my purification orb to do something, don't you? Hey, Madame Bayonetta, I enjoy speaking with intelligent people. Jean d'Arc smiled brightly and said, that's right. I can forge the purification orb into a strange piece of equipment tailored for you free of charge with a quality that will definitely satisfy you. However, before forging the equipment, I hope you will lend me the purification orb to use. I have an urgent need for it. What do you think? Lin Huai did not reply immediately. She rubbed her fingers through her long waterfall-like black hair. After a moment of deliberation, she said, all right, I can lend you the purification orb, but when you use it, I must stay by your side and observe how you use it. Besides that, the usage time must not be too long. It's best if you finish what you need to do within a day. Otherwise, this deal is off. Upon hearing this, Jean d'Arc frowned slightly, as if weighing something. But soon she nodded. Fine, no problem. I agree. The Witch Organization. The 14th floor of the Abyss Tower. This was a very special floor. On this floor, the strange energy was extremely dense, almost turning into a blood-red substance that clung to the walls, floors, and ceilings, forming layer upon layer of thick blood scabs. Yet paradoxically, this place was specifically a sales floor for selling and renting rooms. Indeed, this Abyss Tower not only engaged in various businesses related to the strange, but also sold property. Although places with dense, strange energy were not suitable for ordinary people to live in, for a containment agent cultivating in such an environment was necessary. Through its heavy pressure, they could constantly temper their sanity value, making the results far more outstanding. Moreover, the dense, strange energy was also immensely beneficial for containment agents in nurturing the strange they had tamed. At that moment, as the huge elevator doors, which looked like they were made of flesh and blood, slowly opened, Lin Huai followed Jean d'Arc to the 14th floor. Room 1216 on this 14th floor is my residence, and it also serves as my workshop. Madame Bayonetta, please stay close to me. There are over 1,000 rooms on this floor, and all sorts of monsters and freaks live here. Many set up illusory barriers outside their doors, or even keep guard dogs. Therefore, getting lost on this floor can be quite dangerous, especially if you catch the eye of someone with ill intentions. Jean d'Arc said, stepping in her red high heels, which went click-clack as she walked into the blood-filled corridor ahead. Lin Huai nodded. The eerie environment around her instinctively made her more cautious. At the same time, she looked around with a hint of curiosity. Over 1,000 rooms on a single floor. That was simply astonishing. Just how big was this Abyss Tower? And how was it even constructed? Suddenly, Lin Huai's gaze sharpened. As she followed Jean d'Arc into the corridor of the 14th floor, a human head had somehow appeared at her feet. The head's eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at her. A sinister smile curled at the corner of its mouth. What in the world is this? Even though Lin Huai had already witnessed many strange phenomena, she couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock at the sight of this thing. It wasn't that this human head was particularly terrifying. Rather, it was what lay beneath it. A grotesque body resembling a writhing maggot. Countless tiny hands covered the squirming maggot-like body, giving it the appearance of a 1,000-legged centipede at first glance, yet it was far more nauseating and hair-raising than any centipede. In an instant, Lin Huai felt as if her sanity value had unknowingly dropped a notch. This kind of anomaly is called a human-faced insect. Just then Jean's voice rang out. Human-faced insect. Lin Huai was taken aback. Was there such an anomaly? As a top student at Tongling City, no. One high school, Lin Huai prided herself on having thoroughly memorized the anomaly encyclopedia, scoring perfect marks on every exam. Yet she had never even heard of an anomaly called the human-faced insect. Hell, Lady Bayonetta, it's not surprising you haven't seen this human-faced insect before. This wretched thing is actually a man-made anomaly created by a certain deranged individual among the residents of the 14th floor of this Abyss Tower, who is obsessed with researching and manufacturing anomalies. As such, this human-faced insect currently has no official rank classification. But if you underestimate it because of that, you'd be gravely mistaken. Although a single one of these anomalies is strictly only comparable to an F or a rank anomaly, once their numbers increase, they undergo a terrifying qualitative transformation capable of devouring even a rank anomalies entirely. As Jean spoke, she tugged at Lin Huai's hand, clearly urging her to leave quickly, and avoid further entanglement with the human-faced insects. Lin Huai felt a chill run down her spine, capable of devouring even rank anomalies entirely. If the number of these so-called human-faced insects multiplied, wouldn't they be as terrifying as an shrank anomaly? Without further hesitation, Lin Huai quickened her pace, determined to distance herself from these dreadful and repulsive creatures. Squeak, squeak. The human-faced insect tilted its head as Lin Huai departed, momentarily perplexed, as if sensing something, its expression turning puzzled while emitting strange, incomprehensible sounds. Suddenly, the human-faced insect began sniffing. Its nostrils flared continuously like butterfly wings. The faster it sniffed, the quicker its nostrils moved. At the same time, its face took on an expression of ecstasy, as if savoring something utterly intoxicating, revealing a lecherous look. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The human-faced insect suddenly let out a series of urgent cries. As it shrieked, similar sounds echoed faintly from the corridors of the 14th floor, resonating with its call. At the same time, a buzzing drone filled the air, growing louder and closer from all directions. Not good. At that moment, Jean had already led Lin Huai through several turns into a corridor markedly different from the one they had first entered. But just then her ear twitched. Her jade-like face darkened as she turned to Lin Huai, her sharp, suspicious gaze sweeping over Lin Huai's form as if searching for something intently. What's the matter? Lin Huai's cool countenance betrayed a hint of displeasure. No one would be pleased to be scrutinized so brazenly. Yet seeing Jean's sudden change in demeanor, an ominous feeling stirred within her. Bayonetta, do you have anything on you that strongly attracts anomalies? Jean asked with a frown. Something that attracts anomalies? No, I don't. Lin Huai knew exactly what Jean meant. Such items, collectively known as anomaly bait, were tools used by containers to lure anomalies. However, over time, anomalies had grown smarter. Unless it was something exceptionally alluring, ordinary bait rarely caught their attention. They had nearly developed an immunity to it. As for those exceptionally potent baits, their effects were too strong, and carelessly using them could attract overly powerful anomalies, posing a deadly risk. Hence, Lin Huai never carried such dangerous items under normal circumstances. No. Then why are those human-faced insects drawn to you? Jean demanded, her face dark. Drawn to me? Lin Huai was stunned. Just then a loud buzzing filled her ears, causing her expression to shift, her jade-like face also darkening like Jean's. I don't know why this is happening, Jean. How far is your room? What's the shortest time to get there? Lin Huai asked quickly. Seeing that Lin Huai didn't seem to be lying, Jean grew suspicious. Yet she knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Though the human-faced insects were troublesome, once they retreated into a room, they would not attack further. Although the witch organization didn't interfere much with conflicts among guests, anyone daring to force their way in and damage the organization's property would not be ignored by its enforcers. For according to the witch organization's rules, even if you purchased one of their properties, it essentially still belonged to them. Buying property was merely a form of long-term lease. The fastest way would take at least 10 minutes to reach my room. Jean said. 10 more minutes. Lin Huai was speechless. Indeed, a single floor with over 1,000 rooms might seem grand, but running through it was a nightmare. These human-faced insects are fast. Looks like we'll have to fight while we run. Lin Huai quickly calmed down. She had faced similar dangers before. Taking a deep breath, she instantly entered a combat-ready state. In that moment, buzz. A cacophony of buzzing filled her ears. Lin Huai's pupils contracted as she saw both ahead and behind in the corridor human heads with eerie grins, their maggot bodies fluttering invisible transparent wings, flying toward her. These heads, male and female, each bore a different face. But one thing was the same: they all stared at her with unwavering eyes, their faces twisted into lecherous expressions. At this, Lin Huai's brow furrowed even deeper as a wave of visceral revulsion surged within her. Xiaojia, kill these disgusting things. Lin Huai commanded inwardly. In an instant, a blaze of dazzling, ghostly flames erupted from her shadow. A young girl's silhouette, barefoot, stepped upon wisps of ghostly flames. Emerging slowly from the shadow, with a delicate finger, she gently tapped a human-faced insect charging at the forefront. With a soft whoosh, ghostly blue flames burst forth, reducing it to a pile of ashes. Oh, a class anomaly, the gloomy phantom butterfly lady. But something feels different. Joan of Arc, standing nearby, saw the girl emerge from Lin Huai's shadow. With a distant point of her finger, she effortlessly killed a human-faced insect, and her expression shifted slightly. Her gaze swept over the gloomy phantom butterfly lady. Yet soon a flicker of confusion crossed her face. In her perception, the aura of the gloomy phantom butterfly lady before her was highly unstable, seeming both a class and class, yet within it harbored an immensely powerful energy that had nearly reached the peak of a class. Such a bizarre situation was something she had never encountered before. Still, Joan gave it no further thought. She grasped the air with 5 fingers. Suddenly a strange glove, red leathery as if freshly soaked in blood, materialized over her pale hand. As the red glove writhed like living flesh, a strikingly cool large-caliber pistol appeared in her hand, as if by magic. The next moment, Joan pulled the trigger. Bang! Though no bullet emerged from the muzzle. Yet one human-faced insect burst apart in a most eerie manner, its thick foul ichor splattering across the ground with a sizzling corrosive sound. Let's go. These human-faced insects are not true entities, they are ethereal beings, and will soon resurrect. Joan clearly had no intention of lingering. She fired a few more shots. As several human-faced insects' heads exploded, she coldly urged Lin Huai. Then she turned and dashed through the blood-drenched path she had temporarily cleared. They can resurrect. Lin Huai's eyes narrowed. True enough. She saw that the human-faced insects that had just died began to writhe and twist together in a horrifying fusion, reforming into complete human-faced insects. Their faces were even uglier, more grotesque, and more nauseating than before. Even the human-faced insect that had been burned to ash by the gloomy phantom butterfly lady recondensed its body amidst a surge of black mist. Its aura showed no signs of weakening. On the contrary, it became even more ferocious and surging than at the start. These human-faced insects seemed to grow stronger after each resurrection. Lin Huai was astounded. Now she understood why Joan had spoken of these creatures with such dread. With such an ability, not only indestructible but also growing fiercer with each death, they could utterly overwhelm ordinary class anomalies. What kind of twisted monstrous entity could have artificially created such a terrifying and tenacious anomaly? Lin Huai did not hesitate. She had no intention of lingering either. Seeing Joan sprinting away, she stomped her high heels hard against the floor, unleashing her maximum speed, and followed Joan toward the corridor on the other side of the building. Dozens of human-faced insects immediately chased after them madly. Not long after the human-faced insects had flown off after Lin Huai and Joan, the doors on both sides of the corridor quietly opened a crack, and pairs of eyes glinting with sharp light peered out from the dark gaps, staring in astonishment at the direction the insects had gone. Damn those human-faced insects, that old freak. Keeps usually patrol around like dogs. If you feed them, they even lick your hand gently. Why have they suddenly become so frenzied? It looks like a newcomer arrived and didn't know the rules crossed some taboo of these insects. Oh dear, dozens of human-faced insects. United there as terrifying as a Pika-class anomaly. Those poor souls being chased are truly unlucky. Yeah, being devoured by human-faced insects is pure torture. They'll die a most miserable death, and their souls will be trapped in eternal nightmares. As the eyes blinked incessantly, whispers arose. But soon, the whispers faded. With a bang, as each door slammed shut, the blood-dim corridor fell silent once more. 7 or 8 minutes later. Joan, is your room still far? Lin Huai's forehead was beaded with sweat. Her face darkened as she looked at Joan, whose expression was equally grim. No. Joan's words were concise and forceful. A journey that normally took 10 minutes could be completed in 7 or 8 if they pushed their speed to the limit. But Joan had never expected the number of pursuing human-faced insects to surge from several dozen to over 100 in no time. She had no idea how many of those insects the old freak had released. But she knew one thing. Ever since these abominable human-faced insects were created on the 14th floor of the Xinyuan building, there had never been a moment like this. Over 100 of them gathered in a frenzy. What on earth is that woman named Bei Unita hiding that has driven the human-faced insects so wild? Joan was utterly baffled. She could have simply abandoned this woman since the insect's target wasn't her. But she couldn't bear to give up the orb of purification on her. If she left now, once this woman was killed by the insects, everything she carried would be devoured, including that orb of purification. Damn it. I finally encountered the orb of purification, finally. Heaven gave me a glimmer of hope. How could I just give up? Why? Why are the human-faced insects so crazed? If there's nothing special about that woman Bei Unita, then could it be? What's special is her very self. Suddenly, Joan seemed to have a thought. Her eyes locked onto Lin Huai, as if trying to see something extraordinary in her, and she asked in a heavy, slightly hoarse voice, Bei Unita, who exactly are you? Who am I? Lin Huai was baffled by the question. Wait. Had she seen through the disguise of the witch mask? Just as Lin Huai was at a loss for an answer at the same moment. Just as the swarm of over 100 human-faced insects wearing lecherous expressions charged forward, nearly engulfing Lin Huai and Joan. Suddenly, a light sigh rang out. Tisk, I was just starting to feel a nice drowsiness, and then some bugs woke me up. How annoying. I hate bugs buzzing around my ears when I'm trying to sleep. Boom. A chilling blue flame swept outward like a hurricane. The gloomy phantom butterfly lady flapped her pair of gorgeous ghostly butterfly wings, hovering out of the azure blaze. Her elegant pale bare feet tread upon a slowly blooming illusory lotus, while a ring of dazzling crystalline light revolved around her. When the over 100 human-faced insects crashed into that crystalline light, it instantly wove into stacked alternating transparent prisms radiating a dreamlike luster. The human-faced insects became disoriented and chaotic, unable to advance another inch. At the same time, wisps of crystalline azure flames emerged from the dreamscape. Whoosh! In one breath, nearly all the 100-plus human-faced insects were burned to ashes. Wow, what? Joan, who had been about to employ some means to save herself, was stunned. In that instant, she sensed from the gloomy phantom butterfly lady before her an aura of absolute terror not inferior to a Pika-class anomaly. But what truly shook her was not that. Rather, behind the gloomy phantom butterfly lady, there was the woman stepping gracefully in high heels, walking step by step out of a blaze of brilliant flames. That woman named Bayunita. This woman held a human-faced insect that was writhing in terror, and she was feasting on it with relish. Is she eating a human-faced insect? Jean could hardly believe her eyes. For a containment specialist, devouring an aberration raw was nothing short of suicidal. Unless, of course, one belonged to that rare breed of anomalous containers who could fortify themselves by consuming aberrant flesh. Yet, having some knowledge of the artificial creation process behind these human-faced insects, she understood that the aberrant essence within them was violently unstable, with a concentration of mutagenic factors so extreme that even other aberrations could not digest or absorb their flesh. To swallow one was akin to ingesting a fatal poison. Whether human or aberration, instant death would follow, and the corpse would transform into a flesh nest, birthing more human-faced insects. Yet at this very moment, Jean watched helplessly as this woman named Bayonetta devoured the human-faced insect. Not only did she not drop dead, but her body showed no signs of mutation. She actually licked her lips with relish. Oh, is this woman? Jean's heart surged with turbulent waves. For a moment, she stood frozen, utterly stunned. Not bad. This human-faced insect tastes like fried locusts, crispy and endlessly flavorful, perfect as a snack. Oh, is this woman? Jean's heart surged with turbulent waves. For a moment, she stood frozen, utterly stunned. Not bad. This human-faced insect tastes like fried locusts, crispy and endlessly flavorful, perfect as a snack. His eyes darted about, savoring the flavor, and unexpectedly found what he savored was not the physical taste, but the essence of aberrant energy within the insect. Compared to the filth tumor he had devoured before, the aberrant essence in this insect had a more intricate composition. Yet, this complex structure added layers of flavor, allowing Lin Huai to experience a true delicacy on his tongue. Exquisite. Lin Huai couldn't help but exclaim. In Jean's eyes, she saw Lin Huai elegantly finish the human-faced insect, then reveal an expression of lingering satisfaction, as if she had savored a supreme, earthly delicacy. Next, she even sucked her fingers, her gaze scanning the surroundings, as if she wanted to catch another human-faced insect to eat. Jean's face twitched uncontrollably. This was absolutely a monster. Even those immensely powerful strength containment specialists probably wouldn't do something as perverse as eating a human-faced insect raw, right? Wait, could it be that this woman named Bayonetta was actually the incarnation of some terrifying shrank aberration? For a moment, Jean's heart churned with suspicion. Her steps instinctively retreated. Regardless, she sensed an exceedingly eerie danger from this woman named Bayonetta. Better to keep her distance. Yet little did Jean know, the real Bayonetta, at this moment, was on the verge of tears. Heavens, Lin Huai's heart was utterly shattered. Why is my body uncontrollably eating aberrations again? Oh, this damn taste is like an 800-year-old cesspit. Fortunately, after the ordeal of swallowing the filth tumor, Lin Huai did not faint this time. Yet even so, she was nearly a fish out of water, devoid of all hope. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, a cacophony of insect chirps rang out again. The 100-odd human-faced insects reduced to ash by the ghostly butterfly maiden's flames swiftly reformed amidst a swirl of black mist. After reforming, these insects grew even more ferocious and vicious. They stared at Lin Huai with malicious intent, their faces twisted with perverse obsession. Thai's body is surely the perfect candidate for a nest. Claim her body. Turn her into the nest. Our queen's nest. The reformed human-faced insects began to speak in human tongues, though their words were halting, like a child learning to talk. The gist was clear. Nest. Queen's nest. Jean heard this. In an instant she seemed to recall something. Her gaze flickered as she fixed on Lin Huai, a subtle oddity crossing her face. Lin Huai, intrigued, grew curious. Through his shrank ability, spiritual sight of the wraith, he had long discerned the true nature of these insects. These human-faced insects are, strictly speaking, still larvae, all born from an artificially created queen nest body. However, the queen nest they were born from is incomplete, merely equivalent to an rank peak aberration. Clearly, the creator of these insects aims to artificially forge and shrank queen nest, thus constantly seeking a suitable vessel. And Lin Huai, with her rare special physique, is apparently the optimal candidate for this shrank nest. No wonder these insects are frantically attacking Lin Huai. As Lin Huai pondered, the 100-odd insects surged forward en masse. Yet to Lin Huai, they were merely lambs to the slaughter. This time he did not let the ghostly butterfly maiden incinerate these insects with their undying resurrection ability. Instead, he used the gray mist frigid flame formed from merging with the slender shadow to freeze all the insects solid. The ghostly butterfly maiden elevated to a rank aberration through the amplifying effect of his domain, demon flame lotus, had an unstable foundation. Thus her abilities were still unrefined, relying only on instinct imprinted in her soul, and each use consumed a large portion of the buff energy granted by the demon flame lotus. Yet, this time Lin Huai handcrafted another demon flame lotus for her, replenishing its energy, though the ghostly butterfly maiden remained bewildered about her abilities. Through repeated use, she had gained some understanding. At the very least, she had become remarkably adept at switching between the cold and hot properties of her demon flame. Clatter, clatter. One by one the frozen insects crashed to the ground. Lin Huai wasted no time. He grabbed one in each hand and began eating with relish. He could clearly sense the progress bar for activating Lin Feiyu's special physique advancing steadily. Consuming these 100-odd insects would accumulate energy equivalent to an ordinary rank peak aberration. As he ate, suddenly a familiar resonance echoed in his mind, stirring deep memories. His expression turned odd. Seems like I'm about to awaken another shrank ability. Sure enough, before long Lin Huai felt a strange sensation ripple through his heart, and from the depths of his mind emerged a clear memory, as if it had been etched into his soul from the very beginning. He awakened another shrank ability. Wicked Mother's Nest shrank. Within every heart there dwells a worm. Arrogance, jealousy, selfishness, brutality, rage, greed, lust, perversity, eccentricity. Negative emotions crawl over the human soul like mites on flesh. Every person is a nest, a wicked mother's nest capable of birthing all manner of wicked worms. Upon activating this ability, a primary wicked mother's nest can be materialized and placed within a suitable vessel for constant nurturing. By devouring various wicked worms born from different negative emotions, the nest can grow stronger, and the number and variety of wicked worms it can later birth will become richer and more diverse, with their abilities growing more formidable. Oh, the wicked mother's nest. That's an intriguing ability. In a single thought, Lin Huai fully comprehended this newly awakened shrank ability. He found himself extremely fascinated by it. He hadn't expected this. After devouring the human-faced worm, he awakened an ability related to its origin, the mother worm nest. Could it be that the awakening of his shrank ability was to some extent closely tied to his actions? Previously, when he awakened the spiritual communication demonic eye, it seemed to be because he had slipped into Lin Feiyu's body, and this girl herself possessed the unique ability of the demonic eye. Regardless, among the several shrank abilities I've awakened, this wicked mother's nest is a relatively sharp offensive ability, just compensating for some of my current shortcomings in combat power. However, to fully unleash this ability's offensive potential, I must first nurture this nest. First, I need to create a main nest, and then place it in a suitable vessel. Thinking of this, Lin Huai couldn't help but look at Lin Feiyu's body he was currently controlling. A mischievous grin immediately spread across his face. Haha, isn't this a coincidence? Lin Feiyu's body possessed a rare special physique and seemed perfectly suited as the mother worm nest that birthed those human-faced worms. So would it be a perfect fit as a vessel to nurture the wicked mother's nest? Act on the thought. Lin Huai focused his mind and directly activated the wicked mother's nest ability. Instantly, Lin Feiyu's body trembled involuntarily. The next moment, within her body at the boundary between spirit and flesh, a special dantian space seemed to open up, gradually giving rise to the form of a petite woman. This petite woman had a human face, but her body was shaped like a chrysalis, translucent and constantly writhing in a most unsettling manner. While this primary wicked mother's nest seems to have parasitized Lin Feiyu's body. However, the main nest will only sustain itself by devouring various wicked worms, not draining Lin Feiyu's nutrients. Instead, it will bring her all sorts of benefits. For instance, it can subtly nourish her body and continuously raise the threshold of her sanity value. Over time, Lin Feiyu's sanity value might grow to an incredibly astonishing level. Sensing the beneficial subtle changes happening in Lin Feiyu's body, and imperceptibly, it was also accelerating the activation of Lin Feiyu's special physique. Lin Huai nodded in satisfaction. So next he should strengthen this main nest by devouring various wicked worms. With that thought, Lin Huai manipulated Lin Feiyu's slender jade-like hand. Her 5 fingers grasped the void. Whoosh. In an instant, a strange suction force surged forth, and faintly the phantom of a nest seemed to coalesce from the emptiness. But it vanished in a flash. The next moment, a black hole like a collapsed space appeared, transforming into a terrifying abyssal maw. Crash. The hundreds of frozen, human-faced worms were in the blink of an eye. Swallowed by the maw. Gone. And within the dantian space at the boundary of spirit and flesh inside Lin Feiyu's body, the petite woman serving as the primary wicked mother's nest suddenly opened her eyes, her crimson orbs seeming to drip blood her face, revealing an excited hunger for feeding. Hundreds of human-faced worms appeared before her like specks of dust. She opened her delicate mouth and swallowed them all, chewing continuously with a look of lingering satisfaction. At the same time, her body began to swell. As her translucent chrysalis-like body expanded and contracted, it started laying eggs. Soon about 10 eggs dropped, and after a slight tremor, tiny strange beetles resembling rhinoceros beetles were born. It seems these artificially created human-faced worms are in a way a type of wicked worm, plump and delicious, formed from concentrated essence. They let the main nest feast heartily. What a pity, though, that 100 of them don't seem to be quite enough. Seeing only about 10 controllable wicked worm eggs born, Lin Huai felt a slight regret. With a thought, he raised one of Lin Feiyu's jade-like fingers. Swish! A beetle resembling a rhinoceros beetle silently appeared on the tip of Lin Feiyu's jade finger. At first it seemed the size of a grain of rice, but soon its body swelled rapidly, turning into the size of a ping-pong ball. Its insect face at first glance looked like a ferocious demon, green-faced, fanged, with blood-red eyes, utterly terrifying. And the forked horn on its head was covered in fine sharp serrations, razor-sharp and glowing with an eerie purple. Clearly this horn was highly venomous. Oh, this rhinoceros beetle-like insect seems to be called wrathful wicked worm. It seems the main negative emotion contained in those devoured human-faced worms is wrath. No wonder it's so aggressive. Lin Huai flicked his finger. The wrathful wicked worm immediately spread its wings and buzzed into the air. Go find the source of the human-faced worms on this floor. The wrathful wicked worm circled once, as if acknowledging Lin Huai's command. The next instant its insect body moved, vanishing like a bolt of lightning. What kind of insect is this? So fast. Its aura feels like a brank anomaly, but it seems more dangerous than a brank anomaly. At this moment Jean had witnessed Lin Huai devouring human-faced worms raw, employing incredible means to swallow hundreds in one gulp, and now exhibiting a bizarre insect-controlling technique, with insects clearly no weaker than the human-faced worms. Instantly her gaze at Lin Huai shifted from mere shock to intense wariness. She could clearly feel that if the other wished to kill her, it would take just a single finger. Just then Jean's eyes narrowed as she saw the woman who made her feel extremely dangerous turn her face and cast a look of amused interest upon her. In that moment Jean's entire body tensed. Even her breath seemed to freeze. An intriguing woman. Lin Huai's gaze wandered over Jean's form, a faint glimmer of azure light flickering in his eyes as he activated the ability of his spiritual vision. It seemed he had discovered something fascinating. Lifting Lin Feiyu's jade-like foot clad in a towering black leather heel, he stepped gracefully one pace at a time until he stood before Jean. You? What do you want? As the dangerous woman named Bayonetta approached, Jean's face grew more wary, and she instinctively tried to step back. But at that moment she was horrified to find her body had become like a puppet at someone else's mercy, utterly unable to control even a single movement. Shock and fury surged within her. Clearly this was the other's doing. What do I want? Lin Huai studied Jean's beautiful face with keen interest. Suddenly he broke into a smile. Raising Lin Feiyu's slender fair index finger, he gently lifted Jean's delicate flawless chin, as exquisite as a work of art. Then leaning his cheek close to hers, he exhaled a warm orchid fragrant breath from Lin Feiyu's rosy lips, and said with a seductive smirk, Lady Jean, I'm simply intrigued by you. After all, there can't be many beings in this world who are half anomalous and half human, can there? You? Jean's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this. She could hardly believe that he had seen through the secret she had buried deep in her heart for years. Lady Bayonetta, even if you've seen through my identity, so what? Are you going to capture me like those hypocrites from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau? Or perhaps, you're from the Bureau yourself? Jean quickly calmed down and spoke with a cold expression. Oh, are you trying to probe my identity? Lin Huai naturally saw through her intention and chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Lady Jean, I'm not from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, nor do I intend to harm you. I'm merely curious about you. Perhaps we can discuss this further another time. Oh, and I recall we have an unfinished transaction. Since those face bugs have been dealt with, let's continue our business. As for me, I need to digest those little snacks I just consumed. With that, Lin Huai immediately severed the puppet threads connecting him to Lin Huai, restoring her control over her own body. Finally, I'm in charge of my body again. Lin Huai was almost in tears. The feeling of watching her own body act on its own beyond her control was utterly frustrating. Although her body seemed to become terrifyingly powerful when out of her control, the habit of devouring anomalies alive was enough to drive Lin Huai to despair. Sighing, she decided she would brush her teeth 100 times once she got home today. Moi. Jean's perception was sharp. The moment Lin Huai withdrew, she sensed the change in Lin Huai. A strange expression crossed her face as she tested, Lady Bayonetta, what's wrong? Are you still the same person as before? Lin Huai realized her finger was still hooked under Jean's chin, their faces inches apart. When Jean spoke, her warm breath brushed against Lin Feiyu's cheek. A tingling sensation spread through her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly withdrew her finger and stepped back, clearing her throat as she organized her words. Well, you see, Lady Jean, in certain situations, like moments of extreme danger, my body undergoes involuntary changes, and even my personality shifts completely. Please don't mind. As for me now, rest assured I've regained control of my body. Since Jean had already noticed something amiss, Lin Huai saw no point in hiding it. She roughly explained her strange condition. At the same time, her eyes wandered as she couldn't help studying Jean. Her consciousness had never faded, so she had heard every word of the conversation between her body and Jean. So Jean is half human and half anomalous. I thought it was just a legend, but such a being truly exists in this world. Lin Huai was inwardly astonished. Oh, in times of crisis your body becomes uncontrollable and your personality changes completely. I see. Jean was equally surprised by Lin Huai's situation. She mused, so Lady Bayonetta, you might have a dual personality. When danger strikes, a second personality emerges to protect you, eh? Perhaps. Lin Huai nodded helplessly. It seemed that this was the only explanation that could perfectly account for her bizarre condition. She also felt somewhat disheartened. She had thought she was gifted with something hidden inside her. But now it seemed that hidden thing was probably a second personality. Didn't that mean she had a split personality disorder? And why was her second personality so powerful? Compared to it, her primary self seemed so weak. Alright, Lady Bayonetta, since the trouble is resolved, let's hurry to my room to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Having understood Lin Huai's condition, Jean let down some of her guard. At the very least, neither Lin Huai nor her second personality seemed to harbor any ill will toward her. Moreover, if she could befriend this woman, the terrifying strength of her second personality might prove immensely helpful in the future. With this thought, Jean's gaze toward Lin Huai grew warmer. Lin Huai in turn was curious about Jean's identity as a half-human, half-anomaly, and found herself chatting with her. In just a few minutes they became as close as old friends. The bonds between women sure change quickly, Lin Huai murmured from within Lin Huai's hair, watching the two women chat and laugh. He smiled faintly. Suddenly his mind stirred as he gazed toward a certain direction on the 14th floor of the Abyss Tower, squinting with a cold smirk. Oomph. The creator of those face bugs fled rather quickly, but in his haste he left behind some nice treasures. He'll gladly take them off his hands. Which agency? At the elevator entrance on the 14th floor of Abyss Tower. Buzz. Buzz. Sharp insect chirps echoed, tinged with anguish and wails. In the blink of an eye, the fleshy elevator doors were piled high with the bloody, mangled remains of dozens of human-faced insects. These remnants writhed and stitched themselves back together as if attempting to resurrect. But just then a beetle with a forked horn atop its head and a face like a ferocious demon shook its body. Shush! Shush! Several streaks of sharp light flashed through the air. In an instant the carcasses of the human-faced insects were dismembered once more. The demonic visage of the horned beetle curled into a sneer of disdain, its crimson eyes fixed on the closing elevator doors, coldly staring at the gaunt skeletal figure within. Damn it! I thought I'd found a perfect vessel to forge its glass motherworm nest, but I never expected that woman to be so formidable, and to have created a perfect wraithworm. This is the legendary divine art left by the old gods. Who is that woman? How does she know this divine art? Her mastery of the wraithworm surpasses even mine after decades of immersion. Could she be a descendant of the old gods? The gaunt figure was shrouded in eerie black mist, its features obscured. Yet his eyes were visible, a pallid white with rings of crimson swirling within like tree rings, profoundly unsettling. Now those eyes blazed with shock and fury, along with a venomous resentment. Oomph. I've been outplayed this time, and ill accept my defeat. But ill return. My experiments are far from over. I will restore the glory of the wraithworm, and surpass this ancient divine art to ascend to godhood. With a silent roar in the gaunt figure's heart, a thunderous boom echoed as the fleshy elevator doors slammed shut. Lin Huai's violent wraithworm did not pursue. Instead it hovered in place, and as a surge of mysterious power swelled the gaping maw like a black hole collapsed into being in the void. With a swoosh it devoured the dozens of human-faced insect remains. Then the violent wraithworm shifted, and with a flash vanished. Seconds after its departure, doors along the bloody corridor on the 14th floor creaked open, revealing pairs of wary, uncertain eyes. Huh, what happened? That old pervert's human-faced insects got obliterated. What the hell was that strange, beetle-like creature? It only had a rank, eerie aura, yet it butchered those insects like slicing vegetables, and even drove that old freak away. That's a rare sight. By the way, weren't those human-faced insects chasing two women? One was a newbie, and the other seemed to be Jean from room 1216. Had those insects have been throwing their weight around? This time they picked the wrong target. Besides, who'd dare to be with that eerie woman Jean and be ordinary? True, Jean is tolerable when she's human, but once she stops being one, even the eerie fear her threefold. Still, it's a good thing that old creep got driven off. At least now, when I sleep, Mom won't have to worry about those chattering human-faced insects waking me up. Yeah. Peace and quiet lying in these coffin-like rooms. What a beautiful thing. As the neighbors on the 14th floor buzzed with chatter, Lin Huai's violent wraithworm had already flown to a door marked 744. The door was ajar. Without ceremony, the violent wraithworm flapped its wings and zipped inside like lightning. Room 744 was cramped a perfect rectangle that at first glance resembled a large coffin. Blood-red light filled the room. Beneath it lay a bed with rumpled sheets, a chemical experiment table occupying most of the space, and a bookshelf crammed with various books and documents. The violent wraithworm glanced at the experiment table laden with gruesome items and the overflowing bookshelf. Its eyes flickered briefly as if observing, but soon the crimson pupils dismissed them with indifference. Then it hovered over the bed, circling once. Suddenly a sharp chirp rang out. Its horn tip slashed through the air. Rip! The entire bed along with the tangled sheets split in two, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. The horned beetle slashed again, cracking it open to expose its contents, of books stitched from what seemed like human skin, a miniature, yet exquisitely crafted puppet of a youth, and a bottle of an unknown solid liquid mixture. Buzz! A faint blue glimmer flickered in the violent wraith-worm's crimson eyes. Several lines of information transmitted into Lin Huai's mind. Oh, this book is an eerie artifact, called the Wraith-worm Compendium. It not only possesses various abilities as an eerie artifact, but also records methods for crafting all kinds of wraith-worms. Interesting. The motherworm nest could naturally spawn diverse wraith-worms, but according to the compendium, by specifically devouring certain worms and fusing them in set proportions, one could birth uniquely powerful ones. A surge of intense interest welled in Lin Huai's heart. He casually directed the violent wraithworm to flip through the book and was greatly satisfied. Next he examined the other two items. The miniature exquisite youth puppet was evidently a high-grade flesh puppet. Using his clairvoyant spirit eye, Lin Huai conducted a thorough probe and confirmed that this thing met his minimum standards for a flesh puppet. In other words, for future tasks he no longer needed to constantly control Lin Feiyu's body. This youth puppet could serve as his temporary vessel. As for the third item in the compartment, the unknown solid liquid mixture, the clairvoyant spirit eye displayed its information: Alea's eerie drug, a demanded item for specific groups who would trade it for a hefty sum. Interesting. Lin Huai's eyes gleamed. His shrank ability, the clairvoyant spirit eye, could reveal detailed information about anything related to the eerie or tainted by it. Since this, Alea's eerie drug, showed information, it was certainly connected to the eerie. Yet the details were not very thorough. It seemed the creator of this substance had considerable skill, able to obscure specific information about it. Still, this stuff is clearly useless to me and Lin Feiyu. Since it can be exchanged for money, I might as well trade it. I wonder how much it's worth. After searching the room again and confirming no other valuables remained, Lin Huai had the violent wraith-worm settle there. Once Lin Feiyu completed her transaction with Jean, he would control her body to come and collect everything. Meanwhile, Lin Feiyu had already followed Jean into her room number 1216. Jean, is this the property you purchased from the witch organization? Lin Feiyu had already learned that this room 1216 was indeed the property bought by Jean from the witch organization with a 30-year ownership. A total of 30 million Huaxia coins was spent. This left Lin Feiyu momentarily speechless. 30 million actually bought a property with a 30-year ownership. Furthermore, the room was so small. At a glance it seemed to be about 50 to 60 square meters, presenting an extremely elongated rectangular outline. At first glance one might mistake it for an oversized coffin. My garage is bigger than this. Lin Feiyu couldn't help but mutter to herself. However, despite its small size, it was well equipped. Jean's living space and studio were evidently designed with great care. Various pieces of furniture were cleverly folded and stored. Mirrors were used as walls, and high-strength large transparent glass was used as partitions, which not only enhanced the spaciousness, but also took care of lighting and transparency. The planning and use of space had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, aside from the bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom, there was even a significant area reserved for a workshop dedicated to crafting bizarre equipment, all complemented by bright modern lighting. Along with various exquisite decorations that catered to a young girl's sensibilities, the atmosphere of the entire room was like two different worlds compared to the dimly lit, blood-colored corridor outside. I hope I didn't offend you, Bayonetta. Jean smiled slightly. She casually took off her red high heels. The floor of the room was soft like flesh, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be subtly writhing, which was quite eerie. Just as Jean removed her heels, suddenly a pair of hands emerged from the floor. The hands were long and white, unmistakably belonging to a man. These elegant and respectful hands gently lifted Jean's red high heels, and then retreated into the floor, causing the heels to merge with the floor and disappear in the blink of an eye. Oh, what is this? Lin Feiyu couldn't help but twitch her mouth upon witnessing this. Goodness, it scared her. Don't worry, this is a very docile anomaly I've tamed called the Elegant Gentleman. Although it is classified as a crate anomaly, its aggressiveness is low. Its only flaw is an almost obsessive focus on the cleanliness of the room and the people entering and exiting. Jean smiled as she explained, the floor beneath our feet has transformed into the Elegant Gentleman. It possesses a small pocket space within equivalent to the capacity of a shoe cabinet, so, you understand, it perfectly resolves my dilemma of choosing a beautiful shoe cabinet. A crate anomaly, the Elegant Gentleman. Lin Huai, hearing this, seemed to recall something and was slightly taken aback. She recognized this entity. Despite being a crate anomaly with seemingly low combat power in terms of rarity, it was nearly comparable to inscribed anomaly. This was a top-tier room steward that wealthy people would find hard to purchase. Just as Lin Huai was secretly astonished, she felt something tugging at her foot. Looking down, she saw that same long white male hand had emerged from the floor again, pointing disapprovingly at her black high-heeled boots, made from witch masks. Lin Huai was taken aback at first, but then she realized. She noticed a barely noticeable bloodstain on her boots. It was likely from a previous battle with a face worm. If she hadn't looked closely, anyone would have easily overlooked it. Unexpectedly, the elegant gentleman had detected it with extreme sensitivity and appeared quite frantic about it. Lin Huai couldn't help but smile wryly. Here, take it. She simply removed her boots and tossed them to the elegant gentleman. The elegant gentleman was immediately overjoyed. It quickly reached out its hand and retrieved various cleaning tools from beneath the floor, such as cleaners, conditioners, cleaning cloths, polishing cloths, brushes, and oil brushes, appearing to meticulously clean the boots, as if preparing for a great battle. This elegant gentleman truly deserves to be called a top-tier butler. If I get the chance in the future, I'd love to have one myself. Lin Huai stepped on the fleshy floor beneath her, following Jean deeper into the room. The innermost part of the room was the bedroom. In this roughly 10 square meter bedroom, there was a very girly pink bed looking quite cozy. However, as she took a step further, Lin Huai saw that the bed was completely soaked in blood. The middle of the bed had a sunken space resembling a coffin, and within it thick blood was almost forming a liquid rippling slightly inside. But that was not the most eye-catching aspect. What was most striking was that amid the blood lay a figure, a grotesque and emaciated silhouette. She, or rather it had long disheveled hair that twisted and writhed like snakes, and beneath the hair was a skeletal face that was alarmingly gaunt. This skeletal face had nearly no skin left, revealing decayed bones that appeared to have been dead for a long time. Yet its eyes were still lively, embedded in deeply sunken eye sockets, shimmering with a bizarre glow. Beneath this skull-like head there was no visible neck or torso, because they were all submerged in thick blood. Only a ghostly green light seeped out, emanating an eerily cold aura resembling ghostly fire. As if sensing the arrival of Jean and Lin Huai, the emaciated and ugly figure's eyes moved, and the pupils shifted towards Jean, finally resting upon her. Yet this figure made no other movements. She merely gazed at Jean, staring, as if this look consumed an entire lifetime. Jean sighed, and said, Bayonetta, are you curious about what urgent matter I need the purification pearl for? Now I can tell you that my extreme desire for the purification pearl is because I want to use this anomalous item to save someone. Save someone? Lin Huai was taken aback at first, then her brows slightly furrowed. She looked at the emaciated figure lying on the blood-soaked bed, a strange expression flickering across her face as she asked, but this is clearly a grade anomaly, the day and night demon spirit. How can it be referred to as a person? The entire room fell into a sudden silence. Lin Huai and Zhen's eyes met. They gazed at each other for a few seconds. Suddenly Zhenda gave a helpless smile. Yes, the person I want to save is this class anomaly, the day-night spirit. The twists and turns are quite complicated. If you wish to hear, I can recount them slowly. No need. Lin Huai unexpectedly shook her head. At the same time she flicked her finger. Shua! With a flash of light, a crystal-clear orb flew toward Zhenda. Seeing this, Zhen's face showed a hint of surprise. She raised her hand and caught the purification pearl that Lin Huai had tossed over. Looking closely, the orb shimmered with dreamlike iridescent colors under the surrounding light. At the same time, the moment her palm touched the orb, she felt a clarity as if her soul had been cleansed. Many impurities in her thoughts were instantly removed, and her mind seemed purified. Correct. This is indeed the purification pearl, and it should be the highest grade. Zhen's face could not help but show excitement, but she soon calmed down, her gaze shifting to Lin Huai, and asked with a strange expression, Are you sure you want to lend me this extremely precious purification pearl without asking anything? Our deal does not include prying into your private affairs. I just need to know what you plan to do with this purification pearl. Lin Huai smiled slightly, although she had not spent much time with Zhenda. But after everything that had just happened, the two were at least somewhat friends. Moreover, although the one Zhenda wanted to save was actually an anomaly, and she even called it a person, which was indeed unusual considering Zhen's own identity as half human, half anomaly, this was not too strange. As long as Zhenda could successfully craft an anomaly equipment for her, Lin Huai couldn't be bothered to pry into the other's privacy. Zhenda, don't forget, after saving the person, you have to help me craft a powerful anomaly equipment. I'll send you the specific specifications and style in a document. Lin Huai took out a beautiful smartphone from her person and smiled. By the way, let's add each other as friends. Okay, Zhenda nodded. But instead of taking out her phone, she raised her hand, and a ball of crystal clear light interwoven with complex flesh and brain textures suddenly appeared in her palm. Flesh brain. Lin Huai was startled, then felt a bit speechless. This flesh brain was a most advanced communication device in flesh technology And of course, its functions were not limited to communication, it also integrated various high-end and complex features. If she had possessed a flesh brain, when she encountered danger in the Yongsheng Hall Cemetery, she would have had almost 100 ways to communicate with the outside world for help. However, as good as this thing was, it had one fatal flaw. Expensive. The cheapest flesh brain was sold at a price unit of billions. I have to say Jinda is really a wealthy woman, or rather the profession of anomaly craftsman is truly lucrative. While Lin Huai sighed inwardly, she saw that Jinda had already sent her a friend request. She tapped her finger lightly. Ding. Friend request accepted. Just then Jinda said, in about 24 to 36 hours, AI can finish crafting the anomaly equipment you want. He'll notify you when it's done, and he'll arrange a special location for the equipment handover. Alright. Lin Huai nodded. She knew that the crafting time for anomaly equipment was actually not too long, especially for a master-level anomaly craftsman who would be very familiar with the process. Next, Lin Huai followed Jinda to her workshop, where they carefully discussed what type of anomaly equipment she needed. After about an hour, she left satisfied. Watching Lin Huai leave, Zhen's eyes flickered. Holding the crystal-clear purification pearl that shimmered with dreamy luster, she went to the bedroom again. She stood before that class anomaly, the day-night spirit. As a class anomaly, the day-night spirit was actually quite common. It was formed from the vengeful souls of deceased women who in life were usually extremely miserable or harbored great hatred. After death, they transformed into life-taking spirits wandering between day and night. During the day, they usually appeared in human form, possessing powerful illusion abilities. At night, they would transform into a corrupt and hideous spirit body with extremely formidable killing abilities. Now Jinda sat beside this day-night spirit. She did not rush to use the purification pearl. Instead, she picked up the comb by the bedside and slowly began to comb the hair of this day-night spirit. Her originally cold eyes were now filled with tenderness. Daughter, mommy finally has a chance to save you. Don't worry, I will avenge you. When you revive the two of us, mother and daughter will go find that person and tear him apart piece by piece. By the end, Zhen's eyes were already filled with blood like crimson. The moment she stepped out of Zhen's room, Lin Huai's body suddenly stiffened, and she was horrified to find that she was no longer in control of her own body. She felt a bit helpless. Would this ever end? Fortunately, this time her second personality, awakening, did not make her eat any strange anomaly things. Instead, it wandered around the 14th floor of the Abyss building and then ran into a room marked with the number 744. 5 minutes later, Lin Huai came out of the room and headed straight for the elevator. About half an hour later, she was back on the 78th floor where she started. She crossed the corridor of all beings, filled with flesh puppets, entered the room that specialized in selling companion puppets, and sat down there very leisurely. In less than a minute, a figure rushed over hastily and respectfully brewed a cup of ghost whisper flower tea for Lin Huai. This person was none other than the anomaly appraiser who had seemed to harbor ulterior motives earlier. Ilrich. Dear Miss Bayonetta, as a distinguished one-sin witch member of our witch agency, you can enjoy all the services here for free. Don't be fooled by the small size of my shop. I actually have many rare treasures that I've never shown. If you're interested, I can bring out one or two for you to play with right now. Don't worry, they'll definitely be satisfying. Ilrich's face was full of smiles, showing an extremely flattering demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous elegant and high-class attitude. At this moment, Lin Huai had already regained control of her body. She looked at Ilrich before her feeling a bit embarrassed. To be honest, she didn't know what had happened. She only knew that her second personality had suddenly awakened and then went to a room, 744, where it took 3 items without any hesitation. 2 of them were put away. The third, which seemed to be some kind of solid liquid mixture, was taken to the witch agency's trading center for auction. As a result, the entire witch agency was thrown into an uproar. After an extremely fierce round of bidding, that bottle of unknown solid liquid mixture was actually sold for a sky-high price of 100 million. Yes, 100 million, and in containment coins. That was equivalent to 10 billion, or even more in Chinese yuan. Lin Huai was instantly dumbfounded. Just as her assets reached 100 million containment coins, Lin Huai received a membership registration invitation from the witch organization, upgrading her from an ordinary sightseer to a distinguished one-sin witch special member. The witch organization's membership hierarchy was exceedingly intricate. The most basic level of membership could be registered by anyone whose assets reached 10 million huaxia coins. Upon successful registration, one could enjoy a series of standard discounts offered by the witch organization, along with access to various special transaction contents and venues. As the level ascended, the discounts grew more generous and the array of available services became increasingly lavish. However, issues such as privacy and security remained entirely unprotected. Above the ordinary members, there existed the so-called special members. Special members were not promoted from ordinary ones. Only those whose assets reached 100 million containment coins and who received a specific invitation from the witch organization's official body could qualify as a distinguished special member. Once one became a special member, It was akin to being recognized as an internal member by the witch organization's official authority. Not only were security concerns fully addressed, but one could also enjoy unimaginably steep discounts and the most cutting-edge luxurious services. Furthermore, one even had the right to summon a personal contingent of witch guards within the witch organization. However, the special members of the witch organization seem to be divided into several factions. My current 1 Sin Witch membership belongs to the Sin Witch lineage with levels ranging from the most basic 1 Sin up to the pinnacle of 7 sins. Right now I'm merely a 1 Sin Witch. If I could upgrade to 2 Sin Witch I would gain a certain degree of law enforcement authority within the witch organization. If I found someone displeasing I could even execute them on the spot without reason. And if I could become a 7 Sin Witch. According to the description in the witch's book given to me by the witch organization's official body, I could even take control of a main tower of the witch organization, becoming one of the supreme arbiters with the highest authority within the institution. A torrent of information regarding the special members of the witch organization surged through Lin Huai's mind. The more she pondered, the more astounded she became. No wonder Eric had suddenly changed his attitude toward her, so dramatically becoming utterly deferential, almost like a dog. After all, with the powers enjoyed by a special member, it was far too easy to deliberately target and destroy an ordinary member. Not to mention someone like Eric who conducted business within the witch organization. But why had the witch organization suddenly invited her to become a special member, and specifically a member of the Sin Witch lineage? Was it due to the uproar caused by her auction of that nameless solid liquid mixture earlier? No. Although that substance was valuable, a mere 100 million containment coins was clearly beneath the notice of a behemoth like the witch organization, which could rival the state apparatus. Then, perhaps it was because of the incredible abilities her second personality had displayed during the battle with the human-faced insect on the 14th floor, which had attracted the official attention of the witch organization. For a moment Lin Huai's eyes darted restlessly. She weighed the pros and cons of becoming an internal member of the witch organization. For now, becoming a Sin Witch member brought only benefits and no drawbacks. Moreover, the witch organization would not constrain her freedom. She could still join other organizations at will. All she needed to do was complete one witch invitation task assigned by the witch organization's official body each month. And upon completing tasks, she would receive exceedingly generous rewards. Given the witch organization's liberality, it was definitely far more rewarding than working for the weird containment center above. Forget it, dwelling on this is pointless. They'll take things as they come. After all, this whole affair was orchestrated by my mysterious second personality. Even if I didn't want to become a special member of the witch organization, I can't reverse everything now. All I can do is obediently embrace the role of this Sin Witch. Shaking her head inwardly with resignation, Lin Huai ultimately accepted everything arranged by her second personality. At that moment, as she pondered and savored the ghost language flower tea in her hand, her gaze flickered slightly. She saw a tall, slender figure gracefully enter the room. On her feet were a pair of black stiletto heels, and her jade-like legs were encased in slim black stockings. Paired with a professional pencil skirt that exuded an intellectual aura, the curves of her figure were almost perfectly outlined like a dream goddess meticulously painted by a master artist. Even though Lin Huai was a woman, seeing this figure, not overly exaggerated yet perfect as if she had stepped out of a painting, she couldn't help but swallow a secret gulp of saliva. Nevertheless, her expression remained unchanged. Her gaze shifted. Lin Huai cast a cool, detached look upon the figure's face, then a faint smile of 3 parts amusement appeared on her own. She said, "Elric, is the you before me now a flesh puppet, or are you real? Lady Bayonetta, you jest." Elric maintained that same cultured, knowing smile. She said, "Unless their rank is equal to or higher than yours, for us of lower standing presenting ourselves as flesh puppets before a distinguished Sin Witch member would be a desecration and disrespect. The witch organization would surely punish us." With these words, Elric's elegant figure made a slight bow, offering a respectful salute. Then, continuing with a smile, she said, "Lady Bayonetta, I haven't yet offered my congratulations. Allow me to rejoice with you on becoming a special member of the witch organization. And our Angel Pharmaceutical Company has always maintained a favorable relationship with the Sin Witch lineage to which you belong. Therefore, we have decided to make an exception and elevate your membership level within our company. As of now, you are our esteemed 6-winged angel member. This is your upgraded membership card." Upon its upgrade, this card has transformed into a piece of strange equipment named the 6-winged card. Although it is merely a basic-level strange artifact, it still possesses a variety of incredible functions. We hope you will be satisfied with it, Lady Bayonetta. In addition, I have also brought along the special membership card custom-made for you by the witch organization. It holds the 100 million containment coins you possess. Though this card is not a strange artifact, it employs the most advanced flesh technology, incorporating a high-end private flesh brain specially crafted by the witch organization. Having said this, Elric respectfully presented 2 exquisitely crafted metal cards before Lin Huai. Even in the dimly lit room, they shimmered with an otherworldly radiance. Oh, a strange artifact. A flesh brain. Hearing this, Lin Feiyu's heart surged with excitement. Earlier, seeing the personal flesh brain in Jean's hands, she had felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Yet she had never expected to own a flesh brain herself so soon. And it was a top-tier model obtained for free from the witch organization. Truly delightful. Lin Feiyue took the 2 exquisite membership cards from Erica's hand. She gently stroked them. The 2 cards seemed to be made of metal, but upon closer touch they exuded a warm jade-like smoothness. The 6-winged card in particular, which could be used as a strange equipment, trembled slightly in her grasp with a rhythmic pulse, as if it possessed a living quality. I never expected my first piece of strange equipment to be a membership card, Lin Feiyue mused inwardly. Little did she know that her first strange equipment was actually the strange insect compendium she had brought from room 744. However, the strange insect compendium appeared utterly ordinary at first glance. Except for its unsettling appearance, it bore no traits of strange equipment, so Lin Feiyue had overlooked it. Of course, she had also never had the chance to study it closely. The moment she took out the compendium, it transformed into a streak of eerie blood energy, which Lin Huai, perched on her head, unceremoniously claimed for himself. Lin Feiyue thought the thing had inexplicably burrowed into her body, startling her so much that her face turned pale. Had it not been for the lack of any strange sensations afterward, she would have already left the witch organization and rushed to the hospital for a full checkup, rather than sitting here calmly sipping tea. I wonder how such an intricately constructed flesh and blood biocomputer is installed inside this tiny card. Lin Feiyue put away the 6-winged card gifted by Angel Pharmaceuticals and carefully examined the special membership card given to her by the witch organization. In fact, this card was known by another name in outside rumors, the witch card. Possessing a witch card meant you could become a VIP at any bank worldwide and enjoy considerable discounts and privileges in most overt or covert trading venues, even outside the witch organization. It was a symbol of status. Lin Feiyue had only heard of it vaguely, but now she held such a card in her hand. Moreover, it contained 100 million containment coins. That was equivalent to over 10 billion Chinese yuan. At this thought, Lin Feiyue's breath quickened, and a wild urge to laugh at the sky surged within her. She had never imagined becoming a genuine little rich woman so soon. Today she had to treat herself to a grand feast. Despite the turmoil inside, Lin Feiyue maintained her calm, aloof demeanor. She discreetly put away the witch card and turned her gaze toward Erica, as well as Eric, who stood beside Erica looking outwardly composed, but with a flicker of unease in his eyes. Mr. Eric, you seem rather tense. Lin Feiyue thought of what Jean had told her earlier. It seemed that this Mr. Eric had not harbored the best intentions toward her from the start. If Jean hadn't intervened, who knew what malicious plans Eric might have had for her and the purification orb in her possession? Tense. Haha, Miss Bayonetta, you jest, Eric said, seeing Lin Feiyue's meaningful expression. With a twitch of his brows, he forced a smile. Miss Bayonetta, would you say we're friends? Hove shared a cup of tea. I must say, fate is truly wondrous. I always felt you were no ordinary person and that something good was bound to happen today. Look, in no time at all you've risen to become a first Sin Witch member of the witch organization. I'm just happy for you. He continued. You know, countless wealthy people in this Abyss Tower have tried to buy a special membership with hundreds of billions only to fail. Even I, after working diligently for the witch organization for over a decade, am only a level 99 regular member. Eric spoke with a look of emotion. A level 99 regular member. Lin Feiyue raised an eyebrow at this. The witch organization's regular members had a leveling system with a maximum of 100 levels. However, few bothered to invest effort in leveling up, as reaching level 20 or 30 was enough to enjoy almost all the benefits of a regular member. The higher the level, the more difficult and costly it became, with diminishing returns. Yet this Mr. Eric had actually reached level 99. What an oddity. Haha, Miss Bayonetta, since we are such fated friends, to celebrate your promotion to special member today, I must present a congratulatory gift, mustn't I? With that, Eric snapped his fingers. At the sound, one after another flesh puppets, all strikingly handsome or beautiful, dressed in extravagant attire, entered the room carrying exquisitely wrapped gifts. At that moment, festive background music even began to play. One might think a celebration party was about to start. Lin Feiyue was utterly speechless, a mix of embarrassment and amusement in her heart. This guy was truly a character. Lin Feiyue could clearly see that Eric's ostentatious gift-giving was his way of saving face and trying to curry favor with her. His pragmatism left her at a loss for words. Oh well, this Eric is a clever one. He might be useful to me later. He'll just pretend I know nothing about what happened before. With a sly glint in her eyes, Lin Feiyue graciously accepted each of Eric's gifts. Eric was overjoyed, his smile growing even broader. After leaving the witch organization, Lin Feiyue followed her personal assistant Erica back to Angel Pharmaceuticals via the quantum orbital teleportation array. Lin Feiyue did not open the many gifts from Eric on the spot. Instead, after returning to Angel Pharmaceuticals, she asked Erica to have them shipped directly to her home. She then removed the disguise of her witch mask. She made her way to the most famous and luxurious restaurant in Tongling City, the Tongling Restaurant. and unabashedly booked a private room, ordering a lavish set meal worth 109,990 yuan. Hee, I've been craving the renowned 100 Demons Night Parade set meal here for a long time. Today I'm going to indulge myself. Lin Huai licked her lips adorably, a look of eager anticipation on her face. What kind of ghostly set meals are these? Lin Huai, perched on Lin Hui's head, cast a glance at the menu of this spiritual restaurant and was instantly rendered speechless by the array of set meal names. Apart from the 100 Ghosts Night Parade set meal that Lin Huai had ordered, valued at 109990 yuan, there were also such absurdities as Dark Fairy Tale set meal, Human Balloon set meal, Painted Skin set meal, Tongue Pulling Hell set meal, Silent Ghost Ridge set meal, and so on. Lin Huai's face darkened. Was he sure this was a menu and not a collection of horror stories? The crucial point was that these set meals, which looked utterly sinister and eerie at first glance, were each more expensive than the last. Were the rich people of today this extravagant? Seeing Lin Hui's eager expression, Lin Huai couldn't help but marvel at her bold taste. With a flicker of movement, he leaped onto the luxurious dining table before him. He was determined to see what supreme delicacies would be served. Meanwhile, his mind drifted back to what he had gained from the witch institution. Aside from this strange insect compendium and such, during the time he had controlled Lin Hui's body, he had also investigated some information about the mysterious worm that greatly benefited him and had made some small progress. The witch institution does have records on this mysterious worm, but it's classified as forbidden, not even tradable or viewable without a certain status. It seems very important. He'll have to wait until Lin Hui's rank is elevated to at least 3 crime, which before continuing the investigation. Lin Huai's mind was filled with thoughts. Respected Miss Lin, this is your pre-dinner champagne. May I open it for you? At that moment, the door to the private room opened silently, yet eerily no figure entered. Lin Huai's gaze sharpened, and a faint blue glint flickered in his eyes. He looked toward Lin Hui's side, where the void beside her suddenly twisted. As light and shadow swirled like a vortex, a graceful silhouette emerged, hovering in midair, and slowly materialized. Looking closely, this silhouette's body was clearly translucent. Pale blue ghostly flames swirled around it. It was unmistakably not a living person, but a ghostly apparition. Oh, a brank anomaly, the enchanting phantom. Lin Huai's eyes flickered with blue light. After easily identifying the ghostly figure, he felt a surge of curiosity. Good heavens! Could this be a waitress at this spiritual restaurant? Using a dangerous brank anomaly as a waitress. Capitalists were truly terrifying. They even captured ghosts to work as employees. Lin Huai, however, showed no surprise at seeing this brank anomaly, the enchanting phantom. Although this spiritual restaurant was extremely luxurious, she had dined here before. It was just that she had never been able to indulge so extravagantly until today. Open the bottle, Lin Huai said. Certainly. The enchanting phantom's voice was faint and soft, yet very sweet, like a gentle, bashful girl. Her translucent, delicate hand moved. A bottle of wine magically appeared on the dining table. Respected Miss Lin, this blood spirit champagne is meticulously crafted from century-aged blood spirit essence. After fermentation, it is steeped in the spirit pool, which condenses countless anomalous energies. The longer the steeping, the richer and more mellow the flavor. This bottle of blood spirit champagne has been steeped for a total of 99 and 81 days, achieving a superior grade. I hope you enjoy it. With that, the enchanting phantom moved her transparent hand again. The blood spirit champagne on the table levitated on its own, pouring the blood-red crystalline liquid into the pre-prepared wine glass. Lin Huai picked up the glass. She swirled it gently. Then she brought the rim of the glass close to her nose, inhaling the wine's fragrance as if smelling a flower petal. Finally, she touched her lips to the glass, letting the crystal-clear blood-red wine bathe between her lips and teeth. Not bad. Truly a superior grade. It tastes heavenly. After just one sip, a light flush of intoxication spread across Lin Huai's pretty face. She let out a sound of admiration. Then she placed the glass back on the table. Whether intentionally or not, the glass landed right next to Lin Huai. Lin Huai moved his translucent tentacle-like body, leaned closer to the glass, and peered curiously at the so-called blood spirit champagne. Seeing this, Lin Huai's beautiful eyes twinkled. She suddenly lowered her head, bringing her slightly flushed face close to Lin Huai's translucent tentacle body, and whispered with a sly grin, "Little one, to be honest, I can't really drink. I'm just pretending. Even this small sip has me almost drunk. If you can drink, how about finishing this bottle for me?" Lin Huai was left speechless. Good heavens. Her wine-tasting posture had been so professional. He had thought Lin Huai was a seasoned drinker, but it turned out to be all an act. Lin Huai found it amusing. Without standing on ceremony, his translucent tentacle coiled around the glass, and he gulped down the wine in one go. Whoa, that's strong. Lin Huai's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the bottle and started drinking directly from it. The enchanting phantom beside him was dumbfounded. What the heck? Such a superior wine. Drunk straight from the bottle. Vulgar. But the enchanting phantom said nothing, though a flicker of envy passed over her translucent face. She then moved her delicate hand again. On the table, an exquisite jade bowl appeared. Inside the jade bowl were black round pellets filling about 1/3 of the bowl. Looking closely, these pellets were actually miniature eyeballs with black pupils. They pulsed like hearts, and their pupils spun incessantly, clearly alive and extremely fresh. Respected Miss Lin, this is our signature appetizer, Ghost Mother's living eggs. As everyone knows, the deep-sea ghost mother that dwells in the Devil's Sea is an extremely powerful rank peak anomaly, incredibly dangerous. Yet its eggs are one of the rare anomalies that can be consumed by humans. Especially when eaten raw as sashimi with a special sauce, both the texture and flavor are unparalleled. These Ghost Mother's living eggs are the freshest top-grade stock harvested just a few hours ago by a professional team from the Devil's Sea. The enchanting phantom spoke in a captivating tone, her gaze fixed on the eggs, and she couldn't help licking her lips. Clearly, these Ghost Mother's living eggs were a rare delicacy even for anomalies. Lin Huai's eyes finally lit up. This was exactly the kind of treat she loved. Scary, Lin Huai remarked, wiping his brow. He had thought that eating anomalies was something only he and Lin Huai did. Little did he expect that humanity had already developed delicacies from anomalies. He had to admit, humans' potential as gourmands was truly infinite. Lin Huai silently mourned for the unfortunate deep-sea ghost mother for a second. After finishing the Ghost Mother's living eggs in the jade bowl, Lin Huai's face was full of lingering aftertaste. If not for being in an upscale restaurant that valued etiquette, she would have raised her hand and said, "Another bowl, please." However, this was just the appetizer. There were still the starters, main courses, and even more delicious dishes to come. Seeing that the guest had finished the appetizer, the enchanting phantom moved her hand again at the perfect moment. The empty jade bowl vanished, replaced by two exquisitely presented steaming hot dishes. The enchanting phantom said with a smile, "Respected Miss Lin, these are two starters, century zombie rotten liver and black and white impermanence soul-crossing soup. They are both top signature dishes of our restaurant." Uffed. Lin Huai, upon hearing the names, nearly spat out his wine. Holy crap, what the hell was this? Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Lin Huai was still utterly astounded. Good heavens. Zombie liver, black and white impermanence soup. Lin Huai finally understood why this set meal was called a 100 Ghosts Night Parade. He had heard before that high-end Michelin restaurants loved to serve dishes like pan-seared foie gras, which seemed extraordinarily refined. Yet he never imagined that in this bizarre world people would actually be eating pan-seared zombie liver. What a travesty. Lin Huai, however, was clearly more worldly. She knew that this century-old zombie putrefied liver was like the blood spirit essence aged for 100 years. Not literally 100 years old, but a rhetorical device to describe its quality. Nevertheless, the zombie was indeed a real zombie. Or to be precise, it was an class anomaly known as blood moon corpse. This anomaly was not particularly powerful, but it could absorb the essence of the moon, nurturing it within its body into a strange object resembling a blood moon. The internal organs of a normal corpse would have long decayed into dust, so having a liver was naturally impossible. However, the blood moon nurtured within the blood moon corpse from the moon essence was located precisely where a normal human liver would be. When extracted, its shape and texture were somewhat similar to a liver, though it appeared slightly rotten. Thus people called this blood moon within the blood moon corpse zombie putrefied liver. Like the Ghost Mother's living eggs, the zombie putrefied liver was one of the few anomalous substances that could be consumed by humans and was even regarded as a peerless delicacy. Moreover, since the blood moon corpse was only in class anomaly, extremely weak, and lived in groups, they could be caught in large numbers at once. Consequently, after ruthless capitalists discovered the immense profits hidden within the blood moon corpse, they nearly hunted them to extinction within just a few years. Yet, even so, the zombie putrefied liver on the market remained in short supply, prompting people to later consider artificial breeding of blood moon corpses. By now, the breeding of blood moon corpses had become fully industrialized. Some scientists specializing in flesh and blood technology had even invented a method to greatly accelerate the growth of the blood moon within the corpse. In just 1 year, they could cultivate a blood moon of century-old quality. Of course, the consequences for the accelerated blood moon corpse were far from pleasant. Worthy of century-old quality, the flavor is truly exceptional. Lin Huai picked up a slice of zombie putrefied liver. At first, she tasted it with the elegance of a refined lady. But soon she lost control. She popped it into her mouth in one go. As she chewed, 2 blushes of satisfaction appeared on her delicate face. Excellent. Her beautiful eyes shifted, then she looked at the steaming bowl of black and white impermanence soul-crossing soup. Tisk, this black and white impermanence soul-crossing soup is said to be the secret signature creation of this psychic restaurant. The ingredients also use century-old zombie putrefied liver, but with a unique method. The moon essence is fully released. Combined with various rare materials, it creates a soup so delicious it makes your eyebrows drop. It's said that drinking this soup is like having your soul crossed by the black and white impermanence, letting you taste the dreamlike sensation of entering reincarnation. absolutely intoxicating. Lin Huai eagerly began to savor the soup. However, before she could fully relish its flavor, a figure abruptly burst into the private room, interrupting her enjoyment of the meal. Miss Lin, I apologize, but our restaurant has been booked entirely. We need to clear the premises. This meal is on us, but we kindly ask you to leave promptly and not forget your belongings. The newcomer was a man dressed as a manager. His words were polite, but his tone brooked no argument. Lin Huai frowned. Booked entirely. Fine, but why kick people out? Shouldn't dining in a restaurant follow a first-come, first-served basis? Besides, she was in a private room. Surely it wouldn't bother other diners. Who could be so overbearing? To be honest, Lin Huai was quite annoyed. But before she could voice her displeasure, heated arguments erupted from the surrounding private rooms. Where is your integrity, psychic restaurant? Kicking people out mid-meal? What's the meaning of this? Booked. Huh. Do you know who I am? I'll book this damn place myself. Name your price. Kick me out. Kick your hammer. Believe me, I'll stage a real 100 Ghosts night parade and blow this whole restaurant to bits. Many of those dining at the psychic restaurant were important figures, especially those in private rooms. By kicking them out, the restaurant was essentially offending half of the elite in Psychic City. Apologies, everyone, but we have no choice, another manager said emotionlessly. You must leave whether you want to or not. As for booking the place yourselves, sorry, you don't qualify. The one who booked the entire psychic restaurant is the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, specifically a special-level containment officer from the National Sacred Land, Dragon Capital. What? They immediately fell silent. Every special-level containment officer was a national treasure, a pinnacle powerhouse who bore the burden of humanity's survival in this world overrun by anomalies. They were heroes, revered, absolute leaders. In fact, without the existence of special-level containment officers, human civilization would have long been overrun and enslaved by anomalies. How could they still be savoring delicacies derived from anomalies in a restaurant? A special-level containment officer from the Sacred Land Dragon Capital and from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Lin Huai was equally startled. The weight of the Sacred Land Dragon Capital needed no elaboration. A truly big shot, she sighed inwardly. It seemed her sumptuous meal had to end here. Upon hearing that a special-level containment officer from the Sacred Land Dragon Capital had booked the entire restaurant, the others were left speechless. They had no choice but to reluctantly file out of the restaurant. As everyone stepped outside, woo! A sinister wind, like a black dragon lurking in the dark night, suddenly swept up. Countless gray mists materialized out of nowhere, spreading outward like a vast curtain, completely shrouding the psychic restaurant. This is... Lin Huai's eyes narrowed. The top-tier ceiling barrier, ghost mist curtain. This is the barrier method closest to a domain, usually set up to seal extremely terrifying and powerful anomalies to prevent widespread contamination of nearby citizens. Wait, a special-level containment officer booking the place. Could there be an class anomaly inside the psychic restaurant? This thought made Lin Huai's heart skip a beat. Although she had experienced the rampage of the A-class peak anomaly filth tumor, she knew that despite being just a step apart in A-class peak, an in-class anomaly were as different as heaven and earth. They were incomparable under normal circumstances. If an in-class anomaly truly appeared, it wouldn't be strange if it wiped out the entire psychic city. Oh, a special-level containment officer. Unlike Lin Huai's shock, Lin Huai felt a surge of intense interest upon hearing that a special-level containment officer was arriving. With a thought, just as the ghost mist curtain barrier enveloped the entire psychic restaurant, a shadow of an insect silently slipped inside first. This insect shadow was naturally one of the violent, aberrant insects bred by the womb of the cunning mother after devouring the human-faced insects. Lin Huai grafted a strand of his consciousness onto this insect. As the aberrant insect successfully infiltrated the spirit communication restaurant, the entire scene within the restaurant instantly reflected into Lin Huai's mind. Moi. The entire restaurant was now empty. It was eerily desolate. One could still see some exquisite dishes placed on the tables, emitting steaming aromas, yet they had not been cleared away. Judging by this, not only have all the guests been driven out, but even the restaurant staff are nowhere to be seen. With top-tier containment specialists present and a formidable ceiling barrier set up, it's clear that a powerful anomaly has appeared in this spirit communication restaurant, and it's likely an Shrank anomaly. Lin Huai mused with interest. He himself possessed numerous formidable Shrank abilities, so he was undoubtedly an Shrank anomaly. However, he was curious about his own standing among Shrank anomalies, and how he compared to human top-tier containment specialists. Beyond that, when Lin Huai forged the body of the cunning immortal in the future, she would need to assemble it using powerful limbs, torsos, organs, and other components. By Lin Huai's standards, the body parts for forging the body of the cunning immortal would have to be at least Shrank anomalies. Of course, once humans became top-tier containment specialists, their physiques were essentially similar to anomalies, and their flesh might also provide useful parts. So Lin Huai, seeing that top-tier containment specialists and an Shrank anomaly were about to appear in the spirit communication restaurant, began to scheme. Suddenly, the violent, aberrant insect flying low halted midair. Whoosh! It darted away like lightning. In the blink of an eye it vanished. At the same time, in the main hall of the Spirit Communication Restaurant, two blurry figures seemed to emerge from the crevices of the void, their shadows stretching, twisting, and reassembling before appearing on the ground in an extremely eerie manner. They were a man and a woman, both wearing trench coats, the standard anomalous equipment garment of lost souls worn only by investigators of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. The owner of the Spirit Communication Restaurant was efficient enough, though all the people have been cleared out and the veil of anomalous mist barrier has been set up outside. This way we can go all out. The man wearing sunglasses and sporting a small ponytail whistled. His garment of lost souls suddenly flew off him with a whoosh. Scout the surroundings and report any movement immediately, the ponytailed man said. Rustle. The garment of lost souls nodded in a very human-like manner. Its collar fluttered as it drifted around, assuming a vigilant patrol. Lord Mist will need a few more minutes to arrive. We should waste no time in setting up the Mist Sea Mirage Mountain domain that Lord Mist taught us to prevent that shrank anomaly from escaping. Although this anomaly is already injured, it's still not something we mere level 1 containment specialists can easily handle. We must be as cautious as possible. The woman had fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders with a tall, straight figure exuding the aura of a mature beauty. As she spoke, she flipped her palm, revealing a writhing piece of skin. The moment this skin appeared, the light and shadows around them twisted eerily, becoming dreamlike and unreal, as if in a hazy illusion. Faint sea mist began to rise, weaving through the hidden layers of space, forming an impenetrable net. Good. The ponytailed man's expression turned solemn at the sight of the writhing skin. He knew this was a mirage skin crafted from the materials of Enshrank anomaly, extremely rare and valuable. It could be used to project a domain directly or serve other purposes. To some extent, even ordinary Shrank anomalies were less valuable than this skin. Yet Lord Mist had entrusted this mirage skin to them specifically to deal with the injured Shrank anomaly, indicating it was no ordinary entity. Let's act together without holding back. Although this mirage skin lacks living properties, its side effects are extremely malevolent. Once used, it will attract calamity to varying degrees at every moment, making it even more troublesome than the side effects of anomalous equipment. If I didn't have another anomalous item, the Ring of Fortune, which can partially neutralize these side effects, I wouldn't dare hold this thing. The mature woman's face was grim. As she produced the mirage skin, a ring woven from petals silently appeared on her little finger. Seeing the ring glow with light, an invisible halo radiated around her. Only then did her expression relax slightly. She then tossed the mirage skin into the air, raised a jade-like finger, and pointed at it from a distance, uttering an obscure, eerie word, as if reciting an ancient incantation. Buzz! The writhing skin suddenly trembled, then began to dance wildly like a convulsion, emitting a series of low hums akin to a monster's mutter. At that moment, the ponytailed man, his face taut, extended two fingers toward his own left eye socket. He dug in fiercely. Splat! He brutally gouged out his own left eyeball. His face twisted in agony as blood streamed down from the socket. Yet he quickly disregarded the pain, pinched the eyeball between his fingers, and crushed it. A bizarre sight unfolded. The left eyeball didn't turn into bloody pulp, but instead transformed into a crystalline substance upon being crushed. With a shattering sound, it scattered into sparkling crystal dust, drifting toward the wildly dancing mirage skin in the air and being absorbed. Meanwhile, at his empty left eye socket, the flesh writhed, and a grayish-white eyeball regenerated. I've transferred most of the illusory eye's nutrients, which contain a wealth of sanity essence. That should be enough to calm this mirage skin. Now's the chance to deploy the domain. The ponytailed man's face paled momentarily. After a brief recovery, he began forming complex hand seals. With each seal, a spurt of blood shot out, seemingly random, yet miraculously sketching one strange runic pattern after another on the ground. Good work. Seeing the mirage skin in the air calm down after absorbing the nutrients, ceasing its writhing and floating serenely, while emitting a mesmerizing glow, the mature woman relaxed. She raised her 5 fingers. Each finger had inexplicably turned blood red, radiating a tangible aura of abnormality that looked ominous. Yet she seemed unfazed. She grasped the void with her fingers, and intricate dense patterns were etched into the air, gradually expanding. These patterns resonated subtly with the blood-drawn runes on the ground. As the complex designs above and below unfolded and intertwined, the mirage skin floating at the core could be seen. The surface of the mirage skin began to emit an even more intense radiance. Vaguely, one could see a dark, boundless void of mountains and seas exuding a powerful, anomalous aura, forming like a black hole within the light. A terrifying pressure began to bear down, causing the entire Spirit Communication Restaurant to tremble. The Mist Sea Mirage Mountain domain is about to take shape. The mature woman's face lit up with joy as the shadow of the void mountains and seas within the mirage skin grew increasingly real. But just then her expression shifted dramatically as she stared at a corner of the restaurant. Who's there? Before she could finish, the petal ring on her little finger suddenly ignited with a hiss, turning to ash in an instant. This sight made the mature woman's face turn deathly pale. My ring of the lucky one. It's actually burning. The mature woman's heart was filled with utter horror. This ring of the lucky one possessed the power to forcibly elevate the wearer's luck by one rank while worn. The sinister side effect, however, was that the moment it was donned it would rapidly consume the wearer's rationality. The longer it was worn, the faster the consumption increased at a geometric rate. Yet when one faced an insurmountable calamity, the ring of the lucky one would prove unable to withstand it. Its petals would shrink and wither, and the luck rank would revert to its original state. And when faced with a certain death situation, the ring would spontaneously combust, forcibly lowering the wearer's luck by one rank. In other words, once the ring caught fire, you would not only die, but die in a most gruesome manner. The mature woman's face turned ashen in an instant. The man with the small braids, seeing this, also paled dramatically. But before he could say anything, a massive mouth abruptly materialized out of thin air. This was a bizarre mouth formed by two enormous, overlapping hands. The moment it appeared, it devoured the upper half of the braided man's body before he could react. The air fell silent for a moment. The lower half of the braided man's body then spurted. A torrent of blood collapsed with a thud, and his internal organs spilled across the floor. He was dead beyond any doubt. How is this possible? That level anomaly that fled here should have been injured. How could it evade the detection of a level 1 containment specialist and kill him so suddenly? Wait, this is not the injured level anomaly, but another level anomaly. Does this mean that the Tongling restaurant itself harbored an level anomaly all along? The mature woman seemed to realize something, her face showing an expression of disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around abruptly. She extended her hands, and a blinding blood-red light burst from her 10 fingers. They began to melt like candles, dripping strange blood like molten wax. This wax-like blood spread through the void, quickly forming one intricate pattern after another, which became barrier after barrier, interweaving and combining. Clearly the woman was unleashing some formidable domain ability. I must tell Lord Wu about this. This is clearly a trap. The mature woman clenched her teeth fiercely. In her desperate, reckless exertion of the domain, the cost was a rapid depletion of her rationality, twisting her face into a hideous, demonic grimace. Hee, little girl, don't struggle. I like your skin. It would be a shame if it got damaged. But at that moment, a soft whisper tinged with 3 parts of low laughter and 7 parts of eerie resonance sounded beside the mature woman's ear. Her pupils constricted and her irises trembled violently. In an instant, it was as if she had witnessed something utterly terrifying. The next moment, green smoke suddenly rose from within her body. Her bones began to melt one by one in an almost inconceivable manner. Within a few breaths, her entire body collapsed into a complete flattened skin spread across the ground. It was as if she had been forcibly compressed from a 3-dimensional being into a 2-dimensional object. Hee, it seems some kind of kin is spying on me. And just then the eerie voice spoke again. On the bizarre mouth formed by the 2 overlapping enormous hands that had bitten the braided man in half, flesh writhed, and 2 enormous eyes formed, gazing toward a corner of the Tongling restaurant. But that corner was utterly silent, with not the slightest trace of abnormality. An illusion, the eerie voice buzzed with 3 parts echo and 7 parts confusion. Suddenly the enormous eyes swiveled sharply, fixing on the mirage hide that had been floating in midair, brought by the mature woman and the braided man. And at that moment, this highly valuable mirage hide, with its many wondrous uses, had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, the enormous eyes displayed a thoughtful look, as if somewhat puzzled. Truly a strange kin. The next day, when the brilliant radiance of the morning sun bathed the entire Tongling City, Lin Huai got up, brushed her teeth, and turned on the TV to watch the morning news. For a containment specialist, staying informed about current events was almost a muscle memory. Although living in the city meant basic safety was guaranteed, this was still an era plagued by anomalies. No one could guarantee that stepping out the door would be completely free of encountering an anomaly. In fact, even though the Paranormal Investigation Bureau had patrolled every street and alley, various anomalous incidents still occurred daily. I wonder if there's any explosive news today. While brushing her teeth, suddenly Lin Huai's eyes widened. The toothpaste foam in her mouth sprayed directly onto Lin Huai's head, who was also busy brushing his teeth. What? The Tongling restaurant is closed, and it's been classified as a forbidden anomaly zone by the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. The zone rating is 5 stars. Am I seeing this right? Lin Huai's eyes bulged like saucers, staring fixedly at the TV screen. How could this be? 5 stars. Lin Huai knew that any anomaly zone marked with 5 stars could only mean one thing: the appearance of an S-level anomaly, and an extremely vicious and brutal one at that. I had only guessed, but now it's confirmed that an S-level anomaly indeed appeared in the Tongling restaurant yesterday. But wasn't there also a special grade containment specialist from the sacred land Longdu yesterday? A special grade containment specialist is usually more powerful than an ordinary S-level anomaly. Could it be that they failed to contain the S-level anomaly? Or even possibly killed instead? At this thought, Lin Huai's heart sank. Inslevel anomaly capable of killing a special-grade containment specialist was not something a small city like Tongling could suppress. If things went wrong, the entire city could be obliterated in an instant. Although the Tongling restaurant was merely closed and sealed and no large-scale Slevel anomaly incident had erupted, proving that the Paranormal Investigation Bureau had temporarily contained the situation, one must remember that the Tongling restaurant was located in the busiest city center of Tongling, not some remote wilderness. A 5-star forbidden anomaly zone appearing at the very core of a city. What did that mean? It was akin to planting a high-yield nuclear bomb at the heart of a city ready to explode at any moment. If triggered, boom, millions of lives would be instantly annihilated. It seems Tongling City is about to become unstable. Lin Huai sighed inwardly. This matter was far too big for her, a mere quasi-level 3 containment specialist. She could do nothing, and to put it bluntly, she could only drift with the current for now, taking one step at a time. I wonder how Dad is doing. Lin Huai called her unreliable father. Sure enough, no one answered. It seemed that in the coming days her unreliable father would be extremely busy, and she wouldn't even be able to see him for a while. After all, officially her father was the top authority in Tongling City, so he would certainly be meeting with various high-ranking officials dispatched from above. Meanwhile, Lin Huai, who was fiddling with how to brush his teeth with his small tentacle body, saw Lin Huai's anxious look, but paid it no mind. In his eyes, that Slevel anomaly in the Tongling restaurant was foolish and posed no threat at all. He didn't even consider it worthy of his attention. The Sklass anomaly in the spirit restaurant feels weaker than those entities I glimpsed when I first woke up in the Eternal Life Hall Cemetery. Is it true that ordinary Sklass anomalies are this weak? I finally learned how to brush my teeth using my transparent little tentacle body. Although strictly speaking I don't have any teeth to brush at this moment, I still feel like something is missing after getting up, so I just imagined a row of teeth for myself. Don't be fooled by the small size of my tentacle body. In reality, it is quite extensible, just like some slime. I can even imagine small hands and feet for myself. Oh, currently I've imagined a mouth with a single tooth, which is no big deal. While brushing my teeth and making a mess of foam, my thoughts wandered. Speaking of which, that special containment expert named Lord Mist didn't show up until the end. It seems he must have used some secret method to obtain information about the spirit restaurant. How that's quite clever. Those 2 poor level 1 containment experts were clearly just pawns for him. Recalling the situation I spied on last night in the spirit restaurant, I felt quite speechless. I had originally hoped to witness a battle between the Sklass anomaly and the special containment expert, but I never expected that the human special containment expert would be so cunning. But thinking carefully, it makes sense. Over the past few days I've seen quite a bit of information about this world from Lin Huai, especially about the group known as containment experts. In this era of rampant anomalies, everyone is trained from a young age by schools to become a containment expert. However, most people are merely trainee containment experts. From the lowest level 9 containment experts to level 6 containment experts, they are all trainees with the most powerful anomaly they can possess, barely being class. If one is fortunate enough to possess a class anomaly, they can be promoted to a quasi level 5 containment expert, qualifying them to challenge level 5 and become a true professional containment expert, also known as a senior containment expert. Most high school graduates from Tongling City know one are such quasi level 5 trainee containment experts. If they can successfully graduate and enter university for further studies, they can naturally become level 5 senior containment experts, taking containment as their profession and receiving numerous top-tier benefits from the state, officially living off the government. Otherwise, they would have to seek other occupations. Of course, if one is overly confident in their exceptional talent and outstanding abilities, they can also take a special assessment to transition from trainee to senior. It can be said that in this world about 60 to 70% of containment experts remain stuck at the trainee level. The remaining elite individuals are the only ones able to enter the ranks of senior containment experts. Among the already limited number of senior containment experts, those who can become special containment experts are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The total number of special containment experts ever recorded globally is still uncertain, but it may not even reach 1,000. Every special containment expert can be considered an absolute national treasure. The death of one is an extremely significant loss. Therefore, it is understandable that special containment experts are a bit more cautious about their lives. After brushing my teeth, I washed my face and began to enjoy the breakfast Lin Huai had prepared for me upon waking. Lin Huai still looked quite worried, unable to enjoy her meal, but I without care savored my food thoroughly, even unceremoniously taking her portion. After eating, I used my imagined small hand to rub my slightly bulging belly and let out a satisfied burp. As the saying goes, breakfast should be hearty, only then can one be energetic throughout the day. Sigh. But at that moment, Lin Huai sighed again. With her chopsticks holding an empty bowl, she seemingly grasped at nothing, yet remained oblivious to it, sending non-existent food to her mouth, while gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding a sense of melancholy, as if the heavens were about to collapse. This was enough to dampen my previously spirited mood. Seriously, women just love to self-analyze. I couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed it was time to uplift Lin Huai. Imagining a pair of eyes that rolled around, I seemed to think of an idea. With a thought accompanied by a flicker of a strange insect shadow, a wriggling skin appeared on the breakfast table. This wriggling skin was what I had casually taken from the spirit restaurant last night, while spying using a ruthless anomaly. Originally, I thought this thing was somewhat interesting, so I planned to bring it back for detailed study. However, this research quickly lost its appeal. It's not that the Shen skin lacked anything worth studying, but rather that as an anomaly, I couldn't utilize it at all. No matter how I fiddled with it, it would not react in any way. Clearly, this Shen skin only undergoes some incredible changes in human hands. My. Sure enough, with the appearance of this Shen skin, Lin Huai was immediately attracted. Such a strong aura of anomaly. What is this? How could it suddenly appear in my home? Lin Huai slightly furrowed her brow, looking at the incredibly odd skin wriggling on the table, her pretty face showing a look of confusion, but soon she seemed to recall something. In her beautiful eyes, an expression of incredulity gradually emerged. Wait, could this be? Lin Huai seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly looked up at me, sprawled comfortably on the table, rubbing my little belly, her eyes widening as she carefully examined my transparent little tentacle body. Then with a strange expression she said, "Could it be that you little fellow shed your skin?" I almost spat out my breakfast. What the heck is this? Strange, you little fellow are clearly not even in class anomaly. How could the skin you shed contain such a rich and strong aura of anomaly? Lin Huai picked up the Shen skin, curiously examining it without stopping. After inspecting it, her gaze towards me became peculiar. It seemed she had already concluded that this wriggling skin was shed from my transparent little tentacle. Fortunately, while the aura of anomaly on this skin is rich and strong, it is not violent. It belongs to a type of anomalous item with a standard level of anomalous radiation. Tisk, tisk, interesting. It seems you little fellow are not simple at all. Indeed, when I was at the Witch Institute, I encountered many high-level anomalies with you, whether it was that terrifying human-faced worm or that 100-eyed anomaly, the day and night spirit, etc. As a weak anomaly, you seem to show no signs of fear, instead appearing curious and looking around. I should have realized your uniqueness long ago. Lin Huai spoke with eyes shining brightly. She wasn't stupid, she had already noticed the various peculiarities of my transparent little tentacle body. Meanwhile, I felt helpless. It wasn't that I was afraid of Lin Huai uncovering my class anomaly identity. But, what shedding skin? I'm not a snake. You are the one shedding skin. Your whole family is shedding skin. I was simply amused by the absurdity of it all. This Shen skin, which even a level 1 containment expert must use with caution like a treasure, Lin Huai actually didn't recognize its value. What a waste of my good intentions. Hee little one, there's no need to be nervous. Although you are quite remarkable, you clearly aren't a harmful anomaly, and I am quite confident about this. Lin Huai chattered away, looking quite displeased at Lin Huai. However, the voice emitted by him, a small tentacle, was incomprehensible to Lin Huai. She mistakenly thought he was nervous. Thus, with a gentle smile, Lin Huai reached out her delicate white hand and patted the little tentacle's head in a comforting gesture. Lin Huai was left speechless. All right then, as long as you're happy. By the way, little one, why did you suddenly molt? Oh right, could it be that you noticed my low spirits and used this method to convey that only by transforming myself and becoming stronger can I survive the potential crises and changes in the future and protect my family? Lin Huai examined the molt in her hand. Suddenly, she had a burst of inspiration and said so. Lin Huai was already at a loss for words. Fine. You are right. The more Lin Huai thought about it, the more reasonable she felt her thoughts were. Her beautiful eyes immediately curved into crescent moons, revealing a joyful smile as she scooped up the transparent little tentacle before her into her arms. Thank you, little one. I didn't expect you to be so delicate in thought despite looking small and not human, using this self-sacrifice method to encourage me. Indeed, I have not loved you in vain. As she spoke, Lin Huai showered Lin Huai with several sweet kisses, causing his face to turn red. This made Lin Huai feel quite embarrassed. Ahem, although the process was a bit complicated, at least this girl Lin Huai has become more assertive. Lin Huai watched as Lin Huai carefully stored the skin he had molted. Oh no. She put that mold into a jade box specifically designed for storing anomalies and cast a barrier over it, then tucked it close to her body. She treated it like a treasure. It was hard not to be amused, yet at the same time, he felt a sense of comfort. No matter what, this precious mold that Lin Huai carried would surely be of use in the future. While he couldn't use this mold, he understood that it must have many wonderful applications. Of course, he also knew that this skin would have an unusual side effect that could bring disaster to its user. However, the so-called unusual side effect was essentially just an invisible strange power at work. With him, a dignified class anomaly standing guard. Unless this strange power surpassed the class level, he could completely suppress it. The Jean Dark Consultation Office. This was a well-known office dedicated to helping ordinary citizens deal with anomalies. Due to its reasonable fees and good reputation, the success rate for resolving cases remained over 90 year-round. Thus, people flocked to this place. It was always bustling with people. At this moment, Lin Huai was standing in front of the entrance to the Jean Dark Consultation Office. Is this the place where Jean asked me to retrieve the anomaly gear? Lin Huai looked at the sign in front of her expression somewhat peculiar. Here is a seasoned containment specialist, she had heard of it. However, there were quite a few people named Jean in the world, so she initially did not associate this place with the master craftsman of the witches' organization. However, given the current situation, it was indeed possible that this well-known office dedicated to resolving anomalies for ordinary people was opened by that woman Jean. I didn't expect Jean, this wealthy woman, to have such a wide range of business. No wonder she can earn so much money and afford to buy property in that bloodsucker place of the witches' organization where space is at a premium. Lin Huai sighed internally and then stepped forward to enter the Jean Dark Consultation Office. Welcome to the Jean Dark Consultation Office. How may I assist you? Have you encountered something strange, or do you have an unusual illness, or has someone around you faced a tricky anomaly situation? A sweet-looking female staff member dressed in a professional outfit greeted her with a smile. I have made a reservation already, Lin Huai said, according to the information given by Jean. I have an appointment with Miss Jean, who said that even in fair weather one should not forget to carry an umbrella. Upon hearing this, the female staff member's eyes sparkled, and then her face broke into an even sweeter smile as she said, "All right, please follow me." Lin Huai followed the female staff member. Though the lobby of the Jean Dark Consultation Office was large, it was evidently filled with people. A casual glance from Lin Huai revealed that the people were entwined with strange energy, clearly afflicted by powerful anomalies or contaminated by anomalous radiation, most of whom were older individuals. These individuals during their youth had not yet experienced the containment education provided by the state, let alone seasoned containment specialists. Even the proportion of trainee containment specialists among ordinary people back then was small, approximately 1 in 10,000. Therefore, these people resembled the illiterate before the cultural popularization, becoming the illiterates of this anomalous era, the laggards of the new century. Once they encountered an anomaly, the likely outcome would be only one: death. They couldn't afford to go to a proper anomalous hospital, and going to those advertisement-saturated anomalous offices would lead to being scammed. Only in a citizen-friendly consultation office like the one opened by Jean could they obtain a chance to save their lives at a relatively low price. Thus, the people present were not noisy. They quietly sat in line waiting to be rescued. The atmosphere was so quiet that it felt a bit eerie. Ms. Jean is inside. Just as Lin Huai was lost in thought. She had followed the female staff member through the lobby, past several corridors, and finally arrived at the door of a room that appeared quite private. The staff member stopped and smiled at Lin Huai, saying, "Miss Jean is a bit busy right now. If you're not in a hurry, you can sit here for a while." The staff member pointed to a carefully arranged long seat beside the door. She continued, "Would you like a cup of hot water, a drink, or tea?" "Just a cup of hot water, please," Lin Huai replied. "All right." The staff member nodded and poured Lin Huai a cup of hot water, then politely bowed and left quietly like a cat. It seems that when Jean isn't busy crafting anomalous gear, she's working here. Lin Huai was naturally not in a hurry. As she sipped her hot water, her beautiful eyes wandered curiously, surveying her surroundings. The layout of the space was perfectly utilized, entirely in line with the style of that woman Jean. Clearly, the entire architectural design of the consultation office must have been crafted by Jean. At that moment, creak. The door opened. Lin Huai's gaze shifted as she saw two figures emerge from the room where Jean was. One was a middle-aged woman who looked somewhat haggard but had a rosy complexion, showing no signs of being entangled by anomalies. The other figure was a girl younger than her, seemingly a freshman in high school. Upon seeing this girl, Lin Huai couldn't help but be taken aback, for this girl was unmistakably an anomaly. Something still seems off. Lin Huai frowned slightly, scrutinizing the young girl. The girl's face was deathly pale. Not just her face, but her neck, hands, and the legs exposed beneath her skirt. Every inch of visible skin was a ghastly white, bearing a sickly sheen that was deeply unsettling. The girl's eyes, too, had pupils drained of all color, leaving only a blank white. At first glance, it appeared as though there were only whites devoid of any irises. This, combined with her pallid complexion and a face as delicate yet expressionless as a porcelain doll, evoked a strangely poignant beauty. As if sensing Lin Huai's gaze, the girl's vacant eyes drifted slowly until they settled on Lin Huai. She stared silently for a moment, a faint dim light flickering in her gaze before she looked away. With an utterly impassive expression, she walked past Lin Huai, disappearing with the middle-aged woman at the end of the corridor. "That little girl was envious of you," Jean's mature, captivating voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Envious of your normal complexion, your beautiful eyes, that you're a containment agent, and even more, so that you can keep an aberration as a pet." Lin Huai turned around. Jean was still dressed in a red outfit, but this time it was a high-slit cheongsam that accentuated her graceful figure to perfection, drawing even Lin Huai's gaze for a moment. "That girl. She has aberration sickness, doesn't she?" Lin Huai asked. "I've heard that those afflicted display various symptoms, but they share one fundamental trait: the vital essence of a human gradually transforms into aberrant energy, like a slow chronic mutation, until they completely change from human to aberration." "That's right. It's aberration sickness and in its late stages. In about another week, that little girl will fully transform into an aberration. Jean now held a slim, long cigarette in her hand. She leaned languidly against the doorframe, exhaling 2 wisps of smoke from her crimson lips. The Aberration Investigation Bureau has already registered her. Once she becomes an aberration, she'll be taken to the Aberration Containment Center. In fact, many of the aberrations held there were once humans who contracted this sickness. These people are the lowest rung of society. They never had the chance for proper education to become containment agents. Work is hard to find, so they end up laboring in heavily polluted aberration factories, draining their lives for money. And the consequences for their children are just as dire. That little girl's parents both turned into aberrations from the sickness. Because the aberrant radiation pollution was severe, they went mad instantly upon transformation and were shot dead by the Aberration Investigation Bureau's enforcers on the spot. They never even made it to the containment center. The girl's dream was to become a containment agent and bring honor to her country. But she probably never imagined her parents would become aberrations, killed by the very agents she dreamed of becoming. Still, she's somewhat fortunate. Her aberration sickness hasn't caused any ugly deformities, and there are no signs of violence. So she's been tagged as a benign aberration. As long as she passes the safety assessment at the Aberration Center after her transformation, she can be adopted by a human, become an aberration under a containment agent, and rejoin human society. That middle-aged woman just now is the adopter who's reserved this girl. She brought her here specially for a consultation. She wants the girl to become the first aberration for her young son. Jean seemed to need someone to talk to. She had spoken so much at once, which was rare. Lin Huai fell silent. She knew that the so-called aberration factories were a series of plants dedicated to handling aberration-related matters, like the Blood Essence Pharmaceutical Factory of Angel Pharmaceuticals. Although miraculous medicines like blood essence could dispel all kinds of aberrant radiation curses and pollution, their raw materials inevitably became tainted during production. This contamination might not be apparent at first, but over time it would seep deep into the bone marrow, causing aberration sickness. Why am I telling you this? It's a sickness of this era, not just an individual's ailment. It's incurable. Jean suddenly shook her head, laughing bitterly. She then turned and walked back into the room, saying, "Come on, I've already prepared the good thing I crafted for you." The Purification Orb truly lives up to its name. This batch ranks among the top 3 aberrant equipment I've ever created. Oh, top 3. Lin Huai's eyes flickered with interest, a flicker of warmth stirring in her heart. Though she already possessed an aberrant equipment, the 6-wing deck, it was merely a gift from Angel Pharmaceuticals. Useful, but not exceptionally powerful. She wondered what marvelous thing Jean had crafted for her. Upon entering the room, the space seemed to flip around. Lin Huai found that what had been an ordinary consultation room had suddenly transformed into a sealed chamber with no doors. The chamber was softly lit, arranged like a sake bar. Bottles of various liquors lined the walls on both sides, shimmering with iridescent colors under the gentle light. Accompanied by a graceful, lingering classical melody, the ambience was utterly delightful. Lin Huai was not surprised. Clearly, Jean must have used some short-range teleportation barrier to bring her here, a private space where Jean met secret guests. Now Jean was seated on a soft leather sofa. In her hand was a mysterious rectangular box made of an unknown material. Neither flesh nor jade, neither wood nor metal. It was etched with complex patterns of aberrant energy, forming a faintly crimson chain barrier. By the way, Jean suddenly looked at Lin Huai with a smile. "Should I still call you Madame Bayonetta now?" Earlier at the witch organization, Lin Huai had worn a witch's mask to conceal her face and used the alias Bayonetta. This was to avoid being targeted by malicious individuals. However, given her now almost best friend relationship with Jean, such pretense seemed unnecessary. "You can call me by my real name, Lin Huai." Lin Huai. What a beautiful name, Jean said, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mischief. "But calling you by your full name is too formal. How about from today I call you Huai little sister, and you call me Sister Jean?" "I feel like you're taking advantage of me," Lin Huai said, giving Jean a speechless look. Although Jean was older, that didn't mean she herself was truly young. Lin Huai straightened her posture proudly, subtly showcasing her own assets. "Hee, what's taking advantage? We sisters just hit it off instantly," Jean said with feigned warmth, pulling Lin Huai to sit beside her. Leaning close, she chuckled. "Come, let me show you the big treasure your sister Jean made for you." With that, she moved her hand. The chain barrier on the rectangular box before them unlocked, and a dense aberrant aura suddenly emanated from within. Moi. Lin Huai was still a bit uncomfortable being so close to Jean, which made her blush. But soon her gaze sharpened as she watched the mysterious box being slowly opened by Jean, her eyes gradually widening. The moment the mysterious casket was opened, a torrent of thick viscous blood overflowed and spilled out, yet in the instant it emerged, it suddenly evaporated into a mist of blood that scattered, causing the entire secret chamber to become swathed in a bloody hue, in an instant filled with an eerie and uncanny atmosphere. The moment the mysterious casket was opened, a torrent of thick viscous blood overflowed and spilled out, Yet in the instant it emerged, it suddenly evaporated into a mist of blood that scattered, causing the entire secret chamber to become swathed. Whether it be containers, aberrations, or some peculiar eerie objects, they all imperceptibly emit this eerie energy, with the only differences lying in its volatility, radiation concentration, or the presence of aberrant factors. Eerie equipment naturally also contains eerie energy. But at this very moment within this casket, there was an almost materialized concentration of eerie energy. It seems the eerie equipment Jean forged for me is exceptionally powerful. But it probably won't be easy to control. Such dense eerie energy could easily erode one's sanity and turn one into a deranged madman. Only those with a sufficiently high sanity value can hope to wield it. Lin Huai couldn't help but take a deep breath. She was naturally delighted by the equipment's power. Yet a flicker of worry arose within her. Wouldn't it be terribly awkward if her own sanity value wasn't high enough to qualify for controlling this eerie equipment? Regardless, let me try first. Lin Huai quickly calmed her restless mind. Just then Jean fully opened the casket. The eerie energy, as thick as blood, completely dissipated, transforming into a hazy blood mist that lingered above. Vaguely one could see a magnificently crafted long blade resting quietly within the casket. The blade was of Tang Dynasty design. Its entire body displayed a translucent cold moonlight hue. Subtle patterns of moonlight flowed across its surface. Its material appeared to have no metallic texture at all, but seemed forged from a special crystal, appearing crystal clear, at first glance, as beautiful as a delicate, impractical work of art. Yet upon touching it, one could feel a supremely sharp moonlight glistening on its edge. Before even getting close, this moonlight seemed ready to slice out, cleaving a head from its shoulders. What a fine blade! Lin Huai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She had never imagined that Jean could forge a long blade from what seemed like a tiny purification pearl. She wondered just how it was accomplished. I call this eerie equipment the Nethermoon Demon Blade, Jean introduced with a smile. Besides retaining the original effects of the purification pearl, this blade is endowed with 3 special abilities as eerie equipment. Ability 1, Nethermoon can unleash an exceptionally sharp Nethermoon blade aura during combat. Its attack power is extremely formidable, easily capable of slaying even aberrations known for their defense. Ability 2, Mooncage, is a type of trapping barrier ability. When activated, it can release a special moon prison to bind enemies. In places bathed in moonlight, this ability's effect is doubled. Ability 3, Demon Moon, is the most dangerous ability of this blade. Once unleashed, it can vastly enhance the wielder's power for a short time. If you are a level 3 container, the Demon Moon ability can grant you strength equivalent to a level 2 container. However, after using this third ability, once its duration ends, your sanity value will be heavily damaged. You might even go mad and become aberrant. So unless it's a life or death situation, it's best not to use it casually. Hearing this, Lin Huai was already overjoyed. 3 special abilities. As expected of a master craftsman's eerie equipment. Generally, the quality of eerie equipment was tied to the number of abilities it possessed. More abilities meant greater versatility. For instance, this 6-winged card, gifted by Angel Pharmaceuticals, had only 1 ability and was merely average in quality. Similarly, the lost garments, worn by investigators in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, were usually randomly endowed with just 1 special function, mostly for auxiliary purposes. Of course, there were always exceptions in this world. There existed eerie equipment that was only proficient in a single ability, but had mastered it to the pinnacle. However, such equipment was even more unique, mostly falling under forbidden taboos that needed to be specially contained and sealed by the Paranormal Containment Center, their danger level rivaling that of terrifying strength aberrations. This blade is absolutely incredible. Gazing at the Nethermoon Demon Blade in the casket, Lin Huai grew fonder of it the more she looked. She yearned to take it out immediately and examine it from top to bottom. But soon she seemed to think of something. Suppressing her urge to retrieve the Nethermoon Demon Blade, she turned to Jean and asked, "By the way, don't all eerie equipment have some unique and troublesome side effects? This blade is so powerful, so its corresponding side effect should be no small matter, right?" The reason eerie equipment is classified as taboo and regulated by the state is largely due to its unique and troublesome side effects. That's right. Jean nodded. She pointed to the Nethermoon Demon Blade in the casket, a strange look flashing in her beautiful eyes, and said, "Look, its side effect is appearing." Huh. Lin Huai was startled. She was about to turn her head to look at the Nethermoon Demon Blade again when at that moment a lazy cat's meow rang out abruptly by her ear. This is... Lin Huai's pupils constricted. She saw clearly that the Nethermoon Demon Blade, which had been lying quietly in the casket, had vanished without a trace. In its place was a cat. That's right. A cat had appeared in the blade casket. This cat's fur was a silvery white hue like cold moonlight, appearing exceptionally noble and beautiful. Its eyes were crystalline and clear, glowing with a faint blue light. Not even the finest gem could match a tenth of their beauty. However, what was most striking was the cat's forehead. A crescent moon was etched upon it. An extreme sharpness emanated from it, nearly blinding to behold. The aura it released was almost identical to that of the Nethermoon Demon Blade from moments before. Lin Huai was utterly astounded. Her eyes wide, she stared at the cat in disbelief and stammered, "Jean, don't tell me this cat is my Nethermoon Demon Blade." "That's right." Jean gave a wry smile and said, "As you can see, the side effect of this Nethermoon Demon Blade is that it possesses a living nature and occasionally transforms into a cat. It's not only difficult to control, but also very fond of causing mischief. Taming it won't be an easy task." Before Jean could finish meow, a mischievous cat's cry suddenly rang out. The next moment, the silvery white moon cat, which was the demon blade incarnate, suddenly appeared right in front of Lin Huai. With a shink, for silver white cat claws sharp as blades extended from its pink paw pads, swiping at Lin Huai's delicate face. "Be careful. This mischievous cat loves to scratch people's faces. I suffered quite a bit when I first forged it." Jean's expression changed as she immediately warned. Lin Huai's face also changed. "Loves to scratch people's faces. Damn it. This wretched cat. If it dares to scratch this old lattice peerless beautiful face, he'll make sure to finish it off." Meowed. The cat's paw moved with the speed of lightning. Before it could fully strike, Lin Huai felt 4 razor-sharp claws gleaming with a cold moon-like silver radiance closing in on her delicate tender face. Lin Huai was both startled and furious. Yet having been a containment agent for many years, she was no pushover. With a shift of her form, her silhouette flickered in an abstract, unnatural manner akin to a stuttering frame in a game, giving an eerie sense of unreality. In the next instant, Lin Huai's figure abruptly transformed from 3-dimensional into 2-dimensional, becoming a flat, lifeless phantom that was instantly shredded by the icy silver cat claws. Simultaneously, in a corner of the secret chamber, a shadow writhed, expanding from a flat 2D phantom into a living 3-dimensional body. This body was Lin Huai herself. The ability she now employed was none other than the third rank anomalous ability imprinted in her soul, Phantom Shadow, alongside her Sinister Eye and Netherflame. This ability was originally the most difficult for Lin Huai to master among the 3 rank powers. However, ever since she had inexplicably awakened her second personality, which forcibly took control of her body to unleash many incredible and formidable abilities, Lin Huai unexpectedly discovered that her application of anomalous abilities had unconsciously elevated to a new level. This allowed her to wield the Phantom Shadow ability with considerable proficiency. Wretched cat, just wait until I catch you. The Phantom Shadow ability allowed one to freely transition between a 2D phantom and a 3D body. At any given time, at least one 2D phantom and one 3D body must exist. As for which was real and which was fake, only the user could know. However, while multiple 2D phantoms and 3D bodies could exist simultaneously, the more there were, the more flaws appeared. Moreover, the combat prowess of both the phantoms and the bodies would diminish proportionally. Thus, how to perfectly utilize this ability was a complex problem. This was also one of the fundamental reasons Lin Huai could not use it freely from the start despite possessing the power. Whoosh. The moment Lin Huai's 3D body materialized, her 2D phantom, like a ghost returning from the dead, eerily appeared behind the silver white moon cat, which was manifested by the Nethermoon Demon Blade. Its flat hand grasped out. Crack. Its 5 fingers like serpents coiled around the silver cat's body in a sudden, unexpected bind. Meow. The silver cat was first stunned, then let out a sharp cry. The crescent moon on its forehead blazed with fierce sharpness, releasing a blade light of supreme cutting power that pierced the air, instantly slicing Lin Huai's 2D phantom's flat hand in 2. Seeing this, the 2D phantom abruptly lunged its flat shadow forward, willingly meeting the crescent's edge on the silver cat's brow. At the same time, with a whoosh, it suddenly ignited itself, blossoming into wisps of netherflame that clung to the silver cat's beautiful fur. The silver cat was instantly enraged and terrified. Its splendid silver fur was proof of its beauty. How could it allow someone to set it ablaze? It immediately recoiled, but in that moment of retreat, a pair of 3-dimensional hands suddenly appeared, grabbing it firmly and pulling it into an embrace. "Haha, got you now." Lin Huai's laughter rang out. One of her 3D bodies was tightly hugging the silver cat, while another 3D body materialized nearby, clearly her true form. She walked up to the struggling silver cat, a smug expression on her face. She even reached out a hand to pat the mischievous cat's head. But just then Jean's voice rang out. "Huai, be careful." At that same moment, the struggling silver cat's pretty maiden-like face suddenly revealed a human-like cunning glint. The next instant, with a piercing screech of tearing air, 4 long, sharp silver claws extended from its pink paw pads, clawing viciously at the void. A flash of cold moonlight streaked through the air. Several materialized icy blade lights, small and deadly, crossed in their assault towards Lin Huai's true form. Damn, this wretched cat is so cunning, even using the tactic of luring the snake out of its hole. Lin Huai's pretty face changed. She tried to dodge, but realized that even with her fastest evasion, she would surely be grazed. Summoning the Nethermoth Maiden was also clearly too slow. Just then an unexpected cold snort emanated from Lin Feiyu's own mouth. Jean was stunned. The silver cat was stunned. Lin Feiyue herself was also stunned. In the next instant, the several crisscrossing blade lights halted midair, then abruptly ignited on their own, turning into curling wisps of smoke that dissipated into nothing. Lin Feiyu's expression seemed to change, as if she had become a different person. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the silver cat, filled with a condescending, mocking amusement. A mere blade dares to overstep its bounds. Her hand grasped out. 5 long, fair jade-like fingers descended like the 5-finger mountain from the heavens, crossing the void in an instant to firmly seize the silver cat's fateful scruff. Meow, meow, meow. The silver cat's expression drastically changed. It tried to struggle, but just then when it looked at the Lin Feiyue before it seemed to perceive something. A look of utter terror spread across its feline face. Its struggling body couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Meow, meow, meow. The silver cat instantly became docile and obedient. It didn't even dare to move, let alone struggle. It adopted a soft, weak, pitifully adorable demeanor, even starting to act cute. The next instant, the silver cat's body turned transparent. As the cold moon on its forehead blazed with dazzling light, a tangible blood-like eerie aura spread. A crystal-clear long blade gleaming with moonlit patterns exquisitely crafted like a work of art appeared in Lin Feiyu's hand. Just then Lin Feiyu's expression returned to normal. She looked at the nethermoon demon blade in her hand. So well-behaved, almost as if it were nuzzling her affectionately. A look of strange complexity crossed her face. Needless to say, her mysterious second personality had emerged again to help her subdue this naughty nethermoon demon blade. Jean, who had watched the entire scene, naturally noticed the change in Lin Feiyue. Her beautiful eyes flickered. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. The next time she looked at Lin Feiyue, there was a newfound admiration in her eyes. But she did not bring up the second personality matter. Instead, she smiled. Congratulations, Feiyue, on successfully subduing the nethermoon demon blade. By the way, I heard you've become a member of the witch organization as a sin witch. If so, I think you qualify for the Book of Iban Domain's Secret Realm that opens in a week. Book of Iban Domain's Secret Realm. What is that? Lin Feiyue was startled and asked. Oh, the Book of Iban Domain's Secret Realm. Unlike Lin Feiyue's confusion, Lin Huai, who was comfortably reclining in her warm, fragrant embrace, felt a strange ripple stir in his mind upon hearing the name, for reasons unknown. It was as if some imprint deep within his memory had been touched. In a daze, the outline of a dark, obscure book emerged, yet it was inauspicious to behold. One could only sense that its cover was utterly indescribable, occasionally writhing before quickly returning to stillness. Strange, does this so-called Book of Iban have some connection to me? Lin Huai couldn't help but ponder. He knew he harbored many mysteries within himself. Originally, he had few clues. He could only take things one step at a time. But now he felt a strong mystical calling, as if finding this Book of Iban would unravel a portion of the enigmas surrounding him. Feiyue, you should know about the ability called domain, right? Faced with Lin Feiyue's confusion, Jean did not rush to answer, but instead asked with a mysterious smile. Domain? Lin Feiyue's eyes flickered. Of course I know. When one becomes a nationally certified senior containment specialist and reaches a certain level of sanity value, they can actively draw aberrant chi into their body, learning and deploying the barrier ability. As for the so-called domain, it is essentially a profound composite barrier formed by combining numerous barriers in a complex arcane configuration. Generally, only those who have reached the level of a Grade 2 senior containment specialist can begin to master it. Correct. Jean nodded, then asked further. But do you know what happens to a domain when one reaches the level of a special grade containment specialist? A special grade containment specialist's domain changes. This directly touched upon a blind spot in Lin Feiyue's knowledge. Although she was already a quasi-grade 3 containment specialist, she was still merely a fresh high school graduate who hadn't yet entered university for advanced studies. Naturally, she hadn't fully mastered all knowledge related to containment specialists. In this era of aberrations, knowledge itself was a curse. If one hadn't reached a certain level or standard, the state strictly prohibited students from learning higher-grade containment specialist knowledge. Thus, despite Lin Feiyue's exceptional talent and relatively affluent family background, the restrictions still applied to her. Of course, within the witch organization, there were no such restrictions. Especially after becoming a sin witch, Lin Feiyue had the authority to access all kinds of forbidden knowledge archives. She simply hadn't had the time to delve into them yet. Indeed. The reason why special grade containment specialists are so rare isn't just because containing and taming in class aberration is extremely difficult. There's an even more crucial reason. Jean said, to become a special grade containment specialist, one must forge their domain into a world. Or more precisely, an aberrant world, becoming the god and ruler of that world. However, this action seems to touch upon certain mysterious taboos. Whenever a containment specialist attempts to transform their domain into a world, they attract all sorts of extremely bizarre tribulations. At this point, Jean's expression turned somewhat solemn. These tribulations are so strange they can hardly be described in words. Chaos, disorder, and the indescribable are their synonyms. For ordinary people, just thinking about them would likely drain their sanity value, instantly twisting them into monsters and madmen. However terrifying as these bizarre tribulations are, if one can pass through them and successfully forge their own aberrant world, ascending to godhood within it, to become a special grade containment specialist, their power would instantly grow to an extremely terrifying degree. And this is why ordinary class aberrations generally fear our human special grade containment specialists. I see. Although Jean had only spoken briefly, Lin Huai could still feel the shocking and incredible information contained within. If detailed, it would undoubtedly be considered dangerous, forbidden knowledge. So, Lin Huai said thoughtfully, the so-called Book of Iban Domain's secret realm is actually an aberrant world forged by a special grade containment specialist. Yes. Jean nodded. But more precisely, it is an aberrant world left behind by a deceased special grade containment specialist. Because the creator has died, this remnant world, though still existing, has become highly abstract, like a mysterious secret realm drifting within the folds and fissures of time and space. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, this remnant world was ultimately artificially created, not naturally born. It contains the creator's powerful spirit thoughts and various drifting unconscious thoughts. By using a personal item of the creator from their lifetime as a medium and performing a special ritual, one can communicate with these drifting spiritual thoughts, thereby briefly opening a door to the remnant world. We commonly call it the remnant gate. Crossing this remnant gate, we can enter the corresponding remnant world to explore and search for the various precious treasures left behind by the special grade containment specialist. Hearing this, Lin Huai finally understood completely. She said with sudden realization, I get it. In gaming terms, this is like raiding a dungeon, right? Treasures left by a special grade containment specialist. That was evidently extremely enticing. You could see it that way. Jean chuckled softly. But then her expression turned serious. However, it's best not to treat it entirely as a game. After the creator's death, to some extent, this remnant world exists between reality and illusion. Containing the creator's various thoughts, spirits, and ideas, anything can materialize. Do you know how terrifying a special grade containment specialist's spiritual thoughts are? Once influenced or targeted by them, one can easily become lost, go mad, or be directly devoured, becoming part of those thoughts. Even a grade 1 containment specialist with a strong sanity value might not escape. Of course, the Book of Iban Domain's secret realm has already been explored many times. Most of the dangers inside have either been exorcised or marked. As long as one is careful, safety shouldn't be a major concern. At this point, Jean's beautiful eyes shifted, and she broke into a smile again, her tone taking on a hint of mystery. In truth, while the treasures left by a special grade containment specialist in this remnant world are tempting after repeated explorations, they have naturally long been looted clean. Especially the Book of Iban Domain's secret realm, which is one of the earliest discovered remnant worlds. Its exploration rate has basically reached 99. Theoretically, even if one enters, there should be no benefits to find. But this Book of Iban Domain's secret realm remains a highly popular remnant world. Every time it opens, containment specialists flood in without end. Huai, do you know why? Why? Lin Huai asked blankly. She had never heard of this before and naturally had no concept of it. That's because Jean's words suddenly carried a seductive allure. This Book of Iban Domain's secret realm is one of the few remnant worlds where aberrant chi is exceptionally thick and dense, yet extremely stable. Inside, we have a high probability of mining a mineral called aberrant crystal. Using this aberrant crystal, we can forge a large number of containment coins. What a... Lin Huai abruptly shot to her feet. Strange crystal, capable of forging vast quantities of containment coins. But, after barely steadying her emotions, she asked, isn't the containment coin a special currency created by the Human Alliance for containment practitioners using unique flesh and blood technology? The right to issue such currency should belong only to the Human Alliance, composed of the 5 great nations, right? That's true, Jean said with a faint smile, patiently explaining to Lin Huai. But have you ever considered why containment coins possess such diverse miraculous effects for containment practitioners, much like anomalous items themselves? And since they have such wondrous uses, it means they are consumables. Using them as currency, from the perspective of economic stability, isn't that highly unreliable? Moreover, do you truly believe that the forging of containment coins is like printing paper currency, theoretically infinite in quantity? Hearing this, Lin Huai was momentarily speechless. These were questions she had never considered before. When I was young and first heard such inside information, I was also utterly shocked. But now that you're a Sin Witch member of the Witch organization, knowing this is only a matter of time. I'm merely giving you an early heads up. Jinda poured herself a glass of blood spirit champagne, the same brand as the Tongling restaurants. She also filled Lin Huai's glass. She took an elegant sip, then continued as if lecturing a student, in truth, the Human Alliance has the right to issue containment coins. half correct, yet half incorrect. Why do I say they have that right? Because the human alliance possesses a vast number of special remnant worlds like the Yiboan's book domain secret realm, which can be called mining worlds. In other words, they hold the largest quantity of strange crystals among all factions. In a sense, containment coins are the product of refining and precisely cutting strange crystals. The technique is not exceptionally sophisticated. Once mastered, an individual can forge a single strange crystal into a large number of containment coins. Containment coins possess infinite uses. Whether it's absorbing the anomalous chi within to more effectively train and increase one's sanity value, or using them to set up more stable and powerful barriers or domains, or even in the heat of battle, employing a massive amount of containment coins for a simple yet crude power boost. All these applications yield extraordinary effects. With so many uses, the consumption of containment coins is naturally high. Therefore, there's no need to worry about accumulation leading to inflation. In fact, containment coins are becoming increasingly scarce as the mining of strange crystals continues to decline. So Feiyue, I suggest you prepare a personal small treasury for storing containment coins rather than keeping them all on cards. Otherwise, if strange crystals become even more scarce in the future, even with a large balance on your card, withdrawing them might become extremely difficult. With that, Zhenda finally finished her explanation. She downed the remaining blood spirit champagne in one gulp, and 2 tipsy blushes appeared on her face. Like an elder sister, she earnestly advised Lin Feiyue thus. Prepare a personal small treasury. Lin Feiyue found the comment both amusing and exasperating. Containment coins were about the size of ordinary coins. She now had 100 million containment coins. How large a treasury would she need to hold 100 million of them? Nevertheless, she kept this advice firmly in mind. Afterward, Lin Feiyue and Zhenda chatted casually for a while, then she left the secret room and stepped out of the Zhenda consultation office. At that very moment, apart from the pure moon demon blade which had transformed into a silver moon cat and rested weightlessly on her shoulder, she also held a strange key in her hand. The key was exceedingly ancient, engraved with mysterious patterns, and its material was a kind of wood that emitted a faint fragrance. Key of Legacy. This is the special key to enter the Yiboan's book domain secret realm. The gate will open in a week. Well, since I've graduated and have nothing to do, it's a perfect opportunity to broaden my horizons. With a flick of her jade-like hand, the ancient key vanished as if by magic. Lin Feiyue patted the silver cat's head on her shoulder, then strode toward the largest bank in Tongling City, the Tongling Bank. She planned to withdraw some containment coins to carry with her. Then she would find a quiet place, absorb the anomalous chi from the containment coins, and train to increase her sanity value. The recent experiences had made her acutely aware of her own insufficiency in strength. She must intensify her cultivation. Late at night, 4:40 a.m. Under a dim yellowish streetlight, a taxi drove along a wild road that could barely be called a highway, stopping before a bus stop named Golden Knight Manor. The bus stop had clearly been abandoned for a long time. It was overgrown with weeds and littered with cans and other trash, emitting a strange putrid smell. In the darkness, one could still see faint figures waiting on the platform. But when the wind blew, the figures dissipated as if they were merely an illusion. Driver, thanks. I've already paid by scanning the code. Please check if it's received. After paying, Lin Feiyue opened the car door and stepped out. She was dressed in casual attire: running shoes, cropped jeans, a t-shirt with a cute tentacle pattern on the front, and a baseball cap. Were it not for the pretty long hair peeking out from under the cap and her slender, graceful figure, one might have mistaken her for a boy at first glance. Young lady, you're a containment practitioner, right? Don't judge me by my looks. I was once almost a powerful containment practitioner myself. Your aura is clearly extraordinary. The window rolled down, revealing the head of a middle-aged man with a stubbly beard. He gave Lin Feiyue a thumbs up. Out this late to contain anomalies, a dedicated young practitioner like you is rare. Hope you have a fruitful night. Of course, Lin Feiyue replied with a faint smile. Watching the taxi drive away and disappear into the night, Lin Feiyue turned to look at the Golden Knight Manor bus stop beside her. In this area, apart from the bus stop, there seemed to be no other facilities or buildings. The Golden Knight Manor villa that Su Mingxin had mentioned on the phone was nowhere to be seen. Interesting. Did they add an extra layer of barrier on top of the official ceiling barrier of Golden Knight Manor? A sharp glint flashed in Lin Feiyue's beautiful eyes. In an instant, her eyes took on a faint crimson hue, appearing extremely eerie as she activated the sinister eye. As the crimson light swirled in her gaze, she suddenly focused on a hidden corner of the bus stop. Then she stepped forward and walked straight toward it. An eerie scene unfolded. As Lin Feiyue walked, her figure flickered, as if skipping a frame, and the next moment, she vanished from the platform. At the same time, in Lin Feiyue's eyes, a vast manor appeared before her. A villa exuding a strong classical aura stood within the grounds. Though it looked somewhat dilapidated, it was now brightly lit with voices and lively music occasionally drifting out. Clearly some kind of party was in full swing. Upon entering the estate, one could see rows of incredibly cool and luxurious sports cars parked in the lot, many of them limited editions. The lawns, fountains, rockeries, and sculptures within the manor had been meticulously decorated. Heart-shaped balloons were placed everywhere, and ornate double happiness characters were posted around. The romantic atmosphere was palpable. This was clearly a bustling newlywed manor villa. How could it be anything like an anomalous restricted zone? Strange. This Jinxiao Manor, a 2-star forbidden zone, has an astonishingly sparse concentration of eerie energy. Even the radiation level of the anomaly has dropped below the standard threshold. It hardly resembles a restricted area where entry is prohibited. Lin Huai glanced around, a hint of curiosity flickering across her delicate face. Yet she did not dwell on it. Perhaps the young master Yi Tiandu, who was to perform a forbidden containment ritual, a wedding within a class anomaly, had deliberately employed some means to forcibly suppress the surrounding eerie atmosphere. His aim was to make this bizarre wedding appear more festive, romantic, and lively. Interesting. The wealthy in this world truly have peculiar tastes. Marrying an anomaly. Though it is strictly a containment ritual, I must admit this Yi Tiandu fellow has audacity. Lin Huai had already climbed atop Lin Feiyu's head. He turned his little head, peering around in all directions. As for the silver cat, which was the manifestation of the pure moon demon blade, he lay upon it, casually rubbing its belly and stroking its fur with utter contentment. Suddenly, Lin Huai's gaze shifted as if he had noticed something. He looked toward a certain direction within Jinxiao Manor, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Feiyue, you finally arrived. The wedding is about to begin, and you're cutting it this close. Huh, what's with this odd outfit? Jeans, a t-shirt, and a cap. Attending young master, yes, wedding without even a gown. Just as Lin Feiyue was leisurely strolling into Jinxiao Manor, her close friend Su Mingxin spotted her immediately. Lifting her gown, she rushed over with a flurry of steps. However, upon seeing Lin Feiyu's attire, her meticulously made-up face twisted into an expression of deep disdain. And Feiyue, you haven't even put on any makeup. Showing up without makeup, without dressing up, and in such casual, sloppy clothes. It's a grave disrespect to young master Yi Tiandu. Our classmates will secretly mock you. Su Mingxin sneered with contempt. Honestly, I was hoping to bask in your glory as the school beauty and outshine those arrogant rivaling bitches. Are you done? Lin Feiyue cast a cold glance at Su Mingxin. Su Mingxin choked on her words, rolling her eyes inwardly. Fine, you're the princess, you have your temper. I can't afford to provoke you. Do as you please. With that, she hastily led Lin Feiyue into the wedding hall within the manor, then left with a self-absorbed air. Lin Feiyue, however, paid it no mind. She had merely come to observe. She had no intention of engaging in petty intrigues or the trivial, messy social games, let alone caring about a friendship as hollow as plastic with Su Mingxin. The official ceremony was set for 4:44 in the deep night. Checking the time, Lin Feiyue saw it was nearly upon her. She casually found an empty table at the very back, sat down gracefully, and surveyed the entire wedding hall. Clearly, before the ceremony began, the hall was hosting a raucous party. Champagne, fine wine, and delicacies were everywhere, a seductive ambience permeating the air. In certain shadowy corners, men and women could be seen adjusting their clothes. Those classmates who had once appeared so demure and proper at school, now freshly graduated, seemed to revel like a horde of demons, as if eager to plunge their pristine selves into the murky mire of society. Lin Feiyue shook her head slightly. Yet it was not this that caught her attention most. After scanning the wedding hall, she swiftly noticed a peculiar detail. These invitees are mostly classmates from Tongling City's first high school. Among them are those of wealth and status, as well as those from humble beginnings, but with remarkable talent. In the future, they should all become seasoned containers. Some, perhaps like myself, have already become veteran containers commanding class anomalies. Besides that, these invited classmates, including me, number exactly 108. 108. This number stirred a certain unease within Lin Feiyue, because it was a figure often encountered when setting up a formation. For instance, arranging 108 strands of eerie energy into a specific pattern to form a barrier, or using 108 containment coins to create various formations that could weave into a small domain. Could it be that inviting 108 guests is a necessary condition to successfully conduct this wedding-style special containment ritual? As this thought crossed Lin Feiyu's mind, a strange sensation surged unbidden within her heart. Welcome everyone to this wedding. At that moment, 444 arrived. A resolute, magnetic male voice rang out in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, the light in the wedding hall grew dazzling, especially on the stage where the radiance was most brilliant. Everyone instinctively looked up. A man in an opulent suit had appeared on the stage, a broad smile on his face, a microphone in hand, his demeanor exuding an air of profound amiability. Yet upon closer inspection, under the bright lights, the man's face was deathly pale, with 2 circles of rouge painted on his cheeks like smears of red ink, creating a deeply eerie visage. The man's lavish suit seemed not to be worn, but rather fused to his body, faintly exuding a rough, paper-like texture. Especially when the man moved, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. For this man, his body was flat. No, it was unmistakably a paper effigy. Seeing everyone's wide-eyed, incredulous stares, the man seemed utterly unperturbed. With a faint smile he continued in his magnetic voice, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the host of this wedding. You may call me Faceless Paper Effigy." Faceless Paper Effigy. The peak class anomaly. Wow, the host of this wedding is actually an anomaly. Interesting. Young Master Yi Tiandu is marrying an anomaly, and now the host is one too. What a spectacle. Haha, young Master Yi is indeed generous. A peak class anomaly. None of us here likely possess one. Yet he uses it as a host. Impressive. So envious. The classmates in the hall, initially stunned, soon broke into admiration. After all, they were considered elites at school, but upon graduation, most had only managed to contain some weaker class anomalies. How could they compare to Yi Tiandu, who not only had a peak class anomaly, but would soon gain a formidable class 1 after the wedding ceremony? Truly enviable. Faceless Paper Effigy. Yet upon seeing this entity, the eerie feeling in Lin Huai's heart grew ever more intense. A glint of sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes. With a subtle movement, she quietly took a step back. At this moment on the wedding stage, after the Faceless Paper Man's self-introduction, the lights instantly shifted from their original brilliance to a soft glow forming patterns of flowers. However, the soft flower light appeared to be multicolored. But aside from a few traces of red, blue, and green, the predominant colors were white and yellow. At first glance, it looked exactly like countless funeral wreaths densely scattered across the stage, evoking an extremely eerie and terrifying sensation. However, the atmosphere at the scene was heated. For a moment, aside from Lin Huai, who already sensed something amiss, no one around noticed the strangeness. Dear students, you are the elite of the school, and also the distinguished guests of this wedding. I believe each of you shares a deep friendship with the groom. So without further ado, let's give a round of applause to welcome our handsome groom tonight. Mr. Yi Tiandu, please come on stage. The host, the Faceless Paper Man, was like a marionette. His movements were extremely stiff and jerky, as if in a stop-motion animation. However, his voice was flawless. Under his mellow and magnetic oratory, the atmosphere was instantly elevated to a new height. Except for Lin Huai, the other 107 classmates all applauded with anticipation. The girls in particular craned their necks with sparkling eyes, chattering excitedly. Young Master Yi is the undisputed school heartthrob. He's already so handsome, he makes one dizzy on ordinary days. I wonder how devastatingly handsome he'll be in the groom's attire. So excited. Hee hee, you cheap vixens only care about good looks. Don't you know that my brother Yes' best feature isn't his face, but his body? Oh wow, I want both. Alas, what a pity. I never expected young Master Yes' first marriage right to be taken by a monster. Even though I know this is just a fake wedding ceremony, I still feel displeased. Yeah. I wonder what kind of slut this monster is daring to use sorcery on our young Master Yi. After the ceremony, we must let young Master Yi enslave this stinky monster, drain it dry, and then discard it. Just then, as the host Faceless Paper Man's voice trailed off, a figure slowly emerged from the dimness at the side of the stage. The chattering girls instantly fell silent. They widened their eyes, adorned with various eye makeup and long false eyelashes, their gazes shining brightly as they stared at the shadow of the approaching figure, afraid to miss any moment when he stepped onto the stage and revealed his appearance. Even the boys craned their necks one by one, staring at the figure with curiosity in their eyes. Young Master Yi Tiandu, apart from the even more mysterious campus belle Lin Huai, was the most renowned figure in the school. On ordinary days, they had almost no chance to interact with him as his status was too high. Only a few classmates present who were also of high status and background could be acquainted with Yi Tiandu. Now they could take a close look at this school heartthrob. The boys present, especially those from ordinary backgrounds, naturally wanted to see him well. Just then someone let out a soft exclamation. The people around were startled, but soon they too unconsciously let out exclamations. On the wedding stage there appeared a tall, handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It was Yi Tiandu. However, Yi Tiandu did not wear the Western-style groom's attire, as everyone imagined. Instead, he was dressed like an ancient nobleman in a classical red wedding robe with distinctive oriental features, a ceremonial crown on his head, and instead of high-end custom leather shoes, he wore a pair of ancient red shoes called 11. His pace was leisurely and slow. Step by step, he slowly walked toward the center of the wedding stage. Throughout the process, he showed not a single trace of expression. This scene made the students present feel both curious and unable to resist chattering among themselves. Interesting, is he going for a long Gua traditional wedding ceremony? Strange, isn't young Master Yi always fond of Western romance? I never expected him to go for a traditional wedding. But that's not right. If it's a long Gua traditional wedding, why is the wedding hall still decorated in a modern style? There's no element of traditional wedding at all. It feels a bit incongruous. You guys talk too much. Maybe it's just a requirement of the containment ritual. Oh right, I almost forgot, this is just a fake marriage. Hee, I have to say young Master Yi really knows how to have fun. Traditional weddings, though traditional, have become rare nowadays. At least we're broadening our horizons. Tisk, my brother Yi looks like an ancient bridegroom. He seems even more handsome than before. New skin unlocked. I need to take more photos. But how come my brother Yes' walking posture seems a bit strange? What kind of walking step is this, so mechanical? Could this also be part of the containment ritual? Listening to the discussions below the wedding stage, Yi Tiandu seemed not to hear a single word. He walked to the center of the stage as if no one else was there. Not only was his face expressionless, but his gaze also never glanced downward even once. He walked with a leisurely, slow yet extremely awkward gait, as if his body were being pulled bit by invisible strings, finally reaching the center of the wedding stage beside the host, faceless paper man. And at this moment, the host, the faceless paper man, revealed a brilliant smile like a blooming flower. The rosy cheeks painted on its pale face seemed to become even more vividly red at that moment. It smiled and said, "At this moment the groom has already stood at the center of our stage. Truly a personable and dignified man. If I were a girl standing beside him now, I'm afraid I couldn't help but have my heart flutter, right? Hee, just a little joke. All right, before our beautiful bride comes out, please allow me to ask the groom a question." Saying this, the faceless paper man looked at Yi Tiandu and said with a full smile, "The bride told me in secret earlier that between you and her it could be considered love at first sight. In this world there are two kinds of love at first sight. One is driven by lust, and the other is a soul resonance in the unseen. So may I ask, which kind do you think your love at first sight belongs to?" This question seemed simple, but was actually quite tricky. It instantly piqued the interest of everyone present. Even Lin Huai in the last row couldn't help but perk up her ears. The love at first sight between me and the bride. Taking the paper microphone handed over by the faceless paper man, Yi Tiandu's originally expressionless face seemed to finally show some liveliness. As his lips parted, a slightly low husky voice rang out. "Before talking about this love at first sight, I'd like to tell everyone here a story about the paper bride." The story of the paper bride. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. As for Lin Huai, the moment she heard the words, paper bride, a faint glimmer flashed in her beautiful eyes and a peculiar expression crossed her delicate face. At that moment, on the wedding stage, Yi Tiandu had already begun his narration. There was a village named Jinshao Village. In this village there was a custom every so often, sometimes a few months, sometimes a year or more, a young and beautiful girl would be selected from the village to become the paper bride. On the night of the red moon, she would be bathed in a cremation fire offered to a deity called Father to bless the village with peace, abundant harvests, and a thriving population. The legend of Father had long been entrenched in Jinshao Village. It was said that he founded the village and even that he gave birth to the first child of the village, who was called Wu Kuei, and became the first village chief. Thus, every successive chief of Jinshao Village adopted Wu Kuei as their title, their lifelong mission being to find one paper bride after another for Father, ensuring the village's continuity. Are you wondering how Jinshao Village could have so many young girls to serve as paper brides, consumed one after another over such long periods? Don't worry, let me continue. One day, a new paper bride was born. On that very same day, a naive young man stumbled into this isolated village. He was astonished to discover that there were no men in the village, yet it was clearly thriving, and under the hazy moonlight the silhouettes of women came and went everywhere. He was even more astonished to find, as he prepared to explore this peculiar village of women, that the moon in the sky had eerily turned red. A group of grotesquely deformed, ugly women were carrying a bound, struggling young girl towards a bizarre and eerie statue. The young girl was dressed as a bride, but her garments were made of paper, a wedding gown that looked exceedingly strange. Driven by a surge of hot-blooded courage, the naive young man rescued the girl from those deformed women and fled with her from Jinshao Village. Thus the two came to know each other, grew close, and fell in love. Years passed. They planned to marry. But on the night of their wedding, the young man was horrified to see the moon turn red, and his new bride, clad in a paper wedding gown, drifted away from him like a specter. The young man searched for every clue and chased after her desperately, only to end up at the place where they had first met, Jinshao Village. Once again there was the red moon, the grotesque women, the eerie statue, and she was once more the paper bride. But this time she did not struggle. Instead, she walked willingly toward the eerie statue and the blazing fire. The young man's eyes nearly split with rage. He charged forward in desperation, but this time, instead of a successful rescue, his head was severed by the deformed women. His body was dismembered and his corpse was hung from a large tree at the entrance of Jinshao Village, left to suffer until it became bleached bones, which a gust of wind blew into a deep pit beneath the tree. In that pit lay hundreds of skeletons, small ones, male ones. At this point, all the classmates attending the wedding held their breath. So this was the story of the paper bride, a tale of sheer horror and tragedy. Not only the girls present, but even the boys found their hearts heavy after hearing it. To be honest, as elites of the school trained from a young age to be containers who fought against anomalies, they had witnessed all sorts of bizarre phenomena. But after hearing the story of the paper bride, they felt that the so-called Jinshao Village was the true horror, its details chilling to the bone. Yet Yi Tiandu had not finished the story. He continued in a low, hoarse voice. Do you believe in the cycle of reincarnation in past and present lives? Today there is also a young man who has grown up in ignorance, but he has been missing a soul, A soul of regret from a past life, a soul of pain for failing to rescue you, a soul of loneliness for being unable to spend a lifetime with you in happiness. And now that soul has returned. Because the young man has met you. Met the paper bride he loved in his past life. And this is the love at first sight between her and me. A love that spans past and present, an unfinished story. As he spoke, Yi Tiandu raised his hand. He grasped the air, as if holding an invisible hand. And at that moment, something incredible happened. In the palm of Yi Tiandu's grasping hand, an extraordinarily pale, slender hand appeared. Then before everyone's widened eyes, a graceful silhouette was outlined in the void. She was adorned with a phoenix coronet and a bridal gown dazzlingly beautiful. Bathed in the light of the wedding stage, she descended like a celestial maiden following the hand Yi Tiandu held, landing upon the stage. The scene was utterly romantic and picturesque. Wow, is this how the bride makes her entrance? This is so romantic. The girl's eyes sparkled instantly. Even Lin Huai. Upon seeing this, and with Yi Tiandu's recent confession still echoing, she had to admit she was impressed. This human and anomaly sure know how to put on a show. Lin Huai, who was petting a cat on Lin Huai's head, offered his own review. What truly intrigued him, however, was the Jinshao village mentioned in Yi Tiandu's story of the paper bride. His intuition told him, this might be a real anomalous place. How touching. The host, the faceless paper man, also expressed his sentiment. I simply asked about love at first sight, but the groom used a story to perfectly illustrate the soul-stirring resonance of love at first sight between him and his bride. Yes, love at first sight has never been about mere physical attraction. True love at first sight is the unfinished bond from past lives, the purest love to mend past regrets. That first glance you shared was in truth paved with a lifetime I once spent with you. Come, let our bride and groom exchange their tokens of love. And let us offer our warmest applause, our most sincere blessings to this couple. The voice of the host, the faceless paper man, resounded in everyone's ears. The voice seemed to possess a magical power. Instantly, everyone clapped with all their might involuntarily. Every eye was fixed on the wedding stage, watching Yi Tiandu and his bride exchange rings, embrace, and kiss. Unbidden smiles appeared on their faces. Smiles of happiness, of utter contentment. Even Lin Huai, who had remained vigilant throughout this eerie wedding, found herself clapping, and her usually composed face began to curve into a smile of pure joy and satisfaction. At that moment, the wedding atmosphere reached its peak. Oomph! Suddenly a cold snort echoed in Lin Huai's ear. Lin Huai abruptly opened her eyes. She felt her head heavy and drowsy, as if she had been trapped in an exceedingly long dream. Upon awakening, the surroundings still appeared hallucinatory and overlapping, vague and indistinct, barely allowing her to discern that she was in the wedding hall of Jinshao Manor. But at this moment herself seemed no longer a guest at this wedding, but an outsider. Everyone's face was brimming with happy and satisfied smiles, only she was an exception. At this time, a soft exclamation sounded. On the wedding stage, the bride, who was kissing the groom, Yi Tiandu, turned her beautiful eyes, her gaze landing on Lin Huai, who stood in the last row of the crowd. The next moment, that gaze seeped with dripping blood, filled with intense killing intent. I never expected that among these human containers there would be one with such a high sanity value. Fortunately, the ceremony is almost at its final stage. These foolish creatures only think that humans can contain anomalies through rituals, but they never imagine that anomalies can also use rituals to deal with humans. Faceless, go kill her. Leave the body intact, it will be needed for the blood sacrifice later. The bride's appearance could never be clearly seen from beginning to end. Yet her voice was light and enchanting, containing a magical power that was irresistible. Yes. Upon hearing this, the faceless paper man on the stage, the pair of eyes on its face which seemed painted on suddenly surged with crimson bloodlight. Its head turned sharply, staring straight at the direction where Lin Huai was. The next moment, its figure vanished like green smoke. Not good. Lin Huai instantly felt a chill run through her body. She looked down and was horrified to find that her feet had somehow become entangled with wisps of eerie green smoke. These eerie green smokes swirled and transformed into a pair of pale paper man hands. As they touched her feet, an inexplicable force spread out instantly, turning her feet, legs, body, and head from bottom to top at a visible speed into paper. In the blink of an eye, Lin Huai had become a paper person, and just then, the faceless paper man's figure materialized. But it looked at Lin Huai, who had collapsed on the ground, now a paper person, and frowned deeply, a strange expression appearing on its face. Soon, it seemed to realize something. It raised a paper hand. The paper Lin Huai on the ground burst into a pale flame with a whoosh, but instead of burning to ashes, it twisted and shrank into a faint shadow, finally dissipating. And at that very moment, at the tightly closed door of the wedding hall, a two-dimensional shadow as thin as paper flashed, swiftly slipping through the gap under the door and drifting away. So you had already prepared to escape? No wonder you reacted so fast. But you can run, but you can't hide. Do you think you can still leave this Jinshao Manor? The faceless paper man sneered coldly. Its figure moved. once again turning into green smoke and disappearing. At the same time, outside the wedding hall door, Lin Huai, who had used the shadow ability to escape the hall in time, frowned deeply upon seeing the scenery of the entire Jinshao Manor. Pat, pat, drops of thick, pulpy blood rain fell from the sky. The original night had now completely turned into a blood night, shrouded in crimson. Endless violent anomaly energy seemed to be boiling, filled with maddening aberration factors, causing the concentration of anomaly radiation here to skyrocket to an almost despairing level. Lin Huai had never seen such a high concentration of anomaly radiation. Even earlier in the Yangshengtang Cemetery, when facing the attack of the A-class peak anomaly filth tumor, the anomaly radiation concentration had never reached such an exaggerated level. This was almost like S-class anomaly descending. But this alone was not enough to completely shock Lin Huai. What truly horrified her was, as the anomaly radiation concentration around her crazily skyrocketed, almost reaching the level of a 5-star anomaly zone, the space surrounding the entire Jinshao Manor was suddenly cut off. No, this is not a simple space isolation. Suddenly Lin Huai's eyes widened, because she saw, on the other side of the isolated space, there was another Jinshao Manor. Only that Jinshao Manor was desolate and ruined, let alone humans. Even the anomalies, there were only a few stragglers. The entire manor villa stood eerily silent in the cold night, with anomaly energy calm and still, a standard 2-star anomaly zone. It formed a stark contrast with the blood-soaked Jinshao Manor she was currently in. How can this be? 2 Jinshao Manors. The entire space-time seemed to have been sliced into 2 similar, yet different sides. One side was peaceful and serene. The other side was clearly a living hell. Could it be that she had never been in reality from the very beginning? Lin Huai's heart was filled with utmost terror. You human containers actually sealed this Jinshao Manor, which hides an anomaly inner world, as merely a 2-star anomaly zone. I don't know whether to call you foolish or short-sighted. Don't struggle, you can't get out. If you obediently follow me back to the wedding and assist my lady in completing the ceremony, at least you can avoid the pain of me extracting your soul while you are still alive. At this time, accompanied by a wisp of green smoke rising, the faceless paper man appeared silently not far from Lin Huai. It seemed convinced that Lin Huai was a fish in a barrel. For the moment, it was not in a hurry to attack her. Instead, it chuckled and said these words. Anomaly inner world. Lin Huai was taken aback. What is that? She couldn't help but lament how many blind spots in her knowledge there were. Indeed, without pursuing higher education at university, she was practically an illiterate in the circle of containers and anomalies. But fortunately, she was now a special member of the witch organization. Even without attending university, she had channels to cram some forbidden containment knowledge in a short time. Of course, that was a story for later. Although Lin Huai was extremely puzzled and didn't quite understand what this so-called anomaly inner world was, her expression remained unchanged. She coldly looked at the faceless paper man and said sarcastically, "How are you so sure that we human containers are unaware of the existence of this anomaly inner world? Have you ever considered that perhaps we humans are just pretending not to know in order to lure arrogant anomalies like you into a trap?" The faceless paper man heard this, couldn't help but pause for a moment. Those words actually sounded somewhat reasonable. And just as it was distracted, suddenly, at the feet of the faceless paper man, a ring of ghostly flame appeared, silently forming secret patterns interwoven into a complex design, instantly creating a small sealing barrier. Whoosh whoosh. A large amount of ghostly flame spread out, forming chains of ghostly blue that bound the faceless paper man tightly. The faceless paper man's face first changed, but then it revealed a contemptuous sneer. Extremely bizarrely, bursts of pale white flame erupted from its body, and in the blink of an eye it melted the ghostly flame chains binding it. Then, it turned its gaze coldly toward Lin Huai, grinning ferociously as if about to say some threatening words. But just then, a phantom-like maiden silhouette appeared silently before it. The moment she appeared, a powerful aura of anomaly pressed down tyrannically, causing the faceless paper man's already flat paper body to instantly crumple and curl, becoming utterly disheveled. The faceless paper man's face changed drastically, especially when it saw the silhouette of the girl clearly. It couldn't stop trembling and let out an involuntary exclamation. "You, an A-class anomaly." The silhouette of a girl appeared. Naturally, it was the charming butterfly girl. After being enhanced once again by Lin Huai's finger domain ghost flame demon lotus in the witch organization, she seemed to have gained some understanding and unconsciously achieved true advancement. At this moment, the charming butterfly girl was practically stabilized at the A-grade anomaly level with no risk of reverting to grade. Moreover, before the energy of the ghost flame demon lotus buff on her body was exhausted, the aura she exhibited would not be inferior to any peak A-grade anomaly. Thus, as soon as she appeared, her imposing aura alone suppressed the grade peak anomaly, the faceless paper man, rendering it unable to move. "You actually possess an A-grade anomaly. The faceless paper man was still in shock, its crimson eyes fixed intensely on Lin Huai, filled with disbelief. But soon it seemed to sense something was amiss. Its gaze shifted to the charming butterfly girl, displaying a strange expression on its face. This is not right. A typical charming butterfly girl's strength is merely average among A-grade anomalies, but why does this one actually exude the aura of a peak A-grade anomaly? Lin Huai naturally had no interest in answering the anomaly's question. The moment she summoned the charming butterfly girl, she had already given the order to kill her opponent. Simultaneously, she reached out her hand into the void. Swish! With a flash of bright moonlight, a crystal-clear long knife gracefully appeared in her grasp, as if drawn from the void. Without hesitation, she slashed towards the faceless paper man from afar. Cleansing moon. With a sharp sound, the void emitted an ear-piercing noise akin to tearing fabric at that moment. Wherever the blade passed the originally formless and intangible space, bizarrely manifested a black fissure, like a line drawn on a blank canvas by the knife's edge. This black fissure took on a crescent shape. At first it was just a small sliver, but soon it suddenly expanded, emanating a terrifyingly sharp aura that could almost make one's soul tremble. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the blade light descended upon the faceless paper man, heading straight for its head. Anomaly equipment. The faceless paper man clearly had seen much and instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Lin Huai's cleansing moon demon knife, its expression growing even more astonished. However, for some reason it did not appear particularly flustered. Just as the blade light approached, the faceless paper man seemed to use some method causing its aura to surge violently. A pressure that only an A-grade anomaly could unleash erupted explosively from its body. Swoosh! The black blade light instantly severed the head of the paper man. Yet in the next moment, the paper man grasped its fallen head in a bizarre manner. The flat paper head now astonishingly bore no features. It was a blank canvas. No mouth, no nose, no eyes, no eyebrows, and no ears. Yet it was evident that it seemed to be expressing something, with its features constantly writhing and twisting, looking exceedingly strange. Lin Huai furrowed her brows, realizing something was off. In her perception, as the cleansing moonblade light severed the faceless paper man's head, its aura should have vanished, instantly indicating that it should have been killed by her. But what was the situation before her? Moreover, why did this faceless paper man, despite not being an A-grade anomaly, exude the pressure characteristic of A-grade anomalies? Could it be that this creature possessed a special method to temporarily elevate its tier from grade to A-grade? As Lin Huai pondered, a series of eerie murmurs echoed from all directions, drifting in like a chant. At this moment, Lin Huai realized that she had unknowingly found herself within a bizarre black circle. This black circle was roughly the size of a courtyard scattered with paper money. She and the faceless paper man stood face to face, one on each side, within this courtyard-sized black circle, resembling a stage meant for only two opponents to battle. As for the charming butterfly girl she summoned, she was clearly excluded from this black circle. No matter what methods were employed, she could not enter this black circle even a little. Is this a domain? Lin Huai finally realized something. Instantly her expression changed. Hee, it seems you're not as foolish as you look. The faceless paper man's eerie voice echoed from all directions. This is precisely my domain, faceless and impermanent courtyard. Once this domain is activated, my strength will forcibly elevate by one tier, meaning that I am now a genuine A-grade anomaly. Furthermore, although my domain is small, once activated, it will select a single opponent for a life and death battle according to my will. Anyone else will be forcibly isolated outside the domain. Even a special grade containment specialist or inscribed anomaly would require significant effort to break in. This is the rule power that descends upon this domain from the void, and even I cannot break this rule. The domain will only reopen when one of us is killed, either you or me, otherwise we will be forever trapped within this domain. As it spoke, the faceless paper man raised a hand, placing its head back onto its neck. At that moment, as the head connected to the neck, the formerly blank features of the paper man gradually manifested: a mouth, nose, eyes, eyebrows, and ears, regaining 5 facial features. However, at this moment its features appeared somewhat familiar to Lin Huai. Upon closer inspection, this was clearly her own face. Indeed, the face on the paper man bore over 90 resemblance to Lin Huai, the only difference being that Lin Huai's face was real and three-dimensional. In contrast, the face on the paper man was a painted false visage. It looked exceedingly strange and unnatural. At this moment, I am you. Can you defeat yourself? The faceless paper man grinned eerily. Raising a hand, a long knife suddenly appeared in its grasp. Upon closer inspection, this long knife was made of paper, and its style was almost identical to Lin Huai's cleansing moon demon knife. With a swish, the long knife slashed through the void. Swoosh! A crescent-shaped black fissure emerged, transforming into an incredibly sharp blade light that instantly descended before Lin Huai. Whooshed! Lin Huai's figure was instantly cleaved in two. Yet in the moment of severance, it flattened like paper, becoming nothing but a two-dimensional phantom. The next moment, Behind the faceless paper man, a crystalline gleam cold as the moon flashed, abruptly slicing its body clean in half. But soon a sinister laugh echoed as the two severed sections of the paper man erupted with a whoosh into a ghastly pale flame, which instantly drifted onto Lin Huai, who had just appeared behind it. Another flame. Lin Huai's gaze sharpened as she waved her jade-like finger without hesitation. Splash. A cerulean flame bloomed from her fingertip, forming a dark blue flower that collided with the eerie pale flame. Ever since witnessing her second personality wield this mere brank nether flame ability to manifest a domain, Lin Huai had harbored no small amount of envy and had devoted considerable effort to studying it in her spare time. Yet no matter how diligently she delved into its mysteries, she remained utterly unable to grasp even a sliver of the nether flame demon lotus domain. Still, she had made some headway in the execution of the nether flame itself. This dark blue flower was a rudimentary technique modeled after the nether flame demon lotus, compressing a vast amount of nether flame energy within a barrier. It could unleash all its power in an instant, boasting more than double its previous might. Hiss! The moment the nether flame flower touched the pale flame, both conflagrations erupted into a frenzy. Moi! Lin Huai's expression shifted at the sight. Her beautiful eyes flickered as if an idea had struck her. She raised her jade finger once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, several dark blue flowers formed from nether flame drifted gently into the seething conflagration. At the same time, Lin Huai completely lowered her defenses, allowing the flame to cling to her body, engulfing her entirely as a blazing human torch. Yet no trace of burning pain crossed Lin Huai's face. Instead, a cold glint flashed deep in her eyes. She moved, lunging toward the faceless paper man, which had just reappeared not far away, and embracing it fiercely. Come on, let's hurt each other. What? The faceless paper man was startled by this sight. But then, as if recalling something, a sneer curled on its face. Hey, using a split phantom for a suicide attack to let this fire touch me. Clever, but too clever by half. Do you really think this flame can? What? Before it could finish, the faceless paper man's expression shifted drastically. As the dark blue flowers merged into the seething flames, some uncanny transformation occurred, abruptly unleashing a terrifying destructive aura. Sensing the danger, the faceless paper man quickly retreated. But it was too late. Boom! The seething flames exploded violently. In that instant of detonation, time itself eerily froze for a single breath. Within that frozen moment, as if stirred by a unique ripple from the explosion, a strange entity, slumbering in the crevices of space-time, felt its long-dormant consciousness touched. Suddenly, a resonant rhythm echoed back through the temporal ripples of the blast, forming an ancient cryptic hum. It seemed to chant, "Hear my tune, the law of blaze." Resonate with one note, the shape of sound. Though but a single note, it contained infinite words, infinite cadences. In that instant, time resumed its flow. Watching the explosion spread its fiery energy, churning the void and shaking even its domain, the faceless paper man's face flickered with unease. Yet the blast, though fierce, seemed merely a show of force, inflicting only minor injuries. Soon the commotion subsided entirely. Relieved, the faceless paper man glared coldly at Lin Huai. Indeed, the Lin Huai who had become a fireball in the explosion was merely a three-dimensional body split from her phantom ability. As that body perished, her true form emerged, slightly battered. I don't know what you added to my white nether flame to cause such a startling change, but relying on that alone to kill me is far too naive. Oh, is that so? Lin Huai did not refute. Instead, a strange expression suddenly crossed her face. She spoke. Why are you so sure that attack is over? What do you mean? The faceless paper man frowned, about to speak further. But at that moment, Lin Huai's strange expression deepened. Her beautiful eyes shifted and she raised her jade finger. Pointing from afar at the faceless paper man, she chanted a cryptic rhythm. Hear my tune, the law of blaze. One law, burn the soul. Before her words faded, a stunning sight unfolded. The dissipated, seething flames at Lin Huai's gesture reappeared in the void. Now visibly interwoven with a demonic, eerie blue-white hue, countless fine fire threads crackled like lightning within them. Crackle! The countless fine fire threads flickered and vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, the faceless paper man was horrified to find itself covered in countless flames. Looking closely, these flames were precisely formed by endlessly leaping blue-white fire threads, densely piercing its body. In that instant, a chilling sensation of being stabbed through to the soul seized it. Not good. Without hesitation, the faceless paper man replicated Lin Huai's phantom ability, its form blurring and fading. Eventually, it vanished amid the burning flames. Then it reappeared in another direction. Yet a horrifying sight awaited it. As it rematerialized, the countless lightning-like blue-white fire threads clung to it like a stubborn curse, as if utterly ineradicable. Impossible. The faceless paper man's face twisted wildly. But suddenly, as if recalling something, it let out a cold chuckle, ignored the blue-white fire threads, and fixed a sinister gaze on Lin Huai. Raising a finger, it pointed at her from afar. At the same time, it echoed Lin Huai's ancient cryptic chant, Here am I tuned the law of blaze. One law burned the soul. Yet, nothing happened. How can this be? Now I am you possessing all your abilities. How could I? Wait. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, the faceless paper man's face contorted in utter horror. In an incredulous tone it gasped, You actually know an old and divine art. The divine skills left by the old gods. What? Old and divine art? Lin Huai was momentarily stunned, but she quickly dismissed the faceless paper man's words, uttering another term with cold detachment. Second law, fire sacrifice. Boom. In an instant another explosion erupted. The countless blue-white fire threads on the faceless paper man leaped wildly, then burst apart, entirely forming a towering pillar of flame that consumed it completely. Lin Huai's beautiful eyes reflected the flames before her. Watching the faceless paper effigy let out a piercing shriek as it gradually turned to ashes within the blaze, her delicate face appeared cold and unruffled, yet within a surge of excitement stirred. To be honest, she had no idea what had just transpired. All she knew was that by using the power of the barrier to condense the nether flame into ethereal blue blossoms, then merging them with the ghastly white fire released by the faceless paper effigy, she could create a seething flame imbued with devastating explosive force. It had been but a fleeting inspiration. She had intended to use this technique to ambush the faceless paper effigy. Yet to her utter astonishment, with the explosion of this seething flame, something inexplicable seemed to have been triggered. In an instant she felt a rhythm indescribable and elusive resound within her mind, and inexplicably she grasped a peculiar ability tied to that very rhythm. According to what that faceless paper effigy said, this ability seems to be called the old and divine art, a divine skill left behind by the gods of Yurt. Although I'm not entirely sure what it is, it sounds incredibly formidable, Who would have thought that now, without relying on my second personality, I could single-handedly eliminate an rank anomaly? Hell yeah. Lin Huai's heart swelled with delight. But suddenly, as if recalling something, her expression turned somber. Wait. If it's a skill left by a deity, could it be that I've suddenly caught the attention of some god? Right, perhaps it was the explosion of that seething fire that stirred some godlike aberrant entity, and then that deity turned its gaze upon me. Yes, that must be it. No wonder that rhythmic sound echoing in my mind felt like someone humming a tune. It seems I only learned this old and divine art because that ineffable eerie deity sang a song in my ear. And is a divine song something a mere mortal like me can safely hear? At this thought, Lin Huai was seized by panic. Although she had yet to delve into forbidden knowledge and still didn't fully understand what the olden divine art was, or what kind of being the olden deity truly was. Yet she had heard a legend about the gods since childhood. It was said that the era of anomalies began when in the distant past a group of bizarre otherworldly deities descended upon the mortal realm. Those gods were indescribable, unnameable, unbeholdable, and their words must not be heard. Whoever dared to gaze upon them or listen to their whispers would instantly lose their sanity, turn mad, and eventually mutate into an anomaly. This was the widely accepted origin of anomalies among the common people in this modern age. Though scientific proof had revealed the origins of anomalies to be far more complex, and Lin Huai had systematically studied this knowledge at school, the influence of such legends still lingered in her mind. Moreover, when she was young, her unreliable father often regaled her with eerie tales of alien gods. As a little girl, Lin Huai was frequently terrified by these legends of aberrant deities, unable to sleep unless she buried herself under the covers of true childhood shadow. Thus, the moment she realized she might have been inexplicably gazed upon by a deity who had even hummed a song in her ear, she was instantly panicked. This was a song, far more terrifying than mere whispered words. Would she mutate into an anomaly in her sleep tonight? I would have thought this girl could be so timid. Quite adorable, actually. Lin Huai, perched atop Lin Huai's head, sensed her shifting emotions through the connection of the servant doll's thread. He found it somewhat amusing. The recent anomaly wasn't his doing. However, Lin Huai could perceive its source. A blue gleam flickered in his eyes as he gazed toward the Jinshao Manor villa nearby. To others, this villa appeared as nothing more than an old house with a touch of classical charm, but through Lin Huai's spiritual vision of the nether, it took on a completely different form. It was no villa. It was a window. The moment he entered Jinshao Manor, Lin Huai had noticed the outline of this window. It lay hidden within the folds and crevices of time and space, so covert that had he not out of curiosity taken a second look at the entire estate, he might not have detected its existence. The reason why Jinshao Manor, a mere 2-star anomalous restricted zone, gave rise to an inner world of anomalies was precisely due to the intangible influence of this eerie window. Similarly, when Lin Huai's seething flame formed by merging the two fires exploded, it triggered this window and resonated with some entity behind it. Thus, by sheer luck, she learned the forbidden divine knowledge hidden within that resonance. This knowledge was the olden divine art she had just executed. Interesting. Lin Huai's brank ability Nether Flame and the faceless paper effigies Inbai Nether Fire, when fused, formed a seething flame with unique properties. Its explosion must have emitted a distinct sound wave stirring this window and eliciting a response from the entity beyond. Lin Huai's gaze shifted, and he had already pieced together most of the reasoning. Instantly, as he looked upon that mysterious and eerie window, a look of intense fascination spread across his face. What lay beyond this window? Was it truly an unnamable aberrant deity, as the legends Lin Huai had heard suggested? Hell, whether it's a god or some other bizarre being beyond that window, it'll just verify it myself. And while I'm at it, I might as well pluck a few more strands of wool. That old and divine art Lin Huai just learned is far from complete. With that thought, Lin Huai hesitated no more and directly seized control of Lin Huai's body. Again, before Lin Huai could fully react, she found her body no longer under her command. A pang of annoyance struck her. Well, she didn't have the anatomy to feel that. In any case this time, she had completely relied on her own ability to exorcise the faceless paper effigy, which had the strength of an rank anomaly in single combat. Why did her second personality have to show up now? Just as Lin Huai was puzzling over this, a gale suddenly swept through and a torrent of blood rained thick as syrup converged and poured into the faceless paper effigy's domain, the faceless Wuji court. Rustle. A flurry of paper money whirled up. Merging with the blood rain, it instantly turned a deep crimson and exuded a nauseating thick stench of gore. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The bloodstained paper money began to writhe like living flesh, sprouting fine fleshy buds that morphed into various human body parts. Hands, feet, torsos, heads, exposed brains, densely packed eyeballs, and all manner of malformed, tumorous organs. These parts intertwined and combined in an eerily irregular fashion, ultimately forming an indescribable massive humanoid body 5 or 6 meters tall. Upon the face of this body, it was smooth, devoid of any features. Yet upon closer inspection, one could see countless minuscule pores on that face, each hiding an eye, all glaring at Lin Huai with venomous, unyielding malice. What? This faceless paper effigy isn't dead yet. Witnessing this, Lin Huai's consciousness was Lin Huai showed no surprise at the faceless paper effigy's resurrection from the dead. He subtly manipulated Lin Huai's pale, delicate hand, gripping the nethermoon demon blade vertically before her face, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Hell, let this girl Lin Huai witness firsthand just how this nethermoon demon blade is truly meant to be wielded. Even its forger Jean could never have imagined what an extraordinary demon blade she had crafted. As if sensing Lin Huai's will, the crystalline blade shimmered with moonlit patterns, radiating a dazzling cold lunar radiance that blazed with blinding intensity. And at that moment, the faceless paper effigy, dragging its grotesque humanoid mass formed from countless body parts, lunged at Lin Huai like a monstrous worm brimming with venomous hatred and murderous intent. Vile human. After countless years of relentless effort, I had transformed over 90% of my paper body into true flesh. I yearned so desperately for a physical form, to no longer be a mere paper effigy, to taste flavors, to feel textures, to sense my mistress' warmth. But you destroyed it all with a single flame. You burned my paper form and the flesh I nurtured so carefully within it into this twisted, hideous monstrosity. I hate you. They'll tear out your soul and flay your skin. They'll make you wish for death, yet unable to die. The faceless paper effigy's frantic roar echoed across the sky. Yet Lin Huai remained utterly unfazed, instead smirking with intrigue. Oh, you love your mistress. Silence. The faceless paper effigy erupted in shock and fury. Its charging form faltered for an instant, then surged forward even faster, reaching above Lin Huai in a flash, its bloated hand covered in mutated organs and writhing flesh smashing down fiercely. Lin Huai didn't dodge or evade. He didn't even bother to use Lin Huai's phantom ability. He simply raised his hand, and the nethermoon demon blade traced a sharp arc. Ryup. The faceless paper effigy's grotesque, bloated hand was cleaved in two. Huh. The faceless paper effigy paused in confusion. In its rage, it had barely noticed, but now, stung by pain and slightly calmer, it focused on Lin Huai. For some reason, it sensed an aura from this human girl that even in a monster found deeply unsettling, even terrifying. Who are you? The faceless paper effigy's eyes narrowed, its voice trembling with involuntary fear. But Lin Huai had no interest in answering such a creature. He manipulated Lin Huai's hand once more. The nethermoon demon blade in his hand erupted with a resonant hum. The next instant, as Lin Huai raised the blade and slashed the space at the blade's edge, once gleaming with cold light, shattered into countless interwoven black fissures that spread across its crystalline surface. Simultaneously, Lin Huai uttered a single word in an eerie, cryptic voice: Nethermoon. The technique was the same, but the utterance seemed to carry a mystical speech power, instantly causing the intertwined black fissures on the blade to erupt with an aura of utter annihilation. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The faceless paper effigy's massive, mutated body was covered in countless dense black lines, while Lin Huai's body, controlled by Lin Huai, had already appeared behind it like a phantom. and with unparalleled elegance she assumed a sheathing stance. What? It was too fast. Before the faceless paper effigy could even react, the countless black lines swelled into crescent-shaped black fissures, instantly slicing its entire grotesque mass into thousands of pieces. Splash! Thick syrupy blood exploded, drenching the realm in a hellish hue. Yet Lin Feiyu's body remained untouched by the gore, not a speck of filth on her clothes. The Nethermoon Demon Blade constantly emitted a pure lunar radiance that encircled her, cleansing all defilement. Especially under Lin Huai's guidance, this lunar radiance, inherited from the original purification orb, blazed even brighter. At this moment Lin Feiyu appeared like a moon goddess descending from the celestial palace, untainted by a single speck of dust. Utterly breathtaking. Holy crap! Lin Feiyu's consciousness, witnessing her own body dismantle the faceless paper effigy's massive form into 10,000 pieces with such speed, grace, and sheer coolness, could no longer suppress her ladylike composure. She blurted out a crude exclamation. Wow! That was so cool, so magnificent. So this is how the Nethermoon technique is meant to be used. Though she knew her second personality was formidable. Given how this second personality had previously used her body to devour monsters, Lin Feiyu had some reservations about this disturbingly eccentric persona. But at this moment her eyes sparkled, and she was nearly brimming with admiration for her second personality. Sensing Lin Feiyu's inner excitement and budding worship, Lin Huai couldn't help but smile faintly. This girl already thrilled by such a small feat. The matter was far from over. In that instant Lin Huai had completed the sheathing motion. As the blade was fully sheathed, the Nethermoon Demon Blade suddenly withdrew its light, vanishing silently like the cold moon obscured by dark clouds. At the same time, from the thousands of fragments of the faceless paper effigies, flesh, a pale white flame appeared, flickering faintly in the wild wind, as if on the verge of dissipating entirely. Whoosh! As the pale white flame flickered in the breeze, a miniature paper effigy, crudely cut like a child's craft, could be seen trembling incessantly within. It cast a venomous glare at Lin Feiyu's figure, but did not charge forward. Instead, seizing the moment before being noticed, it moved, riding the pale white flame to burrow into the earth. But then a change occurred. A cold lunar light suddenly flashed from the void, radiating an extreme sharpness, blocking the miniature paper effigy's path. Terrified, the miniature paper effigy halted abruptly. The next moment, without hesitation, it shot upward into, but before it could move even an inch, another cold lunar light flashed from the void, with a sharp aura followed by a third, fourth, fifth. A total of 18 beams of cold lunar light surrounded the miniature paper effigy like a cage, trapping it completely. Seeing this, despair etched across its face. Yet it didn't give up struggling. It raised its head and channeled its remaining power into a booming cry that echoed through the twisted underworld of Jinshao Manor. Mistress, save me. As the cry rang out, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura burst forth from the wedding hall within Jinshao Manor, causing the entire underworld to tremble. But Lin Huai paid it no heed. Calling for help now, Lin Huai stared expressionlessly into the cage. The miniature paper effigy trembled violently, its voice stuttering as if to say something more. But Lin Huai opened his mouth, inhaled. Whoosh! And in the blink of an eye, the miniature paper effigy was sucked into Lin Feiyu's delicate mouth, where he chewed it with relish. Lin Huai stared expressionlessly into the cage. The miniature paper effigy trembled violently, its voice stuttering as if to say something more. But Lin Huai opened his mouth, inhaled. Whoosh! And in the blink of an eye, the miniature paper effigy was sucked into Lin Feiyu's delicate mouth, where he chewed it with relish. This faceless paper effigy was quite different from ordinary anomalies with real flesh and blood. Its body was merely a shell, while its essence resided entirely within this wisp of soul. Not bad, not bad. Though the flavor is a bit bland, it excels in freshness, sweetness, and springiness, like slurping down a mouthful of jade oyster. Lin Feiyu extended her pink tongue. Lin Huai licked his lips, feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction. What surprised him even more was that although this faceless paper effigy was merely a grade peak anomaly, even after unleashing its domain, its strength was only comparable to an ordinary A-grade anomaly. Yet the essence energy within its soul was already exceedingly close to that of an A-grade peak anomaly. After devouring it, Lin Feiyu's special constitution activation progress advanced by a small margin. This was an unexpected delight. It seems that soul-type anomalies like the faceless paper effigy naturally possess far denser essence energy than ordinary flesh and blood anomalies. You'll need to pay more attention to this type in the future. Lin Huai's gaze shifted. He looked again at the moon prison in his hand. With the complete annihilation of the faceless paper effigy, the pale white flame that had once enveloped its soul flickered even more faintly, becoming almost transparent and ethereal. This thing should be the white nether flame that the faceless paper effigy nurtured with its soul. After merging with Lin Feiyu's gloom flame, it will become fully volatile, turning violent and triggering an explosion, generating a special sound wave. Lin Feiyu's gloom flame is merely a great ability, ordinary and unremarkable, acting only as a catalyst. The special sound wave that can stir the mysterious windows of this Jinshao manor should theoretically originate from this white nether flame. Lin Huai activated his spirit communication demon eyes without hesitation. As blue light flickered within his pupils, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation as if he had discovered something. A hint of peculiarity crept across his face. With a movement of his hand, the moon prison, formed by 18 beams of cold moonlight, dissipated, reverting to the pure moon demon blade, which floated obediently beside Lin Huai, ready for action. Meanwhile, the white nether flame, once sealed within the prison and now nearly transparent, landed lightly in his palm. Lin Huai looked more closely. Within this ethereal, transparent, white nether flame, there seemed to be a thread burning. "How dare you kill my people?" At that moment, as the terrifying aura in the wedding hall peaked, a woman's voice suddenly exploded in his ears. The voice drifted and echoed, seemingly close at hand, yet far away. As it arose, it felt like the whispers of an ancient god, causing even the soul to tremble. Yet Lin Huai remained completely unaffected. He appeared oblivious, his gaze still fixed on the white nether flame, in his palm, staring at the faint transparent thread within it with great interest. For a moment he felt as though he had seen this thing somewhere before. Not good. It's that a great anomaly, the paper bride. But Lin Feiyu's consciousness couldn't withstand such pressure. In an instant she felt as if an invisible woman's hand had seized her soul by the throat, causing a suffocation that originated from the depths of her being. Her sanity plummeted wildly in an instant. This terrifying aura. It's definitely an grade peak anomaly. No, it feels even more dreadful than that. Could this paper bride be inscribed anomaly? Lin Feiyu was utterly horrified. Paper brides were rare anomalies, typically appearing as grade entities. Due to insufficient information, even the Anomaly Containment Center couldn't accurately define their level, so encountering inscribed paper bride was not entirely impossible. Oomph. Suddenly a cold snort echoed in Lin Feiyu's mind, like a sudden enlightenment, replenishing her nearly depleted sanity and snapping her out of her previous state of shock. Meanwhile, Lin Huai seemed to have finished examining the white nether flame in his hand. A look of realization tinged with a hint of amusement crossed his face. "I see this thread. It's a violin string." Indeed, the thread that had seemed familiar to Lin Huai was a violin string. More precisely, it was a broken, burning violin string. The white nether flame of the faceless paper effigy essentially originated from the embers produced by this string's combustion, combined with the essence energy in its soul, nurturing what was called the white nether flame. This was also why the white nether flame produced a special sound wave upon bursting. When the flame exploded, the string serving as the fire's source would vibrate as if plucked by an invisible hand, emitting a unique melody. This string, what origin does it have? It hasn't shortened despite burning continuously. No wonder the faceless paper effigy kept it nurtured within its soul, likely regarding it as some rare hidden treasure. Unfortunately, the faceless paper effigy clearly lacked ability, aside from burning this string, to nurture the white nether flame. A wasteful act. It never uncovered any other use for it. Lin Huai reached out and grasped. Unfortunately, the faceless paper effigy clearly lacked ability, aside from burning this string, to nurture the white nether flame. A wasteful act. It never uncovered any other use. At first glance it appeared as ordinary as a mundane object. Yet under the mad flicker of blue light in his eyes, Lin Huai vaguely discerned some of its secrets. Mutes, violin string, incomplete item, origin unknown. Pluck the string to produce unutterable melodies. Since it's incomplete, the information revealed by the spirit communication demon eyes isn't detailed, but it at least describes part of this broken string's origin and its most essential use. It's a violin string. But why call it Mute's violin string? Who is this Mute? Lin Huai rubbed the violin string between his fingers. Suddenly, with a stir of his mind, the string merged into the flesh of his palm and vanished in an instant. Lin Huai narrowed his eyes slightly, but soon, as if sensing something, he curled his lips thoughtfully and ceased to pay further attention to the string's mutation, his expression turning nonchalant. Meanwhile, with the complete annihilation of the faceless paper effigy, its domain, the faceless Wuji court, began to crumble as the anomalous energy dissipated. Amidst the domain's disintegration, a maiden's silhouette flickered like a ghost and appeared beside Lin Huai. A master, the gloom butterfly girl seemed to sense the changes in Lin Feiyu. Her beautiful eyes moved and a brilliant flush rose on her delicate face. Bowing her head, she spoke softly. "Not bad, you've made some progress. I didn't waste the benefits I gave you." Lin Huai raised his hand and patted the girl's head. Then he stepped forward toward the wedding hall of Jinshao Manor. "Come, let's go meet that paper bride who has successfully ascended to Scrade through a special ritual. She has been waiting for us for a long time." As his words fell with a loud bang, the doors of the wedding hall suddenly swung open on their own. At this moment, within the Golden Dawn Manor, where fierce winds howled and blood rain poured down, an eerie silence descended upon the world. The wind still surged. The rain still fell. Yet it was as if a silent film was playing, with nearly all sound dissipating. Only the creaking of the wedding hall door as if it had been brewing for 1,000 years echoed against the heart and soul, luring one into oblivion. The phantom butterfly maiden was momentarily stunned. In her field of vision, she saw countless tentacles crawling out from the doorway. These tentacles were not slick, but rather rough and covered in grooves like ancient tree roots. Upon closer inspection, the surface of these tentacles turned out to be withered human skin. On this skin one could still see stiff, contracted limbs, prominent navels, shriveled heads, dislocated bones, and twisted, terrified human faces. These were no longer tentacles. They were clearly elongated bodies writhing like worms, grotesque and inhuman. They were the students who had come to attend the wedding. Even the phantom butterfly maiden, a supernatural being herself, felt her sanity draining away on the verge of madness. This scene was not particularly gruesome. In terms of shock value, on this skin one could still see stiff, contracted limbs, prominent navels, shriveled heads, dislocated bones, and twisted, terrified human faces. These were no longer tentacles. They were clearly elongated bodies writhing. Within a human body, external blood flows, while the positive elements of reason, happiness, joy, and kindness that dwell deep in the soul are the internal blood. To merge these two bloods and offer them as a sacrifice is the true blood sacrifice. Once completed, it bestows immense benefits upon any supernatural being. A flash of blue light flickered in Lin Huai's eyes. He discerned some of the underlying principles. Immediately, he became greatly intrigued by the paper bride. According to the display of the spiritual eye of the supernatural, this true blood sacrifice ritual exclusive to anomalies was akin to the 10 forbidden containment rituals of human containers, a highly advanced yet perilous ceremonial method. The difference is that containment rituals are merely used to subdue anomalies, offering no significant benefit to oneself, and their methods are not secret, easily found even online. But the true blood sacrifice is extremely secretive, mastered by few. And once the blood sacrifice is completed, it brings immense benefits. The most renowned of these is the ability to elevate in a class anomaly to S-class. This paper bride certainly has a remarkable background. I wonder if she is really connected to the Golden Dawn village from that poor fool Yi Tiandu's story, Lin Huai thought, while controlling Lin Feiyue's body. He took a step forward, squishing a withered tentacleman face underfoot, flattening it, then swaggered into the wedding hall. That twisted tentacle-like body seems to be Su Mingxin. Lin Feiyue's consciousness had long been cowering in the depths of her body, terrified by this glass paper bride. Yet she still curiously peeked out. When she saw the flattened face beneath her foot, a surge of complex emotions filled her heart. The phantom butterfly maiden, being an A-class anomaly, and with the buffs Lin Huai had given her, was equivalent to an A-class peak-level entity. Thus she quickly regained her composure, her delicate face tensing as she forcibly suppressed her fear. She drifted silently behind Lin Huai, following him into the wedding hall. Inside the hall, the former splendor was gone. Blood-red lights poured down, casting everything in a crimson glow. One by one, twisted human bodies stretched into tentacle forms writhed in the blood-red light, emitting low wails of despair. Yet on their contorted faces, they still wore expressions of happiness and joy. Some tentacle bodies even intertwined, performing indescribable acts. It was eerie and nauseating. Creative, Lin Huai commented. Then he lifted his gaze to the central stage of the wedding hall. Two figures stood on the stage, one male, one female. The man was Yi Tiandu. At this moment his face was withered, coarse, and deathly pale, with bright red rouge smeared on his cheeks. His eyes, brows, mouth, and nose looked painted on, utterly unreal. He had become a paper man dressed in ancient bridegroom attire. The woman, however, covered by the red bridal veil, exuded a palpable aura of living flesh. Her faintly visible face and red lips beneath the veil, and her pale hands folded before her, as if performing some ritual, all radiated a rosy vitality. A startlingly vivid aura of life emanated from her, almost overwhelmingly intense. Sensing Lin Huai's gaze, the woman's red lips curled upward. She parted her lips and spoke in an ethereal voice. You are also a high-level existence like myself, yet you deliberately stoop to bullying the weak by killing my subordinates. Is that not beneath your dignity? Beneath my dignity? Lin Huai laughed. If I accidentally step on an ant while walking, would you consider that beneath my dignity? The woman paused. After a brief silence, she let out a soft chuckle. I see. Then I have been too harsh on you. In that case, if I accidentally step on an ant, you wouldn't mind, would you? Before her words had faded, the phantom butterfly maiden floating behind Lin Huai suddenly felt her face change. A woman's hand, rosy with bright red nails, had somehow grasped her neck and was squeezing down viciously. A premonition of death engulfed her heart. Despair flashed across the phantom butterfly maiden's face. But at that moment, a gleam of determination lit her eyes. Forcing down her fear, she gritted her teeth and activated the power within her body. In an instant, vivid, ghostly faces appeared on her snow-white neck. These faces expressed joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. As soon as they appeared, they inhaled deeply, drawing massive amounts of buff energy from the blazing demon lotus domain within her. The A-class peak aura of the phantom butterfly maiden instantly vanished. But from her neck a dense concentration of anomalous essence burst forth, burning into a dazzling crystalline flame that shimmered with dreamlike radiance. Disturb its dream. The young girl's face showed resolute determination. She parted her lips as if chanting an ancient incantation and uttered a single word. In the next moment the crystalline flame around her neck swelled madly, as if empowered by a word spirit. It wove into a prismatic radiance, forming a crystalline barrier. Firmly it repelled the woman's hand that was strangling her neck. The paper bride on the stage paused, her smile faltering. Her face turned cold. She was about to increase the force, but at that moment with a crash the prismatic barrier woven from crystalline flames shattered instantly. A violent force erupted, reducing the woman's hand to pulp. You seek death. The paper bride snorted coldly, ready to attack again. But Lin Huai stepped forward, shielding the phantom butterfly maiden. He looked at the woman on the stage, a sneer curling on his lips. Tisk, it seems not every stray cat or dog has the ability to accidentally step on an ant. He then turned to the phantom butterfly maiden and chuckled. Don't you agree, little butterfly? The phantom butterfly maiden caught on immediately and nodded. Exactly. On the stage the face beneath the paper bride's red veil turned grim. Your tongue is sharp indeed, but I wonder if your skills can match your words. The paper bride let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, she raised her jade-like hand. She gently pointed a finger toward Lin Huai and the phantom butterfly maiden. At that moment, her voice abruptly shifted from its ethereal tone to the cadence of a Chinese opera actress uttering a melodious and lingering tune in archaic Cantonese. Half-veiled, I touched the crimson silk. The moment the song began, the void around Lin Huai eerily solidified into substance, rippling wave after wave, causing Lin Feiyu's body to sway and stagger as if the world were spinning. Oh, opera. Lin Huai's expression shifted at the sight. Clearly, this was no ordinary opera. As a high-ranking anomaly, every word and every song bore an arcane power of spoken words. Under this influence, any utterance or melody possessed a hint of commanding reality, capable of amplifying techniques and rendering attacks more inscrutable and unpredictable. Whoosh! As the paper bride's tune faded with a lingering note, an incredible scene unfolded. The formless void became entirely tangible, swirling and flowing, flipping the space around Lin Huai until his head was down and feet up. His body was completely inverted, hurtling violently toward the lower ceiling. Lin Huai's gaze sharpened, but he remained utterly unflustered. He maneuvered Lin Feiyu's body into a midair somersault, landing steadily. Yet at that moment, the void beneath his feet rippled violently, surging with a blood-red hue, instantly transforming into a crimson veil. The red veil immediately wrapped around Lin Feiyu's feet, binding them tightly. Simultaneously, the surrounding void twisted. It too turned into layers of crimson veils which with a few swift rustles enveloped Lin Feiyu's body into a red cocoon. Lin Huai snorted coldly. Whoosh! A flash of cold moonlight appeared instantly. With a clench of his hand, the pure moon demon blade seemed to be drawn directly from the void, appearing in his grasp. He slashed it across the surrounding red veils. Rip! Several streaks of blade light flashed. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. The next moment, all the red veils shattered into tiny fragments, scattering through the air like countless crimson snowflakes. An anomalous artifact, is it? The paper bride on the stage observed. Beneath her red veil, her crimson lips curled into a disdainful sneer. She swayed her body, gracefully performing a dance step on the stage. Then turning to Lin Huai, she raised her jade-like finger and pointed again, resuming her Cantonese opera melody. Darkly flies the peach blossoms, spreading crimson haze. The first note of the tune had barely sounded when the void around Lin Huai suddenly seethed and churned, exuding a thick, blood-like scarlet. It transformed into countless crimson veils of immeasurable width and length, furiously coiling toward Lin Feiyu's body under Lin Huai's control. Rustle! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feiyu's body was not only wrapped into a blood-red cocoon, but also crushed by a mysterious compressive force pressing in from all sides. With a squelch, Lin Feiyu's body was compressed into pulp, yet no blood splattered. A faint phantom was barely visible, dissipating from within the crimson veils. The next moment, in a corner of the void, a graceful figure materialized. It was Lin Feiyu's body, still under Lin Huai's control. Interesting. As befits an rank anomaly, your skills far surpass ordinary ones. This should allow me to truly enjoy myself. A blue glint flashed in Lin Huai's eyes. His figure suddenly moved. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, one phantom after another split from his body. Some three-dimensional, others flat, paper-like, two-dimensional projections. The moment they appeared, they all raised their hands, and with a flash of cold moonlight, each phantom held a pure moon demon blade. Pure moon. Lin Huai uttered an eerie syllable. In a single blink, from the blades of each pure moon demon blade, space itself split open, revealing pitch-black icy fissures that intertwined and coiled around the edges. Then, all the phantoms raised their blades and struck. Rip! With the sound of tearing fabric, the countless crimson veils around them were shredded into tens of thousands of cloth fragments raining down through the air. At the same time, Lin Huai relaxed his grip. The pure moon demon blade slipped from his palm, but as it fell it vanished abruptly, its aura dissipating entirely. Moi. The paper bride on the stage seemed to sense something in that instant. She did not hesitate. Her graceful figure moved, taking an elegant dance step. Just then a formless, intangible beam of cold moonlight appeared where her foot had been striking empty air. The paper bride sneered at this, but before her smile could fully form, her expression froze. She saw that unbeknownst to her, countless beams of cold moonlight had emerged from the stage beneath her feet, rising like tombstones to form a cage trapping her in place. Simultaneously, above her head, a radiant pure moon demon blade, its edge crackling with black fissures and exuding a fierce sharp aura, came slashing down toward her skull. Trapped within the moon cage, the paper bride, despite her formidable strength, aberrant power that could forcefully shatter it, could not accomplish this in an instant. At this critical moment, countless visible sharp blades accompanied by wildly flickering black fissures had already descended to within less than a meter. The blade's edge stirred a fierce gale, causing the red bridal veil covering her head to flutter incessantly, vaguely revealing half of a countenance that could shame the moon and put flowers to shame. Yet seeing the blade suspended above her head, danger imminent, the paper bride was unhurried. She moved her graceful silhouette. Her elegant dance steps bloomed like lotus flowers, unfolding one after another within the confined space of the moon cage. At the same time she lowered her head. The red veil, which had been fluttering in the wind, suddenly fell with a rustling sound. In the next moment, a breathtakingly beautiful face, one that could topple cities and captivate nations, was revealed on the stage. So beautiful. Lin Feiyu's consciousness gasped involuntarily at the sight. So beautiful. In all her life, she had never seen a woman this beautiful. Was this the true face of the paper bride? However, strangely enough, although Lin Feiyu was truly stunned by the paper bride's peerless beauty, when she tried to recall it in her mind, she found she could not imprint that face in her memory at all. She simply couldn't remember it. She only knew that she was beautiful, but she could retain no specific image of her appearance, which gave Lin Feiyu an eerie feeling. Yet when Lin Huai saw the exquisite face beneath the paper bride's red veil, his expression remained impassive without the slightest change. He simply controlled Lin Feiyu's delicate jade hand and pressed it down forcefully. SSSHHH. The sharpness emanating from the pure moon demon blade became even more intense. The blade's edge was now only a hair's breadth from her head. But at that very instant, as the paper bride's red veil fell, an extremely terrifying and eerie aura erupted violently, forming a dense, almost blood-red, tangible oppressive force that forcibly halted the blade's descent just as it was about to strike her head. At the same time, a look of lamentation suddenly appeared on the paper bride's exquisite face. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her expression sorrowful, and her blood-red lips parted, singing a melodious, lingering tune like a sigh. The hairpin picker meets a flower with a faded end. As the lyrics began with a whoosh, a purple hairpin materialized in the coiled hair on the paper bride's head. It then shot up fiercely, colliding violently with the edge of the pure moon demon blade above. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the stage. Oh, using a hairpin as a weapon. Quite unique. Lin Huai showed an interested expression. He then controlled the pure moon demon blade to strike again. Instantly a peculiar scene unfolded. On the stage the blade and the hairpin clashed madly, the sound of metal ringing out endlessly. At first it was piercing, but upon listening closely one could discern a certain rhythm within it, as if someone were using many instruments to play a tense, exciting background score, full of the feeling of ambush on all sides. Suddenly the paper bride's singing tone changed. From its original sorrowfulness, it gained several notes of unwillingness, lamenting a bowtie's fate, as fleeting as falling petals. At the same time, the purple hairpin, which had been clashing madly with the pure moon demon blade on the stage, suddenly changed its aura, gaining a few traces of mystery. In the next moment, as it collided with the blade's edge, it no longer emitted the sound of metal, nor did any sparks fly. Instead, clusters of flying petals suddenly scattered from the purple hairpin. In an instant, a profusion of petals filled the stage. Seeing this, the paper bride's eyes glimmered. Her jade finger lightly traced through the void, then she waved slightly. Rustle, rustle. All the seemingly ordinary delicate flying petals suddenly writhed and trembled as if alive. The petals, originally a light red, seemed to be pricked by needles, bleeding into a bright, even dazzling blood red. In an instant, all the flying petals transformed into weeping blood flowers. And between every petal, a sharp, fierce gleam flashed. It was as if they were not petals, but countless densely packed, icy-cold blades. The moment the blood-red flying flowers mutated, they scattered violently, without any time delay. One part soared straight up, entangling the pure moon demon blade that sought to advance further. Another part flew down towards the stage where the paper bride stood, soon making contact with the cold moonlight that formed the moon cage around her. The moon cage instantly blazed with brilliant light. Strands of cold moonlight shimmered with dazzling radiance like curved moons suspended all around. Their energies interconnected, the dense, binding force like an eternal impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. As the sharp edges of the blood-red flying petals touched it, a clanging, cutting sound rang out, yet it remained unmoved. But in the next moment, the paper bride waved her jade hand, and more flying petals scattered from the purple hairpin, seeping blood-red, and converged. In the blink of an eye, they formed a veritable blood-red torrent, furiously assaulting the strands of brilliant cold moonlight. Boom! This time the moon cage could no longer withstand it. It let out a shattering wail, then collapsed and dissipated. Yet seeing herself free, the paper bride's captivating face showed no change in expression. She executed another graceful, elegant dance step, her jade finger lightly tracing the void. A sound like surging waves filled the air. The thousands of blood-red flying petals on the stage all converged, forming a vast blood-red torrent that radiated a chilling, sharp aura and swept fiercely towards the pure moon demon blade in the void. The demon blade was instantly engulfed. It seemed utterly powerless to resist. At the same time, the paper bride turned her jade finger, slightly opening her delicate hand. As she took a dance step, she made a motion as if bearing flowers. Rumble! The blood-red torrent immediately boiled over. With an incredibly inconceivable speed, it engulfed and annihilated all the avatars that Lin Huai had manifested. Then the blood-red torrent swiftly turned, roaring and sweeping towards an inconspicuous corner of the wedding hall. As it passed, space itself seemed to tremble, letting out pained wails. A bit interesting. A light laugh sounded. In that corner, a figure materialized from the void, finally revealing its form. It was the true body of Lin Huai, controlled by Lin Huai. Seeing the blood-red torrent rushing towards him, a blue glint flashed in Lin Huai's eyes. Unhurriedly, he raised his hand, and a demon lotus formed from a ghostly flame instantly condensed out of thin air. It was the finger domain, the ghost flame demon lotus. But at this moment, under a flash of inspiration, he had altered the lotus nature. It no longer possessed a buffing effect, but instead contained a terrifyingly powerful energy. Lin Huai didn't know exactly how powerful it was. After all, it was a product he had casually conjured. At this moment, it was perfect for a test. But just as he was about to throw the demon lotus, the paper bride on the stage seemed to have anticipated Lin Huai's move. Her red lips curled slightly into a sneer. At that very moment, the melody from her crimson mouth was melodious and lingering, with a lingering end note. The pitch seemed to reach a certain special peak, actually resonating with space-time itself. An inexplicable rhythm eerily transmitted from the folds and crevices of space-time. This rhythm was indescribable, ineffable. The flying petals had not yet arrived, but the melody had already entered Lin Huai's ears, even penetrating deep into his soul. With a bang, sound, the ghost flame demon lotus in Lin Huai's hand inexplicably collapsed, dissipating into crystalline streams of light. Moi! Lin Huai's gaze shifted at this sight, a strange expression appearing on his face. This feeling seems a bit familiar. A thought flashed through his mind, and then a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a thin, silent thread appeared in his palm. What? Upon witnessing Lin Huai's reaction to the indescribable melody which caused the ghostly flame lotus in his hand to dissipate, the paper bride's expression changed dramatically. This? How is this possible? Others might not understand what that indescribable melody was. But she knew. This melody was terrifyingly powerful. Even though she had now become an S-level anomaly, she could only barely resonate with a small part of that indescribable melody to use it against her foe, and after doing so, she dared not listen to it, even for a moment. But this guy in front of her, after fully listening to the indescribable melody, surprisingly, had nothing happened to him. It must be fake. Even if it was only a small part, it could only be considered a flawed version of the indescribable melody, and even a special-level human containment specialist would likely go insane after hearing it, or even die outright. Why did this guy show no signs of abnormality whatsoever? Who exactly are you? The paper bride could no longer contain her shock and astonishment, and couldn't help but ask. I am your father. Lin Huai rolled his eyes. He had heard this question countless times before. Didn't these people in this world know any better? One might think they were conducting household registration checks. You. The paper bride was taken aback by his words. Her expression quickly darkened. With a wave of her jade palm, a torrent of blood-red petals surged forth with a sharper edge, enveloping Lin Huai. However, after hearing the indescribable melody, Lin Huai seemed to enter a sage mode, suddenly feeling that the paper bride was no longer amusing. If it's no longer amusing, then it should be discarded. Continuing this childlike battle felt like a waste of time. He was on the verge of falling asleep. The S-level paper bride is still too weak. She's only slightly stronger than that oaf from the spirit restaurant. Even if she unleashes her domain, next it won't be all that impressive. I'd rather finish this quickly and eliminate her right here, ha. Lin Huai grinned wickedly. Then with a casual wave, a thunderous explosion rang out, and a terrifying supernatural pressure erupted forth. He didn't even need to use any techniques. Just relying on this pressure was enough to obliterate the incoming torrent of blood-red petals. In an instant, countless petals exploded, falling like crimson snow. The paper bride's pupils constricted, her astonishment reaching new heights. She finally realized that their previous battle was merely a game for him. He hadn't even revealed an ounce of his true strength. How can such a terrifying existence exist in this world? The paper bride's face turned pale. She had a vague feeling that her defeat was already sealed. But she was unwilling. She had exhausted all her scheming. Just not long ago she had finally successfully advanced this level anomaly, yet why was the heavens so unfair, arranging such a calamity for her? It was as if they were toying with her. She refused to accept it. She absolutely refused to accept it. Domain. Yes, I still have my domain. Once it is unleashed, even though I have just advanced this level anomaly, my power can still increase at least 5-fold in an instant. I might not necessarily lose. The paper bride gritted her silver teeth, her unparalleled beauty slightly contorting, revealing a look of determination. But at that moment her beautiful face suddenly changed dramatically. She saw Lin Huai raise his hand, and the mute violin strings silently floated in front of him, being pulled taut by an invisible force. He then lifted Lin Huai's jade hand. Using her delicate and beautiful nails, he gently plucked the violin string. Viru. Suddenly the void seemed to twist and turn at that moment. Time itself appeared to become chaotic. Simultaneously, within the spatial rift of the eerie world of the Golden Knight Manor, a mysterious window that had shown no signs of life suddenly trembled. The next moment, this window inexplicably appeared in the wedding hall and resonated with the violin string. Then an indescribable melody erupted from this violin string. Surprisingly, this melody was not formless, but rather a tangible entity. It looked like a massive transparent worm crawling through time and space, its body appearing both present and absent. Upon witnessing this scene, the paper bride stumbled and fell onto the stage, trembling all over. How is this possible? The indescribable melody. This is truly genuine. A complete indescribable melody. How could you possibly play it and remain unaffected in the slightest? And you can also communicate with that window. What kind of existence are you? Wait, could it be that you are? The paper bride seemed to realize something. She widened her beautiful eyes, incredulously staring intently at Lin Huai, as if trying to see the soul of Lin Huai hidden within Lin Huai's eyes. But she was destined to be disappointed. She saw nothing. All she witnessed was a smiling face, a face that seemed to have already seen through something. Lin Huai stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with blue light, clearly having discovered something. He looked at the paper bride with great interest and said, "It seems you have some knowledge about that window, to be precise. Not only do you know about that window, but your power also comes from it, doesn't it?" The paper bride fell silent. She did not respond to Lin Huai's words. Her expression was complex, enduring the fear brought by the indescribable melody as she struggled to gaze at the mysterious window suspended in the wedding hall. To Lin Huai, this window appeared nothing special besides its deep darkness. But to the paper bride it looked entirely different. It was an old and elegant window, carefully maintained to look new, with a double happiness character pasted on it. Moreover, there was a silhouette on the window. It was the silhouette of a woman, a bride, cloaked in a veil and wearing a Gazing at the paper bride's silhouette on the window, the paper bride's mind wandered, seemingly lost in a memory. Lin Huai's heart stirred. He roughly discerned the mystery of this enigmatic window. I see, so this window appears differently to different people. Lin Huai, through a strand of puppet thread, immersed his consciousness into Lin Huai's mind, seeking to see the window as she perceived it. Yet upon this immersion, he was momentarily stunned. He saw that the girl's consciousness had unknowingly fallen into a daze, nearly unconscious. If her consciousness had a tangible form, it would be like a figure with spiraling eyes, utterly incapacitated. Seeing this, Lin Huai could not help but feel speechless. This girl's sanity was indeed insufficient. Though the paper bride seemed as weak as a chick to him, in Shrank Anomaly was still in Shrank Anomaly. Lin Huai's consciousness was constantly affected by the aura of this Shrank Anomaly, and despite his protection, she needed her own foundation. And so, lacking sanity, she had directly collapsed. Truly a little weakling, Lin Huai said with a mischievous pinch at the ethereal face of Lin Huai's soul consciousness. Then he decisively activated his spirit communicating pupil to its fullest extent. He once again gazed at the mysterious window suspended in the wedding hall. The mysterious window seemed to sense Lin Huai's scrutiny, and its frame trembled instantly. Boom! A sinister, vast, and indescribable aura pressed down from behind the window. Lin Huai's eyes glinted. He chuckled softly. The blue light in his eyes seemed to materialize, spreading densely over the window frame. Simultaneously, he too erupted with a sinister, vast, and indescribable aura. It collided with the aura pressing from behind the window. For a moment, a silent, formless clash spread through the layers and fissures of time and space. The entire eerie underworld of Jinshao Manor emitted a crisp clang. A crack had appeared. Overestimating yourself, Lin Huai sneered. As the aura from behind the window was crushed by him, the window's appearance in the paper bride's eyes was revealed in his vision. The window was ancient and elegant, seemingly repaired, retaining a hint of novelty. A blood-red sheet double happiness was pasted on it, shimmering with eerie light. A bride's silhouette was reflected within the window. She was donning a phoenix coronet and a bridal robe, vivid and lifelike, as if waiting for her groom. Oh, this is... Lin Huai's expression shifted, and the interest in his eyes deepened. He looked at the paper bride on the stage, lost in thought, and said with a smile, "Is she you? Or rather, should I ask, is she your original self? Compared to this bride on the window, you are clearly incomplete, like a withered petal fallen from a blooming flower." Silence. Before his words faded, the paper bride lifted her head abruptly, her beautiful face twisting into a ferocious expression. "I am her. I am inherently her. I should be the main body. I am the true paper bride. The paper bride who would give everything for Father Lord." The paper bride roared at Lin Huai with venom. Her voice was no longer ethereal and pure. It was as if a murky smoke had mixed into fresh air, a man's voice overlapping hers, resonating like a reverb. It was hair-raising. Simultaneously, the paper bride's figure jerked upright on the stage, as if pulled by strings. She took a dance step filled with hatred and venom. Boom. The stage shattered in that instant. Yet the paper bride paid it no heed, glaring at Lin Huai. With a voice tainted by the man's resonance, she uttered her final lyric, "Falling catkins and flying flowers sullying your elegance." Instantly, the mysterious window in the wedding hall vibrated sharply, just as Lin Huai had plucked the violin strings earlier. The next moment, a transparent, worm-shaped, indescribable melody resonated from behind the window, charging madly toward Lin Huai. Lin Huai remained expressionless, though a strange glint flickered in his eyes at the mention of Father Lord. He waved his hand, and the indescribable melody he had resonated earlier charged forth as well. Both indescribable melodies were in the shape of massive transparent worms, but the paper bride's worm was noticeably smaller and more ethereal than Lin Huai's. There was no suspense. Upon collision, the paper bride's resonated melody dissipated instantly. Her face turned pale and streams of shocking blood flowed from her mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. The vivid aura of life on her diminished considerably. Yet the paper bride did not surrender. Her face twisted further, filled with loathing, venom, and an indescribable, inexplicable fervor. As if worshipping some entity to the extreme, she suddenly roared, my Father Supreme." The moment these words rang out, an inexplicable, eerie presence seemed to gaze across countless epochs, focusing its sight on the paper bride. Suddenly, flames erupted over the paper bride's entire body. Yet she felt no pain from the fire. Instead, her twisted face grew more fervent. She lunged forward with a splash. Transforming into a blaze, she threw herself into the mysterious window suspended in the center of the wedding hall. Rumble. The window did not open, but the paper bride's burning body merged with it in a bizarre manner. Transforming into a blaze, she threw herself into the mysterious window suspended in the center of the wedding hall. Rumble. The window did not open, but the paper bride's burning body merged. He shifted his gaze, looking coldly at a direction in the fissures of time and space. With a sneer, he grabbed and crushed a prying gaze. A faint, eerie hum sounded, barely audible. Seeming to acknowledge a minor defeat, the hum quickly ceased and vanished without lingering. Father Lord hum. Lin Huai stroked his chin, a cryptic smile on his face. I seem to smell something delicious from this being. He looked again at the mysterious window. Like the paper bride, it had burst into flames, emitting restless and unstable explosions. Faintly visible within the fire were transparent, worm-shaped, indescribable melodies, writhing in agony, frantic and hysterical. At the same time, it became even more indescribable, even more dangerous. Had truly a mad paper bride. Yet it is precisely this madness that marks her as not the true master. I wonder what kind of figure the original paper bride is. Even a mere decaying fragment can reach the level of its class anomaly. The original must be far more extraordinary. Lin Huai observed the mysterious window as it transformed, exuding an aura of extreme danger, yet his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he found time to recall the tale of the paper bride in Golden Dawn Village that Yi Tiandu had recounted earlier. Clearly, this story was real. However, the fate of its two protagonists was far from simple. Boom. At that moment, the mysterious window ablaze with raging flames trembled violently amidst a cacophony of frenzied explosions. It seemed as if the window was about to be breached, revealing the true form behind it. Simultaneously, countless, translucent, worm-like, indescribable melodies crawled out from the window's cracks. They twisted wildly as if in a mad dance, their surfaces igniting with flames, emitting an aura of immense terror, eeriness, and power from within. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the translucent worms burst forth en masse, their bodies ablaze, with fire charging toward Lin Huai. At the same time, a series of extremely violent and frenzied melodies echoed through the void. Individually, each note was piercing enough to make one's head feel as if it would explode. But as these chaotic, maddening tones intertwined, they miraculously wove together into a complete piece of music. A piece. A calamitous, monstrous symphony brimming with madness, disaster, doom, nightmares, and endless negative emotions. Whooshed. In an instant, Lin Huai felt a heat in his soul, a bizarre sensation as if his very spirit were about to ignite. This reminded Lin Huai of the two ancient divine techniques Lin Huai had learned under extreme luck by resonating with the mysterious window. Indeed, the essence of this mysterious window is a complete ancient divine technique, and since it is related to melody, every resonance produces indescribable tones. Thus, the paper bride, drawing power from this window, wielded abilities all tinged with melody. Lin Huai's mind stirred, and the strange burning sensation in his soul instantly dissipated. Such an attack was nothing more than a tickle to him. However, he was deeply intrigued by the complete ancient divine technique within the mysterious window. Since such a treasure lay before him, why not claim it? Of course, obtaining this ancient divine technique would require some finesse. With this thought, Lin Huai moved his hand. Instantly, 3 slender threads imbued with intense eerie power emerged from his fingertips. These threads were the strings of the marionette, formed by Lin Huai's class ability, Eerie Spirit Marionette. Their appearance now was not for controlling people, but as Lin Huai's fingers pulled, they suddenly straightened with a hum, aligning with the violin string floating before him to form a total of 4 strings. Thus, a starkly simple violin was created. At the same time, Lin Huai's other hand grasped, and as a crystalline light flickered, a blade silently materialized in his palm. It was the pure moon demon blade. Transform, Lin Huai uttered softly. Instantly, the pure moon demon blade blurred and shifted vaguely, taking the form of a silver cat. The cat wore a look of helplessness, as if encountering something it deeply loathed. But as Lin Huai's gaze fell upon it, the cat shuddered, its fur bristling and reluctantly blurred once more. The next moment, it transformed into a silver bow specifically for playing the violin. If not for my spirit seeing, I wouldn't have perceived your ability to transform at will. Turning into a cat is merely your preference, not your limitation. A peculiar hobby indeed. Lin Huai took the silver bow in hand, and a faint, weak meow seemed to emanate from it, as if in a final protest. But Lin Huai paid it no heed. He raised his hand and placed the bow against the 4 strings. Then he pulled sharply. Zing! Instantly, an indescribable violin melody rang out. Lin Huai, of course, knew nothing of playing the violin, let alone using it to perform music. He was merely employing this method to amplify the sound produced when plucking the mute violin string, thereby enhancing its power. Thus, the music Lin Huai played at that moment was truly indescribable, utterly devoid of any rhythm or harmony. And so, a truly terrifying performance began. Rumble. At that moment, several blazing, indescribable melodies had already surged to hover above Lin Huai. They were no longer in the form of translucent worms, but had transformed amidst the fire into eerie moths. Their wings, woven from flames, flapped violently as they swooped down upon Lin Huai. Yet in that instant, Lin Huai pulled the bow. As the 4 strings vibrated incessantly, an indescribable violin melody soared upward, formless, like a chaotic, unknown hurricane sweeping toward the flame-bathed, eerie moths. With a whoosh, the chaotic hurricane of melody engulfed all those eerie moths. In that moment, the moths underwent a bizarre transformation. First, they froze midair, then their bodies began to tremble. Next, as if beholding something utterly terrifying, they abruptly turned and fled back the way they had come. How dreadful! How can such awful music exist in this world? If these indescribable melodies embodied as eerie moths could speak, they would surely roar these words at Lin Huai. But even without sentience, they instinctively perceived how outrageously dreadful Lin Huai's music was. Even they, the indescribable melodies themselves, found it utterly indescribable. How terrifying! Thus a miraculous scene unfolded. The blazing, frenzied, indescribable melodies that had charged forward, as if devoid of reason, began to tremble one by one at the sound of the chaotic hurricane of melody played by Lin Huai. Then they all retreated, hurtling back like moths to a flame, furiously crashing into the blazing, mysterious window, as if vowing never to emerge again. Even Lin Huai was taken aback by this sight. They retreated without a fight. What the hell? Lin Huai's face showed bewilderment. He thought the music he had just played was rather pleasant and had intended to test its power. But why had all those indescribable melodies shrunk back? Could it be a trick? Oh well, since there's no obstacle, it'll just directly assault that mysterious window and resonate the complete ancient divine technique out of it. Lin Huai didn't dwell on it. Without any hesitation, he pulled the bow again, then pulled once more, and again. Zing, zing, zing. One after another, terrifyingly abstract melodies burst forth from the strings in Lin Huai's hands, transforming into chaotic hurricanes. Without any hindrance, they struck the blazing, mysterious window. After the first impact, the flames on the window faltered. After the second, they suddenly extinguished entirely. With the third impact, crack, a harsh sound rang out. Then the mysterious window split open. As it cracked, a frail, utterly disheveled figure was forcibly expelled from the window, crashing heavily onto the stage. This disheveled figure was none other than the paper bride who had just charged into the window amidst flames. But now she was not only extremely weak, but her entire form had become ethereal, as if only a wisp of life remained within her, flickering like a candle flame in the wind, threatening to go out at any moment. The paper bride's face was twisted with distress. Her entire body trembled, as if in extreme agony. She shook so violently that she seemed to blur. Her eyes wide with fury, she glared at Lin Huai not far away and hissed through gritted teeth, "You! How dare you play such hideous music? If you're going to torment me with such awful tunes, you might as well kill me outright." Oh! Lin Huai was momentarily stunned by the paper bride's near-roaring words. Terrible. Really? He didn't believe it. It actually sounded quite pleasant. Lin Huai felt a vague annoyance that his musical talent wasn't being acknowledged, but he didn't dwell on it too much. With a flick of his hand, he drew the silver bowstring and began to play joyfully once more. Odd. The paper bride let out a scream, covering her ears, her entire body twisting. Why? Why could this tone-deaf person produce such indescribable melodies? And the indescribable melodies he played were so overwhelmingly powerful. Only someone with extraordinary musical talent could achieve such a feat. Otherwise, even a god could not easily produce such indescribable music. With a flick of his hand, he drew the silver bowstring and began to play joyfully once more. Odd. The paper bride let out a scream, covering her ears, her entire body twisting. Why? Why could this tone-deaf person? This window seemed unable to endure the music he played, not only cracking, but also trembling and shaking even more violently than before. Lin Huai could clearly sense that the mysterious window had in that instant seemingly come alive. And as if a faint, intangible gaze from behind the window traversed countless eons and boundless ages, finally converged upon him. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Lin Huai felt an intense sense of disgust. Seems a bit interesting. Lin Huai narrowed his eyes slightly. With a cold snort, the gaze peering from behind the window shattered, instantly transforming into an invisible wave rippling through the crevices of space-time. However, the gaze did not dissipate entirely. Instead, it left behind a trace of essence lurking on the mysterious window. In an instant, the cracks on the mysterious window healed at a visible rate. Lin Huai's expression shifted slightly, but then he turned a blind eye to the scene. He continued to draw the bowstring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chaotic, disordered melodies burst forth from his hands, intertwining into a highly abstract piece of music, transforming into a chaotic, formless hurricane that continued to assault the mysterious window. Boom. One impact, the window seemed unmoved. Boom. Another impact, the window immediately trembled violently. Though it seemed to resist at that moment, the silhouette of the bride on the window suddenly diminished by one part, and a solid note wrapped in flames bizarrely emerged from the window and flew out. Lin Huai was quick-witted. He grabbed at the air with his palm. Whoosh. Invisible, servant puppet threads shot from his fingertips, infiltrating the void, and suddenly appeared before the note, entangling it unexpectedly. The note struggled frantically. But with prey in hand, Lin Huai had no intention of letting it run wild. He pulled his finger, and the note vanished from its spot. When it reappeared, it was already in Lin Huai's palm. Gazing at the small, nimble note wrapped in dense light, resembling a glassy flame, Lin Huai's eyes gleamed with curiosity. This note should be part of the Elder God technique. I didn't expect it to materialize. How interesting. The Elder God technique that Lin Huai had learned earlier was essentially a projection, a weakened copy of the original. This small note, like a glassy flame, was part of the true body of the Elder God technique. Only by merging it could one truly master a form of the Elder God technique. Without hesitation, Lin Huai ruthlessly closed his palm. The small note, still struggling to escape, was crushed by his powerful, eerie force, dissolving into specks of fireflies and merging into the flesh of his palm. Instantly, a majestic, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. First law, soul burn. Having mastered this true Elder God technique, this girl Lin Huai finally has some means of self-preservation, not too weak anymore. Clearly, the Elder God technique had more than one form. Immediately, Lin Huai resumed playing his abstract and indescribable violin music, continuously fleecing the mysterious window. Look, I have hands and you have wool. Isn't that a perfect match? Before long, the bride's silhouette on the window suddenly lost another piece, and at the same time, another glassy note wrapped in flames flew out. Lin Huai unceremoniously captured it, and the voice in his mind sounded again. Second law, fire sacrifice. For some reason, each time the voice sounded, his soul felt a wave of comfort, as if an invisible hand was giving his soul a full-body massage. He grew even more eager to assail the mysterious window. Soon the third note flew out. Just as it did, the entire eerie inner world of Jinshao Manor rumbled, producing an indescribable tremor. Cracks visible to the naked eye appeared like shattered glass. They spread before Lin Huai with a sharp crack. Oh, the space of this eerie inner world is about to collapse. Indeed, this inner world is derived from the mysterious window. Once the window is destroyed, this place will vanish completely. Lin Huai grabbed with his 5 fingers, and the third note docilely fell into his palm. Interestingly, this note was noticeably larger than the first two, its color no longer translucent like glass, but instead containing a chaotic, blurry flame within. A terrifying aura of annihilation emanated from it, its power clearly far greater than the previous two. It seems the later forms of the Elder God technique are more powerful and perfectly unleashing their might becomes increasingly difficult. Lin Huai mused. As the annihilation-filled note dissolved into fireflies and merged into his palm, the voice in his mind grew even more majestic and resonant. Third law: annihilation, ember. The voice nearly made Lin Huai moan with pleasure. At the same time, he marveled to find that his main Buddhist tentacles had also grown slightly under the nourishment of the voice's power, filling him with even greater joy. Excellent. Again, Lin Huai's eyes lit up. He continued to fleece the window. But the mysterious window could no longer endure Lin Huai's relentless extraction. If he kept this up, it would be completely drained. The mysterious window mustered its strength and instinctively fought back. However, soon, crack. It split open again, and not just one crack, but a dense web of cracks like a spider's web. The music Lin Huai played was simply too abstract, too terrifying. It could even form tangible, indescribable melodies, chaotic and mad. Even a god upon hearing this music would instantly go mad, mutate, and dance wildly to their death. This time the bride's silhouette on the window completely vanished. Simultaneously, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 notes filled with terrifying destructive power flew out wildly. Each note was darker and gloomier than the last, losing all translucency, yet exuding an even more suffocating aura. Especially the 6th note. Its entire body bore the color of a burning red-hot withered branch. Merely by existing, it seemed to evaporate the surrounding space. Lin Huai's eyes brightened. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious, deep, invisible force descended. The 3 notes seemed to resist, especially the 6th, which appeared to possess a will of its own, shielding the other 2 notes, facing Lin Huai with a profound aura. But after only a brief persistence, a cold snort from Lin Huai subdued them instantly. The 3 notes, like obedient lambs, were captured in his palm and merged and turned neatly and orderly. At the same time, the majestic, resonant voice now seemed to carry a hint of liveliness, ringing out one after another. 4th law: flame blaze. 5th law: inferno. 6th law: burn oblivion. Boom. The moment the voice fell, the mysterious window hanging in the wedding hall, and now covered in web-like cracks, could no longer maintain its form and exploded with a thunderous roar. The wedding hall lay in utter ruin. The stage had collapsed, and the paper bride crawled among the wreckage born of that collapse. As the mysterious window fractured and the bride's silhouette upon it vanished without a trace, a grim, bitter smile tugged at her lips. It's all over. With a crisp, ripping sound, a fold-like tear appeared across the paper bride's exquisitely beautiful face. Then another and another, 2, 3, 4, 5, spreading across her whole body like cracks in fragile parchment. At last, there came a final tearing sound. The last vestige of living breath fled the paper bride. Her form withered, lifeless, becoming nothing more than a bride made of real paper. The next moment, she burst apart, transforming into a flurry of paper shards that fell like a vast, pale, sorrowful snow upon the ruined stage. The paper bride's source of power stemmed from that mysterious window. More precisely, it came from the 6 ancient techniques Lin Huai had drawn in, the Ranhun's 6 laws. Now that Lin Huai had seized those laws and the window had shattered, the paper bride, rootless as driftweed, lost the very anchor that sustained her. Having absorbed the 6 ancient techniques, Lin Huai did not pause. A fierce blue light erupted in his eyes as he pushed his Tongling Gimu to its limits. At the same time, his attention shifted to the void where the mysterious window had burst, rippling like a retreating tide with waves of residual energy. His expression moved, a cold sneer crossed his face. Controlling Lin Feiyu's slender hand, he raised her finger and pointed toward a secret corner of that empty space, whispering a cryptic, rune-laden word. Ilu Renhun. There was a sudden crackle, as if something had been set aflame. In the hidden corner of the void, a small flame flared to life. The fire twisted in the air like an invisible serpent. Once its presence was noticed by Lin Huai, it darted toward a nearby rift in space, intent on slipping inside and disappearing altogether. Lin Huai would not allow it. He snorted, lifted Lin Feiyu's finger again, and tapped the fire. He uttered another uncanny syllable. Lu Huiji. Yet he was not finished. Before the sound had fully fallen, Lin Huai tapped the void once more. At that instant, a bead of crimson bled from his fingertip and with a sharp hiss burst into flame, forming a blood fire that reeked of annihilation. By the time his 3rd arcane syllable left his lips, San Lu, Jijin, there was a thunderous detonation. The void shuddered. Half of the already fractured world within Jinshao Manor dissolved and evaporated into silence. Under the compounded force of those ancient laws, the fleeing flame could not withstand the onslaught. It stalled violently in the void, then its power sagged to nothing, teetering as if about to fall from the air itself. The burning light faded, revealing the thing's true form, a grotesque, writhing creature like a tapeworm. Another worm-like parasite, Lin Huai thought as his gaze sharpened. For some reason, many indescribable, uncanny things favored manifesting as worm-like life. Tapeworms were one variety, slender, parasitic, living by attaching themselves to other stranger hosts. This tapeworm-like aberration had emerged when the mysterious window shattered. In a sense, it had been parasitizing that window. Lin Huai swept his hand through the void. The creature's thin, twisting body froze in mid-coil. The next instant it lay in Lin Huai's palm. Close inspection revealed a semi-transparent, form fibrous matter dimly visible within and strange ineffable patterns running along its length. At a glance, there seemed to be uncanny murmurs echoing in the mind, madness-tinged whispers that would drive most to frenzy. Yet they had no hold over Lin Huai. Blue light flashed in his eyes as he activated his Tongling Gimu to illuminate the object's nature. Unnameable gaze, a bizarre artifact of unknown origin possessing a semblance of life, though it prefers to parasitize things suffused with mysterious aura. It can be absorbed by the Tongling Gimu to strengthen and excavate deeper layers of that eye's power. Lin Huai made a small sound of surprise. Absorbable by the Tongling Gimu, enhancing and mining its deeper power. He couldn't shake the feeling that his Tongling Gimu was sneaking in some private preferences of its own. According to that information, perhaps his S-level abilities had yet to reveal their true might. He reflected. His S-level talents were already formidable. If they were further strengthened, how far could they go? The thought filled Lin Huai with eager anticipation. He resolved that in the future, he should hunt for more objects of the unnameable gaze type, any that bolstered in S-level skill would be a windfall. If even one of his S-level abilities hit the jackpot, it would be a vast gain. Without hesitation, he used the Tongling Gimu, drawing the writhing thing into it. After absorption, he perceived oddly the sound of something being chewed, then a satisfied belch, and finally the eye itself slipped into a dormant digestion. Lin Huai rubbed his chin, an odd expression crossing his face. His Tongling Gimu was a gourmand. He wondered briefly why he said also. Then a distant rumble rolled through the collapsing Jinshao manor, growing louder. Nearly half the space had become scattered fragments, hanging like broken glass. Master, someone has arrived outside. Likely a containment agent from the Gi Investigation Bureau. A girl slipped into view. The ghostly butterfly maiden fluttered her wings and appeared behind Lin Huai. She had been of little use in the fight, so he had sent her to guard the gate in the outer world. Others could not freely traverse the inner and outer worlds, but for him the barrier was instinct rather than obstacle. Moreover, the uncanny inner world of Jinshao Manor was altogether more meager compared with the one at Yangshengtang Cemetery. Even within an uncanny inner world, the appearance of an S-level anomaly will stir waves. Visitors are hardly surprising. Lin Huai showed no astonishment. With the matter settled, the mysterious window finally collapsed and vanished. The paper bride which had drawn its existence from that window was utterly spent. No lingering uncanny essence remained to be harvested. Its death yielded nothing of value. No peculiar artifact would form. Lin Huai moved to leave. But then, wait. The paper bride's voice rang out. Lin Huai's expression shifted. He paused, then stepped toward the ruined stage. Amid the debris lay half a paper face, torn and jagged. In it fluttered a faint, dying thread of breath, like a candle flickering in wind, soon to be extinguished entirely. I want to make a bargain, the half-face murmured. Speak. Lin Huai replied curtly. I can tell you a secret, a way to enter Jinshao village. I can also tell you that the mysterious window exists there too, and there are more than one. I think you will find that of interest. The half-face continued. In return, I ask you to find the true paper bride. Deliver this thing to her, and she will understand everything. As it spoke, an object materialized out of the void and drifted before Lin Huai. Lin Huai's gaze sharpened. Before him floated a wedding garment, crafted of paper, delicate and uncanny. It was unmistakably a paper wedding dress. Minutes later, with a thunderous explosion, the eerie inner world of the Jinshao Manor fractured like a shattered mirror, splintering into countless crystalline shards. Within each fragment lingered ghostly echoes, crumbling villa ruins, paper scraps, drifting like snowflakes, the faintly writhing bodies of students. And faintly visible amid the chaos, several crimson, she characters, their festive aura hauntingly incongruous. At last, this grotesque wedding drew its final curtain, its remnants swallowed whole by the fissures of spacetime, vanishing without trace. Meanwhile, in the outer world of the Jinshao Manor, dawn broke. As the first rosy light bathed the decaying, ancient manor, its walls steeped in a century's worth of decay and dread, a lone figure suddenly appeared upon the rooftop terrace. Several anomalies had been idling nearby, until they beheld that figure. Instantly their expressions twisted in terror, some dove headlong into cracks in reality, others melted into shadows, one crumpled into a quivering mound of flesh, prostrating itself motionless upon the terrace, two paralyzed even to twitch. I never imagined the location of Jinshao village lay so perilously close to the sacred land of Longdu. And to enter it via the method granted by the paper bride, I must wait until the funeral robe festival commences, over 2 months from now. Quite the convoluted process, murmured the figure, none other than Lin Huai's graceful form puppeteered by Lin Huai through his phantom servant doll ability. Recalling the paper bride's whispered secrets from within the Jinshao Manor's inner world, Lin Huai stroked his chin, a curious glint flickering across his face. In 2 months' time, Lin Huai would be officially dispatched to Longdu, the sacred land, to attend university and compete in the ghastly realm Enigma Containmentist Prodigy Tournament. Exploring the enigmatic Jinshao village during this interval would thus prove both timely and opportune. Yet this so-called funeral robe festival posed a complication. According to the paper bride, its exact date remained shrouded in ambiguity, elusive, unpredictable, and resistant to calculation. Sometimes it manifested annually. Other times it might not appear for years on end. Even when it did emerge, its timing was wildly irregular. Yet one immutable truth held fast: it always coincided with periods of profound spiritual corruption, moments when inexplicable large-scale anomalies erupted across reality. Once begun, the festival endured for precisely one lunar month. To humankind, therefore, the funeral robe festival was an undeniably sinister observance. No one dared anticipate it. Yet for anomalies, it was nothing short of a jubilant revelry. During this time, the ambient ghastly energy thickened palpably, anomalous radiation surged, and indescribable eldritch elements seeped into the fabric of existence, accelerating growth, catalyzing evolution, and granting unprecedented ascension potential to all manner of anomalies. Indeed, many class anomalies had first emerged during past iterations of the festival. No one can pinpoint its arrival with precision, but the paper bride appears to possess unique faculties enabling her to approximate its onset. And naturally, the mysterious Jinshao village would not miss such a celebration. A gate, bridging the real world and the village, would materialize, granting passage to those who dared step through. At this thought, Lin Huai swept his hand through empty air, and before him floated an exquisitely crafted bridal gown, delicate as folded paper. This was the paper bride's final legacy, the paper bridal gown. A flash of sapphire light flared in Lin Huai's eyes as he summoned a sliver of power from his dormant spirit seer eye, a relic still digesting the unspeakable gaze, and cast it upon the gown. Paper bridal gown, a mystic crystallization of longing inscribed with bonds of past life marriage, buried once in fire, scattered, yet destined to rekindle across lifetimes. A crystallization of longing, recording a marriage from a prior life. Ah, I see. No wonder the paper bride told me that possessing this gown would allow me, however faintly, to sense the true paper bride's presence, especially when proximity sharpened the resonance. Lin Huai murmured thoughtfully to himself. Truth be told, he found the true paper bride profoundly intriguing. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to devote a few precious hours to a deep, deliberate dialogue with her. With a flick of his wrist, the hovering paper bridal gown dimmed, its radiance receding, its form dissolving, then vanished entirely into Lin Huai's keeping. Objects entwined with anomalies could temporarily be transmuted into ethereal wisps of ghastly energy, drifting like mist around the soul. This was the standard method by which containmentists stored controlled anomalies, or anomaly-linked artifacts, within their own souls, ensuring immediate access. Yet doing so gradually eroded one's sanity. Thus, practitioners typically reserved this technique only for core anomalies or essential relics. Lin Huai, however, faced no such constraint. He could absorb as many as he willed. His gaze snapped toward a distant point beyond the Jinshao Manor. They've arrived. In the same breath he moved. His form blurred into a spectral silhouette, slipped into a rift in space, and vanished impossibly without a trace. Moments later, outside the Jinshao Manor, figures clad in long trench coats, the lost garments, wearing dark glasses and polished leather shoes, emerged in unison from spatial fissures as if conjured by illusion, landing soundlessly upon the earth. The instant their feet touched ground, they encircled the entire manor. Then radiant barriers ignited, flaring with incandescent light, engulfing the Jinshao Manor completely within a shimmering dome of containment. At that very moment, space itself tore open, a jagged ink-black fissure, through which an unnaturally pale male hand thrust forth. With deliberate, chilling force, it seized the rift's edge and wrenched it apart. In the next heartbeat, clang, the rift splintered into an irregular, jagged doorway. Through it strode a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, imposing, radiating silent authority. The Night Bureau. Upon seeing him, every trenchcoat man and woman bowed their heads, deeply speaking in reverent unison. No one dared withhold reverence from this man, for he was Yi Sun Tian, director of the Tongling City Ghastly Investigation Bureau, a containmentist teetering on the cusp of tier status, and widely hailed as Tongling City's strongest containmentist. Yi Xuantian nodded gently. His hair was of a medium length and curly, his face chiseled with sharp features that were not rugged, but instead possessed a delicate, layered quality, like a work of art, making him exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Clearly in his youth, he must have been a handsome man capable of captivating countless maidens. Now in middle age, Yi Xuantian's face bore a few stubbles, yet they were meticulously groomed, adding a touch of world-weariness and melancholy, while exuding an indescribable nobility, as if he were an aristocrat radiating an innate elegance and grace. Is this place completely sealed off? Yi Xuantian looked at one of his subordinates. Yes, Director Yi, it's fully sealed. The barrier was set up according to the specifications for a 5-star anomaly forbidden zone. The subordinate was in the middle of speaking. Suddenly a glint flashed in Yi Xuantian's eyes, and his entire aura turned grim, condensing into a tangible pressure that crashed down like a mountain. The subordinate's heart jolted, and he was forced to kneel, unable to bear the weight. No matter how exasperated and speechless he felt for the sake of his salary, position, and social insurance, he had no choice but to endure it. Yes, the subordinate acknowledged with a bowed head, and then withdrew. Yi Xuantian naturally cared little for the thoughts. Yi Xuantian said expressionlessly. Hearing this, the subordinate, who had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stand, stumbled and nearly fell to his knees again. He was utterly baffled. What the hell? But this was an order from his superior. No matter how exasperated and speechless he felt for the sake of his salary, position, and social insurance, he had no choice but to endure it. Yes, the subordinate acknowledged with a bowed head, and then withdrew. Yi Xuantian naturally cared little for the thoughts of a minor figure. He took a step forward, and the space before him seemed to shatter with a clatter under his leather shoe. The next moment, another irregular door appeared. Yi Xuantian stepped into it, his figure vanishing. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the dilapidated and eerie villa at the core of the Jinshao estate. That paper bride has indeed advanced to strength, but for some reason her aura has faded away. In particular, this eerie inner world of the Jinshao estate has collapsed and been annihilated seemingly by a brutal force. What exactly happened here? Yi Zunshan's gaze was fixed intently on the villa before him. At that moment, in his eyes a dazzling light, like a starry sky, emerged. Within this radiant starscape, a door could be seen opening. This door first reflected the image of the dilapidated villa before him, then flashed with light. The villa visibly transformed, becoming intact and filled with vitality. Vaguely, one could even see blurry figures moving inside with festive music playing, as if a wedding was being held within. Thus, the villa's appearance seemed to change continuously as time progressed. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying and eerie aura erupted violently from within the villa. This aura seemed to notice Yi Zunshan's prying gaze. An indescribable gaze shot out from inside the villa, piercing through the door like a needle and stabbing fiercely into Yi Zunshan's pupils. Yi Xuantian let out a muffled groan. From his eyes, 2 streams of wretched blood flowed. But he did not close the peering door. Instead, he endured for a moment. Yet in that fleeting instant, the scene within the door had already blurred into nothingness, making it impossible to see clearly what had happened. However, Yi Xuantian had no intention of truly figuring out the course of events. In that instant, his gaze flickered sharply, as if he was channeling his power to search for what he sought. Just then, the door seemed unable to bear it any longer. It trembled wildly before shattering with a bang, dispersing into streams of light. This formed a shockwave of madness and distortion that churned the starry sky within Yi Zunshan's eyes, rendering it instantly dim and lifeless. But Yi Xuantian still endured. Suddenly his mind stirred. He immediately shut his eyes, sealing away the rampant madness and distortion within them. At the same time, he reached out with his hand, tearing the space beside him into an irregular door. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand in and seemed to grasp something. The next moment, when he withdrew his hand, a human-shaped figure was pulled out. No, to be precise, it was a paper effigy dragged out from this irregular door. And judging by its appearance, it was unmistakably Yi Tiandu. Tiandu. At that moment, Yi Xuantian opened his eyes again, but now they were dull and hollow, the light of the starry river within them completely gone. Yet Yi Xuantian paid this no mind. He looked at the paper effigy in his hand, clearly devoid of any life force, and his mouth twitched. Then, he revealed an eerie smile. I don't know why the shrank paper bride's aura vanished, and the inner world collapsed, but fortunately the purpose of this wedding containment ritual has been achieved. The paper bride thought she had gained the upper hand using the ritual to smoothly ascend to shrank and turn you into a paper effigy, but she never realized that this was exactly the outcome we wanted. She would never have guessed that you Tiandu have suffered from a special chronic aberration disease called yin-yang soul reversal since childhood. Your soul is naturally split into 2 halves. The yin soul is extremely yang-heavy, as if alive, while the yang soul is intensely yin-heavy, like a ghost. The 2 are reversed and conflicting, utterly chaotic. Once you fully aberrate into an anomaly, you would have no rationality at all, becoming a walking embodiment of distortion and madness. By then, even if I were your father, I would have no choice but to exorcise you. But now this heavily yang-laden yin soul of yours, under the shrank paper bride's advancement ritual, has been turned into a paper effigy equivalent to an shrank anomaly. Using its innate aberrant essence to empower you has erased that abnormal yang energy. Thus, once these yin and yang souls merge, your aberration disease can be directly cured. On Yi Zunshan's face appeared an expression of extreme excitement. To others, this paper effigy was merely an ordinary dead object, but to his son Yi Tiandu, it was a matter of life and death. No wonder he had struggled so desperately to retrieve Yi Tiandu's paper effigy from the shattered inner world. However, this was not the most crucial part in Yi Zunshan's meticulous scheme. As Yi Tiandu's yin soul, empowered by the shrank anomaly, merged with the yang soul, which was itself heavily yin-laden and naturally filled with intense aberrant energy, Yi Tiandu's aberration disease would not only be cured, but his soul would also undergo a qualitative transformation. The yin-yang soul reversal which had been the cause of his illness would instead bring him immense benefits, making his soul as powerful as a true Shrank anomaly. This way my son Yi Tiandu will become a genius among geniuses. Not only will he be recommended into the sacred ground Longdu, but even after entering Longdu, he will crush the geniuses from across the nation and even the world, becoming a super dazzling new star that even prodigies must look up to. In the near future, it wouldn't be surprising if he rises to become a special grade containment officer. Yi Xuantian was suddenly in excellent spirits. He had spent years painstakingly planning for his son's aberration disease, and now the time for harvest had finally come. In a daze, Lin Huai opened her eyes. Through the hazy veil of her vision, she could vaguely discern that she seemed to be in her own bedroom, where the soft moonlight spilled through the window, cascading over her body and inexplicably bringing her a faint sense of warmth. Hiss. My head aches a bit. Right, it seems that due to the influence of that glass eerie paper bride, my sanity was nearly ground down to nothing, so I passed out. And the recovery of sanity after hitting rock bottom is excruciatingly slow. I wonder what night it is now. As for why she had returned home, it was obviously because her second personality had manipulated the body and brought her back on its own. Since she was already home, it clearly meant she had successfully escaped from the eerie inner world of the Jinxiao Manor. Right. What about that paper bride? She wondered what the final outcome of the battle between her second personality and that paper bride was. For a moment, Lin Huai felt like she was chasing a drama series that had reached its finale, only for the network and power to cut off at the critical moment with her phone dead and not even a spoiler in sight. An unbearable itch of curiosity and frustration gnawed at her. Suddenly Lin Huai let out a soft exclamation of surprise, feeling her body inexplicably grow warmer and more gentle. It was as if a hand was caressing her, making her feel a cozy warmth while her heart began to race unexpectedly. Lin Huai's pretty face instantly flushed with two rosy hues, as if she were tipsy. She could clearly sense a familiar, even intimate aura slowly drifting and meandering within her body, as if it were conducting some strange full-body examination on her. All this. Lin Huai was momentarily stunned. What was going on? She immediately widened her eyes. At the same time, her previously hazy vision began to clear. Lin Huai saw that the quilt covering her was now rising and falling in a rhythmic, breathing-like motion, writhing incessantly. It was as if some eerie thing was twisting and turning beneath the covers. Lin Huai was startled. She quickly raised her hand and fiercely flung the quilt aside. The next moment, when she saw what lay beneath the covers, her pupils dilated in shock. Then, she let out a piercing scream that could shake heaven and earth. Vert. Lin Huai almost doubted she was dreaming. There in her bed lay a man completely devoid of clothing. Although, for some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity and intimacy from this man, as if their souls were fused together, and his physique seemed magnificent. Full chest muscles, yet not lacking in sensitivity, 8-pack abs with sharp contours, Adonis lines, a narrow-waisted devilish back, and a cat-like boyfriend face that matched her aesthetic. Everything she desired was there. But this was a man, and this man had appeared in her bed, and his hand was restlessly stroking her belly. Lin Huai's pretty face reddened all the way to the nape of her neck. It reddened so much that steam seemed to rise from her head, turning her into a human steam engine. At that moment, the man opened his eyes. He was taken aback, then seemed to realize something. He looked down at his own body. I see. Because I absorbed that ancient divine art 6 melodies of the burning soul earlier, my soul has grown, allowing me to condense into a semi-corporeal state that can be seen by the naked eye. Thinking this, the man looked up at Lin Huai's flushed face, then at his own mischievous hand that was rubbing Lin Huai's belly. His expression instantly turned strange and awkward. I was just subconsciously conducting a routine physical check on this girl Lin Huai. I never expected this accident to happen and get caught by her. How embarrassing. This man was of course Lin Huai's soul body. Under normal circumstances, he would be held by Lin Huai as a transparent little tentacle every night as she fell asleep. This allowed him to take the opportunity to conduct a thorough examination of Lin Huai's body. With his current abilities, if that mysterious seed-like entity inside Lin Huai's body were to reappear, even for just a moment, he would surely be able to detect a trace of it. But he never expected that with his current soul strength, he could already condense into a semi-corporeal state. Thus he was instantly exposed and caught red-handed by Lin Huai. However, Lin Huai quickly had a stroke of inspiration. A brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Unhurriedly, he smiled slightly, even propping his cheek on his hand as he struck an elegant side-lean pose. His gaze fixed on Lin Huai as he said with a grin, "Hee Lin Huai, we finally meet." Finally meet. Lin Huai finally regained some composure. She was just thinking about what to do next when she heard Lin Huai's words. She was momentarily stunned, furrowing her delicate brows as she asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other? And why are you in my bed? And why are you so?" Lin Huai saw that not only did the man not conceal his form, but he was blatantly displaying everything that should be displayed. A veritable male bodhisattva. Her pretty face flushed again, and she turned her head away yet couldn't help sneaking glances back. Who am I? Lin Huai replied with a question instead of an answer, wearing a mysterious smile. Lin Huai, can you truly not see who I am? After all, I've saved you so many times before and we were originally one. What? What? Hearing this, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Huai's mind in an instant, as if she had thought of something incredible. Right? From the very beginning she had felt a familiar and intimate aura from him. If he had no connection to her, it would be impossible to feel this way. Suddenly Lin Huai's beautiful eyes widened, and her pretty face revealed surprised disbelief and a trace of indescribable excitement and thrill. Could it be that you are? Lin Huai instinctively covered her mouth with her delicate hand, speaking in shock. My second personality. Lin Huai heard this and immediately flashed a charming smile. That's right, I am your second personality. As he spoke, he deliberately struck an even more elegant and flamboyant pose, exuding the air of a high-level big shot, almost as if he were missing a cigar in his mouth. But why are you a man? Lin Huai then raised a question. I'm a girl after all. By common sense, even if my second personality doesn't look exactly like me, at least the gender should be female, right? Lin Huai was momentarily choked. But soon his eyes darted around, and then with a very mystical air, he spoke eloquently to Lin Huai. You are utterly mistaken. A personality is a very mysterious thing. It can be said to be the embodiment of a person's spirit and mind, ever-changing, with no fixed form or gender distinction. Even some people's second personality might not be human-shaped, but could be an animal or some indescribable eerie existence. Everything depends on the original spirit and mind, on how your subconscious develops. Lin Huai, think about it. Don't you usually prefer to dress like a boy, rather than being a graceful lady wearing little dresses, leather shoes, black stockings, or white stockings? Lin Huai was stretching the truth more and more. He was practically exhausting his ability to spin tales. Yet the more Lin Huai listened, the more she felt his words made perfect sense. She nodded thoughtfully, looking as if she had learned something new, and said with sudden realization, Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Huai gazed carefully at Lin Huai before her, and indeed, she could sense that this second personality was not a true physical entity, but rather a soul form. A gentle moonlight shone down, and she could even see a trace of cold moonlight flowing within this soul body, shimmering with a peculiar brilliance. This couldn't help but astonish Lin Huai internally. She understood that although everyone possesses a soul, particularly the hosts who through years of meditation, combat, and interactions with the bizarre have honed their rationality to an extraordinary level, thus making their souls stronger than those of ordinary beings. However, even so, once a soul exists apart from the body, it becomes ethereal and vague, swaying like a candle in the wind at the slightest influence. Without a physical body to shield it from the elements, the soul would be even more severely eroded by the strange energies. The depletion of rationality would also increase geometrically as a result. If one isn't careful, the soul could rapidly distort, becoming a vicious and irrational entity. Yet this second personality before Lin Huai seemed to possess an astonishing strength, nearly achieving a state of semi-physical existence. How utterly incredible could this be? No wonder my second personality is so powerful that it seems to handle the previous glass bizarre paper bride with ease. Lin Huai couldn't help but marvel. She couldn't help but wonder why her second personality was so abnormal. Compared to it, she felt utterly useless. Oh, speaking of that glass bizarre paper bride, Lin Huai suddenly recalled the incidents that occurred in the bizarre world of the Jin Shao Manor, and couldn't help but ask Lin Huai about the final outcome of that matter. Lin Huai naturally had nothing to hide. Seeing that Lin Huai was completely captivated by his words, he couldn't help but find her adorable. He reached out to pat this silly girl's head and began to recount the final outcome of the situation. Although Lin Huai felt slightly displeased by Lin Huai's open head patting behavior, considering that this second personality had saved her life multiple times before, she pouted and decided to let it go. But feeling the warmth of Lin Huai's hand, she couldn't help but blush, a unique sensation bubbling in her heart that made it race uncontrollably. As a result, she only caught bits and pieces of Lin Huai's words, and by the time she regained her senses, he had already finished recounting the conclusion. Lin Huai hurriedly looked at Lin Huai, wanting to inquire about some details she had missed. However, she found Lin Huai suddenly silent, looking at her with a playful expression, his face revealing a hint of amusement. Lin Huai's heart skipped a beat at his gaze, causing her lovely face to turn even redder. Lin Huai couldn't help but chuckle at this scene, his gaze shifting as his smile grew more pronounced. He suddenly stood up, leaning closer to Lin Huai's face, and spoke in a voice that resembled a devil's whisper, his breath brushing against her delicate fair skin, lightly uttering a short, yet impactful phrase. What do you want to do? Lin Huai was taken aback at first, her cheeks instantly turning as red as if they were about to bleed, her eyes widening as she stared at Lin Huai, her heart racing. What do you want to do? Of course. Lin Huai revealed a devilish smile. Suddenly he raised his hand, and with a flicker of cold moonlight in the air a crystal-clear knife appeared firmly grasped in his palm. Simultaneously Lin Huai's next words rang out, "Of course, it's the devil's training. You, this rookie, are simply too weak, unable to even defeat an class bizarre entity. This won't do. You must toughen up and reach a level where you can independently battle an ordinary class bizarre being as soon as possible." As he spoke, Lin Huai moved his hand, causing the pure moon demon knife to emit a chilling gleam hovering before Lin Huai. Upon seeing this and hearing Lin Huai's words, she was momentarily stunned, then became even more bewildered. What on earth is this? What a lunatic! Lin Huai thought to herself, feeling as if 1,000 adorable gentle alpacas were galloping past with fragrant spittle. One day later, in the witch agency, wearing the witch mask and entering under the name of Bayonetta, Lin Huai was accompanied by her personal assistant Aliki as they arrived at the 95th floor of the Abyss building. This 95th floor was specifically designated for members of the witch agency to engage in combat. The types of battles were diverse betting matches, life and death, duels, team matches, and contests against powerful bizarre entities, among many others. Naturally, one could also rent a personal combat training arena here. Upon seeing Lin Huai's special membership status as a 1-sin, which the duty manager greeted her with a beaming smile and immediately arranged a personal combat chamber for her at no charge. The space was large enough and offered excellent privacy. It was even equipped with specialized combat analysis, meat brains, and various high-level combat puppets for use as sparring partners. However, Lin Huai completely ignored these. She told her assistant Aliki, "Do not allow anyone to disturb me without my permission. Also bring me food once a day to meet my substantial mental and physical consumption." "Understood, Miss Bayonetta." Aliki nodded gracefully. The next moment Lin Huai directly entered her personal combat chamber. 5 days later, looking rather fatigued, as if she had been completely drained, Lin Huai finally emerged from the chamber. It seemed that Aliki had already received the news and was respectfully waiting at the door. "Miss Bayonetta, I have arranged the restroom you requested," Aliki said with a smile. As she spoke, she instinctively observed Lin Huai before her. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. For some reason, Lin Huai gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Though Lin Huai appeared utterly exhausted, her movements resembled those of an ancient deity, exuding an indescribable and unnameable aura that made people hesitant to look directly at her. It felt as if gazing at her was akin to staring at a deity. Such an act would be profoundly sacrilegious. "Fine, lead the way." Lin Huai nodded, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "All right." Aliki immediately lowered her head, concealing her desire to look directly at Lin Huai, and led the way. Soon Lin Huai arrived at a luxurious guest room on the 33rd floor of the Abyss building. She quickly took a shower and enjoyed a delicious meal that Aliki had already prepared, then proceeded to put on a new outfit. Next, her fair hand moved slightly, and a beautifully shimmering ancient wooden key, radiating vibrant glass-like colors and constantly trembling, appeared in her palm. This legacy key indeed reacted as Jean mentioned, which means the realm of the Ipon book should be opening soon, right? Lin Huai looked at the ancient key in her palm, her gaze flickering slightly. According to Jean's account, approximately a week later, one could use the key of legacy to enter the mysterious realm of the Book of Ibon to excavate the crystal of anomaly. After the incident at the Golden Knight Manor, she had been lying down for nearly 2 days. The devil training lasted 5 days. It had been nearly a week. Notably, during the period of devil training, Lin Huai also took the time to investigate the aftermath of the Golden Knight Manor incident through the information channels of the witch organization. What struck her as strange was that there was surprisingly little information available on this matter. Even with the powerful intelligence capabilities of the witch organization, the reports related to the Golden Knight Manor incident amounted to just a few lines. 107 graduates of Tongling City High School held a graduation party in the 2-star anomaly restricted area of Golden Knight Manor and fell victim to an unknown anomalous attack, unfortunately perishing altogether. The Tongling City Anomaly Investigation Bureau expressed deep condolences and solemnly promised to the families of the victims that they would conduct a thorough investigation into this incident and would not let the vicious anomaly threaten the safety of the citizens of Tongling City. On the day following the incident, the leader of the Tongling City Anomaly Investigation Bureau, Yi Sun Tian, publicly stated that the Bureau would strictly adhere to 3 principles of do not give up on eliminating the vicious anomaly, do not spread rumors or heretical statements, and do not deceive the public or conceal the truth, personally conducting an in-depth investigation into the Golden Knight Manor incident. Once discoveries were made, information would be made public to give justice to the victims. At the same time, aside from this somewhat official report, there was another piece of information. Originally, there were over 300 classmates invited to attend the graduation party, but apart from some who had no interest in it at all, some found upon arriving at the 2-star anomaly restricted area of Golden Knight Manor that there was no party taking place, and it appeared desolate. After a period of confusion, they returned home in frustration. Little did they expect they had narrowly escaped a disaster. Moreover, upon returning home, these classmates fell into a daze and fell ill for several days afterward, only remembering that they were invited to a graduation party, but had no knowledge of who invited them. This information made Lin Huai suspicious, and she faintly sensed that there seemed to be some enormous secret hidden behind this incident. Especially after checking the death list of the victims, she found that Yi Tiandis' name was surprisingly absent. Her heart sank further, realizing that this matter was far from simple. The report did not mention any keywords such as wedding ceremonies level anomaly or even Yi Tiandu. Moreover, out of the over 300 invited classmates, only 108, including myself, actually entered. It seemed there was an invisible screening mechanism in place, upon reaching the venue, only those selected could successfully enter the inner world of Golden Knight Manor, thus becoming part of the ceremony. Furthermore, those who were not selected evidently had their memories partially erased, causing them to forget the wedding ceremony and information about Yi Tiandu. Additionally, Yi Tiandu was not on the death list. As she thought of this, a shocking conspiracy gradually took shape in Lin Huai's mind. She felt a sudden chill and ominous feeling rising in her heart. Could it be that everything, including the paper bride advancing to its level anomaly, was part of Yi Tiandis' plan? No. More accurately, perhaps it was a scheme meticulously crafted by his father Yi Sun Tian, the head of the Tongling City Anomaly Investigation Bureau. This also explained why the Anomaly Investigation Bureau had hastily dealt with this level anomaly incident with reports being scarce. Because everything was due to Yi Sun Tian's machinations. If things are as I suspect, then with only 107 names on the death list instead of 108, they will certainly realize that one person has escaped from the inner world of Golden Knight Manor. To prevent their plan from being exposed, Yi Sun Tian would undoubtedly investigate and pursue this escapee. Lin Huai couldn't help but let out a sigh. She never imagined that while one could escape the monk, one could not escape the temple. The troubles entangling her were inextricable. Yi Sun Tian was recognized as the strongest containment specialist in Tongling City. Although he had not yet established his domain as an anomalous world, he could already be considered quasi-special, possessing a group of first-level senior containment specialists under him, each of whom was a Pika-level anomaly. It was even said that Yi Sun Tian had recently contained and tamed its level anomaly. Being pursued by him was not only akin to being wanted by the Tongling City official authorities, but also meant being chased by at least 2 level anomalies. However, there was at least one piece of good news at the moment. That was she had been very low-key at the time, arriving only towards the end, and except for her plastic friend Su Mingxin, hardly anyone knew that Lin Huai had attended that anomalous wedding. So if the Golden Knight Manor incident was truly a carefully laid trap by Yi Sun Tian and his son Yi Tiandu, there's a high probability that they only knew that one person escaped from the inner world, but were unaware of who that person was. Of course, I cannot afford to be careless. If Yi Sun Tian really finds out about me, even if my unreliable father is the head of Tongling City, he will certainly think of ways to deal with me, for this matter concerns his own reputation and the future prospects of his son Yi Tiandu. I must prepare for this in advance. Lin Huai took a deep breath, burying this matter in her heart. At that moment, the key of legacy in her palm was trembling more violently, radiating intricate and brilliant patterns. Faintly, Lin Huai seemed to see a vague, transparent door gradually outlining its shape in the void before her, as if painted in oil. The sense of summoning is growing stronger. It seems the door of legacy leading to the realm of the Book of Iban has opened significantly. Once fully opened, she would be able to use the key of legacy to traverse directly into the secret realm behind this door. According to Jean, the realm of the Book of Iban exists within layers and gaps that drift through time and space, and does not have a fixed location. Therefore, there was no need to go to any specific place. One simply needed to hold the key of legacy, remain in a safe place, and once the door of legacy connecting to the secret realm opened, the key holder would be strongly summoned, naturally entering the realm of the Book of Iban. As the light of the key in her hand grew increasingly brilliant, the feeling of summoning became even more intense. Lin Huai couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. She wondered how many crystals of anomaly she could excavate from the realm of the Book of Iban, and how much containment currency she could earn, how much fortune she could amass. It was truly thrilling. Suddenly the room was filled with murmurs that seemed to chant some ancient incantation, the acrid scent of blood wafting through the air. Bloodied and mangled arms abruptly emerged from the floor, writhing and twisting, dragging along the stench of decay, making their way towards Lin Huai's pale ankles. My! Lin Huai was lost in thought about the benefits of running instances. Upon witnessing this scene, her pupils instantly constricted as she was about to retreat in a panic. However, suddenly it seemed she realized something. At the moment she took a deep breath, she unexpectedly closed her eyes, entering a meditative state in an instant, allowing her rationality to remain in a state of fullness at that moment. It was unclear how much time passed. It seemed like just a moment had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. The murmurs surrounding her suddenly halted. When Lin Huai opened her eyes again, she saw that the bizarre occurrences in the room had vanished, returning to their original state. Only the outline of the ethereal transparent door still hovered before her, becoming increasingly clear. It seemed that everything before was merely an illusion. At that moment Lin Huai looked down at the key of legacy in her hand, noticing it had ceased to tremble, radiating mysterious and dazzling patterns quietly lying in her palm, exuding a viscous, slippery texture reminiscent of flesh and blood. From within it came an eerie rhythm akin to a heartbeat. Lin Huai, upon seeing this, couldn't help but reveal a trace of strangeness on her face. Her eyes darted as if pondering something, but soon a glint of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then in a sword-holding posture, she gripped the key of legacy and swiftly drew it towards the center of the ethereal transparent door. An incredible scene unfolded. A sharp sound echoed as the air was sliced. The space at the center of the door appeared to be cut open like a thin layer of human skin by the key of legacy, revealing a dark gash. A chilling, mysterious breeze suddenly blew from this opening, causing the cut skin of space to dance wildly, crackling as it did so, yet the entire room remained eerily calm, completely unaffected. A stark and intense contrast formed between the two. The way this key of legacy opens doors is indeed hardcore. Fortunately, the key contains the information to unlock the door. As long as my rationality is sufficient, it can naturally be triggered. Lin Huai, seeing this, felt a surge of certainty within her heart. She raised her hand, once more slicing through the air. The space within the ethereal door was once again cut open, creating a larger opening through which one could pass. Inside this opening in the skin of space, a bizarre, colorful darkness appeared, resembling a vortex at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, it looked like an infinite starry sky. Just a glance made Lin Huai feel dizzy. Instantly her heart trembled. She stopped observing closely and instead moved her hand to put on the witch's mask she had prepared. As her waterfall-like long hair cascaded down, enveloping her, it formed a captivating black leather outfit. Lin Huai stepped into the opening of the skin of space, wearing towering high heels. At the moment she stepped into the opening, the space seemed to freeze. Time appeared to halt. Lin Huai's figure suddenly scattered, her left hand here, her right hand there, her head behind, her body above. The dispersed limbs and torso all fell towards a certain direction. The entire scene was extraordinarily bizarre. Yet evidently Lin Huai was still perfectly fine. Her body had not been torn apart. It was just that her figure seemed to be influenced by some strange force, causing her spatial perception to become abstract and displaced. What kind of underworld special effect is this? Lin Huai exclaimed softly. A transparent little tentacle emerged from Lin Huai's collar, peering curiously at the bizarre situation, first stunned, then finding it quite entertaining. Interesting. Lin Huai manifested a small hand, stroking his chin, observing the surroundings with great interest. He was not affected by this abstract and distorted mysterious power in his eyes. At this moment the surrounding space resembled a complex entity composed of countless facets of prisms, yet these prisms not only varied in shape, but also overlapped and twisted, creating bizarre and peculiar reflections of human figures reminiscent of something called a funhouse mirror. And at the core of this bizarre space Lin Huai could see an enormous giant book, so large it was almost inconceivable, quietly floating like a star. It emitted waves of brilliant and colorful, eerie light. Moreover, it was flipping its pages by itself, each page interwoven with cosmic hues, mysterious, magnificent, and filled with endless starlight. It seemed that each page of this book represented a world. Is this what they call the Book of Iban? Indeed, my earlier instincts were not wrong. It carries an aura that stirs some imprint deep within my memory, making it feel increasingly familiar. Lin Huai's eyes glimmered with blue light. Without hesitation, he activated Spirit-Seeking Eye. The domain of the Book of Iban, a residual eerie world after the death of a human-class super-containment. The residual person is unknown. Exploration, degree 99. When the exploration degree reaches 100, this domain will undergo a special change, triggering the last treasure buried by the residual person within. Moi. Upon seeing the information reflected by Spirit-Seeking Eye, Lin Huai pondered. It seems that this Book of Iban domain is merely a residual world rather than the true Book of Iban. However, since I sensed a familiar aura, it is evident that it harbors something related to me. Perhaps it is the last treasure of the residual person mentioned in the information. In the depths of his mind, Lin Huai felt a strong calling. As long as I obtain this item, not to say that I can completely unravel the mystery surrounding him, but at least I will be able to slightly pierce through that layer of mysterious fog and catch a glimpse of some useful clues. With this thought in mind, Lin Huai no longer hesitated, actively channeling his power, causing Lin Huai's abstract and displaced body to fall more swiftly towards the Book of Iban domain. And soon she fell into one of the book's pages, her figure merging within, disappearing. Where is this? When Lin Huai regained her senses from that state of time suspension, she found herself in a desolate mountain range. However, strangely, the sky was distorted and the ground was folded. The surrounding environment resembled an abstract oil painting by Picasso, presenting a non-geometric space splattered with colors, as if blaspheming the divine. It looked dizzying, and an uncontrollable agitation surged within her heart, as if in the next moment her mind would be corrupted completely, losing reason and distorting into a monster or a madman. Such intense and terrifying mental thoughts. These mental energies, like thick and pungent paint, are smeared in every layered crack of the surrounding space, exuding bizarre colors that render everything around as an absurd and strange dream, making it abstract and dislocated. One might easily lose their mind within. In Lin Feiyu's eyes, the scarlet strange eyes flickered. Soon her mind regained clarity. At the same time, she began to discern the essence of the eerie phenomenon around her. Those sacrilegious, maddening colors should be the remnants of the mental thoughts left behind by a deceased special containment subject within this domain of the Ibn book. These residual mental thoughts over the passage of time have manifested a trend toward materialization, merging with the fabric of space and time. This is what shapes the surrounding environment. Transforming into a non-geometric spatial structure, the sky distorts, the earth folds, time and space intertwine and dislocate. There is no flat space that offers clarity. One moment you might be amidst the mountains, yet the next moment you could inexplicably find yourself in another place. Everything seems so bizarre and incredible. Ordinary containment subjects entering the Ibn book domain would likely take a long time just to find their way. It's far too easy to get lost here. Fortunately, I have the token given by Jean d'Arc, which can somewhat guide my direction. Lin Feiyue flipped her delicate hand. As the void rippled, a small, exquisite glass-like orb appeared in her palm. Jean invited her to this Ibn book domain. This was certainly not without purpose. According to Jean, she had grasped a secret, strange crystal mining site that had not been discovered by anyone. Theoretically, it should be possible to extract a large quantity of strange crystals from within. Moreover, it was very likely that the hidden mining site also concealed treasures left behind by special containment subjects. When Lin Feiyue heard this information, her heart raced with excitement. This Ibn book domain is a very old remnant world, having been explored to 99. To unearth treasures from within would indeed be extremely challenging. Yet Jean somehow possesses information about the remaining treasures. Lin Feiyue found her breath quickening. She believed that this treasure hunt would surely be worthwhile. However, soon reason told her that this was likely just a pie Jean had painted for her. Moreover, since Jean invited her along, it was clear that the hidden mining site was not a safe place, likely harboring life-threatening risks. If not, Jean could simply have kept the information to herself. Sure enough, the next thing Jean said made her heart skip a beat. The reason the strange crystal mining site is hidden is not due to its remote location, but because within that area there linger numerous unconscious mental remnants left behind by special containment subjects after death. These unconscious mental remnants, over the erosion of time, have undergone some form of bizarre transformation, becoming a type of unknown strange entity. They number in the thousands, and all of them possess the strength equivalent to peak-a-level strangeness. While powerful containment subjects have indeed swept away and exorcised those unknown strange entities before, if they do not eliminate them all at once, even leaving just one behind, would soon after split and regenerate into thousands of those unknown entities. Yet these things are incredibly difficult to exorcise and kill, akin to wildfires that never die out, springing back to life, causing great headaches. Thus, over time, containment subjects have come to regard that area with great caution and even bestowed upon it a bizarre and resounding title: the invisible strange domain. Although the invisible strange domain is dangerous, Jean confidently asserts that she has a foolproof method to enter safely. However, during the mining process, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those unknown entities, making it too perilous for one person to enter alone. Teamwork is essential, with some maintaining protective barriers, while others distract the unknown entities. As Lin Feiyue pondered these thoughts, she drew a wisp of strange energy into the glass orb in her palm. Instantly, the orb emitted a mysterious light, forming a projection that shimmered with a crystalline blue glow. Within this projection appeared a dot and an arrow indicating the direction she should proceed. This object is called the Strange Confusion Pearl. It is a semi-finished strange equipment crafted by Jean, a master-level strange artisan. Being a semi-finished product, its functions are quite simple, and even its strange side effects are weak enough to be almost negligible. However, this item is part of a set. As long as one possesses the Strange Confusion Pearl, it can establish a mysterious quantum entanglement with the pearl in Jean's hand, allowing communication and guidance towards each other's locations, even across vast distances or different times and spaces. Seeing that the Strange Confusion Pearl seemed to have decent efficacy, Lin Feiyue felt a sense of relief. In any case, regardless of whether the treasure is just a grand vision, I must obtain the strange crystals that can forge a large number of containment coins. For containment subjects, containment coins are akin to eternally valuable gold, so the more one hoards the better. Lin Feiyue took a step forward, ready to follow the direction indicated by the Strange Confusion Pearl and proceed. Yet just as her foot was about to take half a step, she suddenly halted. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Before her, a figure had unexpectedly appeared, shrouded in black, but radiating an eerie, vibrant color, exuding an unusual and captivating light. The figure stood approximately 10 meters away from Lin Feiyue, motionless, like a statue. The entire scene appeared exceedingly strange. What is this? Person. Lin Huai instinctively wondered. But soon a shiver ran through her heart. Perhaps this is not a person. Although the Iban book domain has been developed to a high degree, making it much less dangerous compared to newly opened remnants, it does not mean that danger does not exist here. Just as Lin Huai was lost in her thoughts, suddenly the dark figure across from her, though its body remained still, had its head turn a full 180 degrees, staring directly into Lin Huai's eyes. This is when Lin Huai saw the face of the head, her heart immediately jolted. The face of this strange figure was exactly the same as hers. What in the world is this? Despite her mental preparations, Lin Huai was startled by the sight before her. She had encountered enemies mimicking her appearance before, like the Class Peak eerie paper figurine at the Golden Dawn Manor, which had not only taken her form, but also copied her moves to a certain extent. However, the paper figurine's face had merely been a watercolor sketch. Though its features resembled hers, the artistic style was distinctly different. Yet the face of the figure before her now was a perfect match to hers. Even under a microscope, no discrepancy could be found. Moi. The figure opposite her bore Lin Huai's face, yet its body remained pitch black. The vivid colors and eerie light flowing over its surface seemed to intensify in an instant. But the figure made no move to attack her. Instead, it suddenly tilted its head. Its eyeballs rolled around, as if scrutinizing Lin Huai's body with meticulous care. It emitted strange, questioning murmurs, as though both puzzled and enlightened by something. Seeing that the figure showed no intention of attacking, Lin Huai breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet her delicate face remained taut. She shifted her gaze and tentatively lifted a foot, as if to step around the figure and take another path. But the moment she lifted her foot, the figure mirrored her action, stepping in the exact same direction. Lin Huai froze, her foot suspended midair. The figure did the same, its limbs angle identical, its expression a perfect copy of hers. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The scene was both eerie and absurd, like a silent mime show narrating a grotesque dark humor. Mimicking me. A flicker of understanding dawned on Lin Huai, but it was tinged with confusion. What kind of bizarre monster was this? Did it enjoy imitating people? Before entering the domain's secret realm of the Iban's book, she had naturally researched its relevant information. She had learned about several dangerous monsters she might encounter. Yet this pitch-black figure was not among any records she had found. If this shadowy figure isn't a newly born monster from the secret realm's coincidences, then perhaps my insufficient clearance level prevents me from accessing its information. The former would be fine. But if it's the latter, it suggests this monster is likely a forbidden existence. For a moment, Lin Huai couldn't help but smile wryly. She wondered if she was lucky or unlucky to encounter such an unknown entity at the very start of entering the Iban's book, domain's secret realm. As she hesitated over her next move, a lazy male voice suddenly echoed in her mind. What are you waiting for? Just charge and kill it. Huh. Lin Huai was taken aback. The voice belonged to her second personality. Ever since she could see her second personality with her own eyes, she often conversed with this formidable presence in her mind, appearing to mutter to herself like a madwoman. But Lin Huai didn't mind. At least she could communicate with her second personality now. For one thing, she could mentally prepare herself before switching control of the body rather than being abruptly tossed into the trunk and locked up, catching her off guard every time. Are you sure? Lin Huai eyed the pitch-black figure hesitantly. This monster looks so eerie and formidable. What if I fail to kill it and end up getting wrecked instead? Relax, it's weak. After your devilish training, you're more than capable of taking it down. Lin Huai, pretending to be her second personality, said nonchalantly. Oh really? Lin Huai felt a mix of doubt and belief. But since her second personality had spoken, it must be correct. With that thought, Lin Huai's resolve solidified. Without further hesitation, she reached out with her jade-like hand. As a cold moonlit gleam flashed, a crystalline demon blade seemed to be drawn from the void itself, firmly gripped in her palm. The next moment, Lin Huai swept the blade, carving two pitch-black cracks in the void. She slashed fiercely at the figure opposite. Pure Moon. During her 5-day devilish training, she had primarily honed the Pure Moon Demon Blade techniques and the 6 ancient divine skills, the 6 laws of burning soul. Although due to the short training period, she had only grasped the barest surface of the 6 laws of burning soul, barely understanding its essence. Her execution of the Pure Moon Demon Blade skills had reached a level of proficiency. As Lin Huai uttered Pure Moon, a strange rhythm emanated, carrying a faint word spirit force that empowered the 2 pitch-black cracks coiled around the blade. Instantly, the cracks expanded into crescent shapes, radiating a sharp extreme edge, and shot toward the figure in a cross pattern. With a tearing sound, the figure seemed utterly unable to evade. It was instantly sliced into several pieces by the 2 ferocious crescent blades, then melted into the void like melting snow. Killed. Lin Huai's face twisted in bewilderment. Was that it? It really was weak. But in that instant, her heart jolted. A bone-chilling dread seeped from within like icy water, threatening to freeze her soul. No. Lin Huai cried out, twisting her waist and spinning around. There she saw a face identical to hers appearing like a ghost right behind her. No more precisely, it was pressed against her back at 0 distance. Heat. The face let out a sinister laugh. Suddenly its mouth stretched wide, the corners tearing like ripped flesh, nearly splitting to its ears, revealing a maniacal, eerie grin. Inside its mouth, rows of densely packed sharp teeth were visible. As the grin widened, these teeth grew and expanded with a metallic clatter, lunging ferociously toward Lin Huai's tender face. At the same time, a terrifying aura surpassing a class peak and nearing ordinary class eeriness crashed down like a collapsing sky, assaulting Lin Huai's sanity. Damn, you call this weak? Lin Huai was so terrified her face lost all color, her soul nearly fleeing her body. Watching Lin Huai, so utterly distraught, Lin Huai couldn't help but laugh. Look at this girl. She's completely terrified. How adorable. It makes one want to tease her even more. Lin Huai, with an utterly amused expression, chuckled. Of course it's weak. Even if this thing unleashes its peak power, at most it's equivalent to the weakest, most ordinary Shrank aberration. Basically quasi-Shrank. I could slaughter it with a single finger. Easy peasy. Lin Huai was left speechless. Your logic is so sound I have no words to refute. Lin Huai continued, consider this battle a test of your devilish training results. After all, only through trials can one truly grow. Go for it, girl. You're the plumpest. You're the plumpest. Lin Huai pouted in dissatisfaction. She wanted to say, I cannot do this, my liege. But the arrow was already knocked, it had to be released. Seeing the monster's drool about to drip onto her face, its foul breath suffocatingly thick, Lin Huai gritted her silver teeth, a trace of determination flashing across her delicate face. In an instant, her form shifted between reality and illusion, directly activating the Brank ability Phantom Shadow. This move had never failed before. It had saved her countless times at critical moments. But now, the moment she activated Phantom Shadow, the form flickering between reality and illusion suddenly boiled like water, flesh bubbling into bloody blisters of various sizes, her body twisting into a grotesque shape. Finally, with a crackling sound, it exploded violently, scattering into strange pitch-black bubbles that drifted lazily away. At the same time, a ripple stirred in the space just a few meters away. Lin Huai's true body stumbled out from it. She widened her eyes, seeing the fate of her Phantom Shadow, and an expression of disbelief spread across her face. How could this happen? The moment she had used the Phantom Shadow ability, she suddenly felt a strange black mud-like substance splitting into hundreds of malformed slender limbs burrowing from somewhere into her Phantom Shadow, as if from nowhere. Had she not reacted quickly, immediately abandoning her Phantom Shadow, that bizarre, horrifying substance would have used the shadow as a springboard to bore directly into her real body, leaving her true form to suffer the same fate. Just thinking about it made Lin Huai's scalp tingle, goosebumps erupting all over her body. Even if she must die, she wanted to die beautifully, not in such a grotesque, distorted explosion. What in the world was that black mud-like thing? Lin Huai became extremely cautious. I don't know where it came from, or what pattern it attacks in. If it can slip into my body unnoticed, and without warning, then even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Regardless, she dared not use the Phantom Shadow ability again. The crimson light in her eyes flared intensely as she activated her ghost eye to its maximum, focusing it around her entire body. Any anomaly near her would be instantly perceived within a split second. With that, she felt a slight relief. At that moment, the pitch-black figure, seeing Lin Huai reappear, tilted its head. It seemed puzzled why this human was still alive. But soon it gave up thinking. The face on its visage, which belonged to Lin Huai, suddenly boiled and writhed, melting like wax. The next moment, its head, limbs, and body all twisted and deformed, transforming in the blink of an eye into a coiling pitch-black serpent. With a whoosh, it shot toward Lin Huai like a bullet. Lin Huai's eyes narrowed slightly, but she remained composed. She had roughly figured it out. This monster was a shapeless entity that could change forms. To kill it brute force wouldn't work. She needed to use her wits. As thoughts flashed through her mind, she raised her hand and swung the Jingyue demon blade without hesitation. As pitch-black cracks intertwined along the blade, a sharp crescent slash tore through the void, in an instant colliding with the charging serpent. But just as they were about to meet, the serpent twisted strangely, dodging the crescent slash and charging at Lin Huai again. Lin Huai's expression remained unchanged. She raised a jade-like finger, and with a splash of blue flame bloomed from her fingertip, forming a small lotus. Though compared to Lin Huai's ghost flame lotus, this blue fire lotus was smaller and far weaker in energy and power. However, after 5 days of brutal training, Lin Huai had managed to fuse 6 layers of barriers into this tiny fire lotus. Each barrier was a petal. 6 petals in total, each shimmering with crystalline, dreamy light. With a flick of her finger swish, the small, exquisite fire lotus met the charging serpent heat. The serpent slithered smoothly, trying to slide past the lotus to avoid a direct clash, but Lin Huai, prepared for this, wasn't about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. She pointed her finger into the void. Explode. The 6 crystalline petals of the blue fire lotus trembled, myriad fine cracks spreading across them, as terrifying energy poured out wildly. Boom. A deafening explosion roared. Space rippled like a wind-stirred lake, concentric circles spreading outward. The pitch-black serpent was instantly engulfed by raging flames, burned away before their eyes, and finally dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the void. Yet Lin Huai didn't relax at the sight. The ghost eye in her gaze flashed sharply as if she had detected something. Expressionlessly, she raised the hand, gripping the Jingwei demon blade, then opened her fingers. The blade fell from her palm, but the moment it dropped it vanished with eerie strangeness. Just then a malformed slender limb coiled around Lin Huai's body. Then 10-20-50. Hundreds of underdeveloped slender limbs with strange fungal-like fingers wriggling wrapped around her slender form, densely merging into her flesh in an instant. The next moment Lin Huai's body twisted and deformed. But halfway through the distortion, the hundreds of malformed limbs seemed to realize something, bursting out of her half-deformed body and fleeing at an inconceivable speed. But it was too late. A helpless meow sounded, and the half-deformed body of Lin Huai suddenly flickered and transformed into a silver cat. This silver cat was none other than the Nethermoon demon blade. This demon blade possessed the ability to transform in countless ways, so taking on Lin Huai's form was naturally effortless. Though the silver cat felt a slight dissatisfaction. After all, it preferred only to transform into a cat. Fortunately this time, it was not turned into something as bizarre as a violin bow, but rather into Lin Huai, which it could barely accept. Seeing those hundreds of underdeveloped slender limbs attempting to flee, a flicker of disdain flashed through the silver cat's silvery eyes. With a single meow, streaks of cold moonlight suddenly shot through the void, forming a lunar prison that blocked the escape path of those hundreds of slender limbs, binding them in place. Meanwhile, Lin Huai's figure appeared not far away. It seems these eerie slender limbs are the monster's true body, usually hidden beneath 1,000 changing appearances, only to suddenly strike at a critical moment. Truly insidious. Though she had trapped the creature with a simple trick, Lin Huai understood the principle that prolonged affairs breed trouble. Without any hesitation, she raised a finger and pointed fiercely at the hundreds of slender limbs trapped within the lunar prison, unleashing the ancient divine technique, 6 laws of soul ignition. First law: ignite the soul. With a crackling sound, inextinguishable flames suddenly erupted upon those hundreds of slender limbs. Instantly these limbs writhed wildly like countless intertwined serpents. A series of piercing screams like the cries of infants rose eerily from them. The sound was nearly maddening. Before Lin Huai could react, her delicate brows twitched violently. She felt as if countless needles were frenziedly stabbing her brain. A splitting headache struck her sanity, plummeting rapidly, reaching near the brink within mere seconds. What a... Lin Huai's visage instantly changed. She abruptly raised her hand, intending to cast the second ancient divine technique without delay to stop the slender-limbed creature from emitting that eerie cry. But at that moment her body stumbled. The next moment her mind suddenly grew dazed, as if blood had seeped into her eyes, staining her vision red and transforming everything before her. A twisted sky now bore a blood moon hung at some unknown point. On the folded earth, blood spread and bones stood tall. One grotesque monster after another crawled from the mud of rotting flesh, slowly approaching her. The non-Euclidean space around her grew even more abstract and complex. Strokes of blasphemous colors were thickly smeared into the folds and crevices of time and space, rendering everything even more absurd and bizarre. And the slender-limbed monster trapped within the lunar prison at that moment suddenly swelled to immense proportions. Those originally slender limbs now resembled thick black slime, constantly intertwining and shifting shapes. Finally, with the spread of a terrifying and vast aura of mystery, a huge toad-like mass of wrinkled flesh appeared before Lin Huai. This is... Lin Huai's pupils contracted. Upon seeing this toad-like mass of flesh, she felt her mind flooded with whispers. Her body was infused with countless aberrations and madness. Every cell of hers, every strand of thought, seemed to be disassembled, scattered across the cosmos, terrified by the stars, devoured by black holes, worn down by the eternal ages into particles smaller than particles, becoming something beyond even the description of abstraction. Suddenly, a sound of burning flames rang within her mind. This sound, like a spark, dispelled the mist and darkness pervading Lin Huai's soul. In that instant, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She poured the last shred of her sanity into her fingertip and fiercely pointed at the void before her. Second law: fire sacrifice. With a tremor in space-time, a thunderous roar erupted. A towering blaze shot out from within the lunar prison, faintly revealing a shadowy black slime-like creature. Amidst the piercing screams drowned by the roar of flames, it gradually turned to ash, vanishing completely. At the same time, Lin Huai felt her vision clear. The bizarre sights, the blood moon monsters, toads, stars, black hole, all instantly dissipated. This scene left her momentarily stunned. But she did not dwell on it. Instead, she turned her palm, and a classical, exquisite vial shaped like a pagoda appeared in her hand. Within the vial, a golden liquid moved like a living thing, appearing most extraordinary. This was a vial of century-aged blood spirit essence, worth 1,000,000 capable of instantly restoring sanity. Without any hesitation, Lin Huai opened the vial and downed the blood spirit essence in one gulp. Phew! Feeling her aching mind begin to clear, Lin Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a strange feeling arose in her heart. What was that just now? Was it an illusion? She raised her head, casting a suspicious glance around. Seeing that everything remained as it was when she first entered, her wariness only deepened. But this was not the time to dwell on it. Lin Huai suppressed her doubts for the moment, focusing her gaze on the lunar prison before her. Inside, the slender-limbed monster had vanished, seemingly completely annihilated by her second ancient divine technique, fire sacrifice, leaving not a trace of residual aura. Lin Huai pondered briefly, showing no joy at having exorcised the monster. Instead, her gaze shifted. With a sudden motion of her hand, a small lotus of fire fused with 6 layers of barriers was conjured and unhesitatingly thrown into the lunar prison. With a loud boom, the explosion spread, tearing up a layer of earth within the lunar prison. Yet Lin Huai seemed unsatisfied. She moved her hand again, her jade-like fingers dancing like spinning wheels. Soon 5 more small crystalline fire lotuses were conjured. Then, without a second thought, Lin Huai hurled all the fire lotuses into the lunar prison at once. Boom! Explosions rang out in succession, and the entire mountain ridge seemed on the verge of collapse. Pieces of dust and smoke carrying a strong scorching aura wildly rose amidst the continuous explosions. But soon, with a slight distortion of the surrounding non-Euclidean space, they suddenly vanished, as if swallowed by a giant mouth, drifting away to an unknown place. Lin Huai saw that there was truly no movement within the moon prison. She couldn't help but finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, having experienced the eerie situation where her sanity value had plummeted, her beautiful face still bore a hint of suspicion. She rubbed her jade-like fingers together, conjuring another small fire lotus. Meanwhile, she stepped forward, approached the moon prison, and peered inside with a pair of beautiful eyes flashing with vigilance. Did that monster die, eh? Lin Huai couldn't help but ask her second personality. Dead, but not completely dead. Lin Huai's lazy cat-like voice sounded. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Huai heard this, and before she could react, she suddenly felt a series of clear, bright, and strange blue glimmers flashing in her eyes. Through this blue light, she saw that in the originally empty moon prison, a black shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow was illusory and real. Upon closer inspection, it was a thumb-sized charred piece of flesh. But it would occasionally squirm its surface, showing ugly, slimy, wrinkled textures, and extending thin fungus-like hairs looking very eerie. Suddenly, a crack sound was heard. The energy of the moon prison seemed to have finally been exhausted at this moment. The cold moonlight, like glass struck by a heavy blow, shattered with a tremor and turned into sparkling streams of light dissipating into the air. As if sensing the change in the surroundings, the thumb's-eyes charred flesh twisted and boiled, instantly melting like a pool of liquid, splitting and scattering into several black sludges, like small snakes, frantically drilling into the layers and crevices of the surrounding non-Euclidean space with a clear intention to escape. But just then, buzz! A series of insect chirps suddenly sounded. The black sludges that had split and fled before they could drill into the spatial crevices saw a worm-like shadow appear before each of them, shaped like a rhinoceros beetle, but with fierce claws, a demonic face, and a body filled with violent energy. The blood-red eyes of these worm shadows flickered with a hint of mockery. Without hesitation, they opened their mouths wide. Schwa! The black sludges, before they could react, were instantly sucked into the worm shadows' mouths and swallowed into their bellies. Several worm shadows smacked their mouths, as if savoring the taste, then flapped their wings and vanished into the void, in an instant reappearing before Lin Huai. Violent wraith worms. Seeing these green-faced, fanged, and violent worm shadows, Lin Huai was not frightened but delighted. Because she knew these belonged to her second personality. They originated from the human-faced insects she had swallowed earlier on the 14th floor of the witch organization. Although Lin Huai didn't know why those human-faced insects, after being swallowed by her, would give birth to such strange things as violent wraith worms from her body, as if she had given birth to offspring. At first she despised them, but after experiencing the terrifying power of these violent wraith worms, she immediately changed her tune. Buzz, buzz. After several violent wraith worms gathered together, they all opened their mouths and spat out simultaneously. At the same time, Lin Huai felt her arm involuntarily lift, her palm turned over, and she caught the things spat out by the violent wraith worms. What is this? Lin Huai looked at these things curiously. She saw in her palm there were several slippery, viscous black sludges squirming weakly like earthworms. But after being digested by the violent wraith worms, these sludges had little vitality left. After a few squirms, their bodies stiffened and turned into a cloud of formless black chi, dissipating. At the same time, in Lin Huai's palm there remained several pure crystals like diamonds, about 1 carat in size. 6 in total. Looking closely at the inside of the crystals, they seemed to have a non-Euclidean spatial structure, just like the domain's secret realm of the Book of Yiboan, looking quite complex, shimmering with blasphemous colors and emitting a radiant glow. But as she blinked, the crystals suddenly became formless and disappeared. Yet when she blinked again, they reappeared before her eyes. Flickering in and out of visibility, they looked both strange and eerily uncanny. Seeing these crystals, Lin Huai's beautiful eyes moved. As if recalling something, a hint of excitement appeared on her face. But soon confusion emerged on her face. Staring intently at the crystals in her palm, she said with a strange expression, "These crystals look like eerie crystals, but they seem a bit off. According to the information Jenda gave me, eerie crystals should be transparent with a bit of turbidity, but these crystals are incredibly pure. This thing is indeed eerie crystals." Just then Lin Huai's voice sounded. Or more precisely, it should be called formless crystals, a kind of supreme existence among eerie crystals. Formless crystals. Supreme existence. Lin Huai was stunned at first, then her whole face took on a money-grubbing expression, her beautiful eyes wide with ecstasy. Then it must be very valuable. Valuable it is, but these formless crystals are priceless treasures. If you compare their value with that of eerie crystals, it's like a commoner blaspheming a god. Lin Huai's voice chuckled. At this moment in his spiritual eerie eye, the following information was displayed. Formless crystals born from the mysterious and ominous creature, formless kinsfolk belonging to the category of eerie crystals, and the supreme among them. Every formless kinsfolk is a fervent devotee of the gods, dwelling in the gods' sacrificial basins, guarding the gods day and night. But the old days have passed, and the gods have hidden. The formless kinsfolk can no longer voice their faith and prayers to the gods. Under the wear of time, they gradually crystallized, thus forming these formless crystals. If one can gather a large number of formless crystals, there is a certain probability of extracting a wisp of old days' breath from them, which holds unimaginable benefits even for the gods. Beyond this information, there were also extensive and detailed supplementary explanations. These primarily showcased the various meticulous uses of the formless crystal and the method to extract the breath of bygone ages from a large quantity of these crystals, along with how to utilize this breath and the myriad benefits after its use. Ever since the spiritual communing mystic I devoured that indescribable gaze, it had been able to display significantly more information. Otherwise, in the past, it would have only reflected information about the formless crystal, and the hidden uses of the breath of bygone ages would likely have remained undisclosed. Let alone the formless crystal. This breath of bygone ages, according to the explanation, seems to be greatly beneficial to me. If I could inhale a wisp of it, it would not only nourish my soul, but also theoretically allow my body of transparent tentacles to undergo a massive growth. In an instant, Lin Huai's heart stirred with excitement. His body of transparent tentacles, though seemingly weak at first glance, was actually the foundation of his power. If there was an opportunity to accelerate its growth, Lin Huai naturally wished for nothing more. It seems that from now on I need to make Lin Huai, that girl, my tool, and have her search for those formless vassals for me. Thinking this, Lin Huai's mind turned. He cheerfully informed Lin Huai of the various marvelous uses of the formless crystal, even specifically selecting a few that were particularly beneficial to her, and embellishing them with exaggerated praise, causing Lin Huai's eyes to sparkle on the spot. What? This formless crystal can instantly restore a containment specialist's sanity from a dried-up state to its peak, and can be used dozens or even hundreds of times. Moreover, it also has a powerful effect on increasing one's sanity capacity, allowing me to elevate my sanity to a new level in a short time. This formless crystal can increase the probability of advancing to a special grade containment specialist. Is that true or false? Lin Huai could hardly believe it. The various effects of the formless crystal were simply too overpowering. Especially the last point, increasing the probability of advancing to a special grade containment specialist. Heavens! If others learned of this item, wouldn't it drive everyone mad and trigger a massive upheaval in the containment specialist community? Lin Huai took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her surging excitement. Special grade containment specialist. What an elusive realm that was. In the past, despite her self-proclaimed talents, she could only look up to the ethereal title of special grade containment specialist, never daring to aspire to become one. But now, with the formless crystal, it represented an opportunity. And a great one at that. Go girl, seek out the formless crystal. Lin Huai looked at Lin Huai, who was ecstatic and even more eager than he was to find those formless vassals and extract the formless crystals from their bodies, and a very satisfied smile spread across his face. Charge, charge, charge. Lin Huai didn't hesitate for a moment, adopting a spirited posture as she prepared to step forward. But suddenly she halted and asked Lin Huai, "By the way, where should we go to find those formless vassals?" "I don't know," Lin Huai replied bluntly. Lin Huai. Reborn City. Located on the title page of the domain's secret realm of the Reborn book, this city seemed to be the starting point of all stories. When containment specialists use the legacy key to open the legacy door and enter this world that resembles a book in appearance, the place they first appear is most likely Reborn City. The reason it's said to be most likely is because although human containment specialists through years of exploration of this legacy world have established several flesh and blood technological constructs called soul transfer pods in this ancient city located on the book's title page specifically to receive arriving containment specialists, the success rate is about 80. That seems high, but once the world experiences some temporal fluctuations, the success rate plummets sharply. Then whether one appears directly in a born city or elsewhere depends entirely on luck. At that moment, inside a soul transfer pod marked with the number 9, within a twisted non-geometric space, a figure vaguely emerged from a rift in space-time. Attention, attention, a new containment specialist is arriving. Measured rank level 2 containment specialist. No aberrant factors detected. Aberrant radiation concentration is satisfactory, meeting arrival standards. Prepare for reception. Understood. The soul transfer instrument has been activated. Spatial coordinates locked. Everything is ready. 3, 2, 1. Reception procedure officially initiated. As the voices of several flesh and blood dolls within the pod rang out without any emotion, the figure emerging from the rift in spacetime became increasingly distinct. Soon, with a jolt in spacetime, the figure fully materialized inside the soul transfer pod, landing on the ground and revealing its appearance. It was a woman. Her long silver-white hair cascaded in voluminous waves behind her, adorned with a feather hat in a Victorian style, a deep crimson in color. Without any wind, the white feathers on it swayed continuously, exuding a lifelike vitality. Beneath the red hat was a blood-red coat resembling a cape paired with strikingly bright red trousers and a pair of dark red, thick-soled high-heeled boots. The woman was like a crimson phantom, extremely eye-catching. I wonder if Lin Huai has arrived yet. The woman was none other than the master-level oddity artisan Jean. Upon landing, she didn't bother to survey her surroundings, but headed straight for the door of the No. 9 soul transfer pod, clearly already exceedingly familiar with the spatial layout of the area. As she walked, Jean gracefully raised her pale hand, and a glass bead resembling an eyeball appeared in her palm, shimmering with light, as if searching for something. But suddenly Jean paused. She seemed to sense something, her eyes beneath the deep red hat narrowing slightly, as she turned to look back at the place where she had arrived. There within the twisted space, another figure was vaguely taking shape. It was a man's figure. As his features became gradually clearer, his gray coat and a stubbly, slightly melancholic and dispirited face came into view. A glint of sharp light flickered in Jean's narrowed eyes, and her expression suddenly turned icy. I never expected to encounter him here. In a twisted non-geometric space, the figure of a man was ultimately outlined, transforming from illusion to reality, and as he moved, he landed steadily on the ground. This was a middle-aged man clad in a gray overcoat wrapped in a gray scarf. He wore a pair of gray suit pants complemented by a pair of shiny dark gray leather shoes. This made the middle-aged man appear as a mass of gray mist exuding an enigmatic aura that was hard to penetrate. However, this mysterious quality lasted only for a moment. As the middle-aged man lifted his face, revealing a pair of gray hollow eyes devoid of any luster, a sense of melancholy and despair emanated from him. He reached into his coat pocket and unceremoniously pulled out a limp cigarette. He then took out an old-fashioned lighter. With a click, he ignited the cigarette and took a deep drag. Huff, puff. As wisps of grayish-white smoke escaped from his nostrils and spread out, the middle-aged man barely had time to enjoy the mental massage that the nicotine provided. Suddenly, an emotionless voice rang out. "Excuse me, sir, in order to maintain temporal stability and prevent impurities from mixing, and smoking is strictly prohibited in the Spirit Crossing warehouse." A law enforcement figure, a faceless flesh puppet, approached. "Oh, my apologies," the middle-aged man said with an awkward expression. He then flicked his finger, extinguishing the cigarette and placing the remainder back into the pocket of his gray coat. The law enforcement flesh puppet raised its hand, and its arm suddenly squirmed, transforming into a tubular object from which a mist akin to disinfectant sprayed out, enveloping the middle-aged man completely. Seeing this, the law enforcement flesh puppet seemed somewhat satisfied, and said, "Turn left ahead, then make a right turn, walk forward for 10 meters, then right turn, and left turn again, continue walking for 5 meters, and pass through a cross-layered space. You will find the designated smoking area. I wish you good luck in the realm of the Book of Ibn, sir." Thank you." The middle-aged man nearly choked on the white mist. However, he maintained his composure and expressed his gratitude, only waving away the white fog surrounding him after the law enforcement flesh puppet moved away. He muttered to himself, "What a strange smell. Why does it smell like urine?" In the distance, Jean Dark had instinctively hidden in the shadows. She observed every move of the middle-aged man, and for a moment, she seemed to recall something. Her once cold expression shifted, reflecting nostalgia, sighing, and pain, yet there was also a hint of reminiscence, until finally her face became expressionless. She left the Spirit Crossing warehouse number 9 directly. Moi. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the gray coat seemed to sense something. A glimmer of light flashed in his gray hollow eyes. She left the Spirit Crossing warehouse number 9 directly. Moi. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the gray coat seemed to sense something. A glimmer of light flashed in his gray hollow eyes as he looked toward the shadowy corner where Jean had been hiding but found no trace of her. His brow furrowed slightly, expressing a sense of confusion mixed with contemplation. I felt a familiar presence just now reminiscent of her. Was it just my imagination? As the middle-aged man pondered, a vague figure was sketched out again in the twisted non-geometric space, ultimately revealing a graceful and slender silhouette. Investigator Mark, what a coincidence that we both arrived at the realm of the Book of Ibn at the same time. As this slender figure landed, a voice with a mature, alluring tone echoed. Simultaneously, the figure walked towards the middle-aged man. This was an exceptionally tall woman with a supermodel physique and extraordinary beauty, yet she dressed in a serious professional manner, a women's blazer, a white blouse underneath, a fitted pencil skirt, tight black stockings, and a pair of understated black high heels without any embellishments, which shackled her otherwise seductive aura with an air of solemnity. However, it was this contrasting effect that added a layer of mystery, enticing others to explore her further. The woman adjusted her glasses with her long, fair fingers. Then she looked at the middle-aged man with a curious expression, sniffed the air, and asked him, "Investigator Mark, why do you have a strange smell?" Cough, cough, the staff here just gave me a little disinfection, it's nothing. Investigator Mark coughed lightly and casually explained, then shifted the topic to the woman, saying, "By the way, Ms. Fiona, did the school only send you this time?" "For now, yes." After all, no one expected that the bizarre creature near the old principal would suddenly rebel, taking advantage of his old age, and it surprisingly managed to escape the confinement set by the containment ritual and steal that old era-sealed object that was suppressed in Tongling City. No. 1. Ms. Fiona adjusted her glasses again and sighed. We had a genius, Lin Huai, who was to be directly admitted to the sacred land Dragon City. There was so much joy, and we were planning a celebration, but unexpectedly such an unforeseen incident occurred. This is a serious matter. Once the news leaks, those people in Lin City will surely not sit idly by and will find ways to get involved, and they will try to take that old era-sealed object for themselves. If that happens, our Tongling City will immediately fall into a precarious situation. At the very least, when the next bizarre tide arrives, we will be wiped off the map without that sealed object. Hearing this, Investigator Mark couldn't help but sigh. Especially upon hearing the term bizarre tide, a hint of desolation flashed through his gray eyes. Although bizarre entities have now merged into people's lives, and everyone has the opportunity to become a containment agent, some even treat the harmless bizarre entities as pets. They are visible everywhere in the streets. But in reality, the number of bizarre entities in human cities across the entire Blue Star accounts for less than 10. The remaining 90 of the bizarre entities exist beyond the territories of human containment agents, with some even forming their own bizarre nations. Every so often, the human alliance engages in war against the bizarre nations, and this war triggers the so-called bizarre tide. In the mysterious tide, countless anomalies will launch frenzied and reckless attacks on numerous cities governed by humanity. Only after the war concludes will the mysterious tide gradually recede, allowing both sides to recuperate for a period, preparing for the next outbreak of war. This cycle repeats endlessly. It is a protracted war between humanity and the anomalies, with no one knowing when it will end. Every city is preparing for the arrival of the next mysterious tide. If only we had one more ancient sealing artifact, the chances of survival would naturally increase significantly. In our spirit communication city, we only possess 2 ancient sealing artifacts. With one stolen this time, the loss is substantial, yet we cannot make it known, and even the effort to recover the artifact must be handled with utmost caution. Otherwise, if spies from neighboring cities learn of this, the situation will become even more complicated. But it's fortunate that we discovered the traces of that anomaly's escape, and eventually confirmed that it likely obtained a legacy key and entered the secret realm of the Yibran book. Teacher Fiona said. She couldn't help but sigh. Humanity is not entirely united. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable. Even if faced with a daunting anomaly, other cities would send reinforcements. However, if it concerns an ancient sealing artifact, they would turn on each other faster than flipping a page. The so-called ancient sealing artifact is essentially a type of anomalous equipment. Its existence is extremely ancient, possessing various incomprehensible abilities that cannot be grasped under normal circumstances. Only through specific rituals can it be activated and briefly used. Once the time is up, it must be resealed. Otherwise, it will bring great disaster to oneself and those around. Fortunately, we discovered the escape trace of that anomaly and confirmed that it likely obtained a legacy key and entered the secret realm of the Yibran book. Teacher Fiona's expression softened as she continued. The school is already making preparations. As long as we find the exact coordinates of that anomaly next, using special means to notify them, they will come immediately, striving to eliminate the defecting anomaly in the blink of an eye and recover the artifact. Our Anomaly Investigation Bureau has a somewhat complicated internal situation, so we can't prepare a large number of personnel all at once. I hope this operation goes smoothly. Investigator Mark shrugged helplessly. Within a city, the government, the Investigation Bureau, and the school constitute 3 core forces intertwined, yet mutually restraining and supervising each other. While the Investigation Bureau holds slightly more substantial power, the ancient sealing artifact, a matter of life and death for a city, will not be under the jurisdiction of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Instead, it will be secretly hidden and suppressed by the government and the school. By the way, Investigator Mark, I heard that although you are a local of our Spirit Communication City, you were once an investigator in the Holy Land Dragon City, right? Suddenly, Teacher Fiona turned her beautiful eyes and asked Investigator Mark. Yes, that's true, it's not really a secret. Investigator Mark nodded. He instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but upon remembering the smoking ban in the Spirit Transport Warehouse, he restrained himself and walked out with Teacher Fiona. Being an investigator in the Holy Land Dragon City must be much more impressive than our little Spirit Communication City, right? What made you suddenly think of coming back? Teacher Fiona asked curiously. At this moment, they had already walked out of the Spirit Transport Warehouse door. The outline of an ancient city suddenly appeared before their eyes. The surrounding environment was painted in blasphemous colors like an oil painting, with non-geometric spaces shimmering like a prism, dazzling with overwhelming light. In the distorted sky, it seemed as if a mad painter had recklessly smeared with frenzied strokes, revealing two oddly shaped suns. The sunlight was intense, casting a pale glow on Investigator Mark's face. He lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips and taking a deep, satisfying drag. Then he looked at Teacher Fiona and said, I am here to find someone I once lost. As the secret realm of the Yibran book opened, more and more containers arrived in this incredible world of books. This secret realm opens once every few years, and each time lasts only a week. Thus the containers arriving in the city of Yibran wasted little time, forming various mining teams, after completing their groupings rushing to mine anomalous crystals with great momentum and urgency. After all, there are only a few known mining spots. Though they have recovered over the years, the amount of anomalous crystals that can be mined is still limited. Naturally, those who arrive first feast, while those who come later can only pitifully savor the remnants. However, Jean did not rush to mine after arriving in the city of Yibran. Instead, she glanced at the anomaly pearl in her hand. Upon discovering that Lin Huai was quite a distance away, separated by many pages in the realm of space, she showed a strange expression. Why is Lin Huai so far away? Did she encounter a temporal disturbance? Fortunately, according to the anomaly pearl, Lin Huai seemed to be hastily rushing toward the city of Yibran. So despite her confusion, Jean did not think too much and simply rented a room in the city to wait quietly. An hour later, within a spirit transport warehouse marked with the number 7, there was a surge of temporal energy. Soon after, a slender and graceful figure opened the warehouse door and stepped into the ancient city. This figure was about 1.6 meters tall. With a long ponytail behind her, her hair was not entirely tied up, but neatly fell on both sides of her face, complemented by bangs on her forehead, forming a cute, yet elegant princess-cut hairstyle. However, the most eye-catching thing was the fired long katana strapped to her waist, its blade flickering with a deep red glow, like breathing flames, looking extraordinarily peculiar. Is this the right direction? With a graceful motion of her jade-like hand, a translucent orb resembling an eye appeared in her palm. After examining the orb for a moment, she seemed to have found her intended direction and moved her body. She vanished in an anomalous manner. About half an hour later, within a spirit transport warehouse marked with the number 4, 2 waves of temporal energy surged out simultaneously. Soon as the warehouse door opened, 2 tall and strikingly handsome young men emerged. Their high-bridged noses and deep-set eyes conveyed a strikingly handsome appearance, radiating a sculptural artistic quality, their demeanor elegant and noble, reminiscent of aristocrats. This was a typical characteristic of the noble bloodline of the Star-Crossed Kingdom. The secret realm of the Yibran book has basically lost its exploration value, and our family does not lack anomalous crystals. Lin, why did you agree to that woman Jean's invitation to come here? The younger-looking youth seemed somewhat displeased. Ming, don't underestimate that woman Jean. Since she mysteriously invited us to mine here, she certainly has ulterior motives. As for what those motives are, I already have some guesses. Otherwise, why would I come to a triple-digit sequence secret realm that has fallen to free access? The other youth, referred to as Lin, whispered something meaningful into the ear of the youth named Ming. Upon hearing this, Ming's eyes lit up, revealing excitement and even a hint of greed. If that thing really exists, we must get our hands on it. Whoever tries to snatch it from us will be killed. As time passed, a day quickly slipped by, and then more than half a day passed, until the 2 suns in the sky gradually dimmed, emitting a mesmerizing evening glow that spread across the entire city of Yibran. A dust-covered young girl's silhouette finally stepped into the city. Is this the city of Yibran? At this moment, before Lin Huai's eyes, an ancient city unfurled like an oil painting, sprawling across her vision. Stepping into this city felt akin to stepping into a painting, evoking a profoundly novel sensation. However, the city was sparsely populated. The mesmerizing, soul-snatching twilight light mingled with the desolate, rustling wind was like a monochrome brush, painting the city in a layer of gray, gloomy hues. Lin Huai stood alone at the city gate. She looked around in all directions. Yet aside from a few faceless flesh puppets, she could not see a single living soul at first glance. It's truly desolate here. I wonder if I can gather any information about those formless progeny. Lin Huai felt somewhat disheartened at the sight. During the past day or so, besides rushing towards Jean's location, she had naturally been striving to find those mysterious monsters called the formless progeny. Unfortunately though, apart from the one she encountered at the very beginning, she had racked her brains and used every means to search for over a day, yet found no trace of them. She was about to give up temporarily when not long ago, while approaching the city of Iban, she stumbled upon another one quite by chance. She was overjoyed. In a flash she exorcised it. With experience under her belt and the backing of her second personality, exorcising and killing this monster was a piece of cake. Yet for some unknown reason, the number of formless crystals obtained from that second formless progeny was pitifully small, only 2. Moreover, they were both smaller in size and did not appear as pure as the first ones. It seemed that even rare items like formless crystals varied in quality. If the 6 formless crystals she obtained the first time were classified as first-grade quality, then the 2 from the second time could only be considered second-grade. The formless progeny I encountered twice were similar in strength. So why is the quality of the formless crystals they produce different? Lin Huai inquired of her second personality. Lin Huai, however, did not answer immediately. He was also quite puzzled about this. Indeed, why was that? He activated his spiritual vision of the uncanny and carefully examined the 2 formless crystals he had recently obtained. The items seemed to be the same, yet compared to the first-grade formless crystals, these second-grade ones vaguely felt lacking a certain aesthetic of maddening collapse. An aesthetic of maddening collapse. Wait. Suddenly Lin Huai seemed to realize something. He vaguely remembered that when Lin Huai had dealt with the first formless progeny, its eerie piercing scream had caused her sanity to plummet wildly, nearly driving her to the brink of exhaustion, hadn't it? At the time, Lin Huai hadn't paid much attention, merely thinking it was a survival tactic of the monster to trap people in illusions. But now, thinking back carefully, when Lin Huai's sanity was plummeting on the verge of collapse, the maddening and indescribable scenes she saw with her own eyes, though very much like hallucinations. Yet where were he and Lin Huai now? This was the remnant world of a special class containment specialist. It was filled with the residual spirit and stray consciousness left behind by that deceased specialist. Under the influence of these remnants and stray consciousness, the boundary between nothingness and reality had become blurred. Real existence could be an illusion, and an illusion could in a single thought suddenly transform into reality. If my deduction is correct, then perhaps killing the formless progeny, while on the verge of sanity depletion close to collapse and madness, is the only way to produce high-quality and more numerous formless crystals. Lin Huai mused. Let's have Lin Huai try it next time she encounters the formless progeny. Fighting in a state close to madness and collapse wouldn't be a bad form of quick-acting devil's training. His eyes darted around craftily. Lin Huai chuckled wickedly to himself. He had already thought of 100 ways to drive Lin Huai's sanity to the brink of collapse, but not completely methods that would surely make the girl feel both agony and ecstasy. Moi. Though Lin Huai had no idea what devilish scheme Lin Huai was brewing, she suddenly shuddered. She felt as if someone was plotting something wicked against her. A look of suspicion crossed her face. Why do I feel like someone is having improper thoughts about me? Ahem. Lin Huai cleared his throat and said, all right, let's set aside the matter of the formless crystal's quality for now. The reason this city of Iban is so empty is probably because most of the containment specialists are rushing to mine. Still, this place is after all the human official headquarters in this world. There should be some information about the formless progeny here. Let's go investigate casually. I suppose that's all we can do. Lin Huai glanced at the eye-shaped mystic confusion orb in her hand. According to the orb's display, Jean was not far away. However, compared to going mining with Jean, she was more inclined to search for information about the formless progeny. If she found nothing substantial, she would go find Jean. Although Jean was clearly a veteran who frequently came to the Iban's book domain secret realm to mine and might know something about it unless necessary. Even though Jean was on good terms with her, and the two were even showing signs of becoming close friends, Lin Huai did not want to leak any information about the formless progeny. Good things one should keep for oneself. As for close friends, what are close friends? Can you eat them? After taking a casual stroll through the city of Iban, Lin Huai discovered that the city's layout was mainly divided into 3 areas: the containment zone, the supply zone, and the note zone. The function of the containment zone was similar to the paranormal containment centers in major human cities. It was an official institution dedicated to containing various unstable and dangerous elements, as well as issuing special missions, among other things. Containment specialists could also sell various anomalous items obtained from the secret realm, or even anomaly crystal deposits to the authorities through this channel, thereby earning a considerable amount of honor points. These points could be used exclusively to redeem special limited edition items only sold by the officials. As the name implies, the supply zone was a place specifically for resupply and rest. Jean was currently in this supply zone. Lin Huai was not particularly interested in the first two areas. Her gaze directly locked onto the note zone. This note zone seems to be a place where anyone can record information they've obtained from the Iban's book domain secret realm and sell it through a paid reading format. After learning about the relevant information of the notes zone, Lin Huai immediately became enthusiastic. Because anyone could make records there, the various notes and materials in this area were a mixed bag. Some were full of solid content, but others were nothing but fluff. There were even some malicious false pieces of information. If one was deceived by their content, it could even cost them their life. In short, if one wanted to find useful and authentic intelligence materials from within, it all depended on one's own discernment. In the note zone, though it was called notes, the actual method of recording and accessing information was through computers. At this moment, before Lin Huai stood rows upon rows of square chambers forged from flesh and blood technology. The walls of these chambers were studded with pulsating blood vessels that extended into the void, their ends splitting like nerve endings burrowing into the folds and crevices of the surrounding space. They expanded and contracted rhythmically, as if transmitting something, lending the entire scene a deeply eerie quality. Each of these flesh and blood chambers is a massive computer connected to the flesh and blood brain terminal hidden in the void, which controls them all. As I recall, that terminal is named Iban. It was set up here by the Human Alliance specifically to govern this Iban's book domain secret realm. To some extent, it's the highest authority within this realm. Lin Huai studied the flesh and blood chamber before her with keen interest. Simultaneously, she moved her hand. A highly exquisite metal card embossed with the image of a mysterious woman's head appeared between her index and middle fingers. I wished to enter the chamber. There was clearly no one before her. Yet Lin Huai spoke abruptly. Before her words faded suddenly with a splash, the flesh on the chamber's door writhed, and an eyeball the size of an adult's head emerged with shocking abruptness. A beam of illusory light shot from the eyeball, scanning the card in her hand. Instantly, a respectful electronic voice sounded, "Welcome, esteemed witch. You are entitled to freely access and read over 90 of the notes in this chamber. For the remaining less than 10, you may read them at half the price." Then with a bang, the chamber door swung open, revealing the interior. A dark, eerie space like a spinning black hole, with no ceiling or floor, no visible end, hazy and seemingly empty. Yet faintly visible within floated transparent eyeballs like crystal spheres. They hung, drifted, spun, or swam, appearing at first glance like lively sprites, exuding a sense of vitality and sentience. As Lin Huai stepped inside, these nimble, translucent eyeballs, shimmering with a hazy glow, converged toward her. Simultaneously, titles of information projected as holograms unfolded before her, with over 90 marked as free to read. This which card sure is convenient. But with so many chambers in the note zone, each packed with information, reading everything would take ages. I'd better input keywords and filter. Lin Huai raised her jade-like hand. A ripple of light passed over the witch card in her hand. In the next moment, it levitated. At the same time, the card's light patterns flickered, projecting golden rays that coalesced in the void, gradually forming a shape resembling a brain. This brain was the advanced personal flesh and blood brain embedded in the witch card. "Search and filter based on the key information I've set," Lin Huai commanded. "Yes, esteemed witch," replied the brain. A gender-neutral electronic voice responded. Then illusory light shimmered across the brain, forming a progress bar. "I hope to find something useful." Given the vast data, the search was slow, but Lin Huai was not impatient. She fixed her gaze on the brain, waiting patiently. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted with shocking abruptness. In an instant, the surrounding space violently trembled. A grinding, crushing sound emerged from the folds and crevices of space, followed by a shattering noise. In a flash, dense cracks spiderwebbed before Lin Huai, instantly covering the entire note chamber. With bangs and crashes, the transparent eyeballs containing information were cleaved in two by the cracks and exploded with a roar. "What a—" Lin Huai was startled. Her body moved swiftly, dodging several cracks that split open before her. Her face showed shock and anger. What was happening? Just then, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire Iban city. "How dare you cause chaos in Iban City, destroy precious note chambers, and damage the property of the Human Alliance. I, Iban, hereby sentence you to death." The voice was ancient, majestic, like divine might. But on closer listen, it carried a distinct electronic quality, as if not from a human, but a machine. Hearing this, Lin Huai understood. She retrieved her witch card, strode out of the chamber, and looked up at the sky. In the distorted sky, the faint outline of a massive brain was visible, connected by countless writhing blood vessels emerging from space. It resembled a monstrous brain covered in tentacles, its mere sight threatening to drive one mad. It's indeed the Iban flesh and blood brain terminal. Lin Huai was momentarily breathless, but quickly calmed down. Looks like someone is fighting in Iban City, damaging the note chambers, and breaking the rules. Who's so bold? With this sudden upheaval, Lin Huai lost interest in searching for information. The Iban flesh and blood brain placed here by the Human Alliance to govern a whole secret realm was a sentient and immensely powerful anomaly. Once it acted, the commotion would be huge. She didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Without hesitation, Lin Huai moved to leave. But just then ripples surged intensely in the void before her, and a human face imprinted itself on the transparent space, rapidly materializing into a sickly young man. This sickly youth was pale as a corpse. Upon appearing and seeing Lin Huai, he paused momentarily. But soon a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, pointed a finger at her, and uttered a decaying, depraved, evil, and mysterious sound from his throat. I hereby decree you are my shadow under my command. In an instant, Lin Huai felt her limbs freeze. A blurred, twisted shadow, as if formed by overlapping limbs, emerged from under her feet, revealing countless black hands that grasped her limbs. Oomph! Though startled, Lin Huai, seasoned in danger, did not panic. With a cold snort, a flash of blade light severed the black hands. Simultaneously, to avoid entanglement and escape quickly, she did not hesitate to use an ancient divine technique. Soul ignition. This aura. An ancient divine technique. Sensing the indescribable aura emanating from Lin Huai, the sickly youth's expression drastically changed. Without a second thought, he turned and fled wildly into the distance. Without any hesitation, he directly turned his head and fled wildly into the distance. With a splash, just as the sickly youth turned to flee, a flame as pure and transparent as crystals suddenly erupted from his body, without warning. The flame seemed to burn from the depths of his soul. As long as the soul remained, the fire would never be extinguished. A complete olden divine art, not a replicated projection. Just who is this woman? Could she be a descendant of one of those olden clans? The sickly youth's expression twisted wildly again. Feeling the fierce flames scorching his body, his soul on the verge of being utterly consumed in an instant, he gritted his teeth fiercely. A strange blood-red glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, without any hesitation, the sickly youth suddenly opened his mouth, revealing teeth as sharp as steel needles, and thrust 2 fingers inside. With a sharp bite of his jagged teeth, a crunch sounded as he bit off his 2 fingers, chewing and grinding them in his mouth with apparent relish. Then, expressionless, he spat toward Lin Huai. Several lumps of mangled flesh were expelled from his mouth. At the same time, a voice filled with evil ferocity and filth emerged from his lips. By this decree, scatter beans to form soldiers. Upon closer look, the lumps of flesh he spat out were like little meatballs the size of beans. As his words fell, an intangible power of spoken words spread out. These meatballs instantly swelled and writhed violently, sprouting mouths, eyes, ears, noses, limbs, and torsos, transforming in the blink of an eye into naked figures with eerily pale skin, like dried corpses devoid of any gender traits. These figures, expressionless, launched a suicidal frenzy at Lin Huai as soon as they formed. It was true suicide. Just as Lin Huai prepared to respond, the figures suddenly writhed and boiled like aberrations upon nearing her, growing dense, foul-smelling pustules that exuded a suffocating stench. Then, with a bang, their flesh and blood violently exploded. Moi! Lin Huai's pupils contracted. She moved to dodge, but at that moment, as the pale flesh of those figures burst open, splattering thick blood, a faint worm-like blood shadow flashed imperceptibly and appeared eerily on Lin Huai's skin. Its slender body writhed as if intent on burrowing into her flesh unnoticed. Not good. Lin Huai realized too late. The sickly youth, seeing this, smirked darkly. He ignored her, biting off another finger, chewing and swallowing it. Feeling the burning sensation in his soul lessen, his grim expression eased. Without hesitation, he prepared to flee again. But suddenly Lin Huai's voice rang out once more as she unleashed the second olden divine art. Second principle, fire sacrifice. A thunderous boom echoed as the crystalline flame on the sickly youth's soul exploded violently, engulfing his figure in a blinding pillar of fire, shooting skyward. Impossible. This woman was hit by my carefully cultivated worm of deceit. Though not yet fully mature, it should have been lethal or crippling once it entered her body. How can she be completely unharmed? And the olden divine art she's using, is it a complete set? The sickly youth's mind was reeling with shock, nearly speechless. How could this be? What kind of monstrous prodigy was this woman? Not only could she ignore his worm of deceit, but she had also inherited a full set of olden divine arts. Even the top young geniuses at the Sacred Land Dragon capital, already designated as quasi-special containers, were no more than this. A deep terror surged within the sickly youth's heart, a fear of the unknown. In this era, the supreme prodigies could be called children of the gods or children of the olden days. Their talents were as ineffable as the ancient deities, indescribable, like chaotic unknowns, instilling a primal fear in ordinary beings at the level of life itself. And now the sickly youth felt that fear, an indescribable terror. I must flee. I must escape. I have to complete that mission. Though his pupils trembled with dread, he gritted his teeth and forced a look of determination onto his face. With a grab of his hand, a squelch sounded as he tore open his own pale belly with his palm, plunged his hand into his entrails, and groped around. The next moment, from his still writhing organs, he pulled out a bloodstained quill. The moment it appeared, heaven and earth shifted color. An immensely terrifying aura burst forth, shaking the entire city of Iban to its core. Then the void collapsed. The earth melted. A blinding blood moon unnoticed by all hung eerily overhead like the eye of a god watching over mortals. Everyone's souls went numb. Their eyes wide open, pupils trembling wildly, they had no idea what was happening. As the sickly youth grasped the quill, two of his fingers burst with a pop. His body trembled, veins twisted, and chunks of flesh writhed into pustules festering into liquid. His entire form was dissolving, clearly enduring immense agony. But he bore it. In the second he endured, he raised his hand, using his remaining broken fingers to guide the quill, and slashed through the void toward Lin Huai. He spat out a voice steeped in sin, filth, and blasphemy. By this decree, olden void. As the words sounded, the second olden divine art fire sacrifice, which Lin Huai had cast, suddenly dissipated into nothingness. The rising pillar of flame flickered and vanished eerily. That olden divine art, its power not yet fully unleashed, was erased just like that. In the remaining half-second, the sickly youth's face twisted with a grotesque malice. He shot a venomous glance at Lin Huai, raised the blood-stained quill again, pierced the void, and slashed once more. By this decree, you are guilty of death. Lin Huai's body froze. In that instant, she felt countless invisible hands seize her entire being. One hand covered her eyes. One hand muffled her ears. One hand sealed her mouth. And another hand before her used a phantom quill to write a blood-red word, death. The word became law. Lin Huai felt a surreal, dizzying sensation, as if her limbs were tearing apart, and she would die instantly. But suddenly a scoff of disdain rang from her lips. A mere ant dares to pronounce my death sentence. As her voice echoed, the invisible hands gripping her body trembled violently, as if encountering something utterly terrifying, and instantly recoiled. But as they withdrew, they exploded with a bang. The written word death twisted abruptly, morphing into a terrified, ghostly face. It turned to flee, but Lin Huai's sneer deepened. She grabbed the face formed from the death character, clutched it in her palm, and crushed it. With a squelch, the ghostly face burst, splattering a pool of thick, ink-like blood. What? All this, though long to narrate, happened within a mere second. The sickly youth had used the blood-stained quill pen for only a second, and nearly half of his body had already begun to dissolve. He immediately took a deep breath, intending to thrust the quill back into the entrails within his belly and seal it with a special method. But at that moment, Lin Huai, whom he believed to be dead beyond doubt, not only remained alive, but had also broken his fatal decree issued through the quill pen with a bizarre and brutally simple method. No, impossible. This is the power of the Elder Seal. Even if only a sliver was used, any being below class anomaly would be nearly certain to die. Even in class anomaly would be left half dead. How can you be completely unharmed? The sickly youth's face twisted in horror. This was utterly despairing. He had unleashed his most hidden card, the Elder Seal, aiming for a killing blow to avoid complications, yet not only did it fail, but the nightmare had only grown worse. Oh, Elder Seal. At this moment, Lin Huai was naturally being controlled by Lin Huai. A glint of blue flashed in his eyes as he looked at the blood-stained quill in the sickly youth's hand. His expression shifted. Interesting. He controlled Lin Huai's delicate hand and grasped at the void. With a schwa sound, the blood-stained quill which the sickly youth was about to thrust into his innards vanished with extreme strangeness. The sickly youth was first stunned, then greatly alarmed. Meanwhile, Lin Huai pinched his fingers, and a quill stained with blood and exuding filth was held between his digits. He examined it with an air of amusement. You. The sickly youth could never have anticipated such a scene. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Huai waved his hand casually, as if shooing away a fly. Bang! The sickly youth exploded into a mess of flesh and blood fragments. Unexpected gain. This so-called Elder Seal is an extremely ancient and powerful anomalous artifact. Little Lin Huai naturally lacks the ability to use it, but it suits me perfectly. Lin Huai unceremoniously accepted the blood-stained quill as his own. Then with a step he swaggered away. To him, everything that had just happened was utterly insignificant. After pocketing the blood-stained quill, a relatively rare Elder Seal, he returned control of the body to Lin Huai and went off to study his new toy. After Lin Huai left with the death of the sickly youth and the confiscation of the Elder Seal quill by Lin Huai, the celestial anomalies over the city of Iban gradually dissipated. The crumbling void began to heal itself. The eerie blood moon in the sky vanished as if erased by a rubber brush. All the souls paralyzed within the city returned to normal as if nothing had ever happened. Suddenly a ripple stirred in space. Two figures emerged from the folds and crevices of the void. The moment they appeared, they looked around warily. One was the middle-aged man in a gray coat, Investigator Mark, and the other was the staff member of Tongling First High School, who was also Lin Huai's homeroom teacher, Fiona. Damn it. I can't believe that renegade anomaly used the flesh and blood brain Eben that governs this secret realm to trap us, and it slipped away. Teacher Fiona said with hatred. She and Investigator Mark had tracked the renegade anomaly for over a day, finally discovering its trail, and were about to summon reinforcements to capture it and recover the stolen Elder Seal. But unexpectedly, the renegade anomaly was exceptionally cunning. It had somehow detected them and lured them into a trap. If not for the extra protective anomalous equipment they carried to recover the seal, both she and Investigator Mark would have been in grave danger. The commotion just now seemed like the celestial phenomenon triggered when an elder seal is unsealed. It seems that the renegade anomaly didn't escape safely after all. Investigator Mark's expression remained relatively calm. His gray eyes flickered. He looked around. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. He spotted a pool of bloody flesh on the ground. He walked over, crouched down, dipped a finger into the gory mass, and then brought it to his nose, sniffing carefully. A strange and peculiar expression crossed his face. He stood up and looked at Teacher Fiona. There's good news and bad news. What? Asked Teacher Fiona. The good news is that the renegade anomaly has been exorcised and killed. Investigator Mark continued. The bad news is that the elder seal it carried is also missing. It was likely taken by a high-level containment specialist who exorcised the anomaly. This complicates matters. Teacher Fiona's finely drawn brows furrowed tightly. If that's the case, recovering the elder seal will be even more difficult. Dealing with anomalies is one thing, but clashing with a powerful containment specialist will certainly cause major trouble. Indeed, Investigator Mark nodded. They had a method to track the aura of the elder seal, but even if they tracked it down, what then? The renegade anomaly had apparently unleashed a sliver of the seal's power, yet it was still exorcised and killed. That containment specialist was clearly extremely powerful, no weaker than its glass anomaly. For a moment the two were filled with worry. They had no idea that the powerful containment specialist who had exorcised the renegade anomaly and taken the elder seal was none other than the familiar Lin Huai. Suddenly a deep light flickered in Investigator Mark's gray hollow eyes. He looked at Teacher Fiona. Teacher Fiona, as you know, I haven't been stationed in Tongling City from the Holy Land Dragon's capital for long. So regarding the lost elder seal, I only briefly reviewed some material about its appearance before the investigation. I'm not too familiar with it. Just now I sniffed carefully and seemed to catch some information about this seal, which has raised some doubts. I hope Teacher Fiona can shed some light. Oh, what doubts, Investigator Mark? Teacher Fiona asked curiously. I want to ask, does that seal consist of an inner and an outer side? Investigator Mark inquired. Yes. Teacher Fiona nodded. That seal is indeed divided into two layers. One is the inner seal, and the other is the outer seal. However, under normal circumstances they are unified. If one tries to separate the inner from the outer, even without unsealing it, it triggers side effects, bringing unpredictable misfortune to the bearer. So usually no one does that. Teacher Fiona paused, suddenly enlightened. Her eyes flashed. Investigator Mark, are you saying that the renegade anomaly was carrying only one of the inner or outer seals?